everyone, how are you guys? Okay. Hi Pratyaksh, how are you? Yeah, a bit late. So sorry, bacho, so sorry. Actually was trying to fix some polls for you so that we can, do some polls in the class and so that our super and amazing, lovely, pyare students can do a lot of things, isn't it? So that is the reason I got a little late. I guess we got little late. So lots of apologies for the same, bache, but again we are back. So as I told you, that as I promised you, in fact, that we will be coming again with the second part of the social science marathon. And we all know that since CBSE board examinations have already started, they have already commenced, right? So it becomes very important to complete the second part of the social science. That is, today we will be covering, that is, civics or political science, as well as we'll be covering economics in one shot. So yeah, you heard that right. Congratulations everyone for what? For beginning with your very first examination, the board exams. Because again, I say board examination is something that's a great event in your life, and you should always, enjoy the moment, live the moment, do your best, and that is what is going to make you even better and better day by day, isn't it? So welcome once again, welcome back to this amazing, wonderful and super platform of Physics Wallah. And once again, welcome back to the channel, that is PW English. So what are we going to do today? We are going to complete the two leftover parts of social science, that is political science and the economics part. And I will try to keep this lecture short. But again, the question will be, sir, how much long this lecture will be? So again, that depends upon the time that will be taken to complete all the topics. Because somewhere or the other, we are going to cover again around about roughly 9 chapters. So let's see how much time it takes. I'll try to save your time as much as I can, but still it will take a little bit of time. Okay. So let me introduce myself. Okay. So my name is Kunal. Lot of students, they know me already. Those who have joined with me in the first marathon of social science. Okay. And a lot of students from PW Foundation channel. Okay. So एक बार मैं हिंदी में भी बता देता हूं आपको बेटा कि this is फिजिक्स वाला इंग्लिश चैनल, ठीक है। फिजिक्स वाला का एक चैनल है जिसमें सारी क्लासेस हम लोग इंग्लिश के अंदर पढ़ाते हैं, सो दैट उन बच्चों को भी हम हेल्प कर सके, उन बच्चों को भी हम पढ़ा सकें जिन्हें हिंदी समझ में नहीं आती। सो अगर किसी बच्चे का डाउट है, कुणाल सर क्या हुआ सर, डोगेश ने आपको इंग्लिश सिखा दी क्या, या आप इंग्लिश में क्यों बात कर रहे हो सर, हिंदी में बोलो सर। सो फॉर ऑल द लवली प्यारे वाले बच्चों, प्यारे वाले स्टूडेंट्स, ठीक है। So this channel is in English and that is why this lecture is also in English, ठीक है। जो हमारे सोशल साइंस का मैराथन है हमारे इंग्लिश वाले बच्चों के लिए, that means the guys who study in Hindi and English mix, right, वो वाला मैराथन आपका फाउंडेशन चैनल पे आएगा। उसका कम्युनिटी में आप जाके चेक कर सकते हो, पूरा डेट शीट आ चुका है कि कब कौन से क्लास का मैराथन है। सो ऑल द पीपल हु आर वेटिंग फॉर कि सर वो हिंदी में आप कब पढ़ाओगे, सर हिंदी इंग्लिश वाला कब पढ़ाओगे, सो आप वहां से डेट चेक कर सकते हो। आई होप आई एम वेरी क्लियर, गाइस। चलिए बेटा, ICSE marathons have already been conducted on Physics Wala Foundation channel, so you can check out from there. So we have already finished with a round of ICSE class 10 marathons. So ICSE का entire content goes on Physics Wala Foundation channel, ठीक है। So there we have done ICSE marathons for this thing, for social science, for mathematics, for science, for English, everything is being done there. You can check out the for ICSE content, आप देख सकते हो PW Foundation channel, right? So for them already we have done the marathons. So this is for those people who are still unaware कि sir ICSE का कहाँ पे होता है. Is it clear? Yeah, sure. Beta, we will do the polls. Definitely we will do the polls. Let me teach you something, then only we can do the polls, right? Before teaching you something, how can we do the polls? So it's very important to focus on the class. Okay. 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 Jai Hind, Jai Hind. Bache, nothing if you got less marks in Hindi. That's very simple. That will depend upon when your results come, right? So if you get less marks in Hindi, you can cover up with the other subjects. You can score much good marks in the other subjects. You still have a lot of time. You have English to go, you have social science to go, you have mathematics to go, you have science to go. So you have 4 more subjects in your hand to score marks, okay? So again, nothing has really deteriorated in very simple terms, if I must say. So it's all up to you. It's all up to you, बच्चा पार्टी, that how much effort you are going to put in. So it doesn't matter कि अगर आपका हिंदी वाला पेपर सही नहीं हुआ, so it doesn't matter. Okay. So still you can do lots and lots of things. Still you can achieve wonders in your board examinations, provided if you're ready to work hard. Okay. Again, if you keep finding shortcuts, that is not going to help. So if you are ready to work hard, you are ready to dedicate yourself completely to the examinations. Okay, surely beta you are going to excel. Okay, done. Hi Manas. Okay, very nice. Okay, very nice, very nice. Hi sir, hi beta, you're from Tamil Nadu. Okay, that's really good. Okay, that's very, very nice, very nice. Okay, sir, can we attempt the question paper from section D? Sure, you can attempt. Okay, sure, bache, you can attempt. Namaskaram, namaskaram, है ना, vadakkam, namaskaram. Sure, bache, see, I always tell one thing for social science paper or any paper, you can start from the section that you feel confident in. Let's say you are very confident about section D. You can start with section, but make sure you finish all the questions from that section in that particular section itself. Okay, suppose there are 10 questions in section D. It should not be like that you did 9 questions in section D and the 10th question you are not getting the answer at that moment. You did it at the end of section B. Now that is something chaotic. Don't do that thing, right? You can leave a little bit space for question number 10 if out of the 10 questions in section D, but don't just don't mix up the sections. That is very important, right? You should not do like this, that like let's say you have done an X question in section B and you are not getting an answer of some question in section B, you did that question after section C or D. So that is basically not recommended. You will end up losing marks there. Okay, so I hope I'm very clear with everything right now. So let's begin with the topics. Okay, so number one, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? Definitely we are going to complete civics. Okay, we are going to do civics or political science. We are going to do economics. Okay, that's again a very short syllabus. And at the last, we are again going to do the map work as promised. So I told you guys that we'll be doing map work in the next section. Okay, in the next session of the social science. So definitely guys, we are going to do the map work also towards the end of the session. Is that clear? Is that clear? I hope that's clear. Okay, so let me ask you a question first. So let me begin. Okay, let me I ask you a question. A very fine question. Let me see how many of you remember the last class. Fine. So let me have a question here. Okay, so the question is very simple. I'll give you polls for the same. Okay. So dash is a material or a mineral known for low power loss factor and resistance to high voltage. Okay, so this is from the previous marathon that we did. I'll give you 4 options, A, B, C and D. I'll give you 4 options, guys. Okay, so we have copper, we have aluminium. Okay, option number 3 we have mica, and option number D we have iron ore. Now that's a question from the last marathon that we did, and all the guys who attended the last marathon must be very much aware about it. So I'll give you 30 seconds to answer this question. What you have to do is simply put A, B, C or D in your chat box. Okay, suppose your answer is B or C or D. You just have to type that on the chat box and immediately you can, your register, this thing, answer will be registered here. Is that clear, bacho? Is that clear? Also, you can check your stats at unity.live, unity.pw.live. So I'll just show you the site also. So there is a website called as Unity, Y-O-U-N-I-T-Y, unity.pw.live. If you log in into that, okay, you will be able to see your entire stats of the polls, how many questions you did well, and how many questions you did correct. Alternatively, you can also ask your doubts there. You can put up your doubts there. So it's a very useful website, right? So that's unity.pw.live. So here the correct answer is option number C. So we all know that mica is a mineral that is known for low power loss factor, and it's also known for this resistance to the high voltage. Okay, as well as it has an excellent dielectric strength. So we know that the answer is option number C, that's mica. Okay, so 95% people have given me the correct answer, and that's really impressive, guys. Shweta Sharma, RP from Tamil Nadu, Dream Infrastructure. Gaurav, Pratyusha, Ritesh, Sneha, Queen, okay. Aditya, Atish, and we have Yash Raj Patil. So lots and lots of people who have given me the correct answer. So this was just a question check from the last marathon, okay. So we have already completed part 1, that is history and geography. So the people, those who haven't watched that marathon, please, it's a humble request, you can watch that marathon at 2x speed, okay? So that will save your time. Also, it will help you to gain a lot of knowledge. Okay, now let's start with civics, or what we call as political science. Now, this is a very interesting topics. Okay, so we have some very interesting and very amazing topics today. So we'll start with political science or civics. So we have how many chapters in this? Number 1, we will doing the power sharing chapter. Second, we'll be doing federalism. Third, we'll be doing the most awaited, that is gender, religion and caste. Then we will be doing the political parties, and then we'll be doing the outcomes of democracy. So this is the latest NCERT syllabus that we are going to follow, bacha. Okay, so what we are going to do is we'll start with number 1, that is power sharing, and that's a very beautiful chapter. So what we'll be doing is we will go according to the last class itself. Like in the last class, I used some mind maps in order to explain you, so that will save your time also, and it has quick short notes. So afterwards you can download the notes. The link is given in the description of the video. You will find the link there. So once the class gets over, after 10 or 20 minutes, you can just go and download the notes from there. Okay, so that is very handy for you when you're preparing for your examinations. Okay, now let's begin with the first chapter, that is power sharing. Now this is a very interesting chapter, guys. It's a very, very interesting chapter. Now, how many of you have younger brothers or sisters? Come on, give me a thumbs up in the chat. How many of you have younger brother or sisters? Younger ones, I mean, they might be younger to you by 2 years or 3 years, or they might be very small kids, siblings, especially the ones who have 1 year or 2 year old siblings, because those guys are a real threat. I must say that they are a real threat. You know why? Because they will do any kind of mischief, and you are the one going to be blamed. Because if your little brother or sister does any kind of mischief, you are the one going to be blamed. Okay, if he or she breaks something, you are the one going to pay for it. It's very simple as that. And if your mother or your sister, or if your mother or your father brings something to eat, let's say a chocolate, then there's a huge fight between you and your younger brother or sister for this particular thing, isn't it? It happens a lot. It happens even today. It happens even today. Okay, so Sanaya Singhs are not in my case. Sanaya Singhs are not in my case. Okay, very nice. Okay, okay, very nice. But Neha, board exams in going on, and still you are, so much into, sir, वो मुझे भूल गया, ये मुझे भूल गया. बेटा syllabus भूल गए तो board exam में क्या लिख कर क्या होगे? At the moment, priority should be your syllabus, your books, not he or she or anyone, in the surroundings. So that is very important, Neha, beta. This is the time to give more priority to the syllabus than to the person you are searching around, isn't it? Because that person will still be available. Syllabus and exams won't be available again, isn't it? And in that case, again, so, everything is very much interconnected. Okay. So let's move further. Let's move further. Okay, not in my case. Fine. Achha, I got the guy also. Jatin is the person. So I saw that guy. Jatin is the person, isn't it? So the point is very simple, bacho. Whenever we have younger siblings, okay, whether it is younger brother or sister, we at times fight over some very small things. Now let me tell you, so if I have a younger sister, she's 22 right now, okay, 22 years right now, she's working, but still we fight over a chocolate. Yeah, like yesterday in the morning, I ordered a chocolate and she was like, why didn't you order for me? And you know what? She has secretly taken that chocolate away to her office. So that is the kind of thing that happens. Now let's apply this concept or apply this scenario to political terms, okay? So when it comes about power sharing. So what do you understand by this? Say sharing is caring. We must have heard a lot of times about this particular, amazing slogan. But sharing is caring, it doesn't stand very true when it comes in terms of sharing your very favorite food like Maggie. Because I used to never share that, Maggie is something like an emotion for all of us, isn't it? So we don't really like to share that. But apart from that, when it comes to political power, so we have already seen that whenever you share the power with different people living in your society, living in your country, it's always a peaceful country, isn't it? And what if let's say ki, if a ruler has all the control of power in his or her own hands and doesn't share any kind of power with the people living around, then we'll always see that there are chaos in the country, isn't it? There are a lot of chaos in the country because people, some or the other point of time, will surely revolt, will not like to live in a state or a country that does not give them rights, that does not give them benefits. You remember that poor guy Louis XVI from France? That guy was one such person who used to have all the power in his hands. And the people of France were very much disturbed. They were very much, angry because they paid everything. They paid all the taxes. They gave all the money to the government. But in return, they got no benefits. And at the end, we see that there's a great revolution that comes up in France, isn't it? In 1789. So when it comes about the power sharing, so it's very important when you share something, it avoids conflicts. It avoids fights. Suppose if you share your chocolate or your favorite food with your sister or with your brother, it will avoid the fight between you two, right? However, if a fight erupts, right? If a fight erupts, in that case, your mother will be coming along with her secret weapon, that is a flying slipper, that will straight away hit with a velocity of X meter per second, right, on you both of your faces, and then you will be, that will be a ceasefire. It is very, very common in the Indian houses, the fights between brothers and sisters regarding the sharing of things, and then your mother is mostly the mediator who comes and, declares the ceasefire. So this is what happens, isn't it? This is what happens, isn't it? So yeah, the mother's flying slipper is more dangerous than a nuclear weapon, because the moment it is released with a velocity X meter per second, it straight away comes and hit you, and after that you guys are, just you are just resolved. Okay, so we'll be again talking about two case studies here. So we'll be talking about so we will be, so sharing of power in different chambers of the government, chambers of the government, or better we can say organs of the government or levels of the government. Okay, so it's a kind of discussion. It's a marathon, but it's a kind of discussion between me and between you, isn't it? So let's listen to a very wonderful story about Belgium. Now, Belgium is a wonderful country. At times, it is also called as cockpit of Europe. Do you know the reason why? Because Belgium, if you talk about historically, has seen many battles in Europe. Now, Belgium is a very small country in Europe. At one point of time, it used to be the part of United Kingdom of Netherlands. But then after that, it declared its independence, and now it's an independent country. One more interesting fact I'll tell you about Belgium. You might be thinking that, sir, Belgium is a democracy. So let me clear this fact. Belgium is a constitutional monarchy. Because this is one fact that is missing in entire NCRT. Because when we read the story of Belgium in NCRT, we come to realize, or we come to have a perception in our mind that, sir, Belgium is a democracy. But if you talk about, sir, is Belgium a democracy? The answer is no. Belgium is a constitutional monarchy, which means the head of the government in Belgium is still a king, but his powers are very much divided. The powers are shared, and there is a constitution in the country. Okay, so this is what makes constitutional monarchy so special. So just like we have our leaders, we have a prime minister, we have a president, right? So we are republic. So there is no king or queen in India who rules in the government. But in the case of Belgium, we have a ruler, we have a king. Okay, so that guy is the head of the government, but his powers are very much controlled and limited with the help of a constitution. So Belgium is basically a constitutional monarchy in structure. Okay. Now, let's try studying about this beautiful small country in Europe. Okay, so this is a small country in Europe. It's smaller in area even than the state of Haryana. So all the Haryana people, give me a thumbs up in the chat. Anyone from Haryana watching, give me a thumbs up in the chat. So we always say, when I always visit Haryana, I have a lot of friends from Haryana, So I always, when I visit them, I always say one thing, that doodh dahi ka khana aapdo Haryana, hai na? So Haryana's food is also, it's very delicious. So wherever you go in Haryana, you will find that white butter. It tastes so tasty on the fluffy parathas, and it's really, really delicious. So if we talk about Belgium as a country, it is smaller in area than even Haryana. Okay, so that's an interesting fact. Now, what else? It shares borders with, it has its borders with France, Netherlands, Germany, and Luxembourg. Okay, so this Belgium country, it shares its borders with which countries? It shares its border with France, with Netherlands, with Germany, and with Luxembourg. Now, let me tell you one more interesting fact about one of these countries. If you ever Google about Luxembourg, Luxembourg is a very beautiful country and a very rich country indeed. The people living there, they have a very handsome salary packages. They earn a lot, and apart from that, the kind of facilities the people get in the country there, that are insane. So whenever you get free time, you can just search about Luxembourg and on YouTube, you'll get a lot of videos there. Okay. So basically what we learned, number one, the first point, that is this country Belgium is in Europe. Europe is a continent. Area wise, it is smaller than Haryana. If we talk about with what countries it shares its borders, then it is France, Netherlands, Germany, and Luxembourg. Now let's talk about population. Now this is one place where Indians have defeated literally everyone. We are very hardworking guys. We every year, we have a target that this year we are the most populous. Next year will be more populous. Okay, it's very simple. So Indians have a target throughout the year. Forget about GDP, will increase the population. Okay, so we are very particular. We are very fixed through this target. Forget about GDP. We'll focus on the population. Ours has to be the highest in the world. Doesn't matter. No one is going to compete with us. Isn't it? So very simple. We'll talk about other things later on. So it's very, very simple. Okay. Okay, badhiya. So this is very, very simple, bacho. That if you talk about the population of Belgium, it is little over 1 crore. Okay, and Haryana laughing in the corner. Haryana laughing in the corner. Bro, Belgium, you are smaller in area than us. Even your population is not, comparable to us. So Belgium is a whole country. Haryana is just a state. Area-wise, Belgium is a smaller. Population-wise also it is smaller. Okay, so Belgium's population is little more than 1 CR, 1 crore. Whereas if we compare that with the population of Haryana, that's just the half. Haryana is around about more than 2 CR and the entire Belgium combined as a country is little bit over 1 CR. So we guys are giving good competition, okay? So let's move further. Okay, isn't it? Yeah. So let's talk about further. Now, this beautiful little country has a small problem. Now, what is that problem? See, let's talk about India. India is one country that has a very complex society. And why I'm saying complex, it is because the kind of religions we have in the country, we have multiple religions in the country, we have multiple languages in the country, we have multiple cultures in the country. And that is what makes India special. But we also have a beautiful constitution that makes sure that everyone feels respected in the country. Okay, now let's come about to Belgium. Now this beautiful country Belgium had a small problem. And why this was a problem, we'll come to understand this. Number one, let's try to understand how the society is divided. So basically, if we talk about the society here is divided on the basis of language. Okay, chaliye. Beta, this is again, bhai, the Avenger edits. ये चैनल इंग्लिश का है बालक, हिंदी वाला जो मैराथन आएगा हिंदी में जिसमें मैं बोल रहा हूँ वो फाउंडेशन चैनल पे है. ठीक है, सो दिस पर्टिकुलर चैनल, ये जो आपका चैनल है बच्चे, इसका नाम ही पीडब्ल्यू इंग्लिश है. और ये मैंने स्टार्टिंग में बताया कि इस पे जो हम क्लास कर रहे हैं उन बालकों के लिए कर रहे हैं एवेंजर साहब जिनको हिंदी नहीं आती. ठीक है, सो दोज हु अंडरस्टैंड इंग्लिश बेटर, जिनको हिंदी समझ में नहीं आती, उन बच्चों के लिए क्लास है. बिकॉज उन बच्चों को ना रिसोर्सेज नहीं मिलते, बाकी बच्चों को यार फिर भी मिल जाते हैं. तो जो आप हिंदी में पढ़ना चाह रहे हो तो बेटा वो मैराथन आपका होगा फाउंडेशन चैनल के ऊपर. उसका पूरा लिस्ट वहां दिया है कम्युनिटी सेक्शन में, आप जाके उसको देख सकते हो. ठीक है, आई होप आई एम क्लियर माय डियर एवेंजर. हाँ, टोनी स्टार्क. चलो, सो लेट्स मूव ऑन फर्दर. Okay, so what happened here, the people are divided on the basis of language. Okay, so what happens, 59% people, they live in the Flemish region and they speak Dutch language. Okay, so there is one more region called as Wallonia region. 40% of the population lives here and it speaks French language. So there are two major dominating languages we saw so far. Number one, that is the Dutch language. So people living in the Flemish region of Belgium, 59% of the population speaks the Dutch language, and 40% of the people that live in the Wallonia region, they speak the French language. Okay, now we have one more person, one person people left. So these 1% people, they spoke the German language. Okay, so this is how the population is divided. Now you must be thinking, sir, there is no harm in speaking different languages. Yes, we do agree. Okay, now let me tell you one simple fact. It's not just about the language, it's also about the culture. Let's take the example of the states in the northern part of the country. The states in the northern part of the country, most of us, okay, whether it be Punjab, Haryana, or it's Uttar Pradesh, or if you talk about Rajasthan, okay, if you talk about Himachal. So in some way or the other, little by little, we do speak Hindi, isn't it? In Uttarakhand. So we do have our local languages. Like in Himachal, we have local languages. In Uttarakhand, we do have local languages. Rajasthan also has a local language, but if you go in these states, Hindi can be used as a medium of communication, isn't it? If you go to the northeastern part of India, there you will find their local languages or English as more suitable means of communication. If you talk about in the southern or the western parts of the country, again, English becomes more common, you can say, that medium of communication, or the local language. It can be Tamil, it can be Malayalam, it can be Kannada language, okay, it can be Gujarati, it can be Marathi. So depending upon, there are different states and the different people, they have their own languages. And it's not just about the language, bachon, it's also about the culture that the people follow. If you just take the example of festivals, if you talk about in northern part or the northeastern part or the western or the southern parts of the country, we have different festivals that are celebrated, isn't it? So it's all about that also. So here also what we see here, okay, so we have three kinds of divisions here. Number one, we have 59% people that live in the Flemish region of Belgium, they speak Dutch language. Then we have 40% people who live in the Wallonia region and they speak the French language. And 1% of the people, they speak the German language. Okay. Now, where does the problem arises? Number one, we have one more special case, that is the capital of Brussels. Okay, so just like in India, we have our India's capital as New Delhi, isn't it? So New Delhi is the capital of India. That is that is our country, right? So if we talk about in the same way, Belgium also has a capital that we call Rajdhani in Hindi. Okay, so Belgium's capital is Brussels. So Brussels has a very unique composition. If you talk about just the Brussels, here 80% people they speak the French language and 20% people they speak the Dutch language. So what we analyzed from these two situations is number one, if you talk about the country as a whole, then Dutch speaking people are having majority. But if you take the case of just the capital city, that is the Brussels, we see that the people who are speaking French, they have a clear domination, as 80% people who live in Brussels, they speak the French language. Until now, everything is very fine. There's nothing, no problem in speaking the variety of the languages. Everything is acceptable. Okay. Now, the problem is this minority French speaking population. Okay, the minority French speaking population, minority means whose numbers are less. So this particular French speaking population is comparatively more rich and more powerful. So when a person is more rich, it is more powerful. We see that the person has more influence on the society. And when it comes to the different social benefits, like for example, job opportunities, like education, cultural development, then definitely we have seen over the ages in the different countries that the people or the community who has been rich and powerful have taken the best advantages of these social facilities or the social benefits. And this is what happens in the case of Belgium as well. Okay, so in Belgium what happens, this minority French community got the benefits of education and job very much. Okay, because they were more rich and powerful, and the same benefits were passed on to the Dutch community much later. As a result, Dutch people, they were very much angry because of that. Reason is very simple. Obviously, if there is discrimination with you guys, okay, just on the basis of the language or just on the basis of economic status, no one is going to bear that. And so happened in the case of Dutch people also. So Dutch people, they got very angry with the French guys. They said that you people are more rich and more powerful. As a result, you are getting all the benefits much before than us. And we have been discriminated when it comes to the social benefits. And as a result, the tensions started increasing between the Dutch and the French communities. Now, the Dutch people be like, you know, there's a very common meme nowadays circulating in the social media. That's Gaddari Korbe. Gaddari Korbe, that means you have betrayed me. Okay. So there's a very, very popular social media meme circulating nowadays on different media platforms. So I hope you must have seen that meme, you know, Gaddari Korbe. So the Dutch people were just like this. They were like to French, you know, Gaddari Korbe, living in the same city and not giving us the benefits. That's really bad. That's really bad, isn't it? So the point is very simple. So the tensions between the Dutch and the French people, it started increasing. Okay. Now, so Dutch speaking people, they were a majority in the country, but in the capital city, they were a minority. And whereas if we talk about the French guys, in the country, the entire country, their population was less, but in the capital city, their population was the highest. So let's say if there is a war between the two communities, if there is violence between the two communities, then one thing is very sure, that in the overall countryside, in the overall country, Dutch are going to be dominating, isn't it? Dutch people will be like, come on French, come on. I'm going to hit you 2 slaps and you'll just go run away. Okay. So Dutch people will be like that. But when it comes to the capital city, Brussels, the same will happen in the case of France, isn't it? So French will be more powerful. So if there is a fight between the two communities, the Dutch may win the fight in the country, but in the capital, it is French guys who are going to dominate. So French will be like, come on, tere ko bum se uda dunga. It's like that, isn't it? So what we need to understand here is, fighting or violence will not give you a solution. Fighting or violence will not give you a solution. It's very important. It has to be some kind of negotiations and discussions. Because without negotiations and without discussions, we cannot be assured that there will be peace in the country and people will have a fine resolution. So, you know what? The leaders of Belgium, they were intelligent. They just opened a Mentos. And now what happens after you eat Mentos? Dimag ki batti jal jaye, isn't it? So they just had a Mentos and unka dimag ka batti, it started glowing. That is dimag ka batti jal gaya. Okay, so basically what I mean to say is, so these guys, they understood the gravity of the situation and they thought, why not come together and solve this issue in a more peaceful and amicable manner. In a more peaceful and a very amicable manner. And so what they did was they came up with a very interesting experiment in power sharing that is called as accommodation. Now this word accommodate itself means to adjust, okay? The word accommodate itself means to adjust. So they came up with a very amazing and a very innovative power sharing method that is called as the accommodation method in Belgium. Now this particular question is very important for your long answers. Please make a note of it. Please make a note of it, guys. So this is very important for your long answers because question has been asked in the previous years from this particular topic, that is, what do you mean by accommodation in Belgium? Or how did the leaders of Belgium solve the problem of ethnic differences? So both ways this question can be asked, but it is mostly asked in the long answers. Okay, very nice. I love you, Shivam ji. But Shivam doesn't love you back because Shivam is busy studying for the board examinations. It's better, my dear Miss Palak Singh, please you also focus on your board examinations. Otherwise, bache, after if you don't do that, again, it is going to affect you only, bacha, hai na? Your parents know this, that you love Shivam. I mean, if you don't know, I will help them out, okay? If you feel like I may help, we have a video call option here. So I can just connect that video call with, because we have that option. So we have started developing that software also, so that we can at least tell the parents, so that bacha is now more focused on Shivam rather than on the studies. So if you want us, I can help this out, with all the, sweet gesture, beta, very sweet gesture. So at least proper focus should be there. They are thinking that my, pyara bacha is studying in the class. Bacha is studying something else. So this is not going to help, na beta. So they are very hardworking people. So let's support them. Okay, let's move further. So what happened here? Naman Gupta, my dear beta, English marathon will be coming on PW Foundation channel. Okay, there was one more English marathon yesterday on the same channel, that is PW English. Okay, so आप उसको देख सकते हैं. एक और मैराथन बच्चे आपका चलेगा फाउंडेशन चैनल के ऊपर, आप उसको भी देख सकते हैं. दिस प्लेटफॉर्म इज इंग्लिश बच्चे. हम इस पे सिर्फ इंग्लिश नहीं पढ़ाते, चैनल का नाम PW इंग्लिश है, इंग्लिश के अंदर भी पढ़ाते हैं इसमें, ठीक है? So that all those people who don't understand Hindi, they can come and learn the different subjects in English. So बहुत सारे बच्चे they get confused, sir, PW English means सिर्फ इंग्लिश पढ़ाते हैं इस पे. ऐसा नहीं होता भाई, इंग्लिश में पढ़ाते हैं बालक. So this confusion is very genuine. So let me clear this for you. Okay, is that clear? Okay, hi beta, hi. How are you? Okay. चल गए. I found Shivam also. बेटा शिवम नैया डूब रही है तुम्हारी. चलो कोई नहीं बेटा, कोई नहीं. So let's move on further. So what did we witness? What did we say here, beta? That in between 1970 and 1993, they amended the constitution 4 times. Amendment means make changes to their constitution. So they made changes to the constitution 4 times so that everyone could live happily in the same country. Now what were the changes? What changes did we see in the Belgian model? Okay, so let's talk about the changes. Number 1. So what they did was, in the central government, the number of the Dutch speaking and the French speaking ministers were made equal. So now there is no scope of fight. When we have a central government, if from both the communities the representation is there, definitely they are not going to fight. So the number of Dutch and the French speaking ministers were equal in the central government. Second was version, Brussels had a separate government. So okay, let's come to point number 2. So many powers of the central government were given to the state governments of the 2 regions. Remember, we have 2 broad regions, that is Flemish and Wallonia. It is not like that the state governments did not exist earlier. They do exist, but they had no power, isn't it? So when we talk about the state governments, they did exist in those times also, but they had 0 power. But after these amendments in the institution, the powers of the central government were taken and given to the state governments of the 2 regions. Okay, that is Flemish and Wallonia. Fine. Now let's move further. So the state governments now are not answerable to the central government. That is a point to be noted. Earlier, what happened? For every little thing, state government has to ask the central government. Let's say state government employees today wanted to have some great meal of rajma chawal, they would be taking approval from the central government. Hi, colleague from the state government, we want to have rajma chawal today. Will you give approval? Central government be like, no, just eat dal chawal today. So it's like for every little thing, earlier the state governments have to take permission from the central government. Now what happened? This changed after the amendment. Now, state governments were not answerable or subordinate to the central governments. Okay. Now, the third point, the Brussels. Brussels was in a very disturbed state, right? So, what did the leaders do? They created a separate government for Brussels. Clear separate government for Brussels. Again, here also the same representation will be followed. That is, number of French speaking equal to number of Dutch speaking ministers. Now, why did the French accept such a representation? The reason is very simple, because the Dutch agreed to it in the terms of central government. Okay, so what was done? Brussels had a separate government in which again both the number of the French and the Dutch speaking ministers were declared equal. Okay, now, so if we talk about one more kind of government was created here, that is called as the community government. Now, what is the task of this community government? See, it's very simple. Let's say if there has to be a law to be framed with respect to the language or culture of let's say German people, and suppose if that law is framed by a Dutch person, then definitely German people will have objection to it, because a Dutch person will not know what is the culture of the Germans, isn't it? Or let's say if the German are given to make laws for the French guys, then definitely Germans will have no idea about the French culture. So it's better, why not to have a government that makes individual laws with respect to the language and cultural issues. Okay, and this government should be chosen by each language community. Okay, so the power was given to each language community, that is German, Dutch and French, to have their community governments, and the task of the community government is to deal with the issues like education, language, culture, so that again there is no scope of fight among the people. Done. Now let's come to the next point. So what do we see? What do we see here? By making such changes by making such amendments in the constitution, the leaders of Belgium were able to avoid a civil war in the country. Okay, so it could have led to some disastrous consequences had they not been very much aware about the power sharing arrangements. Okay, so that consequences could have been much worse. But what we see here in this case is that they were very intelligent in order to share the power, and they evolved such a beautiful structure in which power was given to all the communities in more or less equal ways. Okay, so that they could live happily without fighting with each other in a one single beautiful country. Okay. And we also see that when European Union was formed, so basically Brussels was chosen as its headquarters. So this shows the importance of the power sharing, what kind of message it sends throughout the world, isn't it? And that's a really beautiful story. I personally, that's my favorite story with respect to the political science. Okay, one special point, leaders realize that the unity of the country can only be protected when we respect the feelings of others, isn't it? Here, by the feelings, I don't mean do you love me, and that's not the feelings. Okay, that is a different kind of feelings. Here we are talking about the feelings of mutual respect and cooperation, the feelings of living together, the feelings of sharing the benefits equally among the people of the society. Because the moment I say feelings, people will be like, "Arey sir, what feelings are you talking about?" Okay, so at the moment as a student, your prior feelings should be towards your subjects. Okay, the upcoming subjects that is going to be there. Okay, fine, very nice. Okay, fine. King Khan is saying, sir, class 9th attendance, my dear. Next year, you are going to be in class 10th. Okay. And I hope you must have given your exams also this year, class 9th exams. You are going to be in class 10th. So class 10 welcomes you with all hearts open. Okay. So here we go. So King Khanji, King Khan, SRK fan. Okay. So let me ask you a question here. Okay. So let's have a question. It's a good one. Okay. So Belgium amended its constitution four times to dash. Okay. Option number A, B, C, D. Promote economic equality. accommodate social diversity, create social divisions, of both A and C. Okay. So we have four options out here. I'll give you 30 seconds polls. Okay, so I'll give you 30 seconds polls and let's get started. So Belgium amended its constitution 4 times to dash. Promote economic equality, accommodate the social diversity, create the social divisions, and both A and C. It's fine and easy one. Okay, it's fine and easy one. You are doing great. Very nice, Shankar. Very nice, beta. Very, very nice. Superb. Amazing. Okay, very nice, bacha body. Very, very nice. Done, बच्चों? Done? Okay, done, bacha body. Sorted. So answer is very simple that Belgium amended its constitution 4 times to dash. Promote economic equality, accommodate social diversity, create the social divisions, or both A and C. The answer is very simple. Here, what we were doing, we were accommodating the social diversity, because what we saw here in Belgium, there was variety of people basically divided on the basis of their language. And when the amendments were done, when the changes to the constitution were introduced, the aim was simple: to accommodate everyone, to basically adjust all the social differences in a very peaceful manner, okay, by power sharing. So option number B is absolute correct answer. 89% people have given me the correct answers, and we have RP, Sari Konda, very nice. We have Mir, we have Manas, we have Vanshika. 11, Hadi Mere Buddy. I used to watch this cartoon here. Hashpreet, okay, Harshpreet, sorry. Atish, Shayani, Bhavna. Okay, so lots of lovely students out here. Okay, so let's take a journey further. Okay, so let's come to a very close neighbor of our country, Sri Lanka. So Sri Lanka is a beautiful place. If you are ever, if you ever want to visit an international country for a tourism purposes, I'll surely recommend you Sri Lanka. Number one, Indian currency is a little bit strong there. Second is, Sri Lanka has some beautiful, amazing views and a wonderful railway system. You will love the railways there because of the scenic routes Sri Lankan railways had. So it's also in my bucket list. So it's also visit Sri Lanka whenever you are free in life. Okay. Now, the point is very simple. Let's have one more story here. So this story is from a very beautiful neighbor of a country, that is Sri Lanka. Okay, so Sri Lanka is basically an island nation. And we as Indians have a great relation with Sri Lanka, not from this period, but since the ancient times. We all have heard about the story of Lord Hanuman crossing the oceans to reach Sri Lanka, to basically carry the message of Lord Ram to, Goddess Sita. So we already remember that story, isn't it? We all have gone through the Ramayana, maybe in the visual format. We must have seen videos, definitely. If not studied Ramayana, if not read Ramayana, we must have come across the different videos that have already been there. There have been several movies on the life history of Sri Ram, isn't it? So we have already studied about that. So about Lanka, we all know that there's an island country, there's an island nation called Lanka, isn't it? So basically, this is just a few kilometers off the southern coast of Tamil Nadu. So if you see that, so we always, whenever we draw the map of India, we always draw this small island country, that is Sri Lanka. So if we see that, if you start from Tamil Nadu, then it is few kilometers off the coast of Tamil Nadu. If you talk about the population, the Lankan population is approximately 2 crores, somewhat similar to Haryana. Okay, so population wise, it is very similar to Haryana. Now, the point here is the Sri Lankan population is also divided into multiple groups. Okay, so if we see here, we have the 74% people speaking the Sinhala language. Okay, the Sinhalese language is a very dominating language in Sri Lanka, and 74% of the people there speak the Sinhala language. Now, the rest of the population, that is 18%, they speak the Tamil speakers, they speak the Tamil language, and most of the Tamil speakers, they are either Hindus or they are either Muslims. Okay, and most of the Sinhala speakers, if you talk about the religion, then most of them, they follow Buddhism. Okay, so Buddhism is a very dominating religion in Sri Lanka. So if we talk about 74% people who speak the Sinhala language, they follow Buddhism. 18% people who speak the Tamil language, they are either Hindus or Muslims. And out of these 18 people also, we have 13% people as Sri Lankan Tamils, okay, and 5% people as Indian Tamils, okay. So these are, we have a division between Sri Lankan Tamils, and then we have 5% people as Indian Tamils. Now, what is the difference between the two? It's very easy to understand, as the name suggests. So basically, Sri Lankan Tamils are the guys who are born and brought up in Sri Lanka. That means their ancestors are also from Sri Lanka. They haven't migrated from some other place. So they are the locals of Sri Lanka. Okay, those who are speaking the Tamil language and have their own culture. Now, during the time of the Britishers, we have read in history at many times that there were some people who went to work in the plantations of Sri Lanka and stayed there forever. So their families are generally counted in the category of the Indian Tamils. So 5% of the population, they are Indian Tamils, and they are mostly Hindus or the Muslims. Okay. Now, we also have 7% Christians in the population, and also some of the major, again, some more religions out there. So these are the three major groups that we find in Sri Lanka. Out of these, the two dominating groups are, number one, 74% the Sinhala speakers, and 18% we have the Tamil speakers. Okay. Now, so we already saw that we have in Tamils also, we have a bifurcation that 13% are Sri Lankan Tamils and the rest 5% are the Indian Tamils. That means whose forefathers or ancestors came during the British period, the colonial period, to Sri Lanka to work in the different plantations and stayed there forever. So these are called as the Sri Lankan Tamils. Now, let's talk about what's the problem here. So if we talk about Sri Lanka, everything was so fine. Sri Lanka, if we talk about it, got independent in 1948. Okay, so 1947, India got its independence, and in 1948, Sri Lanka got its independence. Now, everything was going very smooth. When Sri Lanka got independent, a government was formed, a democratic government was formed. Okay, but the problem in this government was the majority leaders, okay, they were from the Sinhala community. That is the community of the Sri Lanka that speaks the Sinhala language. Okay, so again, everything is fine. But the point here is these Sinhala people, they actually wanted to dominate the country and run the country in the way they want. Okay, that means they believe that only in Sri Lanka, Sinhala language has to get the most priority. Only Buddhism has to get the most priority. So they basically were not at all affected with respecting the culture of the Tamils. And this is where the problem arises. Okay, so once these guys, they got the political power. Okay, once they got the political power, they formed the government. Okay, so they started misusing their majority. And they took a series of measures. They implemented some rules and regulations that is called as majoritarianism. So what is basically majoritarianism? Majoritarianism is basically an ideology or a philosophy where the majority community feels. Majority means the guys who are maximum in numbers. So where the majority community feels that they can rule the country in whichever the way they want, thereby disregarding the needs and wishes of the minority. So a majoritarian country, a majority country always feels that. So wherever the whatever group is in majority in that country, they will feel that they have the right to run the country in whichever they may want. Okay, and they don't have to respect the needs and the wishes of the minorities there. And this is what happened in the case of Sri Lanka. Okay, so what happened? In 1956, number one, an act was passed, and this act established majoritarianism in Sri Lanka. Okay, so in 1956, an act was passed, and this act established majoritarianism in Sri Lanka. Okay, so it made Singhalese as the official language. Okay, it made Singhalese as the only official language. That means very simple that all the work of the government will now be done in the Singhalese language only. Okay, so they did not give respect to the Tamil language. Second, what they did, they followed some preferential policies. That means if you're applying for a government job, or if you're applying for education or admission in a government university, and if you belong from the Singhala community, then you are going to get the preference. But if you belong from the Tamil community, then you are not going to be considered. So this is called as preferring or favoring one particular community. So this is what started in Sri Lanka. Okay, next important point, the state said that, the state means the government said that it is their duty to protect Buddhism and promote it. Okay, it is their duty to protect Buddhism and promote it. So very simple, we can say that Buddhism moreover can be called now as an official religion. Okay, when a country has an official religion, that means the government of the country is going to promote that religion at any cost, and it's not going to respect the other religions prevalent in the country. So this is what happened in the case of Sri Lanka. Now, so what is happening here is, that means whatever measures of the Sri Lankan government that came in the wake of this particular act, that is the 1956 Majoritarian Act, it made the Tamils all the more very much uncomfortable in their own country. they started feeling alienated. What do you mean by alienated? It's not like that the Tamils started leaving Earth and started going to Mars, okay, to meet the aliens. That is not the meaning of alienated. Alienated means to feel left out. Let's say, let's have a scenario. Let's say you have a very good best friend of yours, and that best friends now has made some new friends and starts neglecting you. How bad will you feel? You will start feeling that that guy is not giving you importance now. That friend of yours is not considering you important now. He is discriminating, or she is discriminating against you. So you will start feeling very much bad about the same, isn't it? You will start feeling alienated. You will start feeling left out. And ultimately, there will be a feeling in you that will not be, very positive note, isn't it? The same case happened in the case of Sri Lanka. So when the Tamils, they started feeling as aliens, they started feeling as, you can say that, unknown people in their own motherland, in their own country. Okay, so what they did was very simple. So Tamils felt that the constitution of Sri Lanka is denying equal political rights to them. Also, it is discriminating them against in jobs, okay, in university positions. So basically, the Tamils started feeling very much discriminated because of the new constitution that was being implemented in Sri Lanka. Okay, so very simple. So Sri Lankan Tamils, they thought that now it is the time to ask for our rights, It is the time to protest. Otherwise, what is going to happen? We are going to suffer in our own country. So Tamils, what they did, they demanded Tamil as an official language. They clearly said, we want Tamil also to be recognized as an official language, just like the Sinhala. Also in the regions where we have majority. Also in the regions where we have majority. For example, towards the region of Jaffna. Jaffna is a very famous place in Sri Lanka. So there you will find a lot of Tamils living there. Okay. So they said that wherever we guys have majority, we actually need some, some kind of more power there, so that we can decide our own rights, we can decide our own matters. Also, we want equal opportunities in terms of government jobs and government colleges, right? So they said that we want equal opportunities in terms of education and jobs, which you are not giving to us at the moment. So these were few of the demands of the Sri Lankan Tamils. Number one, what was the first demand? That is Tamil as an official language. Second, more power to the Tamils to decide their matters, okay, in especially the regions where they have a majority. Third, they wanted equal opportunities in jobs and education. Okay, apart from that, when the government did not listen to the Tamils with respect to their demands, then many Tamil organizations, they started demanding a separate Tamil state, that is called as the Tamil Elam. Okay, so in 1980s, if you see, this demand turned very much aggressive, that the people started demanding the separate Tamil state or a separate Elam. And ultimately, we see that when the Sinhalese government failed to recognize the rights and the desires and the needs of the Tamils, it ultimately leads to a civil war in the country. Now, what is a civil war? Understand in a very basic term. Civil war, when we talk about war, we mean violence and fighting at a very grand level. So whenever there is such kind of violence between two different communities living in the same country, it becomes so fierce, so violent, that it seems like a war is being fought. That is called as a civil war. So civil war, something like that you must have seen in Syria, where multiple groups are fighting amongst themselves, and as a result, the entire country is in a very much a destroyed state at the moment. So civil war is basically within the country when the different groups start fighting amongst each other in such intense way that it looks like a war. So that is basically a civil war, and this is what happened in the case of Sri Lanka, right? Now, so what happened? A lot of people from both the communities were killed. People were forced to leave their countries as refugees, live in other places. It caused a setback to the Sri Lanka's economic and healthcare system. And apart from that, we see that the civil war ended in 2009. So it is a huge time period. Yeah, can you imagine that was more than 10-11 years that the civil war lasted. And in the recent times also, if you go and check out on the news channels, you will find a little bit of violence that erupted again back in 2016-17 or around about the 2018 time period. So what we see and understand from the example of Sri Lanka, so we had two examples. Number one, we had Belgium. Second, we have Sri Lanka. In Belgium, also there were problems with respect to the culture and the language. But the leaders of the Belgium understood that if you are going to respect everyone, we are going to avoid any kind of violence in the country. And this is what happened. They respected everyone, they gave rights to everyone, so they avoided any kind of violence. But in the case of Sri Lanka, what happened here, bacho? In Sri Lanka, the Sinhalese leaders, they failed to recognize the interests of the Tamils. They did not consider it very important to, give rights to the Tamils. As a result, their domination resulted into the deterioration of the Lanka, isn't it? The reason is very simple, because the Sinhalese want to dominate. Okay, the Sinhalese were very adamant that we are not going to change. They're very much particular that we are not going to change our laws and rules and regulations. So what happened in the end? We see there was a civil war, and in which both the communities suffered. It's not only the Tamils who suffered, it's also the Sinhalese who suffered equally. So we see that if the power had been shared in the case of Sri Lanka, there could have been better outcomes, isn't it? So this teaches us one single fact, that why power sharing is desirable. So this is why we see that the power sharing is very much desirable. Okay. Now, so the first is the prudential reason. Now, again, this is a very good topic for 3 markers, that why power sharing is desirable in a democracy has been asked a lot of times, and majoritarianism again can be asked for 3 or 5 markers. So whenever I'm writing down the marks in a particular topic, please make a note of it that this topic comes from these many marks and has been asked in the previous years. Okay, so the example of again Sri Lanka and Belgium brings us to a very famous question, that is why power sharing is desirable in a democracy. So we have 2 reasons for which we can share power. Number 1, we have the prudential reasons. So what do you mean by this word prudence? Prudence means when you decide something on the basis of the knowledge and careful calculations that what will be the result of a particular decision. That is called as prudence. Number 1. Okay, so when we talk about the prudential reasons of power sharing, it shows that power sharings will always have a better outcome. Outcome means in simple terms, outcome means result. Okay, so whenever we talk about power sharing, it makes sure that power sharing will always have better outcomes. Why? Number 1, it helps to reduce the possibility of conflict between the social groups. So basically, when you share the power, when you give people their requirements, when you give people their demands, when you fulfill their needs and wishes, then definitely everyone loves to live happily in such a country. So whenever you share the power, you reduce the possibility of a conflict. Like in the case of Belgium, when the power of shared, the possibility of having a civil war in Belgium was very much grounded. Okay, so it's very, very simple. So the leaders understood that if we share the power, if we respect the ethnic differences, then definitely the country will not face any kind of violent acts. Okay, so they followed this prudential reason. Second, again, it's a very good way to ensure the stability of the political order. Now, what do you mean by a stability of the political order? It means to have a government that is very stable. When there is no violence in the country, the government will be able to focus on much better aspects like improving the infrastructure of the country, investing in healthcare, investing in educational facilities, putting up job opportunities for the people. So these things can only be done when the government is stable, when there is no violence in the country, when people are living happily in the country. So again, when you share power with the people, they will not fight. Okay, however, small fights will always be there in any country. Okay, so we can't just really avoid them. We can try to minimize them. Okay, but still on a longer period of time, on a longer note, if you say, there will not be any kind of serious threats in the country, isn't it? Or serious fightings in the country. So it's a very good way to ensure the stability of the political order. Now, second is the moral reason. See, very simple. When you talk about democracy, democracy is all about the power sharing. Okay, when we say democracy, so democracy is basically the people that is formed by the people, that is a government formed by the people. It is a government that works for the people. Okay, and it is a government that belongs to the people. So basically, when you're talking about democracy, the democracy, it's all about sharing the power with all those people who are literally impacted by any kind of decision making. Okay. Now, so we see that power sharing is the very spirit of democracy. Whenever we talk about democracy, the whole inner value, the core values of democracy lies in the fact of power sharing. Then people, they have a right to be consulted. That's very specific. People should always be consulted. People should always be asked that how and by whom you want to be governed. Whom do you want to see as your minister? Whom do you want to see as your prime minister? It's very, very simple, bacho. So that is why we see that we have elections in our country where people have the full right to choose their representatives, to choose the leaders who are going to form the government and form the rules and regulations to rule the country. So it should always be in a democracy in the hands of the people to choose their leaders, right? Okay, so when we talk about what is a legitimate government, simple terms, a legitimate government is the government where the citizens, through participation, they take an important decision in the entire political system. Okay, and how do the citizens participate? By the help of the voting system. We all know that when we become adults, when we are 18 years and above, we get the right to vote in the elections. Like in this year 2024, we have the general elections. So all those people who have turned 18 years and above will have the right to vote in that elections and to choose their leaders. And then the people, that the leaders that are chosen by the people, they will have the right to again form the government. So people are taking a part in the decision making process by their participation in the voting system. At times we have seen that people, they form their organizations and the committees, or sometimes NGOs, also called as non-governmental organization, to raise certain issues in the society. At times people, they form pressure groups. So these are the various ways in which people participate in the democratic politics. Okay. And this is what makes a government legitimate. So when we use the word legitimate, we were very sure about one fact, that democratic government is a people's own government. That means people have the full right to remove the government if they feel it is not functioning properly. Right, bacho? So these are the various moral reasons that we come across towards why power sharing is desirable in a democracy. So clearly it's found that in the case of Belgium, Belgium followed both the reasons, prudential also and moral also. As a result, it had a beautiful result. It had a beautiful outcome, isn't it? But when we talk about Sri Lanka, Sri Lanka forgot everything. Sri Lanka was least interested in sharing the power with the people of the country. As a result, we see violence in Sri Lanka, we see a civil war in Sri Lanka, and we see all the kind of bad outcomes in Sri Lanka. Okay, my dear bachcho, chalo. So let's have a question on this particular concept. Okay, so let's have a question here. So let me write down the options first. Now let me tell you, there will be few people who will keep on answering A, B, C, and D regardless of the question. Okay, the moment I will write the options here, people will in the chat, sir A, sir B, sir C, sir D. So humble request to all such people, beta, we are not playing akkad bakkad bambe bo, assi nambe pure. So first see the question and then place your answer. Okay, so let me write the options first and then I'll write the question. Okay, so it's an assertion reason question. Okay. Both N are true. R does not explain A. A is true. R is false. A is false. R is true. So these are the options, and now I'll be writing the question for you. Okay. So we have assertion A. Okay, it's very simple. Belgium was able to avoid civil strife, whereas Sri Lanka could not. Okay. Reason: Belgium accommodated diversity, Sri Lanka refused power sharing. Okay. Now this is the question, bachcho. This is the question. Just read the question very nicely. That Belgium was able to avoid civic strife with the West, Sri Lanka could not. And your time starts right now. Okay, so both A and R true, R explains A, both and R true, R does not explain A is true, R is false. Very nice, beta, very nice, superb, amazing. Okay, my dear, that's Marvel. I have a very beautiful bacha. He has, come by the name of Marvel. Okay, so there's a new movie of Marvel coming up, Deadpool and Wolverine. I'm very excited here. So Marvel fan, huge Marvel fan, but so many days, Marvel hasn't been producing some really good movies. Well, let's focus on our Marvel. That is that is our class. Okay, and very quickly. Okay, very nice. Bache will be coming to difference between horizontal and vertical power sharing. That is the next topic. Emotion वाला बेटा हिंदी इसलिए आई एम नॉट स्पीकिंग, मैं इसलिए हिंदी नहीं बोल रहा हूँ. हिंदी में भी आपको पढ़ाऊंगा फाउंडेशन चैनल के ऊपर. ये चैनल ही बेटा अंग्रेजी में है, यानी ऐसे सारे बच्चों के लिए चैनल है जिनको हिंदी समझ में नहीं आता, सो उन बच्चों को हम लोग थोड़ा हेल्प कर पाए, पढ़ा पाए, दैट इज व्हाई दिस चैनल इज इन इंग्लिश। ओके माय डियर बेटा, ओके। सो वहां पे भी हम लोग मैराथन करेंगे, वो वाला मैराथन हम लोग हिंदी भाषा में बोल के करते हैं। सो दिस द प्लेटफॉर्म इज इन इंग्लिश, तो इसी वजह से सर भी आपको पढ़ा रहे हैं इन इंग्लिश। ठीक है मेरे प्यारे बच्चे, समझ में आ गई बात? ओके, नाउ लेट्स कंटिन्यू फर्दर, let's continue further. Okay, so the correct answer is very simple. We see that Belgium was able to avoid the civil strife, whereas Sri Lanka could not. Belgium accommodated diversity, Sri Lanka refused power sharing. That's absolutely perfect answer. So we can go with option number A. That is both assertion and reason are true statements, and reason explains, perfectly explains A. So option number A is the correct answer. Okay, so let's have the results here. 100% people have given me the correct answer, and that's really awesome here. RP is still leading the charts. We have Sarai Konda, Akshat, Tanu, Sana, Harshpreet, Bhavna, gameplay, badminton. Let's have some cumulative leaderboards. So we see that RP has answered 3 on 3 correct. Leading on top, we have Sari Konda with again the same accuracy. Atish Kumar, very nice. Chagan, Avni, okay, Ritesh has ranked up. Harshpreet has ranked up. Bhavna has ranked up. That's really awesome, guys. That's really, really amazing. That's really awesome. Superb. Now, let's move further. So, one of our very beautiful students, very dear student, he had a question, sir. Sir, what is horizontal and vertical power sharing? So, bache, we are coming to that only. That is, we'll talk about the last topic of this chapter, that is forms of power sharing. Now, how do we share power? Now, so far, what did we study in the chapter? We studied about the stories of Belgium and Sri Lanka. We found that how did Belgium solve its problem? By amending its or making changes to the constitution and sharing power with all the groups present there. Then we learned about Sri Lanka. In Sri Lanka, the leaders, they did not follow power sharing. As a result, it resulted into a civil war in Sri Lanka. Then we came to the topic, sir, why power sharing is desirable. We discussed the two reasons, that is potential and moral. Now let's come to a very important topic of the chapter, that is, sir, how to share the power, or what do you mean by horizontal power sharing? So when we talk about the power sharing, okay, when we talk about the power sharing, let's come back. Okay. Now, when we talk about the forms of power sharing, okay, so when you talk about the bacho forms of power sharing, then what do we have? We have basically number one, we have horizontal form, we have horizontal power sharing. Okay, we have vertical form of power sharing. We have vertical form of power sharing. Then we have power sharing between the social groups. And then we share power between political parties and the pressure groups. Okay? So power sharing between political parties and pressure groups. Okay? Fine, macho? Chalo. So whenever we talk about the forms of power sharing, so we broadly see these kinds of power sharing in the modern democracies. Number one, we'll talk about the horizontal form of power sharing. Second, we'll talk about the vertical form of power sharing. Third, we'll talk about the power sharing between the social groups. And fourth, we'll talk about the power sharing between the political parties and pressure groups, right? So these are the various forms in which we share the power. Now let's start with the number one, that is horizontal form of power sharing. So what do you mean by horizontal form of power sharing? See, whenever you talk about the government, bacho, we have basically two things. Number one, the organs of the government, and second is the levels of the government. Okay, so whenever you share power, between organs of the government, just remember, keep this in mind, that whenever we share power between organs of the government, it is always known as horizontal power sharing. So what is the meaning of this word horizontal? Horizontal means something that is like in this format, isn't it? Something that is in a sleeping state, or you can say that in a straight line, right? So that is basically horizontal. When you're talking about horizontal power sharing, so where what we are doing is, the power is being shared between organs of the government. So which are the organs of the government? We have the legislature, we have the executive, and we have the judiciary. Okay, so we have the legislature, we have the executive, and we have the judiciary. Okay, so what do we do is, we share power between these three organs of the government. Okay, so let's write it down. So basically power shared between organs of the government. Okay, a power shared among the organs of the government, among the organs of the government. Okay, now this is also called system of checks and balances. Now please keep a note here. This is also called system of checks and balances, and why it is called so, we'll get into that. Okay. Okay, so let's try understanding what is basically the horizontal form of power sharing. So basically what we do in horizontal, as I said the term horizontal. Horizontal in simple terms mean we're sharing power among the organs of the government that is placed at the same level. That means it is not the case that is legislature is very powerful or executive is more powerful judiciary. Okay, so what we are seeing is that all the organs of government are placed on the same level. Okay, so they are placed at the same level and they have a right to keep a check on each other's power. So basically legislature is that of the organ of the government which makes all the rules and the regulations. Okay, basically you can call it as a parliament. Okay, so parliament is a place where we make all the rules and regulations. So that works as a legislature where you are cooking up the entire political dish. That means you are framing all the rules and regulations. So that is a legislature. Now once the rules have been formed, they need to be implemented. Now how will they be implemented? You need people for that, right? So all your IAS, IPS officers, the heads of the certain ministries, okay, they are counted in the executive block. Okay, so they come in the part of the executives, right? So their task is to implement the decisions. Whatever acts and rules and regulations have been formed, their task is to make sure that that is implemented very carefully, very nicely, and the benefits of it reach to the entire citizens. Okay, and last but not the least, if we have any kind of feud, if we have any kind of dispute, then there should be someone to solve this. Here comes the role of the judiciary. So judiciary basically in simple terms, you must have heard about the courts, Supreme Court, High Court, District Court. So they basically form a part of the judiciary. Your judges, your lawyers, okay, so they are the part of the judiciary. So the task of the judiciary is to decide any kind of dispute, any kind of problems, okay, that may arise in a democratic society. Fine, my dear bachcho. Okay, so what we see here is that none of the organs can exercise unlimited power. So each organ keeps a check on the power of each other. For example, legislature will check the power of executive, same with the judiciary, and again they will maintain a check on the power of the legislatures, right? So that they are following the constitution, everything is done democratically. So this is done because so that none of the organ has unlimited powers and the power remains balanced. Okay, that is why this system is also called as the system of checks and balances. So what is horizontal power sharing? Number one, power sharing among the organs of the government that are placed at the same level. None of them has unlimited powers. They have the authority to keep a check on each other's powers, and hence it is also called a system of checks and balances. Now this question is very crucial. It is also asked for 2 markers most of the time, that what do you mean by horizontal distribution of power or horizontal form of power sharing. Fine, bacho. Okay, now let's move further. The vertical form of power sharing. Okay, whenever we talk about any federal country, so if we talk about, let's talk about India. So we basically have levels of the government. Okay, whenever we talk about India, so we basically have, bacho, the levels of the government. So whenever you see the power being shared between the levels of the government, okay. So like number one, if you talk about in India, we have central government that is placed at the topmost level. Then we have the state governments and then we have the local governments. Okay. So what do we see here? What do we see here? That the power is shared between the levels of the government. Power is shared between levels of the government. Okay. So when the power is shared between levels of the government, it basically is known as the vertical form of power sharing. Okay. So when we talk about what are the levels of the government, we have basically the 3 levels. The central level, the central government, also called as the union government. Okay, also called as the union government. So this is basically that government which has the authority to make laws with respect to the entire nation. So all the national and international matters are basically dealt by the central government that has the topmost power. Then we have the multiple states in our country, isn't it? We have so many states in our country, and we see that every state has its own state government, so that the different topics or the different issues that the states have, that can be resolved at that particular level. So we see that we have state government, and at the local level, that is at the level of the villages or at the level of the small cities and towns, we also have the local governments, so that the local issues can be best managed at that particular level itself, right? And whenever we share power between these levels of the government, it is called as the vertical distribution of power or the vertical form of power sharing. A country which is democratic in nature, a country which is federal in nature, will always have two or more levels of the government. Okay, if it does not have, then forget about democracy in that country. Fair enough? Fair enough, Bachawadi? Now, let's come to another type of power sharing, that is power sharing between the different social groups. Remember, we studied about community government in Belgium, where the power was shared with the different language communities, isn't it? So in India also, we have multiple powers, multiple political powers that we share with the different religious groups. Like for example, if you talk about, we have a proper fundamental right in our constitution, with the religious groups. Let's say if I'm talking about some religious minorities like Christianity or like Islam, so basically they have the permission to set up their own schools, okay, and also to teach the religion of their children. Okay, basically it's very simple, to teach the children who belong from their religion the things about their religion. Not everyone, but only the people who are following that particular religion, only them. Okay, so apart from that, there are multiple other liberties. We also have given rights to many other minorities, okay, so that they find a particular, you can say that, representation in the country. So community government of Belgium is a very good example of sharing the rights with the different social groups, isn't it? They can be minorities, okay, in terms of language, in terms of religion. They can be some special tribal groups, for example, all our tribals, brother and sisters who come from the tribal communities. So they also have certain rights in order to protect their culture. So this is a very good example of where the power can be shared with the different social groups, okay, so that they feel the part of the same country, they feel more respected. Then if we talk about the next part, is that is power sharing with the different pressure groups and the political parties. Now what are these pressure groups? Okay, at times people are very much confused with, sir, what are pressure groups? Pressure groups can be called as some organizations that do not participate in elections. They are not political parties, okay. So basically they are the group of people who are there in the society to highlight any kind of injustice being done. Let's say government releases a particular law which is not in favor of certain community. So in that case, what happens? The people from those communities can have their own organizations. They can carry out peaceful protest. They can publish in the media. They can take the support of media. They can have a conversation with the government committees, so that they are able to communicate their problem to the government. And why we have pressure groups in our society? Because it becomes very important for someone to at least make the government aware that something is not being done correct in the society. So that is why the role of pressure groups become very important. And why they have got the authority? Because that is given to them in a very democratic manner. Okay, so that is why we see that these kinds of pressure groups have a real great role to play in the democracy. For example, okay, and apart from that, we also have power sharing with the different political parties, isn't it? We also have the power sharing with the different political parties. Nowadays, you must have come across in the country, we have multiple parties. Like for example, the very famous being Bahujan Samaj Party, Samajwadi Party, Bharatiya Janata Party, the BJP. I hope we all know that, Narendra Modi ji, our honorable Prime Minister. Then we have Indian National Congress. We all know that party. Okay, we all know their very famous leader Rahul Gandhi ji. Okay, apart from that, we have DMK, we have AIDMK, we have Trinamool Congress. Okay, we have Nationalist Congress Party. So there are multiple political parties that we have in our country. So what is the basic difference between a political party and a pressure group? Number one, political party contests the elections. It has a main aim to win the elections and get the political power by forming the government. Whereas pressure groups have no interest in contesting the elections. Okay, and they don't have the authority also to contest the elections. For contesting the elections, you can be either an individual person or you have to be a political party. Okay, then only you are eligible to contest the elections in that case. Okay, so being a pressure group, you will not be contesting the elections or forming the government. Pressure groups have just a role to play from outside. That means to make a pressure on the government to reform anything that has not been correct in the part of the society. Okay, but when it comes to the political parties, they have the major function to, number one, win the elections, contest the elections, form the government, run the country. So these are the multiple roles that a political party plays. Okay, now we all know that, bacho, that in a democratic election, a single party needs to have a majority. Okay, there are certain number of votes that a party needs to win in order to form a government. Sometimes what happens, the parties are not able to win that number of votes. So what they do is they join hands with the other political parties and together they form a government. In such a case, the government is called as a coalition. Okay, apart from that, also many times the different political parties, they come together to form a bigger political group, and in that case that is called as an alliance. Okay, and whenever an alliance wins an election and the government it forms, it is called as the coalition government. At the moment, the government that is ruling the country is also an alliance. It is National Democratic Alliance, that is NDA, in which BJP has a majority seats. Undoubtedly BJP has a great stake in this, but again it is NDA that is ruling the country. Okay, so before NDA government, we had UPA ruling the country, that is United Progressive Alliance, in which Indian National Congress had a great stake. Okay, so this is how the alliance or the coalition works. Okay, bacho. Now, moving on further. So what we talked about pressure groups, they are the organizations that try to influence government policies. They do not contest elections. They do not directly share the political power. Example you can write down. So these are formed when the people having a common occupation or a common interest, okay, or having a common opinion, they come together to achieve something or common objective. In that case, we see the pressure groups being formed. Example, we have BAMSEF, that is Backward and Minority Communities Employee Federation. That's again a pressure group. Okay, apart from that also we have multiple pressure groups in the society. So let's say there are workers. Okay, so there are workers working in a particular part of the country in a factory, and let's say their rights are not being implemented in the factory, they're not getting proper wages, so they can have a pressure group. Okay, they can form their union, they can form their pressure group in order to influence the government to take some decisions in the right of the workers. Okay, so that can be an example of a pressure group. Okay, bacho. So basically these are groups that don't contest elections, they don't share political power directly, but they try to influence the government policies through protest, through strikes, everything in a peaceful manner, through dialogues and negotiations. Okay, but in the case of political parties, the political parties contest the elections, they try to win the elections, and also they try to form and run the government. So this is the major difference between the two. Okay, now, we also have some movement groups. So, movement groups where they basically aim at achieving some long time goal or long time movement. Let's say some environmentalist group who are concerned about the environments, they can form some movement groups. Okay, so these are the various ways in which we share the political power. Okay, so this is very important. So, again, there's a question, the power sharing in the modern democracies. Okay, so again, the question is very, very important. It has been asked in the different examinations, bacho. So again, the question is very important. Again, it's a long question. Okay, it's a long question, very important question. So explain, the question is, explain the various forms in which power is shared in modern democracies. Power is shared in modern democracies. Fair enough, bacho? Done. So explain the various forms in which power is shared in the modern democracies. So this question has been asked over the years for a longer period of time, and it's a request to all of my lovely students that you can go ahead with these points and always make sure you write such kind of subheadings, because these kind of subheadings are going to add to the presentation of the answer. A lot of times the students, they keep on asking, sir, how to write presentative answers, how to write better answers in social science. So what I used to do in my board examination times was, I always used to write the answers with a subheading. So this makes your answer more clear, more presentable, and more attractive to the examiner as well. So whoever is checking your examination copy will be very much happy by reading your answer. And always answer in points, or you can use bullets to answer your questions. Okay, so this is very, very important, bacha wadi. Okay, so let's have a question here. And after that we'll begin with the second chapter of political science, that is federalism. Okay, so the question again is very simple, that was studying about power sharing. He came to know about power sharing provision in the Indian elections. In the Indian elections, identify the same. Okay, identify the same. So I'll give you 4 options. Vertical power sharing. Option B, horizontal power sharing. Option C, provision of reserved constituencies. And option D, both A and B. Done? So we have 4 different options out here. I'll give you the answers. Okay, that's super amazing. So we have 30 seconds. You have to just type A, B, C or D in the chat to give the correct answers. Is it clear, guys? Is it clear? Okay, and here we go. 30 seconds starts now. Very simple. Very, very nice. Very nice, bachcho. Very, very nice. Done? But say very simple. Whenever we talk about, see, a political party can also raise the concerns of the people. It's not just the pressure group. So it can be done by any political party. When we use the word political party behind any particular organization, then it becomes a political party. But say in that case, we can't call it as pressure group. Okay, pressure groups can be in the form of groups. You'll always had their terms ending in the form of groups or andolans or federation. Okay, or chamber. Sometimes some kind of words will be always used against their names, so that will differentiate them from the particular political party. Okay, so it's very important whenever we see that's a labor party or any kind of political party, whenever it's clearly mentioned it's a party, we'll never confuse that with the pressure group. Okay, I hope I'm very clear with this. You want to drink some water, you can surely go ahead and drink that. Okay, okay, superb guys, superb. So keep yourself hydrated, because always we know that the weather is changing pretty fast, and especially if we talk about the different parts of the country, people might be experiencing summers very early on, isn't it? So I am also keeping myself very much hydrated. Okay, and I'll just okay, so let's keep on continuing with our discussion. So here the correct answer is very simple, that is provision of the reserved constituencies. Now read the question. This is an example of competency based. Manish was studying about a power sharing. He came to know about a power sharing provision in the Indian elections. Okay, in the Indian elections, we are sharing the power. Okay, so now you need to understand reserved constituency is a provision where certain constituencies in the elections are reserved for scheduled caste and scheduled tribes, from where only a person belonging to either of them can stand for the elections. Okay, so that is a special provision to make sure the power is shared between these groups, right? So it's a very good example of power sharing on the social groups, and that was your answer. So option number C has to be correct here. Okay, so okay, my dear. 0% people have given me the answer is option number C. Most of them have given me the answer is option number D. So that was a good question. Okay, that was a good question, but say very, very simple question. Okay, very, very simple, bacho. Very, very simple, my dear. So this is how we go. Okay, so let's have the leaderboards. Let's have the leaderboards. So far, we don't have them because majority of them, they answered this one. Okay, so very fine. Still RP, Sarikonda, Atish still leading the leaderboard. Chagan is also doing good. Avni is also doing good. Anam is also going good. Annam. It's Annam Yuktamukhi. Okay. So we have Ritesh, Bhavna, Harshpreet, lots and lots of lovely students out here. Okay, that is superb here. Superb. Okay. So now let's come to the next chapter of political science, that is federalism. Now this is again a very amazing chapter and very much you can say that relatable to the terms of power sharing. Okay, because we are going to elaborate the concept of power sharing in this particular chapter, that is federalism. Now that's a great one, isn't it? So it's very easy to understand from the word itself that what do you mean by federalism. So when we talk about, whenever we talk about the word that is federalism, this federal words itself stands for the division of powers. Okay, so whenever you come across this concept federalism, the word federal itself stands for the division of power. Okay, so the division of power between whom? Between the different organs of the government, between the levels of the government. So basically it stands for the idea of power sharing. Now let's come across this. Number one. So basically, bachcho, what is federalism? So federalism is a system of government where the power is divided between a central authority and the other subunits of the country. Like in the case of India, we studied about the vertical form of power sharing, where the power is divided between the central government, the state government and the local government. So this is what a federal country looks like, where the power is divided. There is a central authority or a central government, and then there can be state governments and the other local governments. So whenever a power is shared between all of them, we say that the country is following federalism. Okay, we say that the country is following federalism. So when you talk about what are the features of federalism, it's a very important topic, that is features of federalism. Features, this question may be asked in either 3 markers or 5 markers. Most likely it can be asked in 3 markers, so you can write any 3 features of federalism. Okay, number 1, whenever we talk about a federal government, there will always be 2 or more levels of the government. Okay, there will be one government at the central level, other government will be at the state level. If we have few more levels, like in the case of India, then you can always find a local government as well. Okay, bacho, so there are always 2 or more levels of the government. Second important point, the different levels of the government, they govern the same citizens. Like that means if you talk about India, it doesn't matter in whichever state you are living, you will still be called as a citizen of India. Like if we talk about United States of America, so United States of America is a big country formed by multiple states. But the special thing about there is that people living in those states have a double citizenship or dual citizenship. That means they are a citizen of their state and also there is a citizenship of the USA. But in the case of India, this is not valid. In the case of India, it doesn't matter wherever you are living, you will be governed by the same law, same set of rules and regulations, as you are the citizen of the single country. Okay. However, every level of the government has its own jurisdiction. That means a legal authority. That means an area over which they can make the laws. Now let's say the people of Haryana or the people of, let's say, Rajasthan, they start liking the CM of Uttar Pradesh very much. Let's say they have a lot of respect towards CM Yogi Adityanath. And some of them, they start feeling that why CM Yogi Adityanath ji cannot make rules for Rajasthan or Haryana. The answer is very simple, because that does not lie in his jurisdiction. So whenever we are talking about, let's say, they are very much fans of CM Adityanath, Yogi Adityanath ji, but still Yogi Adityanath ji does not have the power to make rules and laws for Rajasthan or Haryana because they are different states. So his jurisdiction or its legal authority will be applicable in the state of Uttar Pradesh only, right? So the point is very simple here. That means that every level of government, that every state or the every tier of the government has its own legal authority or the area over which it can frame laws, right? It can be with respect to the legislation, the different rules and regulations. It can be with respect to the taxes collected. It can be with respect to the administration. So whatever is going to be the authority of each level of the government. Tier here means the level of the government. Okay, the tier means level of the government. So the power and the authority of each level of the government is given in the constitution. And why it is given in the constitution? So that it is followed in a very strict manner. Okay, otherwise what will happen if there is no constitution, there are no rules and regulations book, then nobody is going to follow it, isn't it? So it's very clearly defined that what is going to be the power of the central or the state governments. It's clearly given in the constitution. Done? Chalo. Very nice. Very, very nice. Okay, very nice. Yeah, federalism is OP. Very nice, bache, very, very nice. See, what I'm telling here, just need to focus on my points. So I'll just reiterate it for you. I'll just recall it for you. Okay, very simple. बच्चे सैफ सीबीएसई मैराथन का पूरा लिस्ट दिया हुआ है फाउंडेशन चैनल के ऊपर. थोड़ी मेहनत करो बालक, वहां के कम्युनिटी सेक्शन में जाओ, कंप्लीट टाइम टेबल इज गिवन कि वो जो हिंदी हम लोग मैराथन करते हैं इंग्लिश लैंग्वेज में, बेटा वो कब आ रही है, कौन से सब्जेक्ट की आ रही है, एंटायर टाइम टेबल इज गिवन ऑन द कम्युनिटी सेक्शन. तो माय डियर सैफ, बेटा थोड़ा सा बन के मोहम्मद कैफ, जाइए थोड़ा एफर्ट करिए वहां पे फाउंडेशन चैनल पे, पूरा वहां पे दिया हुआ है, पूरा टाइम टेबल दिया हुआ है, यू कैन विटनेस दैट टाइम टेबल. क्लियर बालक, क्लियर बालक, ओके डन. Sure, Dave, you can watch this stream for the revision. I'm doing a quick revision of entire thing, but in English language. If you're comfortable in the language, you can go about the same. Okay, done. So it's very simple. So what did we understand? Number one, there are two levels of the government, minimum two levels. Second, we see that every level of the government, they rule the same citizens. Okay, it doesn't matter wherever you are living in the country, you will be called as the citizen of that particular country, isn't it? Second is, then we learn that every level of the government has its own legal authority, okay, has its own legal authority to rule over a certain area, and that is given in the constitution. Done. Now, the basic ideology of the constitution, the basic provision of the constitution cannot be changed by any one level of the government. For making any changes in the constitution, you need the approval of all the levels of the government. Okay, it's very important. It's very, very important. Suppose if central government today thinks that let's make some changes in the constitution on its own, so that cannot be done. Okay, so without the proper consent, without the proper approval of both the levels or all the levels, you cannot make any major changes in the constitution. You cannot just change the entire concept of constitution without the proper approval, without the proper consultation. Okay, then when you're talking about the judiciary or the courts have the power to interpret the constitution. Now, what is the meaning of interpreting the constitution? Interpret means to understand something in a very clear and conscript way. Okay, the courts have the power to interpret that. The courts have the power to, understand the entire constitution and to suggest any kinds of changes. That means if the court feels that something is not being done in a democratic manner, it can ask the particular level of the government to properly follow the constitution. In many times you must have heard a headline in the newspaper कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने ये वाले स्टेट को डांट लगाई, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने ये वाले मंत्री को डांट लगाया. So what is that basically डांट लगाना? What is that scolding? Basically the courts are having the power to tell the levels of the government that you are violating the constitution. You have to follow the constitution. You cannot violate that. Whatever rules you are forming, you make sure that lie in synchronization or in accordance with the constitution. Done, Bachawadi? Done? Okay, so let's say if there is a dispute between the different levels of the government. If there is some problem that arises between a central government or a state government, then who is going to be the umpire? There has to be someone, right, to decide the dispute. Now, here comes the role of the judiciary. Let's say a Maharashtra government has some problem with the central government of the country, and there is some kind of dispute between the two governments. Now, who is going to decide? Now, this is going to be decided by the judiciary. It can be done by the highest, you can say the highest court what we have in the country, that is Supreme Court. So Supreme Court can listen to the pointers of both the governments, then it can decide a particular decision, and that decision has to be acceptable. So judiciary is very independent in the country, and the best part about this is it is done in such a way so that judiciary delivers a fine judgment, a fair judgment. Okay, now which level of government is going to earn in which particular way? Okay, the sources of the revenue, from where will the money come for the different projects that the government have to execute, who will give the money? Now that particular thing is clearly specified in the constitution, that what is the source of revenue for the different levels of the government. So source of revenue is very much justified. Last is the federalism has a dual objectives. It's a very good question. What are the objectives of federalism? So federalism has basically dual objectives. That means it has two objectives. Number one, it to safeguard and promote the unity of the country. It's very important to share the power. Until and unless you are not going to share the power, it will always lead to conflicts in the society. So the first and the foremost task of a federal system is to safeguard, is to protect and promote the unity of the country. And the second important point time is that is to accommodate the regional diversity. Diversity means the variations. Diversity means the different differences that exist in the society. It is the task of a federal government, it's a task of the federalism structure to make sure that every person living in the country has proper rights, has proper, answers to the needs and the wishes, so that all the citizens, they live happily in a country. So what did we learn? What did we learn so far? We'll repeat with me. Okay, let's repeat. So let's recall. So what did we learn so far? That what are the different features of federalism? Number one, a federal government will always have two or the more levels of the government. Okay. Now, these levels of the government will always rule the same set of citizens. It doesn't matter wherever they are living the country, they will have the rule the same set of citizens. Then, each of this level has their own authority. Now, this authority is given in the constitution. Okay. Then what did we learn? We saw that none of the provisions, the fundamental basic facilities of the provisions of the constitution cannot be changed by one level of government. If some changes have to be made, all the levels have to be consulted. Okay, it's very, very particular, it's very, very sure. Then we also said that if there is a dispute, let's say if there is a dispute between the different levels, then judiciary has to act as an umpire. It has to act as an umpire to solve that dispute, to give a proper revision. Okay. Then apart from that, we learned that from where will the governments earn, what are the sources of revenue for the government, that is clearly specified in the constitution. And then we also discovered that the federalism has two major objectives. Number one, to protect and promote the unity of the country, and second important objective is to make sure that all the different communities living in a country, they they feel the part of the country, their differences are respected in a democracy, and they also get rights in a democracy. So these are the various features of federalism that are always being asked in the examination. Okay, so federalism has beautiful features, isn't it? Okay. So now let's move to the next topic. But before that, let's have a question. So before that, let's have a question. It's a very important question, always asked for 2 marks. Okay, it can also be asked for 1 markers. Now the question is very simple. Which of the following are the objectives of federalism? Okay, 4 options. Promote disintegration of the country. Option B, promote unity and accommodate regional diversity. Divide the country on linguistic basis. And option number D, it's both A and C. Done? Option number D, both A and C. Let's start doing this. 30 seconds for the question to solve, and here we go. Which of the following are the objectives of federalism? Promote disintegration of the country, promote unity and accommodate regional diversity, divide the country on the linguistic terms, or both A and C. Okay, very nice, bachon. Very, very nice. Superb. Superb. Kapil is saying, Reema ji, no. Beta, Reema ji is busy answering the question. Okay, you also answer the question. Very nice. Very, very nice. Harshit. Hi, Harshit. How are you? Hi, Harshit. How are you, beta? Everything cool? Everything good? Superb? Amazing? Okay. That's lovely. That's lovely. That is superb. Okay. Very nice. Administration, Rehan, is very simple. When you are asked to manage something, right? Like, for example, in your city, you have the district magistrate. Okay, you have the police officers. To make sure they manage the entire city in a very efficient manner. People live happily there. There's no violence in the city. Everything goes out very smooth. So this is basically administration, isn't it? In your school also, you have your administration, you have your principals, you have your class teachers, you have your subject teachers. So all of them, they make sure that the school runs smoothly. There's morning assembly, there is interval, there are proper regular classes, there are proper examination. The school is very clean and tidy. The students, they have the opportunity to play sports. So everything that comes under administration. Administration in simple terms means when you manage things, isn't it? So that is basically administration. So here the correct answer is option number, that is B, that is promote unity and accommodate the regional diversity. Accommodate means to adjust something, isn't it? Regional diversity means the different kind of variations we find with respect to language, with respect to culture, isn't it, bachon? So option number B is the correct answer here. Okay, so the correct answer is option number B, promote unity and that is accommodate diversity. 84% people have given me the correct answers. So this time Rehan has answered correctly. Very nice. Shreyansh, RP, Shabnam, Avika. So we have a lot of students answering me the correct answers. That is superb, guys. That's super amazing. Now, okay. So, okay, very nice. Very, very nice. Arnav is suggesting someone, अरे बस करो मत पढ़ो कितना पढ़ोगे बेटा. Let me give you a very free advice. If at all your exam goes bad, बेटा डंडा लेना और अर्नव के घर पे पहुंचना सीधा, ठीक है, और इसके पापा को बताना जाकर कि सर ये बच्चा खुद तो पढ़ नहीं रहा है और इसने मेरे को बोला कि भाई मुझे भी मत पढ़ना, है ना. ही सजेस्टेड मी कि सर अरे आप कितना पढ़ोगे मत पढ़ो, ठीक है, और बस डंडा ले जाके पिताजी को दे देना अर्नव के, बाकी वो खुद संभाल लेंगे, ठीक है. सो जस्ट वेरी सिंपल, जस्ट टेल हिज पापा कि अंकल योर सन गिव्स लॉट ऑफ एडवाइस. ओके, सिंपल एज दैट. चलिए, डन. इंटीग्रेशन मीन्स टू बेसिकली ज्वाइन समथिंग, टू ब्रिंग समथिंग टुगेदर, ठीक है. इट्स वेरी वेरी सिंपल. ओके, so integration means to join something, to bring something together. You can use it for multiple ways. Okay, so let's move further, bachcho. Okay, so we are talking about kinds of federation. Let's okay बहुत बढ़िया. चलो, so let's talk about बच्चे very beautiful topic, that is kinds of federation. This at times comes for 2 markers. Okay, that is coming together and holding together federation. Now what do you understand by this coming together and holding together? See, coming together, when someone comes together, when someone comes closer, isn't it? So what happened? Let's talk about the United States of America. So in United States of America, it's a country in the American continent that has a lot of states. Okay, so I guess 50 or somewhere like more than that. So basically what happened, these smaller states, they felt that if we come together, if we share our political power and form a very big group, we can be more powerful in terms of military power, in terms of economy, we can be more rich, right? And also we will not use our individuality. If we also will not lose our individuality. Okay, so this is what happens in a coming together federation. So the independent states, they come together, they share the political power to form a bigger unit. Okay, and why they want to do so? Because they want to become more powerful, they want to improve their economy, they want to become more rich. Whenever they will share their resources, then definitely they will work more collaboratively in this case. And this is what happens in the case of coming together federations. You can take the example of USA. It's a very famous and a very good example, that is United States of America. Now the special part about coming together federations is that whatever states have joined on their own, they will have their own identity as well as the identity of the bigger group that they have formed. Like in the United States of America, all those who are states that are part of USA, they have their own identity also, they have their governors, they have their own citizenship. Also, they are part of the USA. That means they have the respect towards the president of USA and they are also counted as a US citizen. They have all the benefits of being a US citizen. So that is the part about USA or the coming together federations, right? Now, let's talk about the holding together federations. Now, what do you mean by hold together? Hold together means you have something you are carrying like this, holding together, right? Now, if you talk about a country as big as India, in terms of area, we are the 7th largest country in the world, right? We all know that we are the 7th largest country when it comes to the terms of area. So, it's very simple to understand that only one level of government is not sufficient to manage the entire country. That will be very difficult. If we had only central government in the country, it will be very difficult to manage. It's very clearly understood. We have a large country out here with such a huge population. So what we did, we decided to share the power between the different states. Okay, but on the condition that these states are not going to leave the Indian Union. Now, this is very much special about the Indian country. If you read the Article 1 of the Constitution, it clearly states India as a union of states. It is never mentioned in the constitution as India as a federation of states. So India is basically a union of states, which means that in India, we have shared the power with the different state governments in order to make the running of the administration more smooth, more effective. Okay, so that every state and the people living there can have their needs and the problems solved at the best possible way. Okay, or in the best possible way. So that is why we have agreed to share the power. But that does not mean that the states are free to leave the Indian Union and declare themselves independent. That cannot be done in the case of India. So such kind of federations are called as the holding together federations. Okay, when a large country decides to divide its power between a central authority, okay, and the other units, it is called as a holding together federation. In such a case, basically the units or the states are not allowed to leave this federation. For example, in India, the states, if they want to become independent countries, that is not at all allowed in the Indian constitution. Okay, one more important fact I'll tell you. In the case of the national emergencies, it is always the central government that turns out to be little bit more powerful. You have seen that in the case of COVID emergency. Okay, we all suffered from that very poor period. Students have enjoyed it a little bit because there were no board examinations. Okay, all thanks to the COVID virus. So you guys enjoyed a lot. You didn't have to appear for these marathons or for these board examinations. You are very happy living your life in an entire chill mode, isn't it? But the people who suffered from the COVID virus, a lot of them, they lost their lives throughout the world, isn't it? So it was a very dark phase for the entire world, not for our country, but for the entire world. So we see that in those times, we need a uniform policy. We need a very regular policy so that the entire country can be protected. So in such cases, in such kind of disasters, we see that the central government becomes little bit more powerful, because so that we need a uniform policy throughout the country. Okay, so that is a speciality of the, you can say that this type of federation that we call holding together. Okay, so here what is happening? The power is just divided for the smooth and easy management of the country. Okay, so you can write the example of India here. Now moving on further, that's a very nice question that comes for 3 markers, at times to 5 markers, that what makes India a federal country. Okay, now there are two topics. Number one, what makes India a federal country, and the second topic is how is federalism practiced in India. Okay, my dear bachcho, so there are two different questions. That is, number one, what makes India federal, okay, and second is how do we practice federalism. So if we talk about what makes India federal, number one, if you talk about in the beginning, when India got independent, we had generally the two-tier system or the two-level system. Okay, that means we had the central governments and we had the state governments. Okay, so if we talk about the local government system, that existed in very few states. The first local government dates back to somewhat in the era of 1950s in Nagaur, Rajasthan. So actually the panchayat concept started from there. The village panchayat concept started from Nagaur, Rajasthan. Okay, so that's a very crucial place if we talk about the local government development in India. But again, all the states in India, they did not have the local governments. So we can primarily say that after independence, the two major levels of government that we saw were, number one, we had the central government and then we had the state governments. Okay, later on, we made the third tier of the government, that is panchayats and municipalities, or the local form of government, more essential to the Indian constitution and Indian democracy. Okay, so at the moment, we have basically three levels of the government, that is the central government, the state government and the local government, right? Now, the constitution has clearly defined the powers of the central and the state. It's clearly mentioned that on what subjects or what topics the central and the state government can make the laws. Like for example, if we talk about all the subjects of the national importance, whether it is the foreign affairs, whether it is the banking and the currency system, whether it is, you can talk about the India's, you can say that internal important matters, all these types of matters that hold the national and international importance, the central government has the power to make laws on it. Okay, so what we have, number one, so what we have done, that we have divided the power of the union government is also called central government. So we have divided the power of the union and the state governments in the different lists. Number one, we have union list. Okay, so in this, the central government makes the laws. Okay, so the central government, it makes the laws in this particular list. Okay, central government makes the laws. It only has the right to make the laws. So all the subjects that are of national importance are counted in the union list. Then we have the state list. Okay, so all the subjects of the state importance or the local level, okay, that are counted in the state list. Okay, my dear bachcho. So state government has the authority to make the laws. State government makes laws on this. So that is counted in the state list. Okay, now we have the third list, that is called as the concurrent list. Now what is the concurrent list? Now there are some topics or some issues that are of common interest to both the central and the state governments. Okay, in such a case, both the governments have the power or the authority to make the laws. Okay, for example, education, forest, trade unions, marriage, adoption, succession. So these are the topics that are counted in the concurrent list. Okay, so these topics are important if you talk about the state government's perspective or the central government's perspective. From both the perspectives, these topics are very, very important. Okay, and both the governments have the authority to make laws on this list. But if in case there is a problem with respect to the decision making, okay, suppose there is a tussle or a fight between the state and the center with respect to decision making, then whatever decision the central government has taken will always be considered final. So remember that in the concurrent list, only the central government has more power. Okay, so remember this, central government is more powerful here. Central has the more power. Okay, why more power? Because if there is any a problem with respect to any kind of decision being made by central or state, then always the central government's decision will prevail. Okay, that will only be the acceptable one. Now, let's talk about some another list that is called as the residuary subjects. Residue means something that is left out. So basically, residuary subjects are those subjects that are not mentioned in any of these three lists. The reason is they have come much later because they were not present at the moment when constitution was being formed. So like for example, information technology, artificial intelligence or internet. So these are the subjects or these are the topics that came into the country much later after the formation of the Indian constitution. Hence, they could not be accommodated at any of these three lists. So what we have done is we have made a separate list for them, and this is called as the residuary list. And again, union government or the central government has the power to make laws in this list, that is the residuary subjects. So overall, one thing is very much clear, that in most of the cases it is the central government which is comparatively little bit more powerful than the state government. But when it comes to the matters of the state, then state government has the full right to make the laws. Okay, and again, it is not answerable to the central government for whatever laws it is making. So now let's make this very much clear. Okay, I hope this is clear, bacho. Now I have a question for you. I have a very fine question for you. So we talked about, what did we talk about? Number one, we talked about the division of powers in the form of list. We studied about the union list, where the matters of all the national and international importance are discussed, and the central government has the right to make the laws. We talked about the state list, where all the matters of states and local importance are discussed. State government has the right to make the laws. Okay, we discussed about the concurrent list, that means the matters that interest both the central and the state governments. But again, here both the governments can make the laws, but again there is a fight between the two, then only the law made by central will prevail. Okay, and last, if I talk about the residuary subjects, these are those subjects that were not present in the country at the time of the constitution framing, and hence they have been included in a separate list called as the residuary list, and the central government has the power to make the laws. Now this brings us to a very fine question here, and let's try to solve this, bacho. So the question is Jhilmil. Okay, Jhilmil went to her cousin's wedding. She then read about it with respect to constitution. Okay, which of the following has more power with respect to the subject discussed here? Okay, we have four options. Union government, local government, state government, or all of the above. Okay, done? Clear, bacho? So read the question very nicely. I'll give you 30 seconds to answer, and here we go. Let's start the poll. So Jhilmil went to her cousin's wedding. She then read about it with respect to constitution. Which of the following has more power with respect to the subject discussed here? Very nice, guys. That's very amazing. That's super, bacho. That's super, bacha badi. That's very, very super. That is superb, amazing, bache. Very nice. Very nice, very nice. Okay. Very nice. Hi Japjit, how are you? Okay, monster. Yes, Tete. But very simple. very, very simple, my dear bache, that both the people can make the laws. Okay, it's not like that the central cannot make the laws, state cannot make the laws, because this is one topic that is, that is of very much interest to both the governments. Okay, so both of them make the laws. See, generally what happens, if you, I'll just explain you in a very political terms. So if you see that, if let's say ki, if there is X party ruling in the center, okay, and the same party is also ruling in the state, and there you will see that the conflict in the law making will be very less, because again, if the same party is in both the states, they'll moreover be aligned on the same ideology, or they'll have their internal discussions. The problem is likely to arise in the case if the central party is different and the state government party is different, or they are in the oppositions. Okay, so that is little bit more of the political conflict than the social ones. So basically the right has been given to both the governments, that you both can make the laws on these common subjects. But if in case a uniform policy is required, if in case a policy that makes justice to the majority of the people is required, then it is the central government's law that will actually going to be accepted. So this is what is done in the constitution. See, again, I'm not saying that the constitution is flawless. It does have a lot of loopholes. Definitely it does have, but again, this is how the part is going. Okay, so this I hope is very clear. Okay, union government, and we have the very nice. So a correct answer is option number A, that is the union government. So who do we have? 85% people give me the correct answer. That's superb. Ayush Vajpayee. अच्छा रेहान कह रहे सर एक बार लिख दो ना बोर्ड पे नाम. बेटा रेहान, your name is already here, so I guess it's very clear. Sari Konda, Surpreet, Pragya, Prince, Avika. Okay, Haripriya. We have Amu. We have Anam. We have Annam with us, and Mr. ADL. So a lot of people answering with the correct question. So Rehan, your name is already well, very much, you can say that very well. It's very much good portrayed here. Okay. Now, so that is how. So definitely, what I was saying is, we do have a lot of loopholes in the constitution. It's not like that it's very flawless constitution. Okay, but it's still very flexible. So we have multiple provisions to safeguard ourselves. Okay. And when it comes to, when we talk about politics, it's not like that everything goes as written in the books. Okay, the politics written in the books is very different. What goes out on the floor is very different. So we always say now, whatever is written in the books, it might not happen the same way. So the books or the knowledge given here, whatever is told about constitution, it gives an idea about how the things work. But in practicality, when we see it, there are multiple factors that actually influence it. Okay, so this is something that we can, anyways, that was a good question. Okay, so that is really good question. Okay, so that proved one thing, that you are diving deep into the concept, and that's really appreciable, beta. That's very, very appreciable, because this is what is going to help you in the board examinations. Okay, now, so when you're talking about the features of Indian constitution, then all states of India do not have equal powers. Okay, now why is it said so? Because we have given some special status to some states. For example, some special status we have given. For example, if you talk about article number 371, you must have heard about article 370 a lot, but there is one more article that is called as article number 371. Now, what is this article 371? Basically, this article 371 is an article that gives little bit of special powers to the states of the northeastern part of India, and also some states of central and western parts of the country. Okay, so this is done in order to safeguard their culture. So article 370 earlier, which is now not into existence, earlier article 370 gave the power to the state of Jammu and Kashmir to have its own constitution, to have its own flag and all. Okay, so now that is not into existence anymore. But when you talk about article 371, article 371 does not say that the northeastern states or the some central and western states, they have their own flag or constitution. That is not the case. Okay, so article 371 is something else. This basically deals into the rights of the people living there. Because if we talk about the states of Arunachal Pradesh, if we talk about the states of Sikkim, Mizoram, so these are the states that are very fragile with respect to, if you talk about the biodiversity. We have a lot of jungles out there. We have a lot of animal and wildlife there. Okay, so and we have a lot of tribals, communities living in the states. All the tribal brothers and sisters, isn't it? So they all live in these states, and somewhere or the other they have their own culture. So in order to safeguard their culture, to protect their culture from the outside intervention, there are certain special powers given to these states. For example, if you are visiting Arunachal Pradesh, okay, so if you are visiting Arunachal Pradesh, you need to have a document called as Inner Line Permit, that is called as ILP. You can apply for the document online. You can easily get that. Okay, so what is Inner Line Permit? Basically, that is a document that gives you the permission to stay in a protected state for some period of time. Generally, it is for 15 days at the maximum. A shorter period is also there. It is generated for 3 days, 15 days, and on the special request of the if you request specially to the government, then it can be extended to 1 month. Okay, but otherwise the maximum duration is 15 days. So if you want to visit Arunachal Pradesh, okay, so you will have to first take this inner line permit. Okay, your entry time will be noted, and the moment you leave the state, that is also going to be noted. So, and additionally, you are not supposed to buy any land or property there. You cannot just go and start settling in Arunachal or the Sikkim wala area, because again, a special status, some special powers have been given to these states so that we can protect their culture, their diversity, and to prevent them from any kind of encroachment. So this is the kind of powers that we have in the states. So there are multiple provisions under this. In detail, you can always learn. So this is a little bit about you can say a little bit summarization of Article 371, right? Then what else do we see? That the parliament cannot change on its own any kind of power sharing methods. Okay, so very simple. If let's say the parliament wants to make a change to the power sharing arrangement between central and state, that cannot be done by simple central government. Okay, so any approval have to be passed by both the houses. That means Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. Okay, any kind of approval that is supposed to be implemented first has to be passed by both the houses, that is Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, with at least 2/3 of the majority. That means out of the total population of the members, at least 2/3 members, if they agree to pass a proposal, then only that can be passed further. Okay. The last is the judiciary is the one, the role of the independent judiciary. So the judiciary is the one that makes sure that all the constitutional provisions are being followed. That means all the rules and regulations that are written in the constitution are being followed by the respective governments, so that none of them violates the constitutional methods, right? So these are the various things which makes India a very much federal country. So what did we learn, bacho? We learned the division of powers into the different lists: union, state, concurrent and residuary subjects. Okay, we also learned something else. We also learned about that we have a 3-level system in the country, that is central, state and local governments. Then we also learned that some states in India, they have enjoy some special status on some special powers, like the states coming in Article 371. Then we know that, then we said that we studied that the parliament on its own cannot change anything. It needs a proper approval of both the houses. Then we also studied the role of the independent judiciary, that makes it mandatory for every level of government to follow the constitutional rules and regulations. And this is what makes our country all the more federal. Okay, so this is what makes our country all the more federal and democratic in approach. Okay, my dear bachcho. Okay, my dear bachcho. Chale. So this is basically how do we what makes India a federal country. Now let's come to another interesting topic, that is how is federalism practiced in India. Okay, now this again a very important topic. This question can be asked in the short answers or the long answers. Again, this is a very nice previous year question, PYQ. So this topic again becomes very, very important. Okay, so the question is, how is federalism practiced in India? Now let's try to understand this fact. It's very easy to understand. Okay, at the same time, it's very interesting to understand as well. So what happened when our country got independent in 1947? Okay, so India was, you can say, very much divided. I'll tell you why. Number one, there was partition of India, that means Pakistan. Okay, so basically Pakistan got a lot of land from India. So Pakistan had some land on the northwestern part of India. Also, Pakistan had some land on the eastern part of India, which is now known as Bangladesh. Earlier it was called East Pakistan. Now it is called as Bangladesh after the Indo-Pakistan War of 1971, in which Pakistan got defeated. Okay, and that too badly defeated and humiliated, I must say. That's a much better word to describe. Okay, so what happened here is, when India got independent, and there were two types of you can say that states that occurred in India, that were present in India. Number one were the British states, the states that were in direct control of the Britishers. And second, we have the princely states. Princely states were those states that were ruled by a prince. Okay, maybe you can say a king or a prince. So these were the princely states. Now when the Britishers, they left India, they clearly told the princely states that you can join either of them. Either you join India or you join Pakistan, or you can choose to be independent. Now that was a great task. That was a great task. If the states, they say that we want to be independent, then that will again lead to more further parts of India. That is not particularly acceptable. So here comes the role of the Iron Man of India, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel ji. So the credit goes to him for uniting the country, for integrating the country and not getting it divided further. Okay, so Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel and the Iron Man of India, isn't it? The real Tony Stark of India, who made it possible that India remains intact and integrated. Isn't it, Bacho? So the point is very simple. So when our country got independent, it was a great task to organize the country. Because we have British states, we have princely states, many princely states have joined with India. Now it's time to organize people, to make the states in such a manner that all of them, they remain very happy and together with each other. Okay. So 1947, the boundaries of several old states of India were changed so that we can create new states. Okay. So the states were now created on the basis of number one, language, and second, on the basis of culture. Initially, there were many recommendations made to this. Okay, when the first recommendation was made to the then Prime Minister, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, he felt that the country will get divided if we divide the states on the basis of language or culture. But again, we see that many committees were formed, many recommendations were put forward. Okay, then there was a states reorganization committee that was formed. Okay, so the task of all these committees was to organize the country or make the states in such a manner that all of them, they live happily. Now there was a proposal that came forward, that is to form the states on the basis of language and the culture. That is, people speaking a similar language or following a similar culture should be placed together. And believe me, earlier what was thought to be very explosive actually turned out to be one of the best experiments in democracy. So even today also we see that the people who follow a very similar kind of language, all the culture, the states are very much organized together. Okay. If we go towards the southern part of the country, we see that most of the people, they speak the old Dravidian languages like the Tamil, the Malayalam, the Kannada language, the Telugu language. So these states have a lot of similar culture. Okay, definitely each one of them will have a little bit difference in the culture. That's very much, obviously it's very known to everyone, but there's a lot of similarity as well. So we see that the states in the southern part of the country, they have a lot of Dravidian culture. They have been there from a long period of time, isn't it? So they were made to, exist in that way. And then we have arranged the states in the form of, you can say, in western part of the country. Then we had states arranged in the form of the central parts of the country. If you talk about the northern part of the country, most of those states were put together, in which Hindi came to be a very common language there, or people had a very similar culture. So this experiment of organizing the states on the basis of language or on the basis of culture turned out to be a real great experiment. The first linguistic state that was formed, that is the first state that was formed on the basis of language, that was Andhra Pradesh. Okay. So, however, there was a great struggle. Everything was not easy, guys. Everything was not easy. Okay. Even there was a guy called Potti Sriramulu. So he was the one who he was the one who, battled a lot for the formation of states in the like on the basis of language or the culture. So when we talk about, there have been multiple sacrifices even after the India got independence in order to make the India that we see today, right? So basically the first experiment that our country did was the formation of linguistic states, that is states based on the language and the culture. So many of the old boundaries of the states were removed, new states were formed, people were living in those states, and now we see that people, they all live happily in the states, isn't it? And every one of them have their unique language, have their unique culture. The second most important policy that we followed was the language policy. Okay. Now understand this. What is the language policy? A lot of time people feel that Hindi is the national language, which is not the case. Okay. Now people have a great misunderstanding. You just go out in the public and you ask 10 people, sir, which is the national language of the country? People will say, sir, Hindi national language hai. But Hindi is not the national language. It is the official language. Okay. It is the language in which most of the government works are done, in which we have our examinations. Okay, so basically Hindi is the official language of the country, because roughly if you see today, around about 43-44% population of the country speaks Hindi, but rest of the population speaks multiple other languages. Okay, so the point is very simple. Our country has not, our constitution has not given the status of a national language to any language. Okay, so Hindi is identified as the official language. Okay, so there is no national language for the country. We have the official language as Hindi. Apart from Hindi, there are 21 other languages that we recognize as the scheduled languages. That means we have 8th schedule in the constitution. Okay, so we have 8th schedule in the constitution. That's a particular list where all the scheduled languages are given. So if a candidate wants to appear in a exam conducted by the central government, he can choose any of these scheduled languages as the medium of the paper. Okay, that's very, very simple. So we have, apart from Hindi, we have 21 other languages that are given as the scheduled languages in the 8th schedule of the constitution. Okay, so this is given in the 8th schedule of the constitution. Done. So if you talk about states also have their own official languages in which they conduct their government works. Apart from that, if we see, there was a time back in 1960s where the government decided to stop the use of English. Okay, so this is a very historical moment. Okay, so that's very much past in time. So there was a time, okay, there was a time in history back in the 1960s when the government decided, let's stop the use of English language, because again English came along with the Britishers and it's not a native language of the country. But again, there was a resistance from many of the non-Hindi speaking states. Okay, so there were many states who did not speak Hindi. So for them, either their local language was more comfortable or English was the common medium of communication. So they made it very sure. They protested for the same reason and they said that English should continue. And as a result, our government, it recognized it. And again, we see that English is also used along with Hindi for the official purposes. So nowadays also, if you see that many of the government tasks, many of the government works are completed in the English as well as the Hindi language. And when you go to the state governments, they complete the work in their official languages. They have their own states languages. Okay, and again we have scheduled languages. That means the languages mentioned in the 8th schedule of the constitution. Okay, apart from Hindi, 21 more languages in which any candidate appearing for a central government exam can opt to appear for the paper in that particular language. Okay, my dear bachcho, chaliye. So this is a very good language policy that we see in the Indian Constitution. Okay, so let's have a very fine question here. Let's have a question here, bachcho. Scheduled languages are given in the dash of the constitution. Okay, so you have 4 options here, bacho. Fifth schedule, 12th schedule, 4th schedule, and the 8th schedule. Done. So we have 4 options out here, bacha wadi. So scheduled languages are given in which schedule of the constitution? So I'll give you 4 options and here we go. Let's start the poll. So scheduled languages are given in the dash of the constitution, 5th, 12th, 4th and 8th. Very nice, superb. So if you want to drink the water, you can already drink. Okay, very nice. So keep bacha, keep hydrated. Okay, stay hydrated, keep yourself fueled with a lot of things. Always you can have something to eat beside you, isn't it? So you can always have something for eating. You can just, something you can have to drink, something like juice or something like anything you can want, right? Okay, great. So correct answer is simple. That is, we just studied that the languages are given in the 8th schedule of the constitution. Super, bacha badi. So option number D here is correct, and we have 90% giving me the correct answers. Some have given option number A, I don't know why. Okay, so Rohan with the Sarikonda, Anam, Rehan, bacha, you already doing good. Your name is already on the leaderboards, so you can see this. I'll just open the cumulative leaderboards again. So we have Anam, okay, very nice. Sarikonda has ranked up. RP, very nice. Rehan, see Rehan, such a nice, your name is right here. Attempted 5 questions, did 4 correct. Surbi is there, Ritesh is there, Tanu is there, Chagan is there. So many nice people. Avni, Avika, we have Himanshu, Ahana, Shreyansh, Haripriya has ranked up. So people are doing here really amazing and that's really good to see. Okay, so now let's move further in the topic. That is the center-state relations. Now this is a very interesting topic. I'll tell you why. See, before 1990, the Indian politics was basically dominated by one single party that is nowadays very famous for not some very good reasons. Okay, so we see that the center-state relations. So when this particular party was in the central government, it used to dominate and misuse the constitutional powers. Okay, so what happens here is the sharing of powers between central and states has also strengthened the federalism in India. And how is that possible? See what happened, I'll tell you. So what happened before 1990, if you talk about the era before 1990, most of the places, you know what happened in the entire country, there was one single party that was very much powerful. and in most of the states also that only party had the government. Now in the states which that party did not have government, it used the constitutional powers to manipulate that state, okay, or remove that state government very unlawfully. That was really bad, isn't it? I'm not naming the party at the moment, but we all know that a very famous party, okay, very much into one of the alliance that is very popular in the country. So that party, it ruled India for a longer period of time and misused the constitution multiple times in order to gain the power. Whichever state that particular party was not in and an opposition party was ruling the state, the constitution was misused, okay, many times in order to remove that state government and install their own government. But things started to change after 1990. What happened after 1990? Many regional political parties started coming in the different states of the country. Okay, now when there were elections, the votes got divided. Okay, now this big party who was ruling since independence did not get a chance to get a clear majority in the parliament. Now that became a greater problem. So it had to come into a coalition. Coalition means join hands with the other political parties to form the government. So whenever the coalition was formed, the party was forced to share the powers with the leaders of the other party, and this is what improved the center and the state relations. For that concentration of power which remained the hand in the one political party, when it started to break down after 1990. Why it started to break down? Because there were many regional political parties that started coming up in the different states of the country, and as a result we see that the entire hold of that central party earlier which used to rule the country got started breaking down, and we see that the relations between the center states started improving. Now we see that the state governments function more more independently. Okay, now we see that the state governments have more power to decide things. So this has happened mostly after 1990. So before 1990s, state governments were really not that powerful in nature. Okay, so this has also brought about the strengthening of federalism in the country. That means federalism has become all the more stronger in the country. Democracy has evolved in the country much better than it used to be before 1990. Okay, now let's come to the very important topic of the chapter, that is decentralization. Also guys, it is the last chapter, last topic of the federalism chapter, and after that we'll be moving to the gender, religion, caste. So I'll be giving you the first break when we finish political science. Since we are moving at a good pace, so very soon we'll be coming up with the political science. We'll be finishing it up. Okay, so I'll be giving you the first break when we are done with the political science, and then we'll continue with economics. Fair enough? Okay, so what do you mean by decentralization? It's very simple to understand. You are basically, disintegrating something or breaking something. So here what you are breaking? Here you are breaking the concentration of power. Now what we are doing is, we are taking some powers of the central and the state governments and giving it to the local governments. Okay, so this is called as decentralization. When power is taken from the central and the state governments and given to the local governments, this makes the local governments a little bit more powerful, and this is called as decentralization of the power. Okay, now if you talk about why decentralization was important, see what happened before 1992. The local bodies came under the direct control of the state governments, and we know that the state governments weren't even powerful or were not functioning well. So what happens? There were no regular elections in the local bodies. The local bodies did not have any power or resources of their own. For everything, they were dependent on the state government, even for the basic necessities or the basic funding. Let's say if there is no road in a village, first the local government will have to take permission from the state government, then the state government will release the funds, will give the money to the local government, then anything can be done. So basically the local government existed but had no power. So again, this was thought upon to be very disheartening for the democratic structure. So it was decided to make some amendments. If we talk about the amendments, were the 73rd and the 74th amendments. Okay, so basically 73rd amendment dealt with the this thing, villages, that is the Gram Sabha, the Gram Panchayats and all, and 74th amendment dealt with the municipal corporation and municipal communities. Okay, so the village panchayats, they exist in the village area, and the municipal corporations and all, they exist in the towns and cities. So 73rd amendment of the constitution, it deals with the village level, and the 74th deals with the city and the town levels. Okay, so basically what we understood, so why decentralization of power was important? Because 1992 se pehle, that is before 1992, all the local governments were under the direct control of state governments. So there were no regular elections. The local government did not have resources. They did not have any powers of their own. So as a result, we see that decentralization of power was necessary. Okay, so what happened after 1992? The constitution was amended. Some changes were made in the constitution so that this third level of the government or the third tier of government can be made even more powerful and independent and effective. Okay, so what were the steps taken? Number one, it became mandatory to hold the regular elections to the local government bodies. Earlier, the elections were not regular. Okay, the things were not very much fair. Now it became very much mandatory to hold regular elections to the local government bodies. Okay, second important point, seats became now reserved for scheduled castes, scheduled tribes, other backward classes. Okay, so all the disadvantaged groups of the society, the SCs, the ST, the OBCs, for them the seats have to be reserved. Third point, at least one third of the seats have to be reserved for women so that women have a fair participation in the decision making process. Fourth important point, an independent institution called State Election Commission was created. The task of the State Election Commission was to make sure that elections are being conducted on a very regular basis. Okay. Now, apart from that, the state governments were asked to share some powers and also some money, that is revenue, with the local governments so that they can accomplish their projects, okay, or they can bring about developments in their respective areas. So these were the various changes that we witnessed after the 1992 amendment. So remember two amendments, 73rd and 74th. 73rd deals with the village level. 74th amendment of the constitution deals with the local government bodies at the towns and the city level. Okay, so what were the changes? Number one, regular elections. Second is reservation of seats for SC, STs and OBCs. Third, one-third seats reserved for women. Fourth, independent institution called State Election Commission to be set up. The task is to conduct regular elections. Okay, last is the state governments are required to share some power and the resources with the local governments. So this is what completes the decentralization of power in India. Okay, now this part is very important with respect to three markers. Okay, the rural local government. See, the rural local government is also popularly known as a Panchayati Raj. The beginning of this can be dated back to the 1950s era, where it started in Nagaur, Rajasthan. So Nagaur is a small village in Rajasthan. Okay, so when we talk about the levels of the local government, okay, so at the local level, at the village level, basically, number one, we have the Gram Panchayat. So basically, it is the decision-making body for the entire village. Okay, so the first level we have the Gram Panchayat, then we have the Panchayat Samiti. Now this is at a medium level. This is at the block level. Okay, so when we group a few Gram Panchayats together, it forms a Panchayat Samiti or a block or a mandal. So when different village panchayats, they come together, what do they form? They form a Panchayat Samiti, or we also call this as a block, or we also call it as a mandal. And at the topmost level, we have the Zilla Parishad. So all the Panchayat Samitis or all the mandals in a district, they together form the Zilla Parishad. So at the base level, we have the village panchayat or the Gram Panchayat. Okay, when we group a lot of Gram Panchayats together, it becomes a Panchayat Samiti or a block or a mandal. And when we group a lot of Panchayat Samitis together in a district, it forms a Zilla Parishad. So Zilla Parishad is actually the highest body in the entire local government system at the village level. Okay. Okay. Now let's talk about the urban local government. When we talk about the urban local government, in the larger areas, or that means in a bigger towns, we have urban municipal corporations, and in the smaller areas we have municipal councils or the municipal committees. So we have the two different local government bodies. Number one, in the larger areas, in the larger towns, we have municipal corporations, and in the smaller towns we have the municipal councils or the municipal committees. So they are responsible for managing all the affairs at the local level. Okay, so they are in very much integral part of the local administration or the local government of the country. Okay, my dear bachcho, so let's have a question here. So the question is, dash seats are now reserved for women in the local bodies. Okay, so we have four options out here, bacha wadi. One-fourth, 1/5, 1/3, or half. So we have four options out here, my dear bacha wadi, and let's get started, guys. 30 seconds I have, and let's start the poll. So dash seats are now reserved for women in the local bodies. Very nice, very nice, very nice. So super. Okay. Okay, very nice, Rakshit, beta, very nice. Answer the question instead of asking Tanu. Beta, English wala marathon is already done yesterday on the same channel. ठीक है, very simple my dear beta, killer. So killer marathon लिया था आपके नुपुर मैम ने सेम चैनल पे. अगेन मैराथन आपका इंग्लिश का चलेगा ऑन फाउंडेशन चैनल, फिजिक्स वाला फाउंडेशन, तो आप वहां पे पढ़ सकते हो जाके अंग्रेजी इंग्लिश. ठीक है, आई होप बच्चे दिस हेल्प्स यू. और ओके, where is Dogesh Ayushi? Dogesh is actually on the PW Foundation channel, so he's managing out things there. That is why I am here. Okay. Artist needs creative female friends. Why not male friends? Beta, why this discrimination? So let me tell you, there are few people in the chat. I'll tell you this. जो next chapter है ना अपना gender, religion, caste. The first page of NCERT is actually for all those people out here in the chat. जो एक अगर लड़की का आईडी दिख जाता है ना तो आते ही सीधा दे स्टार्ट मेकिंग अनकंफर्टेबल. ठीक है, मेकिंग देम इंस्टा आईडी पूछना मांगना शुरू कर दिया. इंस्टा आईडी है क्या, व्हाट इज योर नेम, आई लव यू, all the kinds of. Beta, you actually are creating yourself in that category of men who literally have no respect for anyone, है ना. और समाज में ना इस कैटेगरी को कोई इज्जत नहीं देता. मैं लिटरली बता रहा हूं, तुमको हार्श लग रहा होगा सुन के, इवन सामने वाला भी नहीं देता. ठीक है, तो जो जेंडर रिलीजन कास्ट का फर्स्ट टॉपिक है ना जेंडर, वो ऐसे सारे कैटेगरी ऑफ लोगों के लिए जो बेटा आते ही ना ये शुरू कर देते हैं. ठीक है, तो अब तुमको डिसाइड करना है कि तुम कौन से कैटेगरी में आना चाहते हो. अ कैटेगरी दैट द एंटायर सोसाइटी रिस्पेक्ट्स, या वो कैटेगरी जिसको हर कोई जो है समाज में खराब नजर से ही देखता है. ठीक है, इट्स वेरी वेरी सिंपल. नाउ यू हैव टू डिसाइड फॉर योरसेल्फ, and this is very very common guys. मतलब, and then we say that the samaj is not improving, the society is not improving. How can we improve when you cannot change your mentality यार. ठीक है, जब यहीं से सही नहीं होगे तो आगे कैसे समाज बदलोगे. तो अगला चैप्टर आ रहा है भाई, पहला टॉपिक जेंडर जो है ना, दिस इज ऑन दिस ओनली, दिस इज ऑन दिस पर्टिकुलर फैक्ट. ओके, सो लेट्स कम फर्दर. So option number C, that is 1/3. Okay, so 1/3 is the correct answer. So 94% people have given the correct answers. So Rehan keh rahe sir, hi Rehan, how are you? I hope you are doing good. Keep doing good, bache. Okay, super. So Rehan with us, Rohan with us, Prince with us, Haripriya with us, Ayushi with us. Okay, Annam with us, we have Sunita with us, Tanu with us. So lots and lots of people out here and doing really amazing, really superb. Now let's move on to the next topic. Okay. So the next topic, very simple topic, that is gender, religion and caste. Okay, done. हाँ, ये देखो बहुत बढ़िया, ये आ गए अमित राज, कार्तिक शर्मा. बेटा फर्स्ट टॉपिक ये तुम लोग का टॉपिक है. ठीक है बच्चे, दिस इज प्योरली सीबीएसई मैराथन, है ना. तो इट्स वेरी सिंपल. इफ यू आर aligned with the chapters for GSEB, that is Gujarat board, right? So we all have vernacular channels for that. So if you have some common topics, you can surely be in the marathon, बच्चे. It will very benefit you. ठीक है, चलिए. So basically gender, religion and caste. Now let's try understanding this chapter, why it is so important. Okay, so भाई मैं straight नाम लूंगा यहाँ पे चैट में, सीधा है. ठीक है, the moment I find someone asking, बेटा तुम बहुत cute हो, you are give me your Insta ID, I'll come to your home, but I'll suggest you to at least go to your home. Their parents will welcome you very nicely. Literally, that is really good. So I'm straight away going to take the names. I'll just see the chat. I'll take the names and we'll take them as examples in the class. Okay. So this will have to practically understand how the gender division works. Fair enough. So let's take the straight away examples that how the gender division works. So this is basically, there is no harm in being a boy or a girl. See, a healthy friendship is always appreciable. Okay. Who are healthy friends? Healthy friends are those people who respect each other. Okay, let's see, you have girls in the classroom, you have boys in the classroom. They can be friends, that's very normal. But in the case of boys, let me tell you, let me be very clear with this. The moment a girl smiles and talks to you, the next moment one single song gets played in your mind. आंखों में तेरी अजब सी अदाएं. And this is a very very common case with the most of the boys. It happens, I'll tell you. Okay, the moment a girl smiles and talks to you, you will be like, अरे यार भाई लगता है आपके प्यार में गिर गई, है ना. वो है ना वेलकम वाला मीम, there's a meme in welcome, भाई मुझे लगता है आपके प्यार में गिर गई है. So this is very very common यार, this is very common. If a girl comes in it's an online platform, and if she asks you out, believe me, I'll tell you, last year this happened in PW English itself. So there was a girl, I won't tell the name, otherwise you guys will keep on searching the Instagram ID. So she repeatedly asked me the doubts. And by the end of the marathon, I could find 12 people who were really fan of the girl. I'll not tell the name again. Okay, so she was asking doubts and they were commenting in the comment section, where are you, how are you, where is your Insta ID, can I meet you? I mean, like, come on yaar, board exams are right on the head, and that people are more interested not in the question she asked, but they were interested to know all the whereabouts of the girl. So this is basically, not a healthy friendship. Okay, so it's very common. We all have friends. We all have friends in the school. We have friends in the classroom. We might have some online friends also. And that is perfectly normal, my dear bachcho. That is perfectly normal. So we have a biological division in the society. So we all are born as men or as males or females. Okay, some are born as transgenders. Okay, so we all are multiply divided on the basis of our biological classification. So we are very different from each other, and that's very absolutely normal in the society. But the problem arises when you try to assign roles based on your biological division. Suppose if I say that the girls are, only meant to do marriage, okay, and take care of the family and do all the household work, and men are supposed to go outside, earn the money. This is called as division on the basis of gender. Okay, this is actually the gender division. So you must have come across this chapter, gender, religion, caste. The very first photograph on the page of this topic, gender, is the definition of an ideal woman. So who is an ideal woman? To the TV makers, they seem to be the ideal audience. Okay, to the cosmetic brands, they seem to be the ideal consumers. For the in-laws, they seem to be the ideal wives. Okay, the one she brings a lot of dowry, that is the common perception of the society. And to a lot of students nowadays, and to a lot of employees in the office, a beautiful classmate or a beautiful or a normal women also in the office, it seems like, again, that same thing. Aankhon mein teri ajab se yaad aaye. So the perception of an ideal woman is very different in the society. However, I always said that being a male or a female is a biological division, and there always can be a healthy relationship between the two. That is perfectly normal, that is perfectly fine. The problem arises when you start discriminating, when you start having perceptions, when you start having ideas with respect to anyone. That is where the problem comes. Okay. And the very first topic. So in this particular chapter, we are going to talk about three topics. Number one, gender. We are going to talk about religion, and we are going to talk about politics. And also there is one more topic that we're going to study, that is caste. Okay, so the chapter is interesting. The chapter is important. So what is basically gender? So when we talk about gender, we see that there is a hierarchical division in the society, and that is called a sexual division of labor, and that can be seen almost everywhere. Okay, what happens is there is a discrimination on the basis of male and female, and we at times we do not recognize that, but that exists in the society, and this is basically called as gender division. Now, many people seem that gender division is a topic that should not be discussed because it is very natural, it is very noticeable, but that is not the case. It is something that needs to be discussed. And I'm not talking about favoring any one gender. See, rights are important for both males and females. Okay, if you're living in a society, you should be getting equal amount of rights. Okay, it can be anyone who can be wrong, and it can be anyone who can be right. It's very simple. When it comes to division of rights, it should be equal for both the genders, that is males and females, isn't it? Now, so basically, when you talk about gender division, this entire concept is not based on biology. So we all accept that basis on biology, we all are different, and that is perfectly normal in the society. But when you have proper perceptions and expectations, when you have stereotypes, okay, then it becomes a gender division. Let's talk about nowadays also the season of marriages are going on, isn't it? In my entire like the class 12th science, okay, so in my entire batch, so I did my class 12 from science. Okay, so a lot of students know that, a lot of don't know that. I'm teaching you social science, I did from science. Okay, so the point is very simple. In our entire batch, this class 12th science, we still are connected on social media. We are all connected. So all our classmates, they are getting married. They are all getting married. So almost 80% of our batch is married now. Okay, so all of them, they have recently, 6 of them have recently married in this month of February itself. Okay, so however, we studied this chapter, gender, religion, caste. So we know that dowry is not a good thing. Okay. So what I'm telling is, in India, wedding is a very grand occasion, isn't it? Many of you now may be interested in weddings than in board examinations. I have seen those kids also. Okay, last year also we had people. I was just teaching a batch, one of the batches, and in that they were planning their pre-wedding. Class 10 students, guys, class 10 students. Exams were right on their head. They were more interested in planning their pre-wedding. They also chose the venue of the wedding on the chat itself. The bride, the groom, both were decided. Their friends were decided. The venue of the this thing was decided. Wherever they are going to have the or what are the decorations will be there. Cameraman will be there. Everything was decided here right on the chat. So I was like, I just checked the chat to check the doubts. And then I came across this entire chat in which they have decided everything. The venue, the per plate cost, the bride, the groom, the parlor wali auntie, okay, the musician, the band baja people. So they have decided everything here, everything. So my point is very, very simple. Okay. So my point is very, very simple, guys, that see, wedding is a grand occasion in our country. And generally, in the olden times, in the ancient times, what happened, and a few years back, what happened, the groom side, the groom is the ladka, okay, the ladka wala side, they expected the girl's family to make huge arrangement for them. कि बारातियों का स्वागत तो पान पराग से होना चाहिए, right? So it's like that. और हम खाएंगे तो पनीर शबनमी. So it used to exist like that. You know, the girl's father should have elaborate arrangement for the groom's family. He should be given a lot of dowry. A splendor lenge Lord Splendor and Lord Alto in the age in dowry. Okay, at times it must have seen that. But however, the stereotypes are changing. So basically, this is again, you can say that, hi, good afternoon, beta. Okay, so exactly. So the point is, now the scenarios are changing as education has improved, literacy rates have improved. Now you see that the bride and the groom both are very not very much interested in, you know, this kind of things, the dowry and the other things, and they're very much ready to share the expenses. So earlier what used to happen is, we used to frame an expectation that if it's a boy's wedding, the boy should get the dowry, and because boy is more dominating, the boy has to do a lot of works and the girl is inferior. So these kind of, you know, stereotypes were there in the market. These types of stereotypes were there in the Indian society. And this is where the term gender division comes into play. So basically, when we talk about gender division, we are not talking about the biological division. We are talking about defining the roles of the male and the female. Okay, that the male will do this, the females will do this. This is actually called as a gender division, and this is dangerous to the society, guys. So when you form some stereotypes, that is very bad, isn't it? Now, so let's talk about boys and girls are brought up to believe that the main responsibility of the women is housework and bringing up the children. And I'm not talking about India. Even if you talk about the leaders like Hitler, Hitler was a one person, we all know that, you know, a lot of people abuse him and they do it right. Okay, so the point is very simple. Hitler was one guy. You remember that Nazism and the rise of Hitler, that chapter in class 9? He had a whole discount system here. He had a subscription plan. Okay, 9 children, you will get a gold cross. Very simple. 9 and above, it's your, you know, gold cross. Full on discount, just like you get discounts on Paytm and the other online shopping vouchers. Okay, you have 9 children, great. Discount on train, discount on entertainment, flat discount. Bacha coupon code applied. Very simple, isn't it? That nice. The Hitler was a very crazy guy. You have 9 children, apply the code 9. Simple, 80% discount. Travel in free in railways. A lot of, you have 4 children, less discount. 6 children, more discount. So even Hitler was also of the same view that women are supposed to be inferior, this and that. Again, if you talk about Napoleon, he also had the same view, women are supposed to be inferior and that. Even the Indian National Congress in Gandhi ji, even when it came to the national struggle, whoa, wow, women are the daughters of India. When it came to the social and political rights of women, who women? Okay, so this has been the scenario over the past period of time. Okay, even if you talk about the toys, you know, boys are being given guns right in the smaller ages. Beta, goli chala ke khel ke aao. That is very different. Girls are being given dolls. Why so? Girl can also do archery, can also do shooting, can also play cricket. It's very evident, isn't it? So it's very simple. So boys and girls are being trained right from the childhood that, you know, you are supposed to do this, you are supposed to do this. And that's really very bad, isn't it? Now, although the women, they constitute half of the humanity, okay, their role in public life is very much debatable. Their role in the public life is very much debatable, especially if we talk about the politics. If we talk about the politics, we see that their role is very much less, okay, very much less, isn't it? So if you talk about women in the different parts of the world, they are somewhat now recognized, somewhat now recognized after a lot of efforts they have made, lot of, you can say that demonstrations they have made. Now they are gaining some kind of repute and you can say that status. Okay, so this term comes for one markers at times. What do you mean by sexual division of labor? So basically, sexual division of labor means that women will do all the work inside the house. That means taking the care of the children, especially the ones who cry a lot. The little ones, they cry for no reason. The moment they feel that they are not getting the importance, they start crying. Right in the middle of the night, yeah, they start crying. In the train journeys, there always be one child who has a habit of creating adventure inside the train by crying at the loudest pitch possible. So I was once traveling by a train, to my hometown, and this small child was sitting very peacefully till 10 p.m. And after 10 p.m., when he saw that people are going to sleep, he said that now it's the time. Let me raise my voice, and he started to cry in such a, you just cannot imagine, just cannot tell you that experience. And they cry at such a loud pitch here, you cannot just help yourself. It's very simple. So he made sure that he'll cry to such a great extent that all the people are going to be disturbed. Okay, so well, it's a great task, to take care of such kind of children. So what happened here is, so basically in sexual division of labor, we believe that women have all the responsibility to do all the work such as cooking, cleaning, washing clothes, tailoring, looking after the children. Okay, and men will do all the outside work. They will earn money, they will come they will come home and ask their wives, "Aaj roti garam aur ghol kyun nahi banai?" A very common thing. I've seen this happening in reality. Okay, I've seen people there. I would just like to give those people one tight one. Okay, they'll just come back, they'll sit with whole authority on the sofa, and they will be more disturbed with the fact कि आज रोटी गरम क्यों नहीं बनाई, रोटी में आज घी कम क्यों है. So these are the multiple problems that the women have to face, especially the ones who are wives. Okay, high combination, very very nice, very nice. Okay, अंशुमन बेटा बेवकूफी बना रही है भाई तुमको, तुम बन भी रहे हो यार. Very sad, वेरी वेरी सैड बेटा अंशुमन, वेरी बैड. ऐसे कोई बना के चला जाता तुमको, बहुत बुरा हो रहा है यार तुम्हारे साथ. कोई बात नहीं, आई हैव माय सिंपैथीज फॉर यू, डोंट वरी. ओके, माय सिंपैथी विद अंशुमन. चलो, so let's move further. So earlier what happened, only the men were allowed to participate in the public affairs. Okay, so all the public affairs, that means all the, you can say that elections and political things, everything only the men were able to allow. They were only having the right to vote and contest the elections. Gradually, when this gender issue was raised in the politics, when this gender issue started being raised in the politics, then basically we see that the status of the women little bit it improved. Okay, so there were agitations, there were a lot of movements, social and political movements, that demanded equal rights and legal status for women. They demanded more equal educational and job opportunities. So now we see that women in the different parts of the world have started getting the equal rights, especially we talk about the Scandinavian countries. I'm talking about in particular about Finland, Norway, Sweden, Switzerland. So here we see in the parliaments of these countries, the women participation is pretty much high, isn't it? Now let's move further. So we see that the more radical women's movements, they aimed at equality in both the ways, in personal life as well as in the particular the social life. Okay, so these were basically called feminist movements. So who are the feminist movements? Feminist movements are basically those events, okay, or those movements that aim to promote social and political equality for the women. Okay, a real feminist is one who believes in equal rights for both men and women. Okay, so at times the question is, who is a real feminist? So a real feminist is the one who believes in equal rights for both men and women. Okay, now if we talk about, so if we talk about in some parts of the world, like I told you, then the Scandinavian countries, that is the countries like Sweden, Norway and Finland, the participation of women is very high in the public life. Okay, and if you talk about with respect to the literacy rates, then if you talk about India, so India, we still see here that women are lagging behind. If you talk about the literacy rates in the country, the women have a literacy rates of 54%, whereas the men have 76%. So we see a mix of, you can say, outcomes. So what we saw till now, that this entire gender division is not on the basis of biology, but it is on the basis of the roles assigned by the society. Okay, so society feels that women are very much inferior. It's a task of the women to manage all the household work, okay, to take care of the family and the children, to produce more children. Okay, and it's a task of the men to go outside, earn money, bring home. Okay, and again we see that this was not well done. So the women groups, they started demanding more social and political equality in everyday life, and these were called as the feminist movements. Okay, so they demanded for more equal job and educational opportunities for the women. As a result, we have seen that things have started to change. Women have started to get better rights, and especially if we talk about the Scandinavian countries like Sweden, Finland, Switzerland, so there the participation of women in the political life is pretty much high, right? If we compare this to the country, to our country, that is India, we still see that women are lagging behind in terms of literacy rates, whereas women have only 54% literacy rates compared to 76% among the men. Wrong. Okay, So one thing is clear that when we have expressed the issue of gender in politics, then it has certainly helped in improving the status of the women. Nowadays, if you see, the government is making back-to-back laws to protect the women against multiple things. There is a dowry act. Again, a recent act is there. Let me tell you to all the boys, beta, all there in the house who have a lot of long dreams and fairy dreams. So there is a recent rule that have come up. So if you guys have promised someone that you are going to marry, okay, that particular girl, and if you refuse to marry, beta, you can land up and straight up into prison for many years along with a fine. Okay, so it's very simple. All my dear boys who are unaware of the laws, that is why political science is so important, bacho, very important. So if you have promised a girl that you're going to marry a girl, and if you again don't marry, complete that promise. So if a girl goes and complains against you in a legal way, you can land up into prison without questions asked. Okay, no conditions applied, full on enjoyment will be given in the prison. Very, very simple. Okay. Okay, high combination. Ryan already given that. Okay, very nice. So children know about this channel that much. Exactly. Children don't know about the channel because we have a lot of crowd of the children who are very comfortable in Hindi. So there are very less students who are studying in English. So they don't know Hindi that much. For them, we have this channel. So we run classes every year on this PW English platform also. Okay, last year also I took a lot of classes. Hanji, to all the boys in the house, listen it very carefully. Be aware about political terms, beta. Very much political terms. Okay. So these are some of the new things that have been implemented in order to safeguard the women. Then there is a law called as POSH, Prevention of Against the Sexual Harassment. That means if in any office in future, if you are going, so you cannot just go and tease a female employee. You cannot just go and pass some bad remarks like you are asking Insta ID in the chat, my dear. This is also an offense right now. That's a legal offense. You know that. You know that, but say there are some cyber guidelines. So if a girl, let's say, complains about you in a proper cyber cell that this person was harassing me or bullying me online, forcing me to give the Insta ID, but a police wala uncle will straight come knocking on your door. This is a provision, my dear. Yes, this is a provision, bache. So there are legalities in everything. So people can straight away go and say that, beta, ye wala jo balak hai, he was just asking Insta ID continuously, asking for my number, asking for my contact details. Then straight away the person will go inform it to the cyber police, and the police wala uncle will straight come knocking to your door with a lot of gifts and sweets. So beware before you do any such type of things. Okay. So it's not like that कि you are on a free platform. मैं अभी की बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ. I'm talking about any YouTube platform. ठीक है. And this is an offense. Okay. Remember that. चलो. But the residuary list is very simple. Residuary subjects like artificial intelligence. Okay. Nowadays AI that we are using. Then we have computers, that we have got internets. So these are those subjects that have come a lot after, that have come in a very later phase in the country. So these are included in the residuary powers. Okay. Hanji, to all my bhole bale masoom boys, all the masoom boys, bhole bale boys, that is why this chapter is also important and political science is also important. Okay. तो अभी बहुत सारे laws हैं भाई, और इंडिया में there are many laws that favor the women. Okay. They are for the protection of the women. And beta, you are boy, है ना, तो तुम प्रूफ करते रह जाओगे वहां पे जाके. हमने नहीं किया सर. चलो. ओके. हाउ इज डॉगेश? डॉगेश इज गुड, वेरी नाइस. ओके. ये देखो रोहित भाई, अम्मू आई कैन फ्रेंडशिप. बेटा, इफ अम्मू डिनाइज टू फ्रेंडशिप एंड टेक्स दिस चैप्टर सीरियसली, यू विल बी इन ट्रबल इन दैट केस, है ना. मैं लिटरली बता रहा हूं भाई, अम्मू इफ शी डिनाइज टू फ्रेंडशिप एंड टेक्स दिस चैप्टर वेरी सीरियसली, देन बेटा यू विल बी इन ट्रबल. लिटरल मैं पर्सनल बता रहा हूं, तुमको पर्सनल एडवाइस दे रहा हूं मैं. ठीक है. चलो. सो लेट्स मूव फर्दर. अच्छा, वेरी बढ़िया, बहुत बढ़िया. सूरज शर्मा, बेटा फिर तो सर्विसेज से दरखास्त हो जाओगे तुम, वायरल अलग हो जाओगे. चलो. कह रहे सर पुलिस है. बेटा पुलिस है तो इतना पॉलिटिकल साइंस पता होना चाहिए ना फिर. हाँ खूब बेटा, फिर तो यार गवर्नमेंट जॉब चली जाएगी तुम्हारी. ऐसे तो यार खराब हो जाएगा काम तुम्हारा. क्या यार. चलो लेट्स मूव फर्दर. Okay, so we see that in our country, somewhere or the other, women are still lagging behind, okay, in many aspects. Okay, however, we see that there has been lot improvement in our society. Okay, so ours was a patriarchal society. Now, what do you mean by the word patriarchal? So patriarchal means a male-dominated society. where male people have more influence in the society, have more rights in the society. So that is called as a patriarchal society. So ours is somewhere or the other still a patriarchal society, but still things have improved since independence, right? Now, earlier, what used to happen, for the same nature of work, the men and women, they were paid unequally. So now what has happened, there's an act has been implemented, that is Equal Remuneration Act in 1976, that provides equal wages to both men and women irrespective of their gender. Okay, so if the nature of the work is same, if they are doing the same amount of hard work, then this act says that the amount of money that should be given to men and women should be also equal. Okay, bacho. Now, so let's talk about the various ways in which women are still discriminated in many parts of the India. Even today, parents prefer to have sons and they find the ways to have the girl child aborted. Now, what do you mean by abortion? Abortion basically means when you kill a child before even being born into the world. Okay, before a child is born, if you kill the child by the surgical methods or by medical methods, then that is called as abortion. Now, even today also, if you see that people in many states of India, they don't want girl child. They are more obsessed with the sons. Okay, they want a male child. So that is the reason they get the girl aborted. That is called sex selective abortion, when you are specifically killing a human life just because you don't want it. Okay, so such kind of abortions are still prevalent in the country. However, abortion is again illegal. It's a crime. You can land up into prison for that. But again, you see that because of such kind of sex selective abortion, there has been a steep decline in the child sex ratio. For example, child sex ratio means the number of girl child with respect to the boys. Okay, suppose if there are 1,000 boys, 1,000 male children, then how many females are there? Okay, so that is called as the child sex ratio. For in our country, if you see that the child sex ratio has come down to 919 females per 1,000 males, and in some states it's even below 800 or 850, and that's an alarming situation. Okay, because this shows that somewhere or the other we need to provide much better facilities for the girl child, isn't it? Now, so we see that there are reports of various harassments, exploitation and violence against the women. Urban areas have particularly became very unsafe for the women. Even most of the women have been harassed by their own relatives. Especially we talk about there is a act against the dowry, but still so many of women are sacrificing their life every day. They are dying every day because of this, dowry concept, because of this ill treatment by the in-laws. Okay, so still you see that there are so many cases we hear every now and then in the newspapers of the rape victims. Okay, about the rape victims, the girls who have been the victims of a very inhuman act like rape, isn't it? So these kinds of, you can say that the news is every now and then in the newspaper, and that's really disheartening. So we still can feel that pain that the girls and the women are suffering in the country. Okay, so still we see that the women are not that, you can say that not very much, confident about coming up late in the night or going to a late movie show. The reason is the kind of environment we have created. Okay, so it's all about the environment you create. So in a country, if you create a good positive environment, if you create a safe environment for the women, they will feel safe. You don't create that environment, they are not going to feel safe, isn't it? So the point is very simple here, bacho, is still the women are facing exploitation in one or the other ways. Okay, now, so if you talk about women's political representation, now that's an interesting topic. That how much women participate in the political activity. So we see that the literacy rates among the women is only 65.46% when you compare it to the updated data, that is 82.14% among the women. If you talk about the jobs, okay, so the percentage of women in the highly paid jobs where the salary is very high, where the payment is very high, the percentage of women in such jobs is very less here as compared to the, you can say that the men in the same jobs. Very few women, very few girls who are very talented girls. If you talk about the passing percentage, if you talk about the performance, then on an average, girls have turned out to be better performance than boys. Then most of the girls, but still they don't go for higher education. The reason is simple. Most of them, they don't have resources. Most of them, they don't have proper schools to go, or the areas is so unsafe that they cannot go further for studies, or the parents are also not very much interested in educating a girl child. Because end of the day, there are still many parents who have a thought process in their mind that one day we have to marry the girl, it will be very expensive, and so why to invest in the education? So these kinds of thought processes are also great hindrance in the path of the women's progress. Okay, now if you talk about the wages, despite the Equal Wages Act, we see that women in all the areas are paid less as compared to the men. Be it the cinema, be it the agriculture or the construction works or the managerial positions. So there are many places where we find that the women are comparatively paid less when compared to men. Okay. Apart from that, if we see that sex ratio has declined, so most parents, they prefer the boys over the girls. As a result, they get the girl child aborted. Okay, so that is again very much common in the societies even today. Though it is an illegal activity to do, you can land up into prison for that, you can be punished for that, but still such things are definitely happening in the country. As a result, we see that the sex ratio has declined. Okay, if we talk about society in general, urban centers in particular, it's not safe for the women. Dowry harassment, domestic violence, there are multiple things we see that are being happening in the women's case. Okay, now, so if we talk about further about the women's political representation, we see that in India particularly, the political representation of the women is very low. Let me take the case of the Uttar Pradesh Assembly. Uttar Pradesh is a very large state in terms of the number of seats, whether it is in the state assembly or in the Lok Sabha. But if you see the present representation of women, then it is hardly 5%. If you talk about out of the more than 400 members in the state assembly, around about 50-55 members are only women. That's very less. That's very less as a percentage, even less than that. So what we see that the women's participation, whether at the national level or whether at the state assemblies, has been very poor. If in some case, if we talk about for the first time, if you see, for the first time it happened in 2019 that the number of women ministers, it's touched 14.36% of the Lok Sabha. That means out of the total strength of the Lok Sabha, it was for the very first time that 14.36% members were women, and that happened in the year 2019. Okay, if we talk about the women's share in the state assemblies, it is even less than 5%. That is again very disheartening. So if we talk about, if we have an average, if we take out an average of the women's political representation, okay, that in how many countries, what is the status of women, then it's very sad to know that India lags behind even some of the African and Latin American countries when it comes to the women's participation in the parliaments. Even there are some Arabic countries which are known to give very less freedoms. Even they have more women political leaders than compared to a country that is known to be one of the largest democracies. How ironical is it, isn't it? Even today also we don't find so many women, you can say, members participating or being in the major political terms. So that is something really very disheartening, right? So one way to solve this problem, how to solve this problem? We can give reservation to the women. Like we have given reservation to the women in the local bodies, we have reserved 1/3 of the seats in the local government bodies for the women. Okay, in the same way we can do something in the Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha also. So if you remember we gave this reservation thing to the women in the local bodies. So now we can see the result that nowadays 10 lakh women representatives can be found in the local government bodies. Okay, same can be done. If you talk about, same can be done with the respect to the women in the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. So we see that there was a bill called as Women Reservation Bill that had been pending for so long in the Rajya Sabha and the Lok Sabha. Okay, for over 10 years. Recently, Modi government has worked upon that bill, because before this, there was no discussions about the bill in the entire span of 10 or 11 years. Okay, but recently, if you see that this bill has been little bit moved further, you can say that implementations have been done. Okay, so all in all, what we understood here is, when you express any kind of social division in politics, it can have some real good impacts and effects for those people who have not got any rights in the past. So like we expressed the issue of gender in the politics, it turned out to be really helpful, because we saw that whenever we spoke up for the rights of the women, so there were laws found, there things they came up, right? And you know, the best part was, the women who earlier had no political rights now got at least some better position in the society. So we saw that the expression of gender in politics turned out to be a real useful one. Okay, bachon. Now let's have a question for you. Here. Okay, so the question is, Rama was demotivated due to the discrimination done with her in terms of wages due to gender bias. Which of the following can Rama use to prove her point? Okay, 4 options: Minimum Wages Act, Equal Remuneration Act, Labor Act, or both A and C. Okay, so we have 4 options. Rama was demotivated due to the discrimination done with her in terms of wages due to the gender bias. Which of the following can Rama use to prove her point? You have 30 seconds to answer, and here we go, guys. Okay, that's really superb. Superb by superb. Okay. Rehan have already written the name. You must have seen that. Okay, so you need to pay more attention. I've already circled the name as well. Okay, so you can come to the top of the leaderboards by answering more correct. Okay, that's really superb. That's really superb. Amazing. Very nice, beta. Very nice. रविंद्र पटेल, बिकॉज बालक यहाँ पे जो प्लेटफॉर्म है भैया वो इंग्लिश ही है, यानी पीडब्ल्यू इंग्लिश प्लेटफॉर्म ही उन बच्चों के लिए है जो हिंदी नहीं समझ पाते। तो हर एक बच्चा इंपॉर्टेंट, जैसे आप हिंदी समझ लेते हो ना, कुछ बच्चे नहीं समझ पाते तो उनको इंग्लिश में पढ़ा देते हैं भाई। सो दैट इज वाई द प्लेटफॉर्म इज पीडब्ल्यू इंग्लिश। अगर आपने चैनल का नाम देखा होगा बच्चे, तो ये भी देखा होगा कि सारी क्लासेस इंग्लिश में हो रही है, बिकॉज हर एक बच्चा जरूरी होता है। ठीक है भाई, समझ गए? ओके शिवा बच्चे, माय नेम इज कुणाल। ओके ओके बढ़िया। सो आई होप यू अंडरस्टैंड कि इतनी अंग्रेजी सर काहे झाड़ रहे हो सर, मातृभाषा भूल गए क्या सर? नहीं बेटा, ना मातृभाषा भूले हैं, बट हर एक बच्चा जरूरी है। सो दैट इज व्हाई वी हैव दिस चैनल टू टीच ऑल सच स्टूडेंट्स हु अंडरस्टैंड इंग्लिश। हिंदी वाला मैराथन, हिंदी वाला टॉपिक हम लोग पढ़ेंगे फाउंडेशन चैनल पे। ठीक है बालक, तो वहां की कम्युनिटी सेक्शन में जाके आप पूरा लिस्ट वहां पे देख सकते हो कि कब कब कौन सा मैराथन चलेगा। क्लियर? ओके, happy birthday. My birthday actually was 2 months back. 2 months, roughly 2 months back. So thank you for wishing me so late, and also please share my gift. Okay, I'll be so happy beta if you're coming to the birthday party. Most welcome, but you have to bring me a gift. Okay, so correct answer here is the Equal Remuneration Act. That means for equal nature of work, irrespective of the gender, you should be paid equal amount. Okay, I hope it's very clear. Option number B is clear. So 100% people have given me the correct answer. Okay, sir, एक बार नाम लिख दो बोर्ड पर। रेहान, अमू, Avengers Edits, धीरज, RP, very nice, Aryan, Ahana, Haripriya. Okay, Bhavi from Bhopal, Tanu with us, Sarikonda, doing very consistent. These are very consistent students, yeah, doing amazing, doing very great, super. Okay, so now let's come to the second part of this chapter, that is communalism. Now, what do you mean by communalism? So again, we have come to the second part of the topic, that is religion, communalism, and politics. Now, religion is something here that is very intrinsic to the human beings. Okay, so what is religion basically? What is religion? At times, we misunderstand the concept of religion. So religion is basically not just following a god. It's more about following your responsibilities, following your kartavya, that we call in Hindi. In English, we call that responsibilities. If you remember that that event from the Mahabharata, where Lord Krishna, when Arjun gets very demotivated in the battleground, Arjun gets very demotivated. He says that, how can I fight against my own brothers? How can I fight in a battlefield? Then Lord Krishna tells him, he tells him that, Arjuna, at the moment you are a warrior, and even the other people the Kauravas, those who have come to the battleground, they have come with the intention of fighting. They have come to fight you. If you will not fight, they will fight. It's that simple. So at the moment, your dharma, your religion, your responsibility is of being a warrior. So as a warrior, as a archer, as a person who has come to the battlefield, that is your prime dharma, that is your prime responsibility. Okay. So the point is very simple. So when you're talking about religion, when you're talking about this entire term, okay, so it is a very broad term. It's a very, very broad term. So there's a very wonderful speech by Swami Vivekanand ji when he gave that speech at the World Parliament of Religion, Chicago. If you ever get time in your life, if you ever get time in your life, just ever go through that speech. That's a wonderful speech given by Swami Vivekanand ji in this thing, World Parliament of Religions held in Chicago. So we will come to realize that how he describes India, how he describes the culture of India, and that's a very, very, very beautiful spoken. Okay, now let's talk about what Gandhi said. So basically what Gandhi said about religion, Gandhi said that religion can never be separated from politics. Now let's understand this line very carefully. Now some people, nowadays you must have seen that there are a lot of YouTube shorts very viral. And they will just take any random line, and for them it's the matter of views. Okay, they're least bothered about the society. So they will be like, they will start with a line, दोस्तों क्या आप जानते हो कि गांधी ने ऐसा कहा था? अब आप comment section में बताइए कि क्या ये बात सही है. And now people, those who don't know about what the actual concept is, they will start fighting in the comment section. It happens, yeah. We will just start fighting in the comment section, and we have zero ideas about what the actual meaning is. So this is how the things are manipulated in any society. I'm not talking about India, but I'm talking about any society, right? So it's like that religion can never be separated from politics. What Gandhi meant by this is that the good things of every religion should always be taken into consideration whenever you are forming any laws for the society. Okay, now this is something very great to understand. Okay, so what Gandhi meant by religion can never be separated from politics is religion, he does not mean by any particular religion, but he talked about the moral values. I mean, every religion has some or the other moral values, some or the other moral values. So what is the meaning here is to take those moral values and take them into consideration whenever you are framing any rules and regulations, because any rules and laws and regulations are going to impact the people, right? So if you can take something good from everything, then obviously you're going to frame something great. So I believe that politics must be guided by ethics or the ideas drawn from the different religions. So that is the meaning of Gandhi here. Okay, now, so we see that most of the times the human rights in our country, they have argued that most of the victims of the communal rights have belonged to some or the other minorities. Now, what are communal rights? So basically, rights means dange in Hindi. That means violence. Okay. So when people start fighting in the name of the religion, they start burning the buses, they start, breaking the public houses, everything. So when they start damaging the entire property and everything, so that is basically called a rights. Now, let me tell you one more thing. The people who perform the rights are never the people who are employed. That's a very well established fact. Have you ever seen your papa or your mummy going for doing a rights? Never, because they're already employed. They're working, guys. Okay, they have a responsibility to cater to. Your mama must be a working woman, or even if she's a housewife, she'll be taking care of the house. Okay, your papa is going to the job, or he might be having a business. So in fact, he is never the person who will go and fight in a right. So who are these guys? These guys are basically the unsocial elements who are there to create a nuisance in the society. So these are those people. And these people, they take the advantage of the feelings of the people, because we all know that we are all very much related to our religion. We all love our religion. So these, anti-social elements, what they do is they take the advantage of this particular thing in order to solve their selfish motives. Okay, and then they start creating violence. So this is basically called as the communal rights. Okay, so when you start misusing the religion and start creating violence in that name. Okay, now, so basically we see that, so a lot of human rights group have said that in the communal rights, the worst sufferers are the religious minorities. I mean, all those people whose numbers are less in the country. Okay, and apart from that, they have also demanded the government should take special steps to prevent everyone from such kind of circumstances. Okay, now we see that women's movement have always have put forward one particular thought, that all the family laws of the different religions, they discriminate against the women, and that is a very fact. If you talk about recently, government intervened into this thing practice called as triple talaq system. Okay, so triple talaq, you say talaq 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 and the divorce is done. So that is again very much, you can say unjust towards the women. Or there are many more rituals here in the different religions. They have their own family laws. Family laws means the laws related to marriage, to adoption, to conduct of the people. These are the family laws. So every religion has some or the other laws, family laws. Okay, so most of the women groups have really said that these are family laws that discriminate against the women. So they have demanded the government that you should intervene and change these laws. Okay, so basically we see that the religion has a great role to play in our society, but if taken in a very much positive manner. Okay, so religion has a great role to play in a society, and there is no problem in following any religion. Okay, it's absolutely normal. The problem arises when people start feeling that only their religion is dominated and others one should always perish. Okay. Now, so that is basically called as communalism. So what is communalism? It is an extreme attachment to one's own religion, where you start feeling that only your religion is superior and all the other religions are useless. That is called as communalism. It can be for anyone. Whenever a person from any religion starts feeling that only your religion is superior, others are useless, okay, and when you start doing violence in the name of religion, then that is called as communalism. When you start killing people, when you start hitting people, when you start hating people in the name of religion, that is called as communalism. Okay, so what happens is, who are the real benefiters? The real benefiters are the political leaders, because they then start doing the communal politics, that is politics based on the name of religion. So they will always find such people, who are full of communal thoughts. So they will make those people the real face, and on the basis of them, they will try to gain more and more votes. Okay, so political leaders are the real benefiters because they are least bothered with anything. They will always try to mobilize people, because they know that again they are the people who are the real source of power, because when people are going to be very much attracted towards a political leader, they will start giving the votes. So it's very, very simple. So political leaders are the real benefiters. So communal politics is based on the idea that religion is the basis of community. Okay, that religion is the basis of any social community. That is the whole idea behind the communal politics. Okay, so communalism, it involves thinking on multiple parameters. For examples, the followers of a particular religion must belong to one community. Now, there is a big flaw in this. very big flaw in this. Okay. बच्चे पोल कहीं अलग से पॉपअप नहीं होता. Whenever I release a poll, you simply have to write the correct option, that is A, B, C or D in the chat, and your answer is registered. Okay, it's very simple. Very, very simple. Okay, so the moment I release the poll from here, you write A, B, C or D and your poll is registered. It's so easy to do, isn't it? Okay, so see what happens. Now let me tell you this thing. So what happens here is, let's say there are 100 people belonging to one simple religion, okay, one single religion. It is not possible that all hundreds of them will have the same demands or the same ideology. They might be following the same God, but the demands and ideologies will always differ. Out of 100, maybe 40 may have similar ideologies, similar demands, but 20 may have some other, 20 may have some other, isn't it? So it's very crucial, it's very simple, but a communal person will never accept this fact. A communal mind will always think that if the people belong to one religion, they are a part of one community. That is not the case. Okay, that is not the case. Let's move on further. So, communalism can take various forms in politics. Discuss. This question is often asked for 5 markers here. This question is often asked for 5 markers. Discuss the various forms that communalism can take in politics. Now, number 1. The most common expression of communalism is in your everyday beliefs. So this involves religious prejudices, okay, or for example, you have framed a particular, idea with respect to certain community, okay. If you see a guy from this community, this guy has to be hated. Remember that Nazism chapter about the Jews? What did the Nazis do? They had a clear understanding that if this guy has a nose in the shape of a 6, that means the person is a Jew and you should hate the person. You should kill the person. Okay, they had only one vision in their mind, that only the Nordic German Aryans are the superior, rest all are useless, rest all should be killed. So that is a very dangerous thought, isn't it? So when you start stereotyping a religion, when you start stereotyping someone, okay, this guy is coming from this community, it's a bad guy, he's a very bad person, you should kill that guy. So whenever you have these kinds of religious stereotypes, that means that you are turning into a communal person. Okay, apart from that, if you see that, this is point number 1. Okay, then we talk about a communal mind. A communal person will always want a political power. Okay, it's very simple. A communal mind will always want political dominance. They will always want political power. For example, remember in Sri Lanka, the Sinhala leaders, they followed Buddhism, right? So very simple, they wanted political power for domination. So once they formed the government, they had the political power, they promoted only Buddhism. They disrespected all the other religions in that case, right? As a result, we see there was a violence. So in the same way, whenever a communal person is there, a communal mind will always think of a religious dominance, will always talk about a political power. So if they have the political power, definitely they will have the dominance. Okay, then when we talk about political mobilization, suppose tomorrow a political leader comes in front of the people and asks, demands, and starts asking the votes in the name of the religion. See, I belong to your religion, now you should vote for me. Okay, see, I belong to your religion, if I come into power, I do this, I do that, I do that. So if a political leader starts mobilizing the people, motivating the people in the form of communalism or in the name of communalism, so that is the worst form the communalism can take. Okay, so this can involve the use of sacred symbols, religious leaders, okay, emotional appeals in the name of religion, okay, or instilling fear in the followers of the such leaders. Okay, so basically, if you are not going to vote for us, then this is going to happen. God will, God will destroy you. So all these kinds of things, when you fill in the minds of people, when you demand votes in the name of religion, that is again a form of communalism, isn't it? Now, next, in electoral politics, it often involves appealing to the interest or the emotions of the voters. Okay, definitely you are trying to just prove that you are the voters. Okay, you are supporting only one religion. So this happens in throughout the world. Yeah, this happens throughout the world. So political leaders, they only want votes. Okay, it's very simple. And when they feel that they can mobilize someone in the name of religion, they very well do that. This is also called at times social engineering in the terms of politics. Okay, so when you mobilize people, when you motivate people to give you votes in the name of religion or caste or community or culture, this is also called as social engineering at times. Okay, because you know that people are very emotional, you can easily manipulate them in the terms of these things. Okay, so definitely you can easily win their votes. So this is again a form of communalism that we see in the society. Sometimes the communalism takes the most ugly form, that is in the form of riots or the violence. Okay, dange that we call. Remember at the time of India's partition, so in the time of India's partition, the guys who benefited the most were the political leaders. Remember them? Any one of them you remember dying? Any one of them you remember dying in the partition? Whether it's Muhammad Ali Jinnah or Jawaharlal Nehru or any other person who died in the partition of the country, the answer is no. None of them died, isn't it? It's very clear. But the hatred between the people was very grave. It led to the partition of the country. If you date back, if you go back to the year 1927, if you go back to the year 1927, the demand for Pakistan was kept forward, okay, by Muhammad Ali Jinnah. If you talk about Sir Muhammad Iqbal, if you talk about the then president of the Muslim League, okay, or if you talk about the Indian leaders also, so none of them was ready for a reconciliation, or none of them was ready for a combine, you can say, efforts. So the point is very simple. Everyone was more, you can say that, interested in forming their own dominion, in forming their own status, everything. That who suffered actually? Who suffered actually? The people of the country, isn't it? So if we talk about the partition of the country, that is the, you can say that, very uneventful example of communalism. People were so much angry with each other. You won't imagine, guys, the trains that went from India to Pakistan, the body was kept in pieces. People were killing everyone. This you cannot imagine. There were dead bodies on the train. And the train that was coming from Pakistan to India also had the same dead bodies. So there were people who were losing their lives, not the political leaders. But mobilization was again done on the political lines, if you see that. So partition of India is again a very bad example of the communalism, the worst form that communalism can take in any society. So basically, religion as a whole is beautiful. It's a wonderful concept if we talk about, but when this religion becomes the basis of the social community, when political leaders start mobilizing the religion, using the religion for their personal gains, then it becomes dangerous, or it takes the form of communalism. And that is really very much dangerous for the society. Okay, my dear bachcho. Now, so basically, what makes India a secular state? This question comes for 3 markers, that how India is a secular state. So our constitution makers had really seen in what happened in 1947. Okay, we all saw that what happened in 1947. So while the constitution was being framed, while it was being made, they made it very particular that all the religious communities have a real rights in the society. Okay, and that is why they made the Indian constitution secular in nature. Now, what do you mean by secularism? Secularism in simple terms mean when you respect each other's religions. I am not talking about just respecting 1 or 2 religions. I am talking about respecting each other's religion. If you will respect a religion, they will respect you back. It's that simple. Okay, it's not about, just making one religion superior, other inferior. Okay, just talking about yourself, not respecting anyone. So secularism talks about the constitution makers chose India to be a secular state. Okay, this is reflected into multiple laws. For example, we don't have an official religion for the Indian state. Let me tell you one more thing about the Indian culture. India is one country. Since the ancient times, we have always been welcoming to all the cultures and all the religions. And this tells you the speciality of the real Indian culture. So our tagline says Atiti Devo Bhava, that is the guest is God. Okay. India is known to be one land where the people from around the world following different religions, when they were persecuted, when they were punished, they ran and they came to India. And India gave them the shrine. India gave them, you can say, the real, you can say that India accepted them with open arms. So Indian culture is very, very old and very beautiful, very old traditional culture. And it is, our culture is, when it comes to tolerance, when it comes to acceptability, then our culture is very beautiful, guys. So we have one of the greatest amalgamation of all the religions in the country, but still we have rights for everyone. So if we talk about any field, we talk about sports, we talk about entertainment. So we have people from different walks of life, from different religions of life. And that is the beauty of the Indian culture, isn't it? And it's not just because of the formation of the constitution. Even before the constitution existed, in the ancient times, I'm talking about the times of Chandragupta Maurya, the times of Cholas, the times of, you can say that Gupta dynasty. So India had a great variety of culture even then. And the rulers of those times really accepted this culture. So it is the beauty of the Indian culture somewhere or the other. Okay. So if we talk about, so there is no official religion in the state. There is no official religion in the country. Unlike we have the status of Buddhism in Sri Lanka, Buddhism there is official. We have Islam as official religion in Pakistan, Christianity in England, but our constitution does not give any proper, you can say that any official status to any religion, isn't it? Sure, I'll tell that. Very nice. But see, Rishabh, I'm already asking questions, but again, it's not just about the questions, it's also about understanding the concept. So once I'm done with the concept, I ask the questions. Okay. So because the session is about marathon here means we are more like into the concepts. So in the midst, I'm already asking questions. If you have been here since the beginning, you must have come across that. Okay. So very simple. So it's very, very cool, but say that we don't have any official religion in the state. Second, the constitution provides all the individuals and communities. We have the freedom to practice and promote any religion. Okay, we can promote any religion, or also we can choose to not follow any religion. It's 100% up to us. If you don't want to follow any religion, you don't follow any religion. It's perfectly acceptable in the Indian society. So it's up to you whichever religion you want to follow, whichever religion you want to follow. Okay, so it's that simple. So that is the best feature of the Indian constitution. Again, you can promote your religion, but you cannot forcefully convert anyone. This is something to be noted. Okay, so you have the option, if anyone likes to join a religion on its own, he or she is free to join. But someone if tries to forcefully convert anyone, that is not allowed. You cannot forcefully convert anyone by giving them some of the greed. So let's say you are asking them, we will give you money, you convert to a religion, we'll give you food grains, you convert to a religion, that is not allowed. Okay, if the person wants to join a religion, wants to choose a religion on his own, at his own will or her own will, they are free to choose. But if you try to give them freebies, if you want to give them some incentives for the same, that is not allowed. Okay, is that clear? Chalo. So constitution again prohibits discrimination on the basis of a religion. You cannot discriminate with anyone. Okay, at the same time, constitution has given the power to the government to intervene in the religious matters if the problem is of society. Okay, suppose let's talk about, for examples, untouchability was banned, sati system was banned. So they were moreover social evils here. They were not religious things, but moreover social evils. If such kind of things erupt in the society, then the government has the power to intervene and establish equality for all, right? Because that is again one of the principles of the democracy. Okay, so let's move further. Let's have a question here. Okay, so let's have a question, bacho. Statement 1. India is a secular state. Okay, this is statement 1. Statement 2. People in India have the freedom to unwillingly carry out religious conversions. Okay, now there are 4 statements. Both statements are correct. Both statements are wrong or incorrect. Okay. Statement 1 is correct. Second incorrect. Or a last option, that is statement 1 is incorrect and second is correct. Okay. So we have basically 4 statements out here, bache. You need to tell me that which one of them is correct and which of them is incorrect. Okay. So we have 2 statements, okay, and 4 options. So let's get started, bacha. So and let's start the poll. So all of you have simply but just you have to write, bache, option A or option B or option C or option D in your charts. Okay, done. Simple. So whatever is the correct option, you can just mention here. Is it clear? Is it clear, my dear? Okay, very nice. Very nice. Very nice. Superb, bachon. Superb. Okay, bache, state, I'll tell you what the state here refers to. A lot of people, they feel that, sir, why we are referring to as a state. The state in political terms is also used to refer to government. Okay, so just make a note here. State here doesn't always mean that we are talking about proper states and the districts here. So state at times, it also refers to the government. Okay, so I hope this is clear. So India is a secular state. So state here means state refers to the form of government that India follows. Okay, so it's not with respect to Chhattisgarh, Odisha, Jharkhand wala state. This in general refers to the kind of practice of government we do in the country. So that is here what refers to the state. Okay, so in political terms, state also stands for governments or the particular country. So make that a note. Okay, so please don't get confused because of that. Okay, so correct answer is statement 1 is correct, but second is incorrect because we cannot unwillingly religiously convert anyone. That is not allowed. Okay, so option number C stands true here. Option number C is absolutely correct here. And here we go, guys. So 16% only people have given me the correct answer. Okay, so 75% says that both statements are correct. Okay, but how can both statements be correct? It's not possible. India follows secularism, that is fine. But in India, people do not have the freedom to unwillingly convert anyone. If the person is willingly ready to convert to something, that's okay, but you cannot force a person to convert to some religion. So that is why option number 2, यहाँ पे statement number 2 is incorrect. Okay, so we have only 4 students answered me correctly. That's RP, Bhavi, George, Joseph. Very nice. And Mukesh Kumar. Very nice, George. Very nice. Beta, very well done. Okay, that is superb example. Bacho, superb example. Okay, now let's come to the another topic, that is caste and politics. Very nice. Hi युवराज, उड़ान 2004 बहुत याद आता है भाई, मेरे को बहुत याद आता है. I also remember I also remember the classes a lot. Okay, very nice. Keshav, beta, how many people you will take the request from? Ammu request नहीं भेजी आपने. Ammu is busy studying here, answering the polls. Request खतरनाक. बच्चे, what have you made the chat section? अभी I told you the starting of the chapter na, my dear, that Keshav Maharaj, बच्चे, Keshav my dear, if Ammu sends a request to the cyber police, uncle will come knocking at your door, and then you ask the uncle कि सर request क्यों नहीं भेजी. ठीक है? So अभी मैंने बताया अभी कि पॉलिटिकल टर्म्स क्या होते हैं कि अगर आप किसी को ऐसा एकदम डायरेक्टली इधर अप्रोच मार रहे होते हो सीधा, सो इट कैन एक्चुअली हैव कॉन्सिक्वेंसेस. ओके, चलो. अरे बच्चे, I'll be here in the marathons na, don't worry. So okay, let's all see the leaderboards. So here we have RP is ranked up. Okay, that's really nice. Anam with us, Rehan, very much, very good. Okay, Sari Konda, Surbhi, Tanu, Haripriya, Ritesh, Ahana, George ranked up. Shransh, Amu with us. She has answered 3 questions very correct. Very nice. Himanshu Prince. Keshav, where are you on the leaderboard, my dear beta? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Very sad, yaar. Hi Shweta Sharma, newly joined. Okay, Dream Infrastructure, newly joined. Very nice. Very nice. Very nice, beta. Very nice. Okay, so let's come to the next topic, and sometimes the very most confusing topic, that is caste and the politics. And after that, we'll be finishing up with this chapter, that is gender, religion, and caste. And there'll be two more chapters to go from the political science, that is political parties and outcomes of democracy. So we'll be quickly cruising through those chapters as well. Chaliye, Rishabh, all the best, my dear. High combination FF. याद आ गया भाई, तुम याद आ गए मेरे को. चलिए, let's move further. Okay, so let's talk about caste. Yeah, now what is this caste basically? See, very simple. Let's understand it this way. In the ancient times, what happened? People were divided according to the jobs they do. Let's say the Brahmins, they had a job of performing the puja in the mandirs. Okay, so doing all the religious activities. Okay, so Brahmins were assigned a job. Then they are the stronger people, the people who had a lot of strength, who were brave people. So basically, they were assigned the job to protect the country, to protect the kingdoms, and they came to be called as the Kshatriyas. Now, there were many people in the country, there were many people in the different kingdoms who used to do farming, who used to do business. So they were categorized in the category of, which category, bacho? Vaishya category. Okay. And then few people were there who were given the task of maintaining the cleanliness of the society, or doing all such kind of jobs. So they were counted in the category of Shudras. Okay, that's very normal. People were divided according to the basis of their job, what jobs they used to do. But what happened gradually, when people of the upper classes, that means who had better jobs to perform, when they started gaining power, they made sure that the power remains in their hand. So this system, which was earlier called as the Varna system or the division of labor, you can say, it converted into the caste system. So the people who were at the top of this, who did more respectable jobs, they made it sure that they have the most power in the society. Okay, and they made it sure that people, those who are in the lower category of jobs, they should not be able to change their occupation. And hence a normal division of labor now got changed into a proper caste system. Okay. And over the period of time, those who were at the top of the society, they got all the benefits like education, like the job opportunities. And the guys who were at the lower bottom, they were almost neglected. A time came, when they were also driven outside the society. No, they were not being given the proper rights. And this is what makes the caste system a very bad system. Okay. Now, so caste division special to India, all societies have some kind of social inequality and some division of labor. So we already discussed the Varna system. Okay. So we see that in different societies, occupations are passed on from one generation to another. For example, if a student's father was a farmer, okay, let's say nowadays the things are changing because people are taking up education and good quality of jobs and everything. Some are doing their own businesses. Earlier, what used to happen, if someone was a farmer, his son was also a farmer, their son was also a farmer. So entire generation used to follow the same occupation, right? So we see that members of the same caste groups, sometimes they formed a social community. Okay, they practiced similar kind of occupation. In fact, they married within the same caste. Even nowadays also, if you see that inter-caste marriages are not very much appreciated in the country. Even today also, when you see on the different matrimony sites, there are multiple matrimony sites. Nowadays, YouTube is also becoming one. I can see that in the chat section. Okay, so earlier there used to be some Jeevan Sati, some this thing Shadi.com, right? So there also we see the people searching for bride and groom. They prefer their own caste people marrying within the caste. So inter-caste marriages, again, it's a big taboo in the country even nowadays. People, they prefer to marry within their own caste. Even today, the caste injustices, especially in the terms of marriage, are very much prevalent, isn't it? This happens, yeah. This happens, isn't it? Yeah. So we have one more eligible bachelor, Kaushik, out here. Kaushik, are you searching for someone? But this is again YouTube, yeah. Here we are doing marathon. We are not doing that. Earlier it used to be. So I whenever I teach on YT, I feel there might be many students, especially the boys, who are very much, disheartened because of the banning of some social evils. For example, you can say child marriage. They could have married at this age very much. I'm very particular about this. Sir, forget the board exam. Let's enjoy the marriage, sir. आप भी है ना मस्त छोले पूड़ी खा के जाना है ना. So ये होता मेरे को लग रहा है. Last year भी लगा था मेरे को है ना. And there was earlier there used to be a swayamvar. So instead of board examinations, boys are going into swayamvar. Great, sir. Forget about the report card. We'll get the dulan. है ना. तो that could have happened, but unfortunately such things are banned in the society now. So you have to wait, guys. You have to wait. Okay. And again, you are again not in the legal age of marriage, so you'll have to wait, unfortunately. Okay, now you must be cursing the social reformers, sir, why? Sir, moi moment, isn't it? Now, The point is simple. So members of the caste groups, we always see that they prefer to, marry within the same caste. Even they don't want to eat with the people outside the caste. So these kinds of things and practices have been there in India since very ancient times. Okay. Now what we see that caste system was based on exclusion and discrimination against certain groups. Especially we call them as Dalits or the untouchables in the olden times. Now we have counted them in scheduled caste and scheduled tribes. Okay. So we have given them proper constitutional powers to safeguard their rights. Earlier, what used to happen? Caste system used to exclude them. The people belonging to the Dalits or the untouchables, they were living outside the city. They did not have access to any kind of public places. Okay, they were not even given the education or any job opportunities. And that was really very bad, guys, isn't it? Now, due to the efforts of some political leaders and social reformers like Jyotiba Phule, Gandhiji, B.R. Ambedkar, Periyar Ramaswamy Naikar, and because of some kind of social and economic changes that came about in the country, the caste hierarchies have started to broken down. Okay, you see that caste have undergone certain changes, especially in the urban India, right? In the office, nobody asks which caste you belong to. Okay, nobody is actually interested in caste or the religion. We all work very happily. In the classrooms also, people are least bothered with what caste bacha you are sitting with, what religion student you are playing with or having your interval. So this has been possible because of the growth of the literacy rates, because of the growth of the social and economical changes that have come across in the society, isn't it, bacho? Now, so what has happened with the large scale development, the growth of literacy, people have now started taking different occupations with the growth in education and also the weakening of the position of landlords in the village. Earlier, these zamindars were the real, you can say, harbingers of caste. So they were the real promoters of caste system. So as the zamindari system got abolished, the landlord's position got weakened up. So we see that the old ideas of caste hierarchy have started to break down. And somewhere or the other, I'm not saying that caste has completely got vanished from the Indian society, but still caste exists, but still it has become more diluted, you can say. Earlier, where it used to be very, very rigid, it has comparatively become more diluted in nature. Now let's move further. Okay, so let's talk about caste in politics. So basically what we see this, casteism. Now this is a very important topic, guys. This question is asked for 4 markers either in the form of case study or 3 markers, that is caste in politics. Okay, so what we have seen so far, casteism has a belief that caste is the idea of the society. Okay, that without caste, a society cannot exist. That is what casteism means. Okay, now what forms can caste take in politics? Now that's an interesting question. That what forms can caste take in politics? This question is almost asked for a long question. It will be asked as discussed. Caste can take various forms in politics. They'll give you 3 marks question and they'll ask you to discuss the same. Okay. Now, so what forms can caste take in politics? It's a very confusing topic. So I'll require all your attention towards the board, bacho. So what happens here is whenever the parties, they choose candidates for their elections, they make sure that every caste is being represented here. They make sure that whatever candidates they're hiring, they're coming from the different caste, because end of the day, we know that in order to win the elections, each and every vote is important. Because of the concept of one person, one value, one vote, each and every vote is important if you want to win an elections. Okay. So when parties, they choose the candidates in elections, they keep in mind the different caste composition. They make sure that they nominate the people belonging from the different caste in order to win the elections. Second important point, the political parties and candidates, at times we have seen them, they appeal to the people in the name of caste. Okay, at times it also happens that there are certain political parties that represent certain caste. For example, if you talk about Bahujan Samaj Party, it is known to represent all the Dalit people. It is known to represent the minorities. It is called as you can say that mouthpiece of the depressed communities. Okay. So we talk about Samajwadi Party. They have worked a lot for the other backward classes. Okay. So at times we see that a particular political party, it support a certain section of the society. It can be supporting certain caste groups, certain disadvantaged groups. Okay, so political parties and candidates also make appeals to the people in the name of caste sentiment to win the votes. Okay, then see, universal federal and franchisee, that is the principle of one person, one value and one vote, has made it very much, you can say that compulsory for the political leaders to get the support of each and every caste. Because if you don't have the support of each and every caste, you are not going to win the elections. Let's say if there is a constituency and if there are 100 voters, out of this 100 voters, if let's say 40 voters are supporting a particular caste and all 40 of them vote to a particular leader, but that leader is not going to win the elections until and unless he has the votes of 40 more people. okay, or at least 30 more people, then only there'll be possibility that particular leader is going to win the elections. So when it comes about the elections, it is very important that the people should make sure that they have the they reach out to the people from the different caste and not just one caste. Okay, so basically whenever you say that a particular caste is the vote bank of a particular party, that means that most of the members from that caste may vote for that party, but not all the members are going to vote for it. Okay, so what we have studied so far, that when parties choose candidates, they make sure that people from different castes are involved, because that will help to gather the support. Okay, so political parties and candidates also, they ask votes in the name of the caste sentiments at times. Then we see that because of universal adult franchisee, the one person, one value, one vote concept, it has become compulsory for the political leaders to appear the people from the different castes. Okay, so so the examples we discussed, okay, so far, the examples we discussed, they may give an impression that politics or elections are all about caste. Okay, so it may give an impression that caste in politics is all about the elections. Okay, so the leaders are only concerned with the caste because of the elections and nothing else, but that is not the case. That is not the case. I'll tell you why. There are multiple reasons to prove the point that elections are not all about caste. Okay, you may have this impression about reading the points, after reading the points, that elections are just about the caste and nothing else, but that is not the case. I'll tell you why. Number one, see, why this is the case? Number one, because no parliamentary constituency in the country has a clear majority of a single caste. It's very true here. If you talk about any particular area, it's not possible that all the people of that area will be belonging to a particular caste. So definitely no parliamentary constituency will have one caste as dominating. So definitely every candidate and every party needs to win the confidence of more than one caste if you want to win the elections. Okay, so if you want to win the elections, you will have to reach out to more than one caste. Second is, no party wins the votes of all the voters of a caste. Let's say, suppose if a candidate standing from a particular constituency, he may have support of the majority members of a caste, but not all the members. Okay, so all the members from a caste may not support for a particular candidate. So when we say that a particular caste is a vote bank, we only say that a large number of people from that caste may vote for the person, but not all the members. Okay. Third important point, many political parties put up candidates from the same caste. As if, suppose, there is a reserve constituency. Okay, there is an SC constituency. Now we all know that from an SC constituency or reserve constituency, only a member from the scheduled caste can be nominated as a candidate. So definitely all the parties participating in that particular constituency will have the members from the scheduled caste. Now what will you do? See, what is happening here is all the parties are nominating their candidates from the scheduled caste now, or from the scheduled tribe now. So all the members are of the same caste. Now what will you do? How can you vote in the name of the caste? So definitely you will have to vote in the name of other things, the development, the works done by the members. So this is again a very, very, very crucial steps, right? So some voters, they have more than one candidate from their caste. Okay, so this again makes it very much mandatory to talk more about the works and not just about the caste. And last but not the least, we see that the ruling party and the sitting MPs and MLAs, they continuously lose the elections. They lose the government. They lose their seats. And that would not have been the case if elections would have been all about the caste and nothing else. So this question can also be asked. Okay, this question can also be asked that elections are all about the caste and nothing else. Explain. So whenever this question is there, write these 4 points exactly from the NCERT. So what do we see that towards the last, that the MPs and the MLAs, they keep on losing the elections as well, which shows that elections are not just about the caste and many more things. Right, bacho? Right? Okay. So let's come to the next topic. Then this is, so far what we studied was caste in politics. Okay. So far what we studied was caste in politics. That is the role of caste that it plays in the politics. Okay. So that is called caste in politics. Done. Now we will talk about the next part. So sometimes the question is like this. This particular line is given. And this is a very good PYQ, guys. This is a very good PYQ. And this line is given and the question is discuss. The question is in simple terms, that is discuss. So the question is very simple. It is not politics that gets caste ridden. It is the caste that gets politicized. Okay. Or in simple terms, we can also call these topics as politics in caste. Politics in caste. So far we studied that what influence caste has on politics. Okay. So far we studied that what influence does caste has in politics. How important is caste for politics? Now we are going to understand that how and why politics is also equally important for the caste. Okay. So we also say that it is not politics that gets caste ridden, it is the caste that gets the politicized. And what forms can it take? Let's try understanding. So is that clear, my boy? Is that clear, my boys and girls, my dear students? That so far we were talking about what influence caste has in politics, what importance caste has in politics. Okay, that is caste in politics. Now we are going to talk about what is the importance of politics with respect to the caste. Okay, now, number one, what is the first point? That each caste group, every caste group, it tries to become bigger. How it tries to become bigger? By incorporating its neighboring caste, because it's now more about political competition. It's more about fighting for the rights. So definitely earlier, the caste groups which had a lot of, you can say that, differences among themselves. So they now are trying to resolve the differences. They're trying to become bigger. How? By incorporating, by joining the smaller caste groups. So every caste group tries to become bigger by joining the subcaste, okay, which were earlier not a part of it. Then what more is being done? Second is, we see that various caste groups now enter into a coalition with each other. They enter into agreement with each other. They make an alliance, okay, and thus they then enter into dialogue and negotiation. Then they discuss the different issues related to their caste. So earlier they all were very much excluded. See, it's not like that ki even when we are talking about the Varna system, right? So when we talk about the Shudras, in Shudras also there were multiple divisions. In Brahmins also there were multiple divisions. In Vaishya also there were multiple divisions. So there were divisions within the caste itself. So earlier, within the caste also there were many subcastes, there were many subdivisions, and each one of them had their own superiority level. So now what happened, because of the influence of politics, such caste groups have come together to form a bigger group. Some of them have entered into a coalition or alliance so that they can come up with their rights and demands. Okay. Apart from this, new kinds of groups have come up in the politics, like other backward classes, forward caste groups. So there are multiple types of groups that have been recently joined in the political arena. Okay, so basically, what do we see? So what are the positives of it? Number one, positive is caste plays different kinds of roles in politics. Some situations, expression of caste differences in politics can be very positive. For example, there are many disadvantaged communities like the SCs, the STs, the OBCs, some minorities. So they will get some kind of rights which earlier they were not given. Okay. So in this sense, caste politics has helped people from Dalits and OBC caste to gain better access to facilities which earlier they were not entitled to. For example, earlier they did not have the right to education, they did not have the right for educational or job opportunities. Now, because of their problem being expressed in politics, they were at least got the rights, they at least have got the constitutional power. So in this way, politics has played a very positive role. Okay, when we talk about negative, at the same time, when we talk about the negative points, we see that exclusive attention to caste can also produce some negative results. Okay, as in the case of religion, if you talk about, if you're doing politics just on the basis of caste identity, is not a healthy in a democracy, isn't it? So it can divert the attention from other issues like poverty, like development issues, like corruption. Okay, so in some case we see that if the caste division can also leads to tensions and violence in the country. So it has to be a balance of everything. It should not always be like if you're just focused on caste, on ignoring all the other issues, then also it leads to instability in the political system as well as the country. So whenever we are talking about the caste, the things we have to do is properly balance each and everything, then only are going to get the positive results. Okay, my dear bachcho. So this is what the role that politics plays in caste. Now I have a question for you. It's very, very simple question. Okay, so let's have a question here. Which of the following prove that elections are not just about caste? Okay, okay, 4 pointers. Sitting MP and MLAs lose elections frequently. Option B, all voters from a caste may not vote for only one candidate. Option C, for gaining majority. Different castes need to be involved. And option D is all of the above. Done. So we have 4 options out here, bacha badi. We have 4 options out here, and your time starts now. 30 seconds poll, 4 options. Very good. Very, very good. Very nice. Very nice, Rehan. Very, very nice. मैगी कुक करनी है यार, मेरे लिए भी कुक कर दो. Sure, beta, I'll repeat the last topic once again. Don't worry, beta, I'll repeat the last topic once again, RP. Sure, I'll give the break. I'll repeat it, RP, my dear. Very nice. Very nice. Superb, guys. Superb. Okay. Very nice, beta. Very, very nice. Superb. Okay. So let's move further. So correct answer is option number D, that is all of the above. Okay, the last option is all of the above, that is option number D. And here we go, guys. Here we go. The correct answer is given by 94% people. Okay, Shiva Darshani, Shiva Kumar, Haripriya, Rehan, Aman, Sarikonda. See, so RP dear said that, sir, please repeat the last topic. Sure, I'll repeat you. I'll repeat the last topic. Okay. Now let's understand it in a very simple way, beta. So what we saw so far, what did we see so far? We saw that when you're talking about caste in politics, we saw that caste has various roles to play in politics. Okay, so whenever there is an election, the political leaders, they nominate people from the different caste. Okay, they make sure that people from the different caste are involved in the political competition. People at times, they appeal to the people to give them votes in the name of the caste. Okay, then we see that for getting a majority, people try to invoke caste a lot of in the elections. So this was the various ways in which caste can plays a major role in the politics. Okay, so after that we learned that its elections are also apart from the caste, on various other topics also we take into elections. Then we talked about what roles politics has to play in case of caste. Okay, just imagine like this, that what so far we just studied, that how much caste is helpful or useful for the political people. Okay, now let's talk about how has politics helped with the caste. Okay, so if you are expressing some problem of the caste in the politics, then in what way politics has helped the caste? Okay, so this is the topic, that is politics in caste. People at times get very much confused with this. Okay, now let's try to break this down. So what we understood, see, I told you about the Varna system. We had Brahmin, Kshatriya, Shudras, Vaishya. The problem was the Brahmins or the Kshatriya or the Vaishya or the Shudra, these groups were not similar. Okay, I'll tell you why. In these groups also there were many subdivisions. In Shudras also you'll find variety of subdivisions. And each of the subcaste means a divided group, each of them had their own rules and regulations, each of them had their own superiority level, each of them felt that we are more superior to each other. So there were lots of subdivisions, you can say. Okay, but when the political terms came into light, okay, when it was when all the people saw the different castes, they saw that political terms are very good. If we express our problems in politics, then we may get the solution. Okay, so here what the politics is doing, politics is playing a very good role by highlighting the caste issues, okay, and giving them solutions. So how will you give a solution? When you have the political power. So in order to have the political power, you need a majority. So what did these caste groups started doing? Earlier, those who are very much divided, they tried to become bigger. How they tried to become bigger? By calling all the small groups. They said that now we have done a lot of fighting. Now let's combine, let's collab. So a lot of smaller groups, they joined to form bigger groups. Okay, then many of the subgroups of the different caste, they entered into alliance. They made a large group. They made a coalition. And then they started discussing their different topics and problems. So how can we pitch them in the caste? You must have seen that at times some caste who were earlier not getting advantages, people from those caste have formed a political party to fight for their rights, to debate for their rights. So this is what was done. Okay, then what else we saw? Then we also saw that the new kind of groups have started coming. For example, groups based on the other backward classes like OBCs, we call them. Then we have also seen the groups like the forward caste groups. So we see that over the period of time, apart from the ancient caste groups, there are many more caste groups that have started to come up in the society. And this has been possible only because of the expression of caste in politics. So when politics, took this matter of caste in a very serious terms, when reforms were made, when changes were done, then caste groups also realized that politics is important for them. Okay, so we see that it has both positive and negative outcomes. When we talk about the positive outcomes, then the people earlier, those who have no rights, just imagine about the Dalit people, okay, who are considered to be earlier as untouchables. They had zero rights in society, they had no opportunities in society. So when these people, they started taking up their policies and issues in the political terms, then we see that there have been resolutions to it. Then, for example, nowadays we have reservation for SCs and STs in all the government jobs and in all the government universities, in the different competitive examinations. Okay, so how is this possible? This is possible only because this issue of caste was taken up into politics, was discussed in the parliaments. There were political parties formed that represented a particular caste. So basically we see that when caste is actually, so what we see here is politics is also helping the caste in a positive way. Politics is playing a great role in the terms of caste, okay, by highlighting their concerns. Okay, so this is a positive impact. When we talk about negative impact, so negative impact can be when we start feeling that everything should be around the caste only. When we start ignoring all the other important this thing problems, like the development issues, like the financial issues. When you start rejecting all these things and only talk about caste, then it can play a negative role. But so far, if we talk about when we have politicized it, when we have actually taken the problems into political arena, then many castes have actually benefited from that also. So where we, on one hand, we say that politics has got benefits, the political leaders have benefited from the caste. On the other hand, we can also say that the caste has also got a lot of benefits from the political arena. Okay, so these are the two different topics, that is caste in politics and politics in caste. Clear, bacho? Clear, bacho? Okay, fine, RP. Okay, so bacha body. So this also ends up your topic, that is gender, religion, and caste. Now, how many of you want a 6 to 7 minutes break? I'll just take a voting for this. So need a break for let's say 7 to 8 minutes. I will just conduct a voting for this. So we have a vote type. Okay, so you just have to type yes or no. So I'll give you 30 seconds for this. If you need a break for 7 to 8 minutes because you have been studying continuously from 1:20 till 5:20, almost 4 hours, I guess, 4 hours at a stretch. So I will just waiting for the results. My sister, she watches serials. She does watch one serial called Anupama. I also don't know what she watches in that. Okay, so Indian serials are, even sometimes more complex than the Marvel universe, to be very honest. Auntie becomes a Spider-Man at any moment. You don't never come to know. One more auntie has become Superman in one of the Indian serials. Superman, yeah, she has a super flying scooter you got. So I was really amazed. She just landed into moon even before our Chandrayaan could. So that's very true, yeah. So we have seen such kind of miracles happening in the Indian television. So auntie, she started her scooter, she landed into moon, on surface of the moon, straight away. Even ISRO is confused till date that it has spent a lot of money, on Chandrayaan mission. NASA is still in, shock how an normal Indian auntie, meanwhile ISRO is spending lots of rupees, for reaching out onto the moon for its mission of Chandrayaan, and an average Indian auntie from an Indian Bollywood serial, just riding a scooter and reaching the moon. So, the level of technology being shown here. Okay, 62.5% people have saying, sir, yes, we need a break. And 37.5% have said that, sir, no break. No worries, beta. No worries, beta, bacho. So I'll just give you a quick break of 6 to 7 minutes. In the meanwhile, you can just visit washroom. For the past 4 hours you have been studying. So you can just go and check out the washroom. Okay, drink some water, eat some quick food, something that can fill up your stomach, and let's come back. And okay, so after that we have two more chapters in political science to go. and after that we'll begin with the economics. Okay, so I'll give you the break for 7 to 8 minutes. Okay, so it's a break. In this break, please don't start finding the Instagram IDs. Instead, refresh yourself, rejuvenate yourself. Okay, do something productive and try to eat something. Okay, try to eat something, try to refresh yourself, and that will be good. Clear enough? So I'll meet you after 7 to 8 minutes, and after that we'll continue with the studies. Okay, fair bacho? Done? Okay. So let's meet after 7 to 8 minutes. Fine, guys? Okay. So refresh yourself by the time and then we'll again continue. Fair enough? Okay, bacha badi. हेलो 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 बेटा आवाज आ रही है? आवाज आ रही है? ओके। हाय मीनाक्षी शर्मा, कैसे हैं बेटा? वेरी वेरी गुड इवनिंग बच्चा। पिछले 4 घंटे में अगर ज्वाइन किया होता तो पता होता आपको कि 4 घंटे से हमारे बच्चे पढ़ रहे हैं और टाइम पास नहीं कर रहे हैं। ठीक है, अब रैंडमली भाई एकदम से आकर के आपको लगेगा अरे सर टाइम पास करा रहे हो सर। बेटा 4 घंटे से बच्चा रेगुलरली पढ़ रहा है ना, और 4 घंटे के बाद बच्चे को वॉशरूम जाना होता है, बच्चे को कुछ खाना होता है, तो बच्चे के पास ना मतलब थोड़ा सा ही टाइम होता है। तो इट्स इंपॉर्टेंट कि बच्चा थोड़ा सा 6-7 मिनट का ब्रेक ले ले, पढ़ ले, उसके बाद वापस आ जाए, है ना मीनाक्षी जी? चलिए, तो अभी आप तो वापस आए नहीं यार। अब सिंपल सी बात है, अब 4 घंटा पहले पढ़ना स्टार्ट करते तो आप कहते कि सर अरे थोड़ा सा ब्रेक दे दो। चलो, सो वंस अगेन वेलकम बैक। आई होप कि आपको मेरी आवाज सुनाई दे रही होगी। सो हाय गाइस, वेलकम बैक। क्या हाल चाल, कैसे हैं आप सब? ओके, सो वंस अगेन वेलकम बैक टू पीडब्ल्यू इंग्लिश प्लेटफॉर्म वेयर वी आर डूइंग अ करंट marathon in complete English language. So when I went when I gave you the break, है ना बच्चा? So when I gave you the break, so we had completed till gender, religion and caste, and then I told my lovely people that बच्चों let's take a break for 6 to 7 minutes, and then we will be coming back on our next topic, that is political parties. So this is again very very amazing chapter, very amazing topic. So for all my lovely students, those who are hearing me for the first time speaking English, because generally I teach in the Udan batches, I teach on PW Foundation YouTube platform, I teach on Udan YouTube platform where I don't speak entirely in English. So people, those who have already joined me in multiple batches throughout the year, they already know that sir speaks in English, that is Hindi and English mix. But let me tell you one more thing. Last year also, this particular platform PW English, I taught lots of batches in English also. That means there was an Ignite batch, there was a board booster batch in English. I also took a marathon last year in English, and again this year also I'm taking a marathon in complete English. Okay my dear बच्चों, ठीक है? चलो, so and this is channel is for all the students जिनको हिंदी समझ में नहीं आती and they are more comfortable in English. So that is why we are having the lecture in English language. ठीक है? So I hope I made myself clear. Sure Rehan will meet. Sure Rehan बच्चों will meet. Okay, very nice, very nice, very nice. So if anyone wants a lovely, tasty chai from the DK Samosa Bhandar, actually we and a lot of PVNs, we have opened a shop called as DK Samosa Bhandar, and if anyone wants to have a chai from there, surely you can ask one from me. Okay, so if you're tired, you want some chai to us also, so I'll surely share this chai with you. Oh, it's a very tasty chai. Okay, now so let's start with the topic, that is political parties. Now my dear students, my lovely PVNs, this is a wonderful topic. That's a wonderful topic, political parties. So what do you mean by political party in very simple terms? Okay. In very simple terms, a political party is a group of people who come together to contest elections and hold power in the government. Let's suppose today a lot of students are here in the marathon. Okay. So we also had made a political party in the Udan batch, and it was Vidhayak Ji Janshakti Party. Actually, Vidhayak Ji is absent today, so I'll bring him next time whenever I'm there on PW English platform. So let's suppose there is combination. I told them about Vidhayak Ji. So let's say that we have combination. We have Saksham. Okay. So we have Mahira, we have Raghu, we have Surbi, we have Harshit. Okay. So we have Kapil, we have Pragya Tyagi. Okay, so the point is very simple. So all of us students, we gathered together and we decided that we will make a super political party. Okay, so any suggestions for the name? Any suggestions for the name of the political party that I can make with all my lovely students of PW English? So let's suppose that I decided to make a political party with all these guys whose name I have taken. Any suggestions of the political party? हाँ, sure combination. SKG political party, Kunal Janata Party, not Kunal Janata Party. It has to be Harshit, my dear. Let me tell you one thing. I also support the party you support, but when you're talking about the democracy, it doesn't mean having only one party. It means having multiple parties and having a competition amongst them. So, but say if it's a very simple fact. If you are a political science student, you should know political science. है ना? It's very simple as that. See, supporting a particular party is very different. But having political parties is very different. Okay, so at least there's a very big difference between a supporter and getting knowledge about everything. Okay, so being a political science student, you should have knowledge. It's very simple. Okay, chalo. So Doggesh Janata Party, Dogalina Janata Party, exactly. Doggesh Janata Party, I have a friend of mine, Doggesh, or English Janata Party, anything can be there. Okay, so we have so many political parties in the country. It's a very, we don't know many about them. So we only know the parties that are very, very famous, like we know Bharatiya Janata Party, we know about Indian National Congress, we know about Trinamool Congress, we know about, you can say that AIDMK, sometimes we also know about Bahujan Samaj Party or Samajwadi Party, or we can say Nationalist Congress Party. But there are many parties. You won't believe more than 700 parties are registered with the Election Commission of India. However, we only know those parties who are very popular or very famous, okay, because we have heard their names multiple times. Some of the parties we also support in India. So when we talk about democracy, guys, whenever we talk about democracy, so democracy always says that the electoral competition should always be amongst the different political parties. It can be minimum between the two parties and maximum can be any number. So at least minimum two parties should be there, then it is a proper democratic country, okay. Otherwise, if there is only one single party and there is no electoral competition, that will not be a democratic country then. Then India can similarly be compared with China in that case. China has only one party, Chinese Communist Party, that dominates everything. Okay, so whenever we are talking about democracy, in that to one of the world's largest democracy, we talk about an electoral competition that gives a fair chance to the different people to form a political party to contest the elections. One more important feature, let me tell you, even if you don't belong to a political party, you can still contest the election as an independent candidate. Now, you have that facility because you live in a democracy, okay? Now, so let's talk about further. So these political parties, they agree on some policies and programs for the society so that they can promote the collective good. They can actually be useful for everyone. Now, parties often, parties, they often reflect the different divisions in a society. So a party is known by which part it promotes or which thing it actually stands for. So the kind of policies it promotes, the kind of people it promotes, that actually tells you about a particular political party. So there is a question that what are the components of a political party? So basically we have three components of a political party. What are those three components? Number one, the leaders of the party. Second is the active members of the party, and third is the followers of the party. So without the followers, no political party can actually exist. Because it doesn't matter how many leaders you have, it doesn't matter how many active members you have. The key ingredient of any political party are the followers of the party. Because these are those people who are actually going to vote for them in the coming elections, okay, whenever the elections are held in the country. So these followers are the one who are actually going to vote for the particular party, right? Every party has its own follower and the fan base, isn't it, bacho? So what did we study? Political party is a group of people who come together to contest elections and hold the power in the government. Second is they agree on some policies and programs. They make some rules and regulations to promote the common good of the society. Third is parties are known by the kind of ideologies they promote, the kind of people they promote. Every party has three important components. Number one, that is the party leaders. Second is the active members, and third is the followers of that particular party. Now, so there is a question as what are the functions of the political parties? This question can be asked in the 5 markers, that what are the functions of the political party. See, number one, parties, they contest election. That is the first function of a political party. That political party is made to contest the elections, okay. So otherwise there is no use of political party, isn't it? So all the parties, they want to contest the elections, they want to win the elections, and also they want to form the government. Second and the most important pointer, okay. Yeah, so second and the most important point, that parties, they put forward different policies and programs, and the voters choose from them. So whenever there are elections, parties will give a lot of choices to the voters. Parties will tell that if voted to power, we will do this, we will do that. So that voters have a good lot of options to choose for a particular party. If you go to vote for a particular leader or particular party, it's very simple. You are very much impressed by their works, isn't it? Or whatever promises the party is making, you are very much impressed because of that. So this is one factor that political parties do. They always put forward their ideas, their ideologies, their schemes and policies so that people can choose from them, right? Third important point, that parties play a very decisive role in making laws for the country. Obviously, that party that wins the election, that forms the government, is the party which makes the rules and laws for the country, isn't it? Apart from that, also, even the opposition party has a great role to play, because let's say the ruling party made certain law that is not in favor of the entire society, then it is the task of the opposition to make sure that such kind of laws do not get passed, okay, do not get implemented in the society. So parties, they play a very important role in making the laws for the country. Then parties form and run governments. We all know that. What is the result of an election? So whenever there are elections, the party which gets the majority, it forms the government. Okay, the party that rules the government is called the ruling party, and the party which has the second highest number of votes becomes the opposition. Or in simple terms, the party which wins the election becomes the ruling party, and the party which loses the election becomes the opposition. Okay, now, so basically what we see, that the parties that lose the elections play the role of opposition. Okay, so opposition is very important in a democracy, guys. A healthy opposition is a very good one in democracy. By healthy opposition, I means praising the good policies of the government and criticizing the wrong ones. It doesn't mean that you are criticizing every policy of the government. Suppose if the ruling party is taking some good policies, some good decisions, you need to compliment the party for that. And if some wrong decisions are being implemented, then you have the free choice to criticize those decisions, to put a pressure on the government to make sure that government takes much fair decisions for the people. Okay, so the role of the opposition is also equally important in any democracy, right? Now, the next important point, parties, they shape the public opinion. So you must have seen in the different kinds of andolans, the different kinds of protests that we have across the country. Some of the other political parties comes to back those protests. Okay, so why is it done so? Whenever you get a political support, your issues are very much highlighted. That is something to be noted. Whenever we get a political support, our issues are very much highlighted. So we see that at times parties, they play a great role in shaping the public opinion and making the people realize that what are the steps that they should take. Okay, how should they highlight their issue? So these are the multiple things that the parties, they do, isn't it? Let's move further. Let's move further. Okay, so point number 7, parties provide access to the government machinery. Okay, now you must have seen that there are multiple yojanas and programs and schemes being launched. Who are the guys who implement these yojanas and programs? It is the political party, right? So basically, when people want to access the government machinery, when people want to access the schemes and programs run by the government, it is the political party which becomes the medium for connecting the people to the government policies and programs. So these are the various functions that a political party plays in a democracy. So whenever there is a question, what are the functions played by the political party in a democracy, you can write any 5 or 6 of them. Okay? So this is a very important question, repeated several times in the previous year papers. So make a note of it. Now let's move next question. Okay, now question arises for 3 marks, that why do we need the political parties? So what is basically the need for a political party, isn't it? Why do we need political parties? See, we need political parties for various reasons. What are the reasons? Number one, okay, see, the political parties, they represent the different views of the different people to the government. See, when we talk about the political parties, the task is to represent the society as a whole. Because we have voted for our favorite leaders, we have voted for our ministers. Now they are our representatives in the parliament. So basically these guys are going to respond to any kind of problem that the people are facing from a particular community or particular social group, right? So who is going to actually put their problems further in the parliament? It is the people from the political parties. So political parties help represent the different views on the various issues to the government. Second important point, they bring the various representatives together so that a responsible government can be formed. Whenever a government is formed, whenever a political parties contest the elections, we have already studied in the last chapter, they make sure that people from the different social groups are included in the political party. So whenever the government is formed, we make sure that the people belonging to the different religions, different communities, all of them, they get a share in the political power, because they are the representatives of their respective communities. So if they have the political power, if they have that authority, so definitely they are going to do good for the people. So this political competition brings up, or you can say that it brings together different representatives, okay, so that a more effective decision making can be done. Third important point, they work as a mechanism to support or restrain the government make policies. Okay, very simple. They work as a mechanism to support or restrain the government, make policies and justify or oppose them. Now here comes the crucial role of our opposition. See what happens. At times, you might have seen that opposition works together with the ruling party to address a particular problem. At times, opposition may also raise their voice against something that is not right, not correct, or something that is unjust. Okay, they may also help to rectify a particular policy. We all know that whenever a bill is presented in the Lok Sabha or the Rajya Sabha, it needs to be verified by all the members, at least by two-third majorities, right? So this makes it very much useful with respect to the decision making. Why? When the members discuss over a bill, when they give their inputs over a bill, a better quality of decision is implemented, right? So it makes it very useful for everyone, or in, you can say that very useful in society as a whole, right? Now, political parties fulfill the needs that every representative government has. When you what do you mean by representative government? Representative government or representative democracy means where the people choose their ministers. That means their representatives, the one who are going to represent them in the parliament. Okay, so that is called as a representative democracy. So in order to run a representative democracy, it's very important to have political parties, because political parties have the leaders that are people's favorite, that are chosen by the people, and people want them to be there in the government. So that is why we need the political parties for the given reasons. If the question is for 3 markers, I would suggest you to write all the 4 points so that none of your marks are deducted in the paper. I hope you got my point. Okay, so let's have a quick question here. Let's have a quick question here. Okay, so the question is simple. So the question is, Keshav was studying about the components of political party ठीक है, identify the correct ones. Identify the correct ones. Option A, B, C, D. Followers, leaders, president, followers, president, PM, followers, active members, leaders, and option D, all of the above. Done? 4 options, guys. 4 options, and here we go. Chalo. So Keshav was studying about the components of political parties. Identify the correct ones, and here we go. Come on, very simple. Hi Kartike, how are you? It's a deepest Kalyanpur. Done? Okay. Superb, bhai, superb. Amazing. Zabardast. So Keshav was studying about the components of political parties. Identify the correct ones. So the correct answer is what? Who are the components of political parties? Followers, active members, and leaders. So option number C is absolutely correct here. Very nice, beta. Option number C is absolutely correct here. Okay, so 100% people have given me the correct answer. We have Sari Gunda with us. Okay, Shiva Kumar, RP, Rehan, Shubhansh, Harshit, Ritik, Haripriya Arora. Very nice, guys. Superb, yeah, superb. Very amazing. Okay. Now, the next question is, how many political parties should we have? Now, that's an interesting question, that how many parties should we have? So, number 1, in a democracy, any group of citizens is free to form a political party. That's a fundamental right, guys. Okay. We have a right to freedom of forming associations. That means anyone in a democratic government has a full right, full authority to form a political party. Even me and you can form a political party. We'll have to register it with the Election Commission of India. Apart from that, bacho, even you can fight the elections as an individual candidate. Now, that is something interesting to note. You can fight the election, contest the elections as an individual candidate. Nobody is going to tell you something. You can win the elections also. right? However, you will not be able to form the government. Why? Because for that you need majority. Okay, so that will only come by joining with some particular group. So more than 750 political parties are recognized or registered with the election commission. They are registered with the election commission, but all of these parties are basically not serious contenders. That means people have registered the political parties, but most of them are not participating in the elections. The reason may be, it can be anything, maybe financial issues, or it can be anything, but a lot of them are still not participating in the elections. Okay, so what happens? So how many type of party systems we have? So basically we have three types of party systems. Okay, number one is the one party system. In some countries only one party is allowed to control and run the government. I took the example of China, remember? So China has Chinese Communist Party. So we see that every time the president of China is generally from the Chinese Communist Party only, and this party is dominated by the top communist leaders as well as some military leaders. Even the parliament of China, remember the name Congo Renmin Daibo Dahui, National People's Congress. So even that parliament is also dominated by the Communist Party members. Okay, so we see that such a kind of government is called as one party system, and this type of system is not at all good for a democracy. Then we have the bi-party system. Okay, bi-party itself says that we have two-party system or bi-party system. Here the power generally keeps on changing between the two major political parties. Example, in the United States of America, in the United Kingdom, we have the two-party system where the power keeps on changing between two major political parties. Now comes the third type of party system, that is multi-party system. Now what do you mean by multi-party? The term multi itself suggests that means many. Okay, so in a country like India, which has so many religions, so many communities, it is very difficult to imagine either one party or two party system, because that is not going to solve the problems of the people. It's very simple, isn't it? So definitely we need a system that is more advanced, that is more accommodating in nature, isn't it? So we need such a kind of system. So it's very simple. In India, we have a multi-party system. So what is a multi-party system? When several parties compete for power, and more than two parties have a fair chance of winning the elections and forming the government. So whenever two or more than two parties, they jointly form the government, it is called as a coalition government. Okay. Now, so for example, you can take India. So how many types of party systems we came across? Uni-party or one-party system, bi-party system, and the multi-party system. So uni-party means only single party is going to contest the elections. Example, China. Okay, in bi-party system, two parties are the major parties in which power is changing. Example, UK and USA. And multi-party, where multiple parties are free to compete in the elections, and two or more than two parties have a fair chance of forming the government and sharing the political power. So such kind of party is called as a multi-party system. Okay, example, India is the best example for the same. Now let's move further. Okay, so I told you what is an alliance or front, isn't it? So what happens when several parties, they come together, okay, they join hands to become a bigger political group, it is called as an alliance or a front. Okay, so when this alliance or a front wins the election and forms the government, then it becomes a coalition government. Before contesting the elections or before winning the elections, it is just an alliance or it is just a front. So what is an alliance or a front? This is a very nice question for one marker. So what is an alliance or a front? So basically, in a multi-party system, when several political parties, they join hands together and become a bigger group for the purpose of contesting elections, it is called as an alliance or a front. For example, National Democratic Alliance, which is currently ruling the government. Okay, before this we had United Progressive Alliance. Okay, so what we understand here, bacho, so whenever this alliance or a front, it wins the election, it forms a coalition government. Before forming the government, it is just a alliance or a front. So alliance is a basically combination of multiple political parties who come together to form a bigger political group. Okay, now, so let's talk about the national and the state parties. So it's very simple. Here every party in the country has to register with the Election Commission of India. Now that's a very fair procedure. We have a proper body in the country that is responsible for conducting elections throughout the country, and that is the Election Commission of India. Okay, so if we see that every party who wants to contest the elections has to register with Election Commission. But Election Commission offers some special benefits to the parties who have been regular performers. Okay, so over the period of time, the parties who have regularly performed well in the elections, so those parties are given some additional benefits. Okay, so the parties who are very large and very established for very long years, they have been in existence, they have been doing very good in elections. So those parties are given some additional benefits and offers. and such parties are called as recognized political parties. Okay, such parties are called as recognized political parties. Done. So election commission has given a detailed criteria for the number of votes and the seats that a party should get in order to be a recognized political party. Now, what is the benefit of being a recognized political party? Number one, you will be given exclusive symbols. Like for example, we have an exclusive symbol of Bharatiya Janata Party, that is BJP. We always know that the symbol is Kamal or the lotus. So this symbol cannot be utilized by any other political party. Okay. So whenever it comes to the political symbols, so all the recognized parties, those who have been given some little bit additional benefit by the election commission, so these parties have their own unique election symbol that cannot be utilized by any other political party. The other registered political parties are free to use, from a list of the free symbols. They can choose any symbol from there, but not they cannot use the symbol given to a recognized political party. Okay. So basically, election commission has given proper criteria that these many number of seats and these many number of votes are required. Then only you will become a recognized political party. So those who have fulfilled the criteria, they give some additional benefits in the election. Okay. Now, so if we talk about, so such recognized political party, they have their exclusive symbols. Okay, they have exclusive political symbols. Okay, so they have their exclusive political symbols, and these symbols cannot be utilized by any other political party. So this is the biggest advantage these guys get. Okay, now let's move further. So we will try to go about the very important national parties. Okay, we'll just discuss them. Okay, we'll discuss all the important national parties here. Okay, done. So when we talk about the national and the state parties, so we have parties at both the levels. Some parties have a nationwide presence that we call them as the national parties, while some parties are very much active in the just the state regions or some particular regions that go on to become your state parties. Okay, so here we will discuss the major national parties that we have in our country. We'll try to go about their ideologies. We'll try to understand about them and their performance. Okay, the entire list is given in NCERT, so I have just summarized the entire list into very short formats. Okay, now let's move further. Let's come to All India Trinamool Congress. Number one. So we talk about All India Trinamool Congress. It was launched on 1st of January 1998 under the leadership of Mamata Banerjee. Now Mamata Banerjee, we all know that she is a very strong leader, especially when it comes to West Bengal region, isn't it? Then if you talk about TMC or Trinamool Congress was recognized as a national party in 2016. If you talk about their symbol, okay, so their symbol is flower and grass. It's very easy to understand. So their symbol is flower and grass. So I am not drawing it because my drawing is really horrible, guys. Okay, the flower and grass is their political symbol. Okay, so Trinamool Congress, All India Trinamool Congress. So launched on 1st of January 1998 under the leadership of Mamata Banerjee, recognized as a national party in 2016. So the party symbol is flower and grass. Okay, the party symbol is flower and grass. Now, what does it represent? What is the ideology of the party? It supports secularism and federalism. That means tolerance of all religions and power sharing. Okay, then it has been in West Bengal in power since 2011, right? So since 2011, it had been in power in West Bengal without a break, and it has a good presence in Arunachal, Manipur as well as Tripura. So you can remember by them by the short mnemonic, that is AMT. Okay, so Arunachal, Manipur and Tripura. So these are the other states in which Trinamool Congress has a strong base. Okay, so if we talk about 2014 data, you can read the updated data from NCERT. 2019 data is also given there. So you can consider that data for your preparation. This is a little bit old one. But for reference, if you talk about 2014 data also, then it got 3.84% of votes and it got 34 seats in the Lok Sabha, became the 4th largest party in the Lok Sabha. Okay, even in the 2019 elections also, Trinamool Congress turned out to be the 4th largest party in the Lok Sabha in terms of number of seats and the number of votes. Okay, my dear bacho, chalo. So this is basically the All India Trinamool Congress. Now, let's come to the next party, that is Bahujan Samaj Party. Now, this is important, guys. Bahujan Samaj Party, it has been asked multiple times. Okay, so basically Bahujan Samaj Party was formed in the year 1984 under the leadership of Kashiram. Okay, so nowadays if we talk about who is the chief of the Bahujan Samaj Party, so it is basically Behenji Mayawati, who had been former Uttar Pradesh chief minister as well many times. So okay, so at present she is the leader. So if we talk about what does it represent, it seeks to secure power for Bahujan Samaj. Bahujan Samaj here refers to the Dalits, the OBCs, the minorities. Okay, so what does it include? The Bahujan Samaj includes Dalits, Adivasis, OBCs and religious minorities. Okay, if you talk about the symbol is simple, that is elephant. So if you talk about symbol, the symbol is elephant. Okay, so this question is very important because Bahujan Samaj Party has been asked in the previous years also. So when was it formed? It was formed in 1984 under the leadership of Kashiram. It promotes Bahujan Samaj, that means Bahujan Samaj includes Dalits, Adivasis, OBCs and minorities. Okay, then it stands for the support of the Dalit people, the oppressed people fighting for their rights. This is the main ideology, you can say, behind Bahujan Samaj Party, that it fights for the rights of the Dalits and the oppressed people. Okay, if we talk about the main base of the party, main base means where the party is very strong. So it has its main base in Uttar Pradesh. However, the base has declined in few years after, you can say, the current BJP government. The support for the BJP government is pretty much strong in Uttar Pradesh nowadays. Okay, so the state, if you talk about its base, has little bit declined somewhere or the other in UP. Earlier, it used to have a very strong base. Okay, and also it has a little bit of presence in the states of Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Uttarakhand, Delhi and Punjab. Nowadays in Delhi also you see that Bahujan Samaj Party hasn't got that much support. Okay, same case goes with Punjab also. Okay, so what we see that earlier it used to have a good support here, but gradually the support has declined. Okay, so formed government in UP several times. So I told you that she has been the former chief minister many times in UP by taking the support of different parties. Okay, so this is more about the Bahujan Samaj Party. So what do we learn here? Formed in 1984, the leadership of Kashiram. Current chief, Behenji Mayawati. What does it represent? Again, the Bahujan Samaj, that includes the Dalits, OBCs, the Adivasis and the minorities, works for their support and upliftment. Okay, main base in UP and also some surrounding states of MP, Punjab, Uttarakhand, Delhi. Delhi is a UT again, so it's a national capital territory. Okay, and formed government in UP many times by forming a coalition. So these are the main highlights of the Bahujan Samaj Party. Now let's move on further. Okay, now let's come to Bharatiya Janata Party. Okay, let's come to Bharatiya Janata Party. So founded in 1980, formed by reviving Bharatiya Jana Sangh, that was formed by Shama Prasad Mukherjee in 1951. So basically, you used to have a Bharatiya Jana Sangh. Okay, that was a political organization formed by Shama Prasad Mukherjee, but that support started to decline. Then again in 1980, this organization was revived and renamed as the Bharatiya Janata Party. Okay, so that is how the Bharatiya Janata Party came into existence. We all know the symbol of the Bharatiya Janata Party, that is the lotus flower. Now, what does it want to do? It wants to build a strong and a modern India by drawing inspiration from India's cultural value. So basically, it's something that supports India's ancient culture and the values, and also the you can say the ideas of Deen Dayal Upadhyay. Okay, that is focusing on integral humanism. Humanism basically means where you give human life lot more importance than all the other things. Okay, talking about human development, doing things to improve the human life. So that is basically called as humanism. And Antyodaya means that is basically supplying up the nutritional, you can say, requirement of the people. So all in all, the development of the people. So this is basically the ideology of BJP. That is, it wants to build a strong and modern India based on India's ancient cultural values, and also include the betterment of the human beings living in the country. Okay, so that is the whole ideology of BJP. Now, third is the important ideology of BJP, that is cultural nationalism or Hindutva. That is an important element in BJP's ideology. That is, it promotes Indian nationhood, Indian politics, and it also promotes the cultural nationalism, that is the Hindutva ideology. Okay, now earlier if you talk about the BJP's support was moreover, okay, it was moreover, you can say that earlier it was limited to the north and west, to urban areas. Now the party has started getting support in the southeast and northeastern parts of the country. Okay, so apart from these pointers, few more things you can add in this. Okay, few more things that BJP has in its in its agenda or it's in its ideology. It's given in the NCRT also. Okay, that is territorial integration of Jammu and Kashmir. That is completely completely integrating Jammu and Kashmir in India, because some part of Jammu and Kashmir is in the hands of Pakistan and China. Okay, so territorial integration of J&K in India, J&K in India. Okay, Second, that is removal of Article 370. That's already done. Okay, so removal of Article 370. That was one of the ideologies. Okay, third is Uniform Civil Code. That is already being talked about in the parliament. Okay, in fact, Uttarakhand has already implemented at the state level. So these are the other ideologies you can say that BJP has in its entire base. Okay, that is Hindutva ideology, ancient cultural and values, Deen Dayal Upadhyay's humanism, then territorial integration of Jammu and Kashmir in India, removing of Article 370 and a uniform civil code in the country. So these are the major aspects of Bharatiya Janata Party. Okay, now apart from that, what I told you, so earlier it was very much limited to north and western parts of the country, especially the urban areas. Now the party's support has extended nationwide, whether it is south, east, northeast, and even to the rural areas. So in 2014 elections, it was the largest party in the Lok Sabha, and in the 2019 elections, it had a landslide victory. That means it was the major majority party with a great number of votes. So in both the elections, it has turned out to be the largest party. Okay. So let's have a quick question here. Let's have a quick question here. Okay. So let's have a quick question here. Let me give you a question. So Bahujan Samaj Party, I'll refer to as BSP, was formed under the leadership of Dash. Okay. I'll give you 4 options here. Periyar Ramaswamy, Behenji Mayawati, okay, Behenji Mayawati, then Kashiram, option D, none of the above. Okay, so we have 4 options. You just need to tell me under whose leadership it was formed, and here we go. So BSP was formed under the leadership of Dash, Periyar Ramaswamy, Behenji Mayawati, Kashiram, and we have none of these. Okay, very simple. Very, very nice, guys. Very, very nice. Superb, bacho. Superb. Amazing. Wow. Lovely. Okay. Very nice, Rehan. Very nice. Very nice. Okay. Sana, beta. Very nice. Sarikonda Amu. Very good. Very nice. Superb. Yeah. Yukta. Very nice, beta. Very nice. Surpreet is also answering. Priyanka कह रही कार्तिक आपने बात पूरी नहीं की. कार्तिक बेटा, why this cola very D? Okay, very nice. Karthik, why this cola very D? Very bad here, very bad. Jai Shri Ram bhai, Jai Shri Ram, Bhumi ji. Okay, very nice, superb. So done. Karthik is done. Mohi. Okay. So let's move further. So BSP was formed under the leadership of Manine Kashiram ji, who is again he is no more in the world. So option number C is absolutely correct answer. 100% give me the correct answers. So we have Ahana, Sharikonda, Muskan, Rehan, Anam. Okay, Annam with us. Very nice. That's superb, bacha badi. Okay, now let's move further to the next party. That is Communist Party of India. Okay, that is superb, guys. So let's talk about the Communist Party of the India. That is CPI. So we have one Communist Party of India and we have one CPIM. That is Communist Party of India, Marxist. Okay. Acha, what is your name, beta? You can help me tell your name because that is the name I can see on the leaderboards. Hai na? So if you will help me with your name, I'll be able to pronounce the same. Okay, so please do help me out with your name. Okay, so I'll be very happy to know your name also, bache. Okay, otherwise because I am able to see that name only, right? Chale. Sure, I'll show you the leaderboards. Don't worry. Okay, I'll show you the leaderboards. Now, let's talk about the Communist Party of India or CPI. So basically, this was formed in the year 1925. Again, as the name communist suggests, so it believes in the ideologies of Marxism and Leninism. So Marxism refers to the ideology of Karl Marx and Leninism refers to the ideology of Vladimir Lenin. So basically, the communist ideology started with the concept of promoting the rights of the workers and the farmers and basically distributing the facilities according to the needs of the people. It supports for the cause of government control over economy rather than the private control. So that has going to be the major ideology here. Okay. So basically, it believes in Marxism and Leninism, secularism and democracy. Okay. it does not want the people to be separated from the country, that it opposes the forces of sectionism, okay, and communalism. So people, those who want to, fight in the name of religion, who want to become independent by leaving the country, they do not support such kind of people. Okay, so they feel that the parliamentary form of democracy is the best way of promoting the interests of the working class and especially the poor people and the farmers. Okay, so they have great support in the states of Kerala, West Bengal, Punjab, Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu. If you talk about their performance in the back in 2014 elections, so they just won one seat and lagbhag 1% of votes in the Lok Sabha. So they did not have a very fair performance, but still they find a good support in the states of Tamil Nadu, Kerala, West Bengal, Punjab, Andhra. Okay, so moving on further, we have Communist Party of India Marxist, again formed after a division. So earlier the first party was Communist Party of India. So in that again there was a division, and then we see the birth of Communist Party of India Marxist. Okay, so number one, founded in the year 1964. Okay, it believes in Marxism and Leninism. So this party believes in Marxism and Leninism. It supports the ideology of socialism, secularism and democracy, and it opposes imperialism and communalism. Same ideology, that is promoting democracy, promoting the secularism factor, that is tolerating all the religions, okay, respecting all the religions, then fighting for the rights of the workers, fighting for the rights of the you can say farmers. So this is you can say the major ideology behind this entire party. Okay, when was it formed? It was formed in 1964. Okay, so let me tell you, there's a very wonderful incident related to this, as I'm teaching CPIM. Okay, so I was in my class 12. This is again I just passed out my class 12. Okay, and the year was 2012. Okay, the year was 2012, and this was the next year after my passing the class 12, that is in 2013. So I just appeared for a government exam. So there is an exam called as for Intelligence Bureau, IB. So there is an exam of IB that you can give after class 12th also. So I filled that government examination, okay, and I applied as for the center to be Delhi, because the whole purpose was visiting Delhi and exploring Delhi. Okay, so I was in my hometown, that's in Uttar Pradesh. So me and my friend, we came to Delhi. So we got our admit cards, and on that admit card it was written in front of CPI office. Okay, now we were very confused that what is this CPI office? What is this CPI office? Okay, we had no clue about CPI office. What is this CPI office? Okay, so we were like, we reached Delhi in the morning, and there is one of our relatives who stayed here. We went to their home, and after that we went in the search of our examination center. Okay, so we just searched it out, and that time also we didn't have that smartphones and all, because smartphones again were very expensive. So we had to rely on the local thing. So metro was there in Delhi, so definitely metro was there. So we somehow we just keep on consulting the people around that what is CPI, what is CPI, what is CPI. Then one of the persons, they told us CPI is Communist Party of India party office, and the center is right in front of it. So that was like, yaar, come on. So I was thinking, I don't know what is CPI. I thought it is some kind of office, some kind of, restaurant. I don't know what it is. End of the day, when we came to CPI, it was Communist Party of India office. Okay, so that was a real moment. And believe me guys, we were just, wandering about the same area. It's in near RK Ashram Mark in Delhi. So we are just wandering about the same area for at least 5 to 6 times. We just crossed that same area and we had no idea what is CPI. So that is how it goes. So then one person told me CPI is Communist Party of India office. Okay, then we said, yeah, right, it's there, right. Okay, so that was a real moment, bhai. So that is how it happens. However, the exam got cleared. Okay, but in the final interview thing, the things did not work out well. So because of the less number of seats, but exam got cleared. So I was very happy, believe me. So I was more happy for visiting Delhi than for giving the exam. So that was the case. So the point is very simple. So what do we know from here? Number one, this was founded in 1964. So what does it support? Marxism and Leninism. Again the same, because as the name suggests, Communist Party. Okay, supports socialism, democracy, opposes imperialism. That means for forcefully attacking and capturing someone else's land or fighting in the name of religions. It does not support that. Then it supports that democratic elections as a useful and a helpful means of securing the social and economical justice in India. That means it says that if you want to promote the goodness or wellness of all the groups and society in the society, the best part is the democratic elections. Okay, so it has a great support in West Bengal. It has a great support in West Bengal, Kerala, in Tripura. And before the Trinamool Congress, you won't believe, guys, this party was in power in West Bengal for a complete stretch of 34 years. And that's a huge thing. Now, this is a factual point. Now, this is the point where the CBSE can ask you a question. Come on, tell me the party that was in without a break in West Bengal for 34 years. Now, you'll be confused because West Bengal is more famous nowadays for Mamata Banerjee and Trinamool Congress. Straight away, you're going to answer Trinamool Congress. But the answer is CPIM. That is Communist Party of India, Marxist. So it has a strong support in West Bengal. Before the Trinamool Congress, it was there in power for 34 years. Okay, and in the 2014 Lok Sabha elections, it got 9 seats and about 3% of the votes. So it has performed fairly well and it enjoys a good support in the country. Now, this is one party that needs no introduction, that is Indian National Congress. Okay, chalo. So let's talk about number 1. It is called as the popularly known as the Congress Party, one of the oldest party founded in the year 1885. But it has also declined in the recent times, or the credit goes to one of the very famous leaders from the political party. So nowadays what I see is, earlier, it used to be like this, that there were certain advertisements with respect to the schemes and policies being promoted by the government. Nowadays, what all we can see in the social media is the memes being promoted. Every now and then, see, I'm not, it's not like that I'm supporting a particular party, I'm defaming any other one, but that's a reality, yeah. Every time I open my Instagram account, I open my social media, I can see there is a meme related to the party. That happens. Unfortunately, that happens here. There's every now and then there is a meme related. And when that meme is there, na, maza aaya. Ye maza main sabko dena chahta hu. So every now and then I open the social media account, somewhere or the other I find a meme associated. But it happens. Okay. प्रियंका वर्मा झाड़ू लगा रही बेटा, पढ़ाई वढ़ाई मत करना, तुम झाड़ू लगा के रिप्लाई करना है ना. वेरी नाइस. एक हाथ से झाड़ू लगा रही हूँ, एक हाथ से फोन चला रही हूँ. मम्मी को लग रहा है बच्ची पढ़ाई कर रही है. सुपर्ब टैलेंट मैन, हैट्स ऑफ प्रियंका जी, हैट्स ऑफ. टैलेंट है बेटा, टैलेंट है. ओके, सुपर्ब टैलेंट. With one hand she is doing the household work. Mummy is also very happy. Bachchi is working. Bachchi is studying also. Very hard working student. Mummy doesn't know she is replying here. Very simple. बच्चे mummy should come to know. अब वीडियो कॉल करूं, मैं कनेक्ट करूं प्रियंका, मम्मी को पता चल, तो बता तो पढ़ाई कर रहे हो तुम, कितनी बढ़िया इधर. ठीक है, चलो लेट्स मूव ऑन फर्दर. अच्छा, तो द पॉइंट इज वेरी सिंपल हियर. Let's very simple here. So one of the oldest political parties, I told you, founded in 1885, and it has faced several splits. Like it has been broken into several parts over the period of years. Now, second, under the leadership of Jawaharlal Nehru, the party decided to build basically a modern, secular, democratic republic in the country. Okay, so if we talk about till 1977, this party was the ruling party at the center. Can you imagine, from 1947 till 1977, without a break, this party was the ruling party. From 1980 to 89, okay, then again from 1980 to 89, this party was again the ruling party. Then, so after 1989, its support started to decline. Okay, the reason is very simple, because there were many other regional political parties that started coming up in the country. Okay, now let's talk to number 4. Let's come to the 4th point. The party's main idea is to promote secularism and the welfare of the weaker sections and minorities of the society. So that is the whole ideology that the Congress promotes. But however, that is little bit debatable, whether in the historical struggle or whether in the modern times. So the point is very simple. Congress Party, Indian National Congress, founded in 1885, okay, has experienced many splits. Under the leadership of Nehru, wanted a modern, secular, democratic Republic India. Ruling party till 1977, then from 1980 to 1989. After 1989, support started to decline, and after that also, before 2014 elections also, it was a ruling party for the 10 years. Okay, from 2004 to 14, it ruled again for 10 years in India, and after 2014, again we all know that Modi ji became, ekdam our own brown munda. So Modi ji is currently, ruling the government as a PM. So let's move on further. Okay. So this is all about, the political party. Acha, one more thing. It is again still the leader of the opposition in the current times. Although the opposition in India is not that strong because of the less number of votes that people have given. So if you talk about, many a times there is a political debate that opposition in India is not strong. Again, that lies in the hands of the people of India. How? Because we are the ones who are going to give the votes, isn't it? It's very simple. So if we haven't given the votes to the parties, definitely they will not have that much seats also in the parliament. So it's the people of India who are the real decider whom to vote and whom to not. Okay, so basically India at the moment, it is very much debatable at times. India has a weak opposition at the moment. Weak opposition, again, the reason is the number of members are also very less. The reason is people haven't given the votes. If there are no votes, how will the parties win the seats? Now that is a very, a question that we need to think upon. Okay, so let's talk about another political party, that is the Nationalist Congress Party. Now what is the Nationalist Congress Party? See, if you talk about this party, number one, it was formed in 1999 after a split in the Congress Party. Okay, what does it focus on? Number second, it supports democracy, it supports Gandhi's idea of secularism, that they know better. Okay, it supports equality, not equity, guys. Equity will enter us into the share markets. It supports equality, social justice and federalism. Okay, so these are the major ideas, that is ideologies supported by the Nationalist Congress Party. Okay, so it's a very major party in Maharashtra. If you see that, it's a very major party in Maharashtra and has a significant presence in Meghalaya, Manipur and Assam. Okay, so it's a major party in Maharashtra and also it is present in MMA. So MMA stands for Meghalaya, Manipur and Assam. Now it was a coalition partner in the state of Maharashtra, if you remember. So it was a coalition partner in Maharashtra in alliance with the Congress. Since 2004, it's a member of the United Progressive Alliance. Okay. So since 2004, it has been a member of UPA. So this UPA government, it ruled over the country, India, that is from 2004 to 2014. Then in 2014, it lost the elections and BJP came out to be with the major majority, and NDA government now became the current government of the country. Okay, NDA stands for National Democratic Alliance. Okay, that is in NDA alliance also the majority seats are in the hands of Bharatiya Janata Party. Okay, done. So when it was formed 1999 after a split of Congress. Okay, major party in Maharashtra, significant presence in MMA, that is Meghalaya, Manipur, Assam. Okay, again it was in coalition in the states of Maharashtra with Congress, and since 2004 it was an important member of the UPA, that is United Progressive Alliance. Okay, so these are few of the important national parties, we can say, that are there present in the country. You can always refer to the 2019 data that is given in the NCERT books and recommended to use that data only on your examinations. Is that clear, guys? Okay, so let me have one more question from here. Okay, so question is very simple. So Nationalist Congress Party has been a member of Dash Alliance. Has been a member of Dash Alliance. We have four options. AIDMK, UPA, NDA, BSP. Okay, so Nationalist Congress Party has been a member of Dash Alliance. So we have four options here, and let's vote. Start the voting, guys. 30 seconds. Very fine. 30 seconds. Very fine. Okay. But say first I'll teach, then I'll tell you my Kanpur story. Okay. Hi Kunal Chauhan, how are you? Okay. Very nice. Superb. Very nice, bache. So what you have to do is, you have to just write your simple answer. That means A, B, C or D, whatever you want to feel. Okay, whatever you feel is the correct option, you should just write it in the chat and then it will be recorded. Okay, hi Pragya, how are you? Hope you are doing good. Hi Serena, how are you? I hope you are doing good. Okay, Anjali ji, hello. Hi Chandan, hello. Chandan official, hi bache, how are you? Anjali ji, hello. Anjali says namaste bhaiya, how are you? Okay, chalo, hi Chandan ji, hi my dear. Everything good, my dear? Chalo. So correct answer is option number B. 91% is the correct answer. Okay, Kunal Chauhan from Maharashtra, very nice. Surpreet, RP, Sana, okay, Rehan with us. Okay, so lots and lots of super students joining with us. Let's have the cumulative leaderboards once. So RP has answered a lot of questions in very less time. That's great. Rehan has ranked up. Anam has been doing good. Okay, then we have Neha. Acha, this is Neha. I can find out the name now. Is it fine now, Neha? Give me a thumbs up. It's correct. Surbhi with us, Tanu with us, Pragya with us, Ahana with us, Surpreet with us. Very nice. Amu with us. Very nice, beta. Very nice. Superb, Ritesh, Sana, Arohi, George, Joseph, Haripriya. So lots and lots of students here who are doing absolutely amazing. Now, let's come on to the state parties, guys. Okay, let's come to the state parties. Okay, very nice. Hi Raghav. So number one, when we're talking about the election commission, so we already told you, I already discussed with you guys that there are more than 750 registered parties with the commission, but there are only few parties who are being recognized. Okay, and some of them are at the national level that we already discussed, while some parties in the state country are given the title of the state parties. Okay, so basically these are those parties that have a presence in some particular region or some particular states. Okay, some of these parties can be termed as the Biju Janata Dal, that is very much you can say Sikkim Democratic Front, Mizo National Front, Telangana Rashtra Samiti. So these are some of the examples of the state parties, right? So these are those parties that have their presence in a particular region or in some particular states, right? Not nationwide. Now moving on further, so here we see that we have a particular chart which explains the state-wise distribution of the state parties. Like in Jammu, if you see, we have Jammu and Kashmir, this thing. Conference, National Conference, then we have a PDP is there. Okay, then we have Jammu, that is Jammu and Kashmir People's Democratic Party, that's PDP. That's a very strong party in Jammu and Kashmir. Okay, that's an old map. However, Jammu and Kashmir nowadays, if you see that, it is again, it is divided into UTs. This is Ladakh and this is J&K. Then in Punjab, we have the strong base of Aam Aadmi Party, Shiromani Akali Dal. Okay, then if you see that Indian National Lok Dal in Haryana. In Delhi also we have good support of Aam Aadmi Party. As if you can see, bachcho, the CM of the Delhi is from Aam Aadmi Party. Okay, in UP we have a lot of parties, Rashtriya Lok Dal, Samajwadi Party. Okay, in Bihar we have a lot of parties, Janata Dal United, Lok Jan Shakti Party, Rashtriya Janata Dal, Rashtriya Lok Samta Party. So every state, you can say that, you can see, refer to this map. So every state has multiple state parties that are active in that particular state. Okay, so these parties also enjoy considerable amount of power in their respective states, and at times you must have seen that the state governments are somewhere generally found by these parties itself. Okay, so that tells us about the power and influence. Okay, now comes the very interesting topic, that is challenges faced by the political parties. Okay, so this question actually comes for 5 markers most of the time, sometimes can also be asked for the 3 markers, that is what is the challenges faced by the political parties. Number one, the first challenge that the political party faces, lack of internal democracy. So while we talk about political parties' existence in a democracy, we often fail to recognize that there's a lot of need for internal democracy within the parties. How so? Parties, they do not keep their membership registers. They have no idea of how many members are there. They don't hold any kind of organizational meetings. They don't conduct internal elections regularly. Most of the times you might have seen that only few people from a particular party are mostly visible everywhere. They have all the power. They do all the decision making on behalf of all the members. So there is no internal elections regularly conducted in the party, which again is not democratic in nature. Second point, most political parties, they do not practice open and transparent positions. Okay, that's very important to understand. So how are they functioning? That is very difficult to understand, isn't it? Because they're not transparent or open to the public with respect to the same. So there is very few ways for which an ordinary worker can reach to the top of the party. It's very difficult for an ordinary worker to reach to the top of the party, because how the parties are functioning, what a person can do to become more influential in the party, these parties do not discuss openly. People are not very transparent, especially the top party leaders. They are not very much transparent in discussing such type of issues with the common people. Okay, so an ordinary party worker, it's very difficult for him to reach to a top party position. Okay, so the top party positions we see that are always controlled by the either the members of the family, okay, members of one family, as in the case of Congress we can see Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi, top party positions have always been exchanging in the entire family, you see. And apart from that, they are more capable leaders, but they have not been into the limelight. Okay. Apart from that also, you see there are many other political parties where the top party positions are only held by only few people. So they have been there ever since a long time, and only they are being promoted. So that is again the difficult point. Now the third challenge is the growing role of the money and the muscle power. Now since we know that parties are all about winning the elections, okay, so sometimes parties that try to take shortcuts, okay, because again they want to win only the elections, and for the purpose of winning the elections they are ready to go to any extent, right? So they will use shortcuts to win. How? In some cases parties support criminals, okay, who can win the elections. Obviously, who is going against a criminal in an election? It's very difficult to oppose a criminal, right? So if some criminal stands for an election from your constituency, will you not support it? Because you don't have any chance, guys. If you go against that criminal, that is the person is going to murder you, kill you, kidnap you. So no one is going to, cost his life or her life just for one single vote. So these are the different tricks that the parties apply in order to win the election. Sometimes they take money from the big businessmen. They take party funding from the big businessmen so that to manage all the election expenses. And why do these businessmen support the political parties? So that whenever the government is formed, they will be given preferential treatment. So these are the multiple ways you can say the challenges that political parties are facing even today. Now, people at times do not find parties to offer a meaningful choice. What do you mean by this? If you see the political parties throughout the world, okay, more or less all the parties have similar thing to project. Okay, it's very simple. All the parties have similar thing to offer. So it becomes very difficult for a normal voter to differentiate between the different set of leaders. Sometimes it also happens that the same set of leaders keep shifting from one party to another party, and this is called as defection. Let's say you voted for a particular leader in X party, and after the elections that guy changed his party and shifted to another party. You remember that meme, party badal liya hai. Okay, so that is very true in this aspect. Earlier it used to happen a lot. You know what happened? Suppose a minister, he got a vote. Now he saw that some other party is forming the government. He immediately switched his political party, joined another party. Now in such a case, the vote and the trust of a voter is being compromised. Okay, so people are not offering a meaningful choice. So voters are not getting a transparent choice. So these are some of the challenges that we can say that the political parties are facing. Now, the question is, how can parties be reformed? Very good question here. Okay, three marker question, that how can parties be reformed? Number one, the constitution was amended to prevent elected MLAs and MPs changing the parties. Okay, very simple. So this can be called as the anti-defection law. Okay, anti-defection law. Now what is this anti-defection law? So basically we made some changes in the constitution to prevent the MPs and MLAs from changing the parties frequently. Now what happens here is, let's say suppose there was an election, okay, and a person, he won the seat from a particular constituency. So let's say there was a person named A. So he won from a particular place called X. Okay, now this guy has got one seat, isn't it? This guy has got one seat because he has won from this particular place. Now what happens? He sees that a political party PQR has more chances of forming the government, and his party has less chances of forming the government. Now definitely if he remains on the losing side, he is not going to benefit. So what does this person do? This person A, he immediately joins the party PQR. Now PQR also will not have any objection because the person is not coming alone. He is also coming along with the one seat, and every seat is important to gain majority. So in this way the person is also benefited and PQR is also benefited. But the voter who voted for the person, that voter feels cheated. So what was done? The constitution was amendment. Okay, and in order to prevent the MLAs and MPs from changing the parties, an anti-defection law came into existence. Now what is this anti-defection law? It states that if any person after winning a particular seat wishes to change the political party, then he or she will also lose the seat. That means now after this law, if this person A wants to go to a political party PQR, then his seat that he won from this particular area will also be taken back. Okay, so people will always fear losing their seats. So definitely they will not try to change the parties in that case. Okay. However, still political leaders use certain other mechanism to retain their seat also and change the parties also. Best example is Nitish Kumar. You can always Google about him. So it's like, very famous about Nitish Kumar. He carries resignation letter in one pocket and he carries the appointment letter in another pocket. So recently also Nitish Kumar again became the CM by changing the party. So best example of defection and anti-defection. Okay, so you can just Google about the career. You will always come to know, So that is really fine. Okay. Ridhma beta, very simple. You can go and study English. You have your paper. That marathon has already been done yesterday on this channel as well as on foundation channel. ओके सो बच्चे अपना ध्यान रखो यार, है ना. बाकी जो बालक पढ़ रहे हैं, बहुत सारे ऐसे बच्चे हैं जो बेचारे हिंदी नहीं समझ पाते. सो दे आर हेयर टू स्टडी एसएसटी इन इंग्लिश, है ना. तो वो वाले काम मत करो यार कि मतलब सर हम तो पढ़ेंगे नहीं, दूसरों को भी नहीं पढ़ने देंगे भाई. सो इफ यू वांट टू स्टडी इंग्लिश बच्चे, यू आर फ्री टू स्टडी इंग्लिश. आप आराम से पढ़िए. उसका भी मैराथन यहीं पे हुआ था ऑन दिस सिंपल प्लेटफॉर्म. इट्स ऑल्सो गोइंग ऑन द पीडब्ल्यू फाउंडेशन प्लेटफॉर्म. यू कैन गो देयर एंड चेक इट आउट. है कि नहीं बालक. बच्चे होते हैं ना टॉपर्स, बेटा टॉपर्स, कुछ टॉपर्स बिल्कुल वो होते हैं. रिमेंबर दैट मूवी थ्री इडियट्स, that silencer, remember that guy silencer who always wanted to top in the examinations by distracting the others, है ना. बहुत सिंपल है भाई. remember that silencer, Mr. Silencer. have you watched the three idiots movie? Interesting character my dear, very interesting character. मुस्कान बेटा होगा इन हिंदी ऑल्सो विल हैव द मैराथन, और उसका पूरा जो लिस्ट है आपका दैट इज ऑन पीडब्ल्यू फाउंडेशन चैनल बच्चे. ठीक है, तो फाउंडेशन चैनल का जो कम्युनिटी सेक्शन होता है ना बेटा यूट्यूब चैनल पे, सो देयर यू कैन फाइंड द एंटायर टाइम टेबल. सो आई विल हैव द मैराथन देयर ऑल्सो, वहां भी हम करेंगे. सो टुडे वी आर डूइंग इट फॉर ऑल द लवली स्टूडेंट्स हु डोंट अंडरस्टैंड हिंदी. ओके, सो वी विल डूइंग दैट ऑल्सो, डोंट वरी. लेट्स मूव फर्दर. It's Supreet. Fine, I'll make sure that I call you Supreet. Okay, fine, Supreet. Done? Okay. So, yeah, so you're talking about Nitish Kumar, the perfect example of point number 1. Now, let's move further. Point number 2. The Supreme Court, it passed an order to reduce the influence of money and the criminals. Now, how can be done? Now, every candidate who is participating in the elections has to mandatory file an affidavit. Now, what is an affidavit? See, affidavit actually is a legal document where you declare every information about it, about yourself, your criminal cases, if any you have done crimes, okay, your assets and property, how much wealth you have, what is your educational qualifications, everything has to be declared in an affidavit. Okay, and guess what? But if you ever check about the election commission website, if you ever check the election commission website, you will come to realize that all this information is made public. It is we guys who have to take out time before voting to understand our candidate for whom we are going to vote. See, government has made all the provisions. It's very simple. There are provisions for everything in the country. Okay, you want to know about your candidate, you can go on the election commission, check about him, you can Google him. So, but it depends upon us also as an aware citizens. Okay, so nowadays it's mandatory to file an affidavit giving all the information about yourself. Okay, the third one is the election commission passed an order making it very much necessary for the political parties to hold the organizational elections and file their income tax returns. Now, what is income tax return? It's very important. Income tax returns will actually tell you how much tax have you paid, okay, or from where the money has come. So the source of income is very much revealed when you file an income tax return. So whenever you will be growing up, you will do the jobs, there will be income tax deduction from your salary, then you will file the return with the government. So government will have a proper, you can say that, data of from where the income is coming. But again, we know that flaws are there in every system, and so in this case also. So there are multiple ways in which political parties find out ways to, escape from this ITR filing also. Now, so what are some suggestions? Now, this is the question, how can parties be reformed, or what are the changes done in order to reform the parties? So this is a 3 marks question. Now the question is, suggest some ways in parties can be reformed. Suggest some ways. Whenever the question is suggest some ways, then go with these points. Okay. So number 1, what is the first way? People say that a law should be made to regulate the internal affairs of the party. That means we should have a proper law in which we should focus on how to maintain the internal affairs or the internal things of the party. Second is, people say that it should be made mandatory for the political parties to give a minimum number of tickets, at least 1/3 tickets to the women candidates. Similarly, there should also be a particular reservation for the women in the decision making bodies of the party. Now, some people have also said that give reservation to the women, at least 1/3 of the party tickets should be given to the women so that they can also be contesting the elections. And apart from that, there also be participation should also be there of the women in the decision making part. Okay. And third is, the people say that there should be state funding of elections, that instead of funding the elections on their own, the government should actually take out some expense and fund the elections based on the performance of the party and the popularity of the party. That amount should be fixed. The government can help them in different ways. It can give some money, or it can give petrol for the different communication channels. Like, you must have seen that the political parties, whenever there are elections, they put loudspeakers on the jeep and they go from locality to locality, making the people aware. So a lot of petrol and diesel is invested in that. So government can give money for that, isn't it? Or government can set a particular parameter that beyond this you are not supposed to do a lot of expense in the election. So all these things are important, or suggestions are there that can be taken into consideration for reforming the political parties. Now, what are the other ways in which political parties can be reformed? So there are 2 different ways in which we can reform the parties. Number 1, people can put the pressure on political parties. Okay, how this can be done? This can be done with the help of peaceful protest, by publicity, by filing petitions, by writing articles, making the people aware, okay, by highlighting the concern in the media. This is the various ways how which people can put the pressure on the political parties. The second and the most important one is political parties will not be able to improve unless the people who want a change in the society should join them. So if we want to bring a change in the society, either you form a political party or you try to join the political parties and then suggest the changes or the reforms. So it's very simple. It is difficult to reform politics if ordinary citizens do not take part in it. So the people who want to bring the change should be the part of the political parties. Simply criticizing from outside is not going to help until and unless you become the part of the political parties, or you form a political parties which works on honest ideologies. Okay, my dear bachcho. Now, so let me have a question for you. Here. Okay. So it's very, very simple question. Let me try understanding this. Term given to a political leader who keeps on switching political parties. Who keeps on switching parties. So what is the term given for this? So we have four options here. Defection, anti-defection, constituency, or by-election. Okay. So bacha badi, we have four options here. Okay, we have four options here. So term given to a political leader who keeps on switching parties. We have four options, bacha badi. Okay. So let's get started. Very simple. Very simple. Very nice, Rehan. Very nice. Very nice, Neha. Very nice, beta. Very nice, Karthik. Supreet. Gyan. We have Gyan with us. I'll call you Gyan, bache. Okay, Tanu with us. We have Kunal Chauhan with us. Hiten with us. Okay, very nice. Okay, Priyanka with us. Now Priyanka is answering. Very good, beta. बहुत अच्छा कर रहे हैं आप. Very nice. Okay. Very nice. Very nice. Pragya, we have someone as Harsh or Shirsh, I guess. Or Krish, I guess. Very artistically written. Okay, is that Krish? Shubham with us. Very nice, Supreet. Very nice. Superb. But a video call will connect when you are logged in into unity.pw.live. Okay, so then only video call will be connected. So that is the whole scenario. Okay, so that is the whole scenario, bache. So you have to log in into this website, unity.pw.live. And the students who are logged in into that website, that will be able to connect on the video call. So I just, figured this out in the last class. So here the correct answer is very simple, bacho. The answer is option number 8, that is defection. So when a political leader keeps on switching the parties, keeps on going from one party to another, that is called as defection. And the law to prevent this is called as the anti-defection law. Okay, my dear bacho. So the law that prevents this is called as the anti-defection law. So people got a little bit confused here. But I asked the term given to a political leader who keeps on switching the parties, not the term given to the law that prevents this. If the law is preventing the same activity, that is anti-defection, my dear. So people were a little bit confused between defection and anti-defection. So defection is basically changing the parties regularly. Anti-defection is the law that prevents you from doing so. So option number A is the correct answer. Okay, so one student answered correctly, that is Kunal Chauhan from Maharashtra, and that is really amazing, guys. That is really amazing. So I got one student who answered the question correctly. Okay, now with this we come to the last chapter of the political science. So I guess we started round about 120 and it's round about, so you have done 5 hours 24 minutes of content. Okay, maybe 2 more hours I am going to take. Okay, I'll try to finish it up in the least possible time. But still, I guess 2 more hours, I guess it will take to finish up with the economics. However, I'll try to wrap it up quickly so that this video remains short for you people, so that you can revise again back in the short period of time. Okay. So let's begin with the topic that is outcomes of democracy. Okay, so outcomes of democracy. It's a wonderful chapter. It's a beautiful chapter. And with this, let's come to the last, let's come to the last chapter of the political science, that is outcomes of democracy. So time flies fast, isn't it? So I literally did not come to realize that how fast these 5 hours went. I mean 5 hours, 25 minutes roughly. Okay, fine. So basically outcomes of democracy. Outcome in simple terms, in simple language means any kind of result, isn't it? So that is the meaning of outcomes. Okay, in very simple language, any kind of result is an outcome. Now, when we talk about democracy, how do we find out that what outcomes or what results democracy has produced? Now that's an interesting question, isn't it, guys? So how do you find out, guys, that how what democracy has done, how good results democracy has produced? So when we see that democracy is a better form of government when compared to any other form of government. We always say na that democracy is a very good form of government whenever we compare with any other form of government, say dictatorship or any other kind. Democracy is always a better government. Why do we say though? Number one, it promotes equality among the citizens. We all know that it works for promoting equality among the citizens. It doesn't discriminate people on the different grounds. Then second, it enhances the dignity of the individual. It gives respect to the people. People have got respect in a democratic society. Okay, if your respect is compromised, you can approach the court. That's very true. Okay, it improves the quality of the decision making. Since we know that in democracy, it's very simple. The decisions are not taken in a single day. It needs a proper deliberation and discussion. Only then the decisions are taken. So it improves the quality of the decision making. Next important point, it provides a method to resolve the conflicts. It gives you a proper method how to solve the problems. Now that is very interesting, isn't it? It does not promote one community against other, but it gives you proper political solutions, proper ways to solve your problems, resolve your problems. Okay, and it allows the room to correct mistakes. Allows room means it gives itself a chance to correct the mistakes. Let's say if the government is not functioning well, then we definitely as the voters, as the citizens of a country have the right to change that particular government. And that is what makes democracy all the more special, isn't it? Now, dilemma for democracy. Now, dilemma means very simple, some kind of, you can say ifs and buts that you have in your mind when you are not decided with anything. So what is the dilemma of democracy? See, democracy is definitely seen to be good in picture, but at times we say that when we practice democracy, the outcomes are very different. Okay. At times, see, nothing is perfect in the world. Nothing is perfect. The moment a thing becomes perfect, remember that is the moment one ceases to learn. That means the moment you feel that you have learned everything in life, that's the moment you should again, introspect yourself. That you should again think about yourself, because learning and is a process that never stops, isn't it? In the same way, improvement is a process that never stops. So democracy is not a perfect form of government. We all agree to be that. Okay, so when we talk about outcomes of democracy, when we're talking about discussing what kind of results that democracy produce, we always put our thought process into multiple facts. For example, our interest for democracy often pushes into taking a position that democracy can solve all your problems. Okay, all the problems, I mean social problems, political problems. We at times feel that democracy is a magic potion that has the potential to solve all your problems. However, that is not the case. Okay, so if some expectations are not met, we start blaming the democracy. Okay, it happens a lot, isn't it? If some expectations of the democracy are not met, suppose we wanted a particular thing by the government. If the government does not listen to you, why? Because it was favoring you but harming the country in general. So definitely government is not going to listen to you. So we will start feeling that democracy is so bad, democracy is so poor. Okay. So the first step towards thinking carefully about the outcomes of democracy is to understand that democracy is just the form of government. It will create conditions, guys. It will create economic conditions, political conditions to achieve something. They are the citizens. It is the citizens who have to take the steps. It is the citizens who have to take the advantage of those situations. Then only the things are going to work out. So we need to understand this fact very nicely. Now, the first outcome that democracy produces is an accountable, responsive and legitimate government. Now let me explain all the three words to you. See, accountable means answerable. Now let's talk about your papa and mummy, isn't it? So when you talk about papa and mummy, we always know that if papa has done something, he is answerable to the mummy, and mummy has done something, she is answerable to papa. So they have that mutual understanding, isn't it? Let's say papa was out with his friends, enjoying life, chilling out, okay, and then comes late home at night. Mummy will be there right at the door, isn't it? Where were you? Kahan the aap, Shriman ji? Kahan maze karke aa rahe ho? Where have you been doing all the night? Hai na? It happens a lot. So papa will be like, papa has no answers to it, isn't it? Sometimes he has, sometimes he doesn't. So he is basically here answerable to the mummy. She is like, entire democratic government. She has entire democratic structure. So in fact, let's say mummy went on shopping and bought some expensive jewelry, and papa will be like, moi moi, isn't it? Because obviously papa cannot do much about it. So mama, she just went on shopping and, she bought a expensive jewelry. And now she'll have to, tell papa, are, mujhe dikh gayi, and it was like so. So they both are, you can say that mutually very much answerable to each other, mutually very much, accountable to each other. In the same way, we share a similar relationship with democracy. So whenever there is any kind of decision in a democracy, whenever there is any kind of democratic decision, okay, so we expect the government to be answerable to us. So whatever the government is doing, whatever decisions the government is taking, we always expect the government to be answerable to us, that it should answer us, it should tell us why certain things have happened, isn't it? So people should have the right to choose their rulers, number one, as well as control them. That is very important. When we choose our rulers, let me tell you a very basic understanding. If you go to a village, and if you ask someone, a normal person, a person who doesn't know much about the politics, but he knows Modi ji, okay, so the moment you say, but sir, हैंडपंप में पानी क्यों नहीं आ रहा, अरे मोदी जी ने बंद किया है, मोदी जी doesn't know कि उनके गांव में हैंडपंप पानी नहीं आ रहा, right? So definitely Modi ji will not be aware about that the water is not being supplied to the handpump. Or let's say there is a broken road. Arey, Modi ji is not getting it constructed. See, Modi ji is not responsible for the road construction. It is the local leader who has the funds to get it constructed. But ultimately what we expect is, we know that Modi ji is our prime minister. So there are many people in India who expect everything from the prime minister. So that is a kind of, you can say, the relation or the bond that we share in democracy with our chosen government. So we always try to, you choose their rulers, and rulers, apart from that, we try to control them. Okay. So wherever the chance is there, people should always be involved in decision making. Third, the most basic outcome of a democracy is that it should produce a government that is accountable to the citizens. That means answerable to the citizens, and also be responsible and responsive to the needs and wishes of the citizens. If there are some demands of the citizens, if they are wishing something in the society, then it is the task of the government to listen to that, to frame the rules so that the society in general can be helped out, society in general can be benefited. So this is what is an accountable and a responsive government. Okay. Now, so we know that democracy is based on the idea of discussion, that is discussion and negotiation. So a democratic government will always take more time to follow procedures. Okay, before coming to a decision, it's always, we have seen that any decision has to be taken, is first discussed in the parliament, and then afterwards only it is passed by the parliament, then it becomes a law. So definitely democracy follows proper procedures, and since it follows procedures, it's very obvious that, decisions will be late. But despite being the decisions being late, they will be more acceptable to the people, and they will be more inclusive, isn't it? That they will include the maximum demands of the people. See, in a country, in your family, in your friend circle, you can never 100% satisfy people. That's a real harsh truth of the society. You cannot 100% satisfy people. There always be few people who will always be dissatisfied. But if you have satisfied the majority of the people, that means you are a champion. And when we talk about a government is not here to satisfy 100% people, but it tries to promote those policies that benefits the majority of the people, isn't it? And this is why the decision making in a democratic government is more, you can say that it's more time taking, but it is more effective. Okay. Now, democracy also ensures that the decision making is based upon proper rules and regulations. Okay. And if you want to know that how a particular decision has been made, you have the option to examine that. Okay, and this is called as transparency in a democratic government. For example, you must have heard about the Right to Information Act, RTI. So suppose if we want to just notice that how a particular decision is made, or let's say you have a work stuck in any of the government departments, you can always file an RTI application, and you can always ask the government department that why this task has not been done at the moment, or what are the problems that are coming in completion of the task. So you have that authority, and this is what is called as transparency, isn't it? Now, democratic government should be always be attentive to the needs and demands of the people. That means it should listen to what the people are saying. Okay, and we always expect the democratic government to be free of corruption. However, that is not the case, isn't it? Our expectations with respect to the government is that it should listen to all the demands of the people. Okay, that is what we accept, isn't it? Apart from that, we always wish that the government should be free of corruption. There should be no corruption in the government. Okay, but again, that is not the case. See, corruption can exist in any form of government throughout the world, whether it is democracy or dictatorship or republic. That means any kind of government can be a corrupted government. Okay, so very, very simple, bacho. But again, when it comes to offering the other possibilities or offering the other benefits, democratic government is still a far better form of government. Okay, the reason is a democratic government is a people's own government. This is called as legitimate. That means people have the power to choose their representatives, to elect them, to make sure who is going to form the government. Also, people have the power to remove their representatives if they are not doing well. That is what is called as legitimacy. When you feel full control over someone, like you have full control over your parents, you ask them anything, you also expect them to respond their demands and wishes. There might be many students who have already must have asked their parents for a scooty कि पापा अगर बोर्ड एग्जाम्स में अच्छा किया so promise me you will give me a scooty or a bike, है ना. I'll still suggest you to go with the cycle instead. The reason is you will be more you can say that healthy also, as well as you will be less prone to the accidents around. Okay, it's very simple. So आजा मेरी साइकिल में बैठ जा, ये वाला भी डायलॉग नहीं बोल पाओगे तुम, ठीक है. तो the point is very simple. That's just a pun here. Okay, so the whole point is that you feel that you have whole authority over your parents. You make some wishes to them, you ask them different things, you expect them to fulfill your demands and wishes, and also you feel that you can complain to them anytime. In the same way, democratic government is also like that. People, they appoint their representatives, the ministers, they want them to listen to their needs and wishes, and also they feel that it is their government. So if the government is not doing well, if the government is not functioning well, then definitely the people are not going to support that government in the next elections and are not going to vote for them. So this is something that is needs to be highlighted. Okay, so that is why we say that it is people's own government, or it is a legitimate government. Okay, now let's discuss another outcome of democracy, that is economic growth and development. Now this is a outcome that democracy has not really performed well. Okay, so democracy, you can say that has really failed in this outcome. I'll tell you why. See, economic development, number one, it depends on multiple factors. Okay, it's not just about the government, it's about the multiple factors like population size of the country, what is the global situation, how the other countries are cooperating, what is the economic policy of the country. So these are the multiple factors that actually reflect a country's growth and development. So if we compare all the democracies and dictatorships between 1950 and 2000, then we'll see that dictatorships have a little bit better rate of economic growth. So does that mean dictatorship is a better form of government? The answer is no. See, if there had been an exponential difference between the two, we could have accepted that, but that's not the case. If the democracy has performed 3%, so dictatorship has performed 3.5%. Only that's the difference. So that difference is almost negligible when compared to the other benefits that democracy offers and dictatorship does not. Okay, so what do we learn here? Number one, the difference in the rates of economic development between the less developed countries with dictatorships and democracies is almost negligible. So we just cannot say that on the simple economic parameter that dictatorship is better. Because when you're comparing both the types of governance, we come to realize that the difference is very much negligible, or in hardly in some pointers. It's not an exponential difference that it should be considered, isn't it? Now, so democracy is definitely not a guarantee of economic development, but we always expect democracy not to lag behind. At least not behind the dictatorship in this front, isn't it? Fine. So what we have learned so far, if we talk about the economic development, then dictatorships have slightly performed better, but not by a very huge margin. So democracy is still better in the other aspects. However, we do expect democracy to be better in this aspect as well. So there can be variety of economic inequalities, right? So we always expect democracy to promote economic growth in a particular country. However, what we have seen in the so far years is there is high amount of inequality when it comes to economic fronts. Okay, that means rich people of the country are having the maximum wealth, and the poor people are though higher in population but having the least wealth. So these kinds of economic inequalities has to be addressed by the democracies. So definitely democracy have to perform better when it comes to the case of economic growth and development. But if you talk about the other aspects, in that case democracy is still a better form of government when compared to the other alternatives. Now when we talk about reduction of inequality and poverty, now that's again a very crucial outcome here, that is reduction of inequality and poverty. Okay, So when we talk about democratic governments should not only focus on growing the GDP. See, because again, I'll tell you what, GDP and your this thing per capita income is actually not the real indicator of a country's development. See, GDP can grow because of the contribution of any sector. That's so simple. Okay, per capita income will also come high if the country's richest people are contributing. So their income will always be equal to 10 or 20 more people. So obviously per capita and GDP are not the real parameters that can tell you about the country's actual development. So basically democratic governments should not only focus on growing economically, but they also need to focus on reducing the economic differences between the people. Okay, especially between the rich and poor. The differences of income equality, okay, that exists between the rich and the poor people, that needs to bring down. Okay, the democracy needs to work on that parameter. How can that be done? Let me tell you a very basic thing. If the government wants to make the middle class of the country little bit more economically stable, or they want to bring the poor classes to, they want to make poor classes more economically stable, what can government do here? Government can take more taxes from the rich people, the rich guys who have a lot of money. So government can increase their taxes. Okay, and that money can be used to uplift the poor people. At the same time, government can reduce the taxes of the middle class people who are earning less, so that when the taxes will be less, they will have more savings, their living standards will improve. So in this way, we can see that the income inequalities will start to reduce in the society. But sadly, that is not the case in the society. If you're lying in the middle class category in India, you'll have to pay a lot of taxes without any real benefits. That's a harsh reality. So you will be paying a lot of taxes on your salary, plus all the every other thing that you're using in the country, you have to pay the taxes. But since you lie in that middle class, salaried class category, so again you won't have that much benefits. Okay, so that is a harsh reality of the taxation system at the moment. So but this is a general ideology that how democracies can reduce the inequalities between the people. Okay, now so it is seen that the ultra rich people, we always see that bacho, the ultra rich people, okay, they enjoy a highly disproportionate share of wealth. It has always been seen that the majority part of the national wealth is in the hands of few people who are very rich, and the majority population that is poor have very little part of the national wealth, and also they struggle for even their basic needs. When we talk about democracy, democracy is more based on political equality. So every citizen has equal right. That means every citizen has one vote, every vote has one value. That principle is perfectly applicable in a democracy. But when it comes to economical terms, we actually see that that disparity still exists in the governments and the countries. Okay. So in actual life, we have noticed that democracies do not appear to be very successful in reducing economic inequalities. Okay, people are still very much poor. So democracies like India and Bangladesh are example of a great number of economic inequality. And that's a true fact, guys. No doubt we have increased, our living standards have improved, but still there is a long way to go. Have you ever heard about Bhutan? Bhutan does not have beggars. Do you know that? Bhutan is one country that does not have beggars. Surprisingly, Bhutan does not have democracy as well. I mean, they do have constitutional monarchy. They have their king. They have their proper parliament sort of thing. Okay, it's the population is not very much, but still people live happily. There are no beggars in the country, no homeless people in the country. Reason, I'll tell you why. I was just watching a recent video of Bhutan, and it just came to know about a very good practice there. The king of Bhutan, what he does is, he whenever he finds anyone who is homeless means who doesn't have a home, who doesn't have a job, the king gives the person a job as well as the money to construct the home. So there the government has the responsibility of constructing the home for the homeless people. As a result, if you go to visit Bhutan, you will not find any beggars there. So begging is strictly not allowed, not promoted. Instead, the king promotes employment, and it also promotes the construction of homes for the people. So that's a very beautiful initiative. That's a very good thing that can be learned. Okay, now again, when it comes to India, India has a huge population. That is the biggest problem in the country. So the first task of, if you want to grow India into a world amazing power, okay, so the first task is to actually make the population quality population. That can be done how? That can be done by educating the people at low cost or free of cost. Okay, that can be done by providing them good nutrition so that their health is improved. That can be done by actually taking care of the children. So there are multiple ways by which we can strengthen it. So a country, despite having a higher population, if the quality of population is good, definitely you will see that the country's economy will progress. Okay, my dear bacho. So this is the fourth outcome, that is reduction of inequality and poverty. Now, let me have a question here. Okay. Democracy lags behind dictatorship in terms of economic growth. Okay, this means dash dictatorship is better, democracy is not a useful government, democracy is still better with respect to other outcomes. With respect to other outcomes, okay, and the last option, both A and B. Done. So I'll give you four options. I'll give you 30 seconds poll here, and let's see how many of the students they do the questions very nicely. Okay. So democracy lags behind the dictatorship in terms of economic growth. This means dictatorship is better. Democracy is not a useful government. Very nice. Democracy is still better with respect to other outcomes, or both A and B. Very nice. Rehaz, Harshit. Okay. Ahana, very nice. Neha, very nice. Kunal, very nice. Shubham Chauhan, very nice. Rishabh, very nice, beta. Ammu, very nice. Combination, very nice. Okay. Okay. Hi, Rishabh. Doggish is good. Doggish is good. Doggish is very good. Okay, superb, yeah, superb. Amazing. Acha, Neha, you are there in Bold Booster 2.0. Superb, bache. Okay. Jexi Jat Kavyansh. Very nice, beta. Very nice. What a savage name. Superb. Okay. Rishabh, very simple here. Break it in parts. Start revising one chapter a day. Solve some good questions. Okay. And you can watch some short mind map videos for your reference. That way you can study history. Okay. Fine. Very nice. So correct answer is option number C. We all have done it very correctly. So the correct answer is still better because it has much better outcomes in other aspects. So 95% people have given the correct answers. Ahana, Supreet, combination, Rehan, Rishabh. Very nice. Lots and lots of people out here. Okay, let's come to the next outcome. Okay. So what happened here? Chalna band ho gaya. Okay. Some issues with the presenter. Very bad. Why this collaborate? Okay, why this collaborate? Some issues with the presenter. I get iska battery down ho gaya. Okay. Koi nahi. We'll use it another way. Okay. Why this collaborate? Okay. Finally, it's working. Congratulations to me. Okay. Now let's come to the most important outcome of the democracy, that is accommodation of social diversity. Now what does that mean? See, it's very simple. It is expected that democracy should lead to a harmonious social life. That means a peaceful social life. Democracy should produce a government that is able to maintain the peace in the society. Okay. Now, how is that possible? See, very simple. No society can permanently resolve the different conflicts among the different groups. Okay. But at least we can learn to respect the differences. If we start criticizing every other religion and the community, that will always lead to violence in the country because people are hurt. If the sentiments are hurt, definitely they are going to retaliate back. So that is one way of making ensure in a democracy. So democracy ensures that everyone is respected. People, they respect each other differences, and that is what makes democracy very much special. Okay. So democracy is best for this particular outcome. It has the ability to handle the social differences, the divisions, the different conflicts. So that is a plus point of having a democratic rule. So because democracy, it shares the powers with the people, and whenever you share the political power with the people, it always will motivate the people to be in the same country, isn't it? So there will be no fights among the people. People will be very happy. They will be living together. So that is what makes the democracy special. For example, the Belgium's democratic government has successfully negotiated the differences amongst the ethnic populations. Remember the power sharing chapter, the first chapter we did of this entire political science class. So the first chapter, what we understood, that despite Belgium being a constitutional monarchy, they made democracy into practice of the government. They took some real democratic decisions by sharing the political power with the German people, the Dutch people, the French people, and this avoided the conflict in the Belgium society. So this is the best way we can talk about democracy. But if we talk about that example of Sri Lanka, it reminds us that democracy must fulfill. Okay, so what does the Sri Lanka reminds? That democracy must fulfill few conditions in order to achieve this outcome. In case of democracy, in case of Sri Lanka, we remember when Sri Lanka became independent and a government was set up. So government was majority government. That means the majority people were chosen by the people. Definite, it's very definite, isn't it? But there was a problem. Majority of the ministers belonged from Sinhala community. If they must have respected, Tamil people, they could have been avoided the civil war that happened in the country, right? They could have avoided the civil war that happened in the country. But again, they failed to respect the people of Tamil culture, isn't it? They failed to respect their language. So as a result, we see there was a civil war in Sri Lanka, isn't it? So we need to understand that if you want to accommodate the social diversity, if you want to accommodate or adjust all the social differences, then it's important that the majority and the minority both should work together. Opinions of both are very much equivalent for running a smooth governance, isn't it? Second, it is also important that the rule by majority should not become a rule by majority community, as happened in the case of Sri Lanka. That rule by majority became a rule by majority community. Majority here means the rule should be by the people that are basically elected by the citizens of the country. Okay, so basically majority here means the government should be formed by those people or those representatives who have been given the maximum number of votes by the citizens of a particular country. So that is what majority here means. Okay. If someone is barred from being in the majority, if someone is not allowed to contest the elections or be a part of political decision making, then we can say that for that particular person, that government has stopped being accommodating or the political party has stopped being accommodating. Okay, so when we talk about accommodation, it simply means to adjust. It simply means to adjust all the differences, all the social divisions, all the different conflicts of the people, and to provide a better way to solve their problems by the process of power sharing. So when we talk about democracy, so democracy works on all these principles, and that is why it is still a better form of government when compared to the other forms of government. Okay, bacho. Now, let's come to the last outcome of the democracy, that is dignity and freedom of the citizens. Now this is a very important outcome. Let me tell you this, bacho, that this is a very important outcome. Number one, so when you talk about democracy, it stands much superior to any other form of government when it comes to promoting dignity and freedom of the individual. Whenever it comes to promoting the dignity of the individual, the freedom of the individual, the respect of the individual, democracy is a far better form of government. Okay, so democracy is a far better form of government. Okay, far better form of government when it comes to promoting the dignity and freedom of the individual. Okay, the second thing, the passion for respect. Okay, that passion, that you can say, that determination for the respect, to give respect to the people, give freedom to the people, that is the whole basic ideology behind democracy. So in a democratic government, if you feel disrespected, you have multiple legal ways to compensate your respect. Okay, if you feel that someone has insulted you, you can in fact file a legal case against the person. We call that as manhani. In there's a manhani dawa, that you have basically you have disrespected me, you have led to the deterioration of my dignity in the society. So there's a proper legal provision for that. So this is possible only in a democratic government. You can't expect that in a dictatorship or in a communist government, because straight away you'll go to the government, they'll say that fine, if you don't want to live in my country, leave my country. Simple. They'll simply shoot you, kick you out of the country, or you will send you directly to God. So this happens. This fight, this passion for respect and freedom can only be expected in a democratic government. You go to North Korea and ask Kim Jong-un, I feel that I am disrespected. He'll say that okay, fine, leave my country. And his saying leave my country will be in a altogether different domain. Okay, so there is a movie called as Dictator. It's a Hollywood movie. It's a wonderful movie, in fact. So that dictator is like, so that dictator was one person. If you have watched that movie, you must be knowing it. So if you haven't watched, it's a fun movie. Okay, so Dictator is one movie which shows the role of a dictator. If it's a person, so anyone in his rule, in its regime, if disagrees with him, he straight away asks his person to execute the guy. So that means that is the kind of thing that happens in a dictatorship. But such things do not happen in a democracy. You have the full authority to protect your respect and dignity, isn't it? Now, So most societies across the world were initially historically male dominated societies. But we see that because of the long struggles by the women for their dignity, so that has actually brought about a change in the society. Women are not getting their social and the political rights. They're now getting more equal treatment. So there are now more women favoring laws we can see in the different democratic countries. So still today in the non-democratic countries, if you talk about the women's rights, there are very few. But if you talk about the democratic countries, women have great extensive rights and the role in the social and public life. So that is the beauty of democracy, right? So in fact, if we talk about democracy in India, has also strengthened the claims of many disadvantaged classes. For example, if we talk about the Dalit community, the Dalit brothers and sisters. So earlier they were not having any kind of social benefits, neither they were allowed to go for educations, neither they were allowed to compete in the government jobs. But now because of the democracy, we see that they are respected. You can't call anyone untouchable right now. You cannot practice untouchability. That's a legal offense, isn't it? So they have got reservation in the government jobs and government colleges and everything. So that is a way of, bringing them into common arena with everyone. So that has been possible because of democracy, right? So expectations from democracy is also a criteria for judging its performance. Now that's a great one. So democracy's ability to produce another result or another task for itself is itself an outcome of democracy. So we as people, whenever we feel that democracy has achieved something, we keep on demanding more and more. And when people are demanding, means people are criticizing about the government or the functioning of the government. That means that people are aware about their rights, and that itself is a victory for democracy. Okay, so as people get some benefits for democracy, they ask for more. Okay, so this makes democracy even better. So most individuals believe that their vote can make a difference. The way the government is elected, the way the government works. So the people feel that the voters now feel that they are very powerful. If the government is not going to listen to them, they can definitely change the government in the upcoming elections, in the next elections. Okay, so this is what the people have realized over the period of years, and this is only possible in a democratic rule, in a democratic regime. So these were the multiple, you can say that, the outcomes that we discussed with respect to democracy. And this also in the topic for the political science. So this ends up your political science syllabus, my dear. Okay. Okay. Very nice. Very nice. Very nice, bacho. Okay. See, bache, very, very simple. Okay. So it's very, very simple, my dear bache. When we talk about reservation, it was definitely for the initial few period of years so that everyone could be brought into a common platform. So especially the time of independence, if you see, the conditions of the Dalits, especially the people we now include in the scheduled caste and the scheduled tribes, the condition was not good. Social condition was not good. They have been excluded since centuries. They have been tortured, and you can say that projected to many inhuman conditions. So somewhere or the other, reservation was very mandatory and necessary at that point of moment. Okay, because otherwise they wouldn't have got equal rights and opportunities even after independence. So it was up to the point, when these classes become, you can say that little bit stronger in support. But again, we see that amendments have to be brought by the governments, by the parliament. So, and again by the people. So again, that came to be, that went on prolonged and prolonged and prolonged. So the whole scenario is that things can only change when it is basically done with the common consent of the people as well as the governments. So they have the real power to bring about any change in the any kind of culture, you see. Okay. So that is one thing. Again, it depends upon the policy makers and the decision makers to improve, like to introduce any kinds of amendments. So this is the thing. Like for example, there was one amendment introduced that reservation benefits can be taken by non-cream layer people. Non-cream layer means even in the reserved category, the people who are well-to-do or very financially very sound, so they cannot take the benefits of the reservation, okay, in general terms. But again, we see that some people who really need it are not getting it, and the people who don't want it are making the best use of it. So here something can be done so that the actual disadvantaged groups, you can see the actual disadvantaged people can get the benefits out of it. So some things can always bring about, but again, that's the scenario. So well, with this we come to the end of political science, and now from now on we are going to start with the economic section. So it's already 7:20. Okay, and so roundabout we did a lot of chapters. Okay, we have been studying for the past 6 hours. Okay, so let's begin with the economics. So economics, it's not a very you can say elaborate. So it's very simple to understand and very crucial also, my dear bachcho. So you want to drink water, you can drink water. Take 2 minutes break, you can take 2 minutes break. Okay, and after that we'll again continue with the economics. So I'll be here only, I'm not going anywhere. If you want to, you can basically take 2 minutes break. You can take 2 minutes break, drink water, go to washroom and then come back, and then we'll start with the economics. Sort? Meenakshi Sharma, beta, where were you? Meenakshi ji, where have you been? We have been studying again for the past 2 hours, है ना? So मीनाक्षी को पता है कब याद आता है, जब 2 घंटा पढ़ाई हो जाती है ना, उसके बाद मीनाक्षी को याद आता है कि अरे मेरे को तो आके स्पैम करना था, सर टाइम पास मत करो, सर पढ़ाओ बेटा. सो अभी मुझे ये बताओ, तुम अभी 2 घंटे से किधर टाइम पास कर रहे थे? पहले हम लोग 4 घंटा पढ़ रहे थे, वी स्टडीड फॉर 4 आवर्स कंटिन्यूसली. आप कहाँ टाइम पास कर रहे थे, है ना मीनाक्षी जी? देन अभी 2 घंटा हम लोग कंटिन्यूसली पढ़ रहे थे, फिर बताओ कहाँ टाइम पास कर रहे थे तुम? नाउ आई हैव अ क्वेश्चन माय डियर. हाँ जी मीनाक्षी शर्मा जी, बेटा वेयर वर यू टाइम पासिंग फॉर द लास्ट 2 आवर्स? उससे पहले जो 4 घंटा हम लोग पढ़े थे, उधर किधर टाइम पास कर रहे थे तुम? हाय देविका, हेलो. हाँ जी मीनाक्षी जी, बेटा आंसर. बेटा ये एक ही स्पैमर, इनके पास कुछ है ही नहीं, सिलेबस भी नहीं पता, आगे पीछे कुछ नहीं पता. एक चीज पता है सर, बस सिंपल सी बात है कि हाँ सर आगे स्पैम कर देते सर, जीवन में कुछ बच्चा ही नहीं सर, स्पैमिंग करते हैं ना. चलो, सो लेट्स हैव द लीडर बोर्ड्स एंड देन लेट्स स्टार्ट विद द economics. Okay, so RP, Rehan, Anam, we have Neha with us, Pragya with us, Surbhi with us, Ahana with us, Supreet with us, Tanu with us, Amu with us, Sana with us, Kunal Chauhan, ranked up, Haripriya, Ritesh, Arohi, lots of people here, George, Joseph, Mukesh, Shreyans, Himanshu, Prince. Okay, superb guys, superb Atish. Okay, very nice Avika. Okay, so बच्चे let's complete economics. उसके बाद back to back I'll ask you lots of MCQs. ठीक है, तो back to back I'll ask you questions and we'll practice more. Done? चलिए. Very nice Rishabh, very nice, very nice. Okay. बच्चे प्रियांश, for this you can consider your examiner. ठीक है, तो अगर एग्जाम आपका मिस्टेक होता है, so you should always consider your examiner in the house. Okay, those who is your invigilator, the guy who is invigilating at that particular moment, so you should always consult with them, so they'll be able to help you out at that moment. ठीक है, चलो, so let's talk about development. That is very simple बच्चे. The first chapter of economics, very easy chapter to understand, that is development. Okay, done. So when we talk about development, so what is your idea of development? What if I say that, what will be the immediate development for you people? Come on, give me the answer in the chat. So if I say that all my class 10 PVNs, what is immediate development for you at this particular moment? How do you say that? What is development for you? Come on. If I ask this question, my first question is with Meenakshi Sharma with the that logo called as L. Meenakshi ji, what is the development at the moment? Spamming more and more. Spamming the same thing more and more, control plus C, control plus V, spamming all the more, becoming the spamming queen or the king. Is that development, my dear? Hanji, what is development for you? Harshit Yadav, beta, what is development for you? Now, very simple question. So, what is development, my dear Harshit? Okay, what is development? Okay. Development is getting good marks in the board examinations. Very nice. Okay. Marathon and education. Very good. Getting good marks in the examination. Anything else? Anything else? Okay. Arav is there. Very nice. Any type of growth, free hospitals, marathon and education. Okay, very nice. So everyone has its own. Everyone, acha. Okay, बहुत बढ़िया. So everyone has its own. Everyone has its own way of development in very simple terms. Okay, so when you're talking about development, again and again, those who have joined new on the platform, beta, welcome on the platform. This marathon is basically designed for all those people who don't understand Hindi and are more comfortable in English. Okay, so we have a separate marathon in Hindi plus English, that is conversation in Hindi and notes in English, that is on foundation channel. Okay, that will be done on foundation channel. So all those students who have a difficulty in understanding Hindi, they're comfortable in English, So they stood for them also we have organized this particular marathon. Okay, so this channel PW English itself is for all the students who are more comfortable in English. Okay, so you can check out the channel, multiple subjects, multiple classes. I hope this clears your doubt. Okay, so for us development is, it can be like anything. Okay, let me tell you one more thing. So this is one of my friend. Okay, this is one of my friend. He is a very hard-working rickshaw puller here. He is a wonderful person. His name is, Gattu Bhaiya. So Gattu Bhaiya is actually a very hard-working rickshaw puller. So he starts his job right in the morning at 6 a.m. and he works till 11:30 p.m. at night. So he's a very hard-working guy. He's a very hard-working person. Gattu Bhaiya. So Gattu Bhaiya has a dream. What is the dream of Gattu Bhaiya? So at the moment, he actually rents a rickshaw and runs throughout the day. Okay, he basically he ferries the passengers from one place to another and he earns some money, but most part of his money goes off in paying the rent. So in the morning he takes a rickshaw on rent and throughout the day he works a lot of hard, and whatever money he earns throughout the day, some part of that money goes in paying off the rent. Now Gattu Bhaiya has a dream that one day he is going to buy his own rickshaw. And the day he will buy his own rickshaw, he will have more money to save, he will have more money to earn. Okay, so he will feel more happy. Also, Gattu Bhaiya wants to send his children to school so that they become something better in life. Okay, so bache, this is what special about the Gattu Bhaiya. So Gattu Bhaiya, what he wants? He basically wants to, number one, have his own rickshaw, buy his own rickshaw so that he's able to save more, he's able to earn more, and also he wants to send his children to the school so that they can become something good in life. So this is what is development for Gattu Bhaiya, isn't it? For me, development, my immediate development is that all my lovely students at the PW platform, they should score some very good marks in the subjects, in all the subjects, isn't it? They should become some very good people. So that is the immediate development for me, because then my hard work will pay off, isn't it? So everyone has his own idea of development. Like for example, we have a complete, you can say that, so for example, in the given examples, if you talk about the landless rural laborer, okay, so if a person is landless, that means he doesn't have any kind of land. Okay, he's working on some other's land. So definitely such a labor will always want to have more wages and more days of work. Okay, so anyone, any person, okay, any person who belongs from a landless rural laborer class, that means laborer is a person, okay, we call in Hindi, we call it as mazdoor, who works on someone else's land. Okay, now in this case, the person is not having a land, he lives in a village, he works on someone else's land. So such type of person will always look for better wages and better days of work, isn't it? If you talk about a prosperous farmer from Punjab, a person who has a lot of money, a prosperous farmer, rich farmer from Punjab, so he'll always want high family income, high support prices for his crops. Okay, he will also want to, send his children abroad for studying so that they have a good future, isn't it? An urban unemployed youth, a person who belongs from an urban society, from a city, and who is unemployed, okay, who doesn't want any kind of, you can say that, who doesn't have any kind of job. So definitely that person will want employment. And apart from that, vocational training. So what is vocational training? Because basically he would love the government to organize some training courses that can make the people job ready. Okay, so that's very, very simple, bacho. So when you're talking about the unemployment and the vocational training, so that is the immediate development goal for an urban unemployed youth. Number one, he lives in a city. That person lives in a city. The person does not have a job. So the first part is the person will require a job. Also, it will want that some courses are run in the city, so that can actually skill up the people, and people should become more aware about it. Okay. Then a girl from a rich urban family, she already has money. She will not be wanting money in life. She wants freedom in life. She wants that the amount of freedom her brother is getting, she should also get the same amount of freedom. She should be able to, continue her studies in a foreign country, just like her brother is going. Same way we talk about an Adivasi from a Narmada Valley, so they will be wanting a better social and economic status. So many of them, they must have lost their land, they must have lost their source of income. So they would want those sources to be back. Also additionally, they would want some good amount of education and healthcare, isn't it? Done. So these are the various people, these are the various examples and their scope of development, isn't it, Bacha Badi? Now, so let me have you a question. Let me have a question here. Okay. So the question is, development for A prosperous farmer from Punjab, farmer from Punjab, farmer from Punjab would be, okay, so what will be the development for a prosperous farmer from Punjab? We have option A, B, C and D. Okay, so option A, more support prices for the crop, more support prices for the crop. Option number B, higher family income. Higher family income. Option number C, better wages. And option number D, both A and B. Okay, done. So we have four options. So development for a prosperous farmer from Punjab would be, okay, so we have four options here. 30 seconds. Okay, very simple. More support prices for crop, higher family income, better wages, or both A and B. Okay, very nice. Superb, superb guys. Okay. So here we go. But what development promises? It's very simple, depends upon. Okay, so bache, it depends upon what are your aspirations. So what development promises, like national development may promise you a better living standard. It may promise you, we can say that better quality of lifestyle, pollution free environment. Okay, so it depends upon what kind of development you are looking for. See, when we're talking about development in general, so always people want everything. The things that money could buy and the things that money could not buy. So everything is very much important here, isn't it? So here if you talk about, like in this case, if you talk about a person who is a very rich farmer from the case of Punjab, right? So he'll definitely want his family income to grow. He'll want more support prices by the government for his crops. Okay, nowadays you also must have seen, there's a protest going on in the country with respect to the support prices, in fact. Okay, and many other things. So the point is, this is somewhere or the other the goal, immediate goal for a Punjab's farmer. So here the both A and B is the correct answer. That is option number D. So 52% have given me the correct answers. Okay, that's fair enough. Devika, Rehan, Jatin, Master, Rishabh. Oh, we have Neha with us. Very nice, Jatin. Very nice. Let's move further. Okay. So different people, we always say that different people have different developmental goals. So this is a very beautiful question, that what may be development for one will not be the development for other. This question at times it is asked for 2 markers. So we have basically 2 people here. So this is a very beautiful girl. Okay, so she's a very cute and a very beautiful girl. Her name is Chutki, and here we have his brother named as Chota Bheem. Okay, so we have 2 people. So we have Chota Bheem and we have Chutki here. So now there's a very beautiful thing. So if we talk about the developmental goal of Chutki, then what will she want? So she will want that she should have equal freedom like her brother. Okay, then she would also like to have freedom to take her own decisions. Okay, then she would also like that her brother Chota Bheem should also help in the household work, isn't it? It's very simple. So Chutki has 3 aspirations. Number 1, she wants equal freedom just like her brother. Second, what she wants is freedom to take the decisions. Third, what she would like to have is brother should also help in the household work. Now this is the goal, development of goal of Chutki, right? But the same cannot be development for his brother Chota Bheem, because Chota Bheem may not like the idea suggested by Chutki. It's very simple, isn't it? So Chota Bheem may not like the ideas that are suggested by Chutki, because for him this is not development. He will not be interested in doing the dishes in the home, or sweeping the floor in the house. So it's very, very simple, Bachcha Party, that this person, again, the small little brother, he may not be interested in all the things that Chutki aspires to be, right? So the developmental goal of Chutki cannot be the developmental goal of Chota Bheem. Both will have the different development notions or the ideas. Okay, same way. Let's talk about one businessman. His name is Tumtum Kumar. So Tumtum Kumar is a very famous businessman. Okay, and on the contrary, we all have one more. He is also one of my very good friends of mine. So his name is Ramesh. Okay, so Ramesh belongs from a tribal community and is a very good person. And here we have Tumtum Kumar. So Tumtum Kumar is a very good businessman, So for this particular businessman, the development will be construction of the large dams. Why so? Because this person will get more water for his industries, more electricity to run the machinery. So definitely construction of the large dams is definitely a very good development for Tamtam Kumar. But if we talk about Ramesh, Ramesh will not want that, because Ramesh comes from a tribal community and development for them is not going to be large dams. Why? Because for the construction of large dams, definitely the government is going to take the land of Ramesh, and the land on which his entire family sustains. He does a little bit of agriculture, and the large dams are not going to help Ramesh in any way because his requirements are very small. For him, the real development is construction of smaller dams, okay, construction of tanks so that he gets water for the agriculture, he gets water for irrigation. The large dams are going to benefit the large farmers, the big businessmen like Tamtam Kumar, not the small tribal people like the Ramesh, because Ramesh requirements are very less. For him, the development is construction of small dams, construction of tanks from where he could get water for his little bit farming, isn't it? So, but for him, the construction of bigger dams will be a development. So, what do we understand here is, what may be development for one may not be the development for other. Another thing. So, we have one more friend of mine. His name is Majnu Bhai. Yeah. So, this guy is a very interesting personality. His name is Majnu Bhai. So, actually, Majnu Bhai got job offers from 2 countries. Okay, so he has offers from 2 countries. Number 1, in the first job offer, he is offered higher salary but no job security. That means anytime he can be kicked out of the job. Third is no facilities for the family. So there are no facilities for the family. Then no time for the family. His children will forget who the papa is, isn't it? That's very crucial. Suppose the papa goes on early in the morning to the office and comes back late at night when the children are already asleep. The next time the papa is at home, the children will ask, who are you? Come on, what are you doing in my house? That's very simple, right? Isn't it? So he has no time for the family. The children will start forgetting his own father. Who is the father actually? Isn't it? So that is very common. That's very common in fact, isn't it? Now, and the worst part about it, that it's in a foreign country. It's in a foreign country. So there are 2 job offers that are being offered to Majnu Bhai. The job offer 1 is high salary but no job security. Okay, no facilities for the family, no time for the family, and it's in a foreign country. But when we talk about the second job offer, so here the salary is less but the job security is more. That means you'll not be kicked out of the company. Time for family is there, and also it has the other benefits. So what do you feel Majnu Bhai should opt for which job? Job number 1 or job number 2? So what do you feel, guys? Which job should Majnu Bhai opt for? Okay, so I'll go for, fine. Okay, so which job do you feel Majnu Bhai should go for? Job number 1 or job number 2? Okay, job number 1. So let me just you can say, let me take a poll. Let me take a poll here. Okay, let me take a poll here. So I'll take a vote type. So I'll write down job number 1. Okay, so job 1 or job 2. So it is a poll type. So I'll give you 30 seconds here and let me see how many of you support which kind of jobs. Remember the condition in both the jobs. Okay, very nice, Marvel, very nice. But a proper definition for development, it's very simple. Development in any terms means progress, or you can say that an improvement in the condition, living standards of the people. So development in simple terms means progress. Okay, and national development can be defined better. Okay, national development can be defined like it's the ability of a nation or a country to improve the living standard of its people. That is national development. Development in simple terms stands for any kind of progress. You can make a progress in your school education. You can make a progress in your career, in your personal life. It can be any kind of progress, right? So that is in basic terms, that is development. Okay, so bacho, let's have the results. So how many of you say job 1? How many of you say job 2? 100% of them are telling me job 1. Are you sure, guys? Job 1 is the correct job. Let's recall once again. Are you sure, bacho? Job 1 is the correct job. He should take job 1 or he should take job 2. See, job 1 is higher salary, no job security. That means any time he can be asked to leave. No facilities for the family, no time for the family, foreign country. Job 2 has less salary but job security. That means his job is safe. He doesn't have to roam here and there. Time for the family, other benefits. So when you talk about bache life, okay, so life does not run only about money. So you may have money but you don't have time for yourself. What is the point of such a job? There's no point of such money, isn't it? So whenever we talk about, acha, you said job 2. Poll gaddari kar gaya. Oh, so sorry guys. You guys told job 2. Okay, fine. My bad guys, my bad. So I guess Pole gaddari kar gaya. So Pole kar gaya gaddari. Pole has, betrayed us. So Pole has betrayed us very bad, yaar. Just like my ex, isn't it? So let's move further. So let's move further. Let's talk about goals. Let's talk about the goals. So whenever we talk about the goals in life, we always have two types of goals, isn't it? We always have two types of goals, that is materialistic goals and the non-materialistic goals. See, materialistic goals are the one that the money can buy, that is luxury, entertainment, car, any kind of car that's your favorite, BMW, Ferrari, Gucci, Audi, Aston Martin, any kind of car that you feel good. So that money can buy. That's a materialistic goal. You can have your own big and nice, beautiful house. Okay. Source of entertainment. These are the goals that also we need in life, isn't it? That money can buy. Apart from that, non-materialistic goals that money cannot buy. What money cannot buy? Money cannot buy respect. Money cannot buy freedom. Money cannot buy friends. Now, some people will be telling me, sir, money can buy friends. Yesterday only I bought few friends by giving them 2 samosas, isn't it? So money can buy friends. In our school times, we used to buy friends by aloo patty. After school, having an aloo patty with a tomato ketchup, it's like wow, isn't it? Do you guys have it with your friends? So it's really good, isn't it, bache? That aloo patty, that paneer patty after school, that is like wow, that is superb, isn't it? That aloo patty, paneer patty. So we used to buy the friends with the help of that aloo patty. So that used to be the point of union and the start of friendship. One aloo patty, one cold drink, and that used to be like wow, isn't it? So nowadays also you will say that, sir, we can buy friends, sir. We can easily buy friends by bribing them with 2 samosas. Okay, that's a different perspective. But the real friends cannot be bought with money. Pollution-free environment cannot be bought with money. Had this been the case, Delhi NCR could have been, free of pollution. But every day, we know we pollute, we actually breathe the polluted air. So we are very happy, because today the AQI is 200. So we delights all the people who live in the Delhi NCR region. We become very happy when the AQI is in poor category. Air quality index is in poor category, we are very happy. Otherwise, we are very used to living in a severe air quality. The AQI in the winters in Delhi NCR is 500, can you imagine? Even 600 at times. So poisonous. So like we ourselves have become mutants or aliens in very simple scenario. Okay. So my point is money cannot buy good health and the pollution free environment. So when we talk about development, we want a mix of goals. Okay. So whenever we talk about development, we always focus on a mix of goals. That means we need things that money can buy. Also, we need things that money cannot buy. So the things that money can buy is called as materialistic goals. The things that money cannot buy is called as non-materialistic goals. Done? Okay. So for development, the people, they always look at a mix of goals. So we always want a mix of goals when we want to develop. Okay. Now, so what are the other goals apart from the income? Now that's a very crucial point, isn't it? That what are the other goals that we need in our life apart from income? So let's take the example of a working woman. See, what for a working woman, apart from earning income, she's already earning a good salary, right? Apart from having a regular income, she wants respect in the family and society. Apart from having a regular income, she wants respect in the family and society. Okay, so if we provide women with certain things, then we surely can say that more and more women will be happy working in the outside environment, isn't it? So if we provide women with safe and secure environment, if we share their housework, let's see if your mama is working, right? If your mother is going to the office and if she comes back, it's very wrong to expect that every work should be done by her, cooking the food or washing the utensils. In fact, we can share our housework, isn't it? She's also going outside, she's working outside, so definitely she's already tired, exhausted throughout the day. So expecting to do all the household work by her, that is also wrong, right? So we can always help her out. We can always share her housework. So if we can share in the housework of the environment, women, if we provide them with a safe and secure environment and understand that women should be allowed to work, then we will see that more and more women will be encouraged to take up the jobs apart from the household work. Earlier times, if I talk about 8 to 10 years back, from now on, Indian society was not very much open to women working in the offices. Because still that stereotyping was there in the mind that why women is going to work in the offices. Okay, it is not good for the society. What will the people say around? What will the neighbors say? So such kind of stereotyping used to exist in the society. Even now it exists. It's not like that the things have become very cool nowadays. It exists even now, but the things have still improved from the older times. So if you provide the women with this, safe and secure working place, if you, share their household work, if you make it very normal that women should be allowed to work outside, then we'll see that more and more women will be encouraged to work in the different job sectors, isn't it? So these are some of the goals that a person would need apart from the income, apart from the money, right? So the question is, sir, what about national development? So what is basically national development? See, whenever you talk about national development, it's a very broad concept. It's a very broad concept. Whenever you go and ask people, sir, what is national development? Everyone will have their own answers, isn't it? Everyone will tell that if this happens, then the nation will develop. If this happens, if the nation will develop. So everyone is going to have their own answers about the national development. So people will always have conflicting views, isn't it? So everyone has its own idea of national development. However, we cannot go with everyone's idea because nation's development is very different. Okay. So in simple terms, national development means the ability of any country or any nation to improve the living standards of the people. Okay. So in very simple terms, bacho, national development means when a country has the ability to improve the living standards of its people, it is called as a national development. Okay. Now let's say if a country is suffering from poverty means extreme form of poor, you can say poor state. If a country is suffering from unemployment, okay, a poor health status of the people. So if the government is able to improve all these parameters, if the government is able to remove people from poverty, like if you say the poverty rates in India have declined a lot since independence, so a lot of people have come out from poverty. Okay, if a government is able to provide free of cost, a very affordable cost education and the healthcare, then you see that the population will be more healthy and more educated. An educated population will definitely have better ways to earn money. Okay, if the government can provide better job opportunities, okay, better opportunities to establish themselves, then definitely we'll see a country will start growing. The living standards of the people will grow. Okay, because the major criteria for the growth of the living standard is to have a suitable income. Okay, apart from that, have a good nutrition. That means your body should be healthy. You should be able to consume good amount of food. Okay, good meals at least twice or thrice a day. And also you should be more educated, isn't it? So these are the different parameters that can make a country overall developed. So when we talk about the national development, we focus on all these parameters that can improve the living lifestyle of the people. Okay, my dear bacho, let's move further. Okay, so how are countries compared? Now that's a very interesting phenomena. How do you compare the countries? See, there are multiple parameters to compare the countries and there are multiple organizations which do this. It's not certified that only World Bank is going to do or only UN is going to do. So there are multiple reports throughout the world. There are multiple organizations which compare the countries on different parameters. Okay. However, let's talk about one of the most important parameter, that is income. So income is considered to be one of the most important factors for comparing the countries. So this is based upon the idea that more income means human beings will buy more things they need. That's very true, isn't it? Suppose if a person is earning 10,000 rupees per month today, so he will have very limited needs, isn't it? If the same person starts earning 50,000 rupees a month, definitely his needs are going to expand. If a person used to spend 500 rupees on his shirts and trousers, now he will be able to spend 1000 to 1500 rupees. So the purchasing power of the person is going to increase. Okay, so as you get more money, you try to spend on more resources. So that is one of the criteria or ideology behind taking income as the parameter. Okay. So for comparing countries, we use the parameter called the per capita income or the average income. Now what is this per capita income? See, very simple. Per capita income is the average income of a country. Let's suppose there are 5 people living in a country. All 5 of them must be earning some amount. So what we do is we add up the entire amount, the total amount, and divide it by the population. So that gives us an average, that on an average in a year or in a month, how much a person is earning in a particular country. Okay, so this is basically called as the concept of per capita income or the average income. Now you must be wondering, sir, why not the concept of total income? Why don't we calculate the total income of the country? Now that concept will not be very good. You know why? Because population of the different countries will always differ. Now let's talk about a country which has very less population. Let's say only 1000 people are living there. Then definitely that country's income will be very less. On the contrary, if there is a country which has 1 lakh people living in it, then obviously that countries will have more income. So that will be a very bad concept to compare, isn't it? We can't compare 1000 people income with 1 lakh people income. That is not fair. So that is why we take the concept of the average income. So we take out the average, on an average, how much a person is earning in a particular country. Done, bacho? Okay, so how do we calculate the per capita income? It's very simple. It's very simple. So per capita income is calculated as, okay, now this is a very basic formula. However, there are many more formulas to calculate the per capita income. So what do we do is we calculate the total income and we divide it by the total population. Okay, so we divide the total income by the total population, and this will give us by the per capita income of a particular country. It is also called as the average income. What do we call it, bacho? It is also called as the average income. Okay, let's suppose bacho, let's suppose there's a country called X. Okay, there's a country X and it has 5 people living in it. Okay, let's suppose that there's a country X, it has 5 people living in it, and one of them earns 10,000, the other earns 5,000, the third citizen earns 15,000, the fourth one earns 10,000, and the fifth one again earns 10,000. Okay, so this is the income distribution in this country X. So if we want to calculate the per capita income or the PCI, what we will do, we'll add the total income of the country. So what it will be, 10,000, okay, plus 5,000, plus 15,000, plus 10,000, and plus 10,000. Done. It's very simple. So what is the amount? 10 plus 5, 15, 15 plus 15, 30, 40 and 50. And what is the total population? The total population is 5. So this is basically 50,000 divided by 5. Okay. So if we solve the problem, it will be like 10,000 on an average. So if we see that on an average, this particular data says that in this country X, on an average, the people are earning 10,000 rupees, which however stands somewhat true in the case of this country X, right? Except one person who earns 5,000, rest all of them are earning on an average at least 10,000 rupees. Okay. So basically per capita income is calculated by total income divided by total population. So now you must also have witnessed one drawback of this. Now what is the drawback? So this data tells us that on an average, everyone is earning at least 10,000 rupees as the per capita income, right? So, but there is one problem with this. There is one person we see who earns just 5,000 rupees. So ultimately, how the income is distributed in a country cannot be told by the per capita income. So this is one of the shortcomings of the per capita income, that it fails to tell you that how the money is distributed in a particular country. Also, it cannot tell you about the educational and the health status of the people. So these are two big limitations you can call about the per capita income. Number one, it does not tell you that how the money is distributed, and second, it also fails to tell you about the educational and the health status of a particular country. Now, you can see these are my friends. They have always been with me in all my regular classes on PW Foundation channel, as well as in the Udan batches that we have done. So he is my friend Dogesh. She is his friend Dogelina, and he is our own beloved Vidhayak ji. So basically, bache, there is a country called as Chimspura. Okay, so there is a village called as Chimspura, and it has 3 citizens. Okay, Dogesh, Dogelina, and Vidhayak ji. So Vidhayak ji, Dogesh, OP. So all the people from Udan, they already know Vidhayak and Dogesh. So they are very good friends of mine. So there is a country called as Chimspura. So we see that Dogesh earns 10,000 rupees. Okay, Dogelina earns 5,000, and Vidhayak ji is Vidhayak ji. So he earns 15,000 rupees. So if we want to calculate the per capita income of Chimspura, we see that we will add all the incomes, 10,000 plus 5,000 plus 15,000, and divide by the total population, that is 3. So ultimately, what is the total per capita income here? 10,000 rupees. But again, Dogelina is earning less and Vidhayak ji is earning a lot. Okay, so again, the distribution of income is not very much equal in Chimspura. Okay, so the per capita income of Chimspura is turning out to be 10,000, but we again see that Dogelina earns only 5,000. That is a different point, that she takes some money from Dogesh also and some from Vidhayak ji also. So, both of them, they like her a lot of, they like her a lot. So her expenses are managed somehow, but still she earns less compared to the other people. So again, this is hiding disparity. Okay, so we have one more question here. Okay, so let me ask you a question here. Okay, so let me ask you a question here. So he is my very favorite student of the batch, Jignesh. So let's calculate the per capita income in this case. Okay, so there are 3 people, Ramesh, Suresh and Jignesh, and they have the respective incomes. Okay, now you need to tell me what is their per capita income. I will give you the options here. Okay, so you need to tell me what is the per capita income of this particular country. So this is country Y. This is country Y. There are 3 people living, Ramesh, Suresh, Jignesh. You need to tell me the per capita income. Okay, done. Sorted. So first is rupees 60,000. Option B rupees 20,000. Option C rupees 10,000. And option D rupees 50,000. Okay. So these are the 4 options. You need to tell me, sir, what is the per capita income of the country Y. Okay. 30 seconds to go. And here we go. So 60,000, 20,000, 10,000, 50,000. It's very, very simple question. Ramesh, Suresh, Jignesh, 3 people living in a country. Okay. And tell me their per capita income. Very nice, guys. Very, very nice. So everyone is able to calculate the per capita income. That is so superb, guys. So superb. Superb. Very nice. Very nice. Okay. But say we can calculate per capita income on the basis like annually also, and at times you can calculate it monthly as well. Okay. Depends upon. So depends upon, suppose if we say per capita income annually, so that will tell you that in a year how much a person is earning. So generally when we take it out for the countries, we compare it on the annual basis. Obviously doing it monthly will be very time taking, isn't it? So individual level you can also you can do that at the monthly level as well. Okay, so that absolutely perfect. So when we compare the countries, we take it out in the annual basis. Okay, that in an year how much a person is earning on an average. So correct answer is 20,000. So when you add up all of these, 30 plus 20 plus 10, it comes out to be 60. What is the population? 3. So divide by 3, the answer is 20,000. So these kinds of questions you can expect in the examinations. Okay, so 88% gave me the correct answer. That's superb. Hari, Priya, Rehan, Reshav, Sneha, Queen, Devika, Prajapati from Udan. Okay, so Ramesh, Suresh, Jignesh, let's move ahead. Okay, so what does per capita not tell? So we can write this as limitations of per capita. So at times there is a 2-marker question that what are the limitations of per capita? Okay, so what are the limitations of per capita? At times there is a 2 marks question that what are the limitations of per capita. So you can write down number 1. It does not tell about the income inequality, that is how the money is distributed in a country. That is very difficult to figure out from the per capita income. It does not tell about how the income is distributed. Okay. Then it also does not tell about the health, education and other parameters of the country. Okay. So these are the various limitations you can say about the per capita income. Now, let's talk about another interesting report, that is World Development Report. So basically World Development Report is published by the World Bank. It's a very important topic. So it's published by the World Bank. Now what does the World Bank do? World Bank compares the countries on the basis of the per capita income. Okay. And based upon that, it makes a list in which rich countries are ranked and poor countries are ranked. Okay. So if we talk about in 2090s, countries whose per capita income in a year was 49,300 US dollars and above, they were called as the rich developed countries. Okay. So just remember, what is World Development Report? Basically, it's a report prepared by the World Bank. The countries are compared on the basis of their per capita income. According to the 2019 report, all the countries whose per capita income was above 49,300 US dollars, they were counted in the rich and developed countries. One more thing, per capita income is again calculated in dollars. That just keep that in mind. The reason is very simple, because most of the institutions who are calculating this per capita, you can see that they are very much America influenced, very much America dominated, right? So hence the usage of dollars here. So per capita income is calculated in dollars universally. In India, we can calculate it in rupees as well. Okay, it's not a mandate that we should also calculate in dollars. In India, we can calculate in rupees. So globally, if I'm talking about, it is calculated in dollars. Okay. Now, so countries whose per capita income was less than 2,500 US dollars or less than that, they were called as the poor countries. So all the countries with 49,300 US dollars and above are called as the rich countries, and all the countries with per capita 2,500 US dollars and below that were called as the poor countries. So India lies, where does the India lies? So here are the rich and the poor countries. So where does the India lie? In 2019, the India's per capita income was 6,700 US dollars. So we lie in the low middle income group. Okay. So we lie in the low middle income group, that is 6,700 US dollars. So you will, if you want to calculate this in the Indian rupees, first you have to find out the value of dollar in 2019. That how many dollars made up, how many Indian rupees made up $1. Okay, so what you have to do is, if you want to know this in Indian rupees, just find out from the Google what was the rate of dollar to INR in 2019. Whatever is the rate, multiply by this 6700, divide by 12. So you will get monthly on an average how much an Indian person was earning. Okay, so that was India's per capita income in 2019. However, you don't have to do such kind of time consuming calculations. It's only for your curiosity buster. If you want to really burst your curiosity, or if you really want to find it out, then you can do this. Okay, so it's very simple. India lies in the low middle income group in as per the 2019 data. Okay, so what did we learn in the World Development Report? Number one, it is published by World Bank. What it is done? What is done in the report? Second is, we compare the countries on the basis of per capita income. Third, we rank the countries into rich and poor countries. So all the countries in 2019 with the per capita income 49,300 US dollars and above were called rich and developed countries, and all the countries who had a per capita income 2,500 US dollars or below than that were counted in the poor countries. Okay. So what about India? India's per capita was 6,700 US dollars. So India was counted in the low middle income group. Fair enough. So this is the entire data. Now let's move further. So what do we conclude from here? The poor countries in general are called to be undeveloped. The rich countries in general are called to be developed, except the few regions of Middle Eastern and some smaller countries. The reason is again the politics here. Okay, the reason is simple, again the politics here. Now these developed countries, so called the European countries, the America, okay, so they at times they call the Arabic countries who are very rich. Okay, they call them as undeveloped. Reason? Because they are not having proper human rights, they are not having proper political and social rights for everyone. So these are the multiple, you can say that, excuses these so-called developed countries give in order to prove them undeveloped. Okay, however, the irony is US is one such country which is the most unreliable ally in the entire political world, in the entire global world, you can say. US is one country who is the perfect example of, you call that, hypocrisy. So US is the perfect synonym for hypocrisy. US is one country who will keep on attacking places, who will be involved in war throughout the world, supporting the wars in an indirect way, and then crying democracy in the entire globe. Trying to be the harbinger of democracy, messenger of democracy, crying out democracy, democracy in the entire world. And the moment any country catches hold of US wrong tactics, initially the US will start suppressing that country. So this is the position of US in the international level, if you talk about, right? This is how US has been throughout the period. Russia has been a very trusted ally. If you talk about India's, as far as India is concerned, right? So Russia has been more trusted ally, but US is one country that will always be, onto the side wherever US profits are lying. Okay, so that's called thali ka baigan in Hindi, right? So that is a perfect example, perfect hypocrisy. If you want to learn, you learn from US. So US is like, we are developed countries and we are not considering some Arabic countries also as developed because they are not giving social political rights. Talk about the rights in US, you will also find a lot of, you can say that, exceptions there as well. Well, let's move further. Okay, so when you're talking about development, as I discussed earlier also in the lecture, that for development you need all the things. That means the things that money can buy and also the things that money cannot buy. We always look at a mix of goals, right? For development, people want not only income, but we also want the parameters like health, education, security, respect and freedom. And these are the things that generally will not come just because of money. So there are multiple ways in order to earn these things apart from the money. Okay. So when we talk about, let's try comparing some states. Okay, now this is very crucial data. Let's try comparing the states. Just in the first case, we'll compare the states just on the basis of income, and in the second case, we'll add more parameters. Okay, so if we compare the per capita income of Haryana, Kerala and Bihar, clearly we can see that Haryana is leading the charts with a slightly higher per capita income than Kerala, and Bihar is the least in the list. Okay, so if you talk about only on the basis of per capita income, then we'll see that Haryana will be the most developed state and Bihar will be the least developed. If you just see these parameters, just if you see the per capita income parameters and compare the states of India, then we'll see that Haryana will be the most developed and Bihar will be the least developed. Now let's add some more parameters to it. Okay, now let's add some more parameters to it. Like for example, infant mortality rate, literacy rate, net attendance ratio. Now what is infant mortality rate? It is basically that rate which tells you that how many children, cute children, okay, who died before even completing the 1 year age. Okay, that means that how many children are there who could not even complete first year, okay, that they died just in 7 months, 8 months, 9 months, 10, 11 months, okay, with respect to the 1,000 children born. Let's suppose there were 1,000 children born in a locality and 50 of them they died even before completing the age of 1 year, then the infant mortality rate of that area will be 50. That means out of the 1,000 children died, out of the 1,000 children born, only 50 were there who could not even survive for 1 year. So that is basically gives us the infant mortality rate. If in a particular area this infant mortality rate is very high, that means the health status of that particular area is very poor. So let's compare the infant mortality rate of Haryana, Kerala and Bihar. So what do we see that infant mortality rate in Haryana is very high? It's 30. That means if 1,000 children are born in Haryana, 30 of them have died even before completing the age of 1 year. In Kerala, it is only 7. In Bihar, it is 32. Okay, so in this state, in this parameter, Kerala is far developed compared to Haryana and Bihar. Literacy rates, if we compare the literacy rates of 3 states, we see that Haryana has 82%, Kerala has 94 and Bihar has 62. Again, Kerala seems to be more developed. And now let's talk about the net attendance ratio. Now this is very crucial. Now this actually talks about the students of class 9th and 10th, because the students of class 9th and 10th have an average age of 14 and 15 years. Now let's suppose at a particular place there are 100 students in the age category of 9 and 10. Okay, that is in the age category of 14 and 15 years and the class of 9th and 10th. Let's say suppose there are 100 students. Now out of these 100 students, how many of them are actually going to the schools? Let's say there was a village. Okay, there was a village and there were 100 students in the category of 14 and 15 years, and out of that only 35 students went to school. So that will be the net attendance ratio. Okay, that will be the net attendance ratio of the place. That in the age group of 14 and 15 years, out of 100, how many are actually attending the schools? Okay, if the literacy rate in a particular state is high, you will always find that the net attendance ratio will always be better in that state. Okay. So if you compare Haryana, Kerala and Bihar in this respect, then Haryana has only 61, Kerala has 83 and Bihar has 43. That means in Bihar, out of 100 students, out of 100 children in the age category of 14 and 15 years, there were only 43 who actually attended the school. Now that tells you about the sad state of literacy and education in a particular state. So if we compare on these 3 parameters, we will realize that Kerala is the most developed state out of these 2, that is Haryana and Bihar is the least developed. So when it comes about development of the states, definitely it's not only the money that matters, but it is also the other parameters that matter. So here we compared the states on the basis of infant mortality rate, literacy rate and net attendance ratio. We found that infant mortality rate of Haryana is 3 times more than that of Kerala. Bihar is the least net attendance ratio, and Kerala is the most developed state when it comes to comparison with Bihar and Haryana. The reason is very simple. It has a better literacy rate, a better net attendance ratio, low infant mortality rate. So these are the different things that make Kerala comparatively much developed when compared to Haryana and Bihar. So that is why for the purpose of development, for the idea of development to be very fair, we need to compare all the parameters. Per capita income, we need to compare the infant mortality rate, we need to compare the educational status. So everything is equally important when it comes to comparing the development, maybe of a country or of a particular state. Okay. Now, so there's a very famous line in your NCERT, and it has been asked several times in the examinations also, that money in your pocket cannot buy all the goods and services that you may need to live well. That is very true, that money in our pocket cannot literally buy everything. Let's suppose you have a lot of money. You must have seen that, even the people, those who have a lot of money are not actually healthy. That's a very good point, So health is something that person can decide and make up on his own. So it doesn't matter how much wealth you have. Even you might have seen that they are very wealthy people, but still they are not fit, they are not healthy. So money is not going to make you healthy, isn't it? It can give you resources, but ultimately it's your decision if you want to be healthy. So what money cannot buy pollution-free environment. It cannot buy unadulterated goods and medicines. At times we spend money to buy goods in the market, but we are not sure about the quality and the purity of the substances. At times medicines are also adulterated. Adulterated means milavat karna in Hindi, right? So at times we do not find very good medicines in the market. So that is also a problem, isn't it? Now, protection from the infectious diseases. We saw that when COVID-19 virus is spread throughout the world, even great celebrities have lost their life. So they had money, they had power, they had resources, but again, they could not be protected from the virus that was an infectious disease, isn't it? So money cannot prevent you from such kind of things. So money cannot buy these things. They cannot prevent you from these kinds of things. So that is why it is said that money in your pocket cannot buy all the goods and services that you need to live well. So that is why for a good development, for a good life, we need everything. We need the things that money can buy, and we also need the things that money cannot buy. Okay, now let's talk about the public facilities. So basically, public facilities are the basic facilities like education, like health, like clean and safe environment, like clean and safe drinking water. So these are those facilities which are required by each person of the society in order to live well, isn't it? Now, who provides these facilities? So basically, these facilities are provided to the people by the government or the government authorities. So they have a fair, you can say that they have the responsibility of providing people education, low cost education, by running government schools, by running government health centers. They can provide them low cost health care. Okay, by keeping the environment, the cities and the towns clean, they can provide with a clean and safe environment, isn't it? So these are the basic facilities that are supposed to be provided by the government authorities. Now, so the best way to provide these services is to provide them in a collective way. Let's take the example of a village. Let's say in a village, there are 200 students. All of them, they want to study. Okay, all of them, they want to study good in a good school. So there are two ways that government can, arrange for them. Number one, government can talk in the local private schools and get all the 200 students admitted there. But that again will be very costly, isn't it? Privating or, admitting all the different students in different private schools. So that will be very costly. Instead, what government can do is government can start its own school. Governments can start its good government school. So if government starts a government school, proper government school, in that those 200 students will also be able to study, as well as in the coming future, many more students can enroll in the school. Many more students can take the benefit of it. So in this way, no doubt the initial setup cost may be a little bit higher, but the running cost of the entire school will be comparatively low. And at the same point of time, more people can be benefited from the same school. So this is a kind of public facility that government can provide, isn't it? So government, the best way to provide the public facilities or the services is to provide them collectively, isn't it? Now, so this has two benefits. Number one, it is available to the more people, and second is the cost of providing the facilities will also be less, right? So this will be cost effective. Also, it will benefit more amount of people. Now let's move further. So at times we see that many children, especially the girls, they are not able to attend the higher schools. Reasons are multifold. For example, they don't have sufficient facilities, like good schools not available, transportation not available, or let's say schools if available, they are not affordable. So what is the solution? Like I told you in the example, solution is government could open more schools. So in such a case, the girls will not drop out. Okay, they will be able to attend higher schools. They will be able to perform something better, so become something better in life. So these are the various ways in which the government can provide the public facilities. Okay. Now, the question is in 3 markers that why is Kerala developed? It's very simple. So if we take the case of Kerala, so Kerala we saw that has a lower infant mortality rate. This means that Kerala has proper health facilities. Second is Kerala has a high literacy rate. That means public education facilities or the education facilities to the people are very much available. This helps the people to become aware about the different aspects of life, maybe in terms of medical or maybe in terms of emergencies, and the people are able to respond and react better. Okay, so that is one important point. Also, if you see that in some states where the public distribution system functions well, as in the case of Tamil Nadu, if you see that Tamil Nadu has done real wonders in terms of implementing the public distribution system. Now, what is this PDS? So, PDS are basically the government shops through which the government distributes ration. Ration is the daily food needs to the poor people at almost free or at a very low cost. So people will have their ration cards, they have their special document. So they will go to the public, they will go to this government ration shop. So if by showing their card, either they will get free of cost ration, that is dal, rice, oil, sugar, okay, these kinds of things, or at a very affordable and a very low cost when compared to the market. So this will actually, so when people will be able to eat healthy, eat good, their nutritional requirements will be completed, then definitely bache, if the population is healthy, a healthy population will always contribute more. It will always be more productive, isn't it? So this is how the government can also, lead to the development of the people. So these are few of the examples that tell you about the overall development, that how the overall development of the people can be achieved. Okay. Now, So if you want to find out how healthy a person is, if you want to find out the nutritional status of a person, then you can apply this method. Okay, so this is a method used to find the status of nourishment. Now this is called as body mass index or BMI. It's a very good one. The questions are asked from this particular topic. What do you mean by BMI? So BMI is basically a parameter. It's basically a criteria to find out how healthy you are. Okay, so what we do in a BMI is we take the weight in kilograms and divide it by the heights in meters square. Okay, we take the height in meters, we take the square of it, and again on the upper part and the numerator part we take the weight. So suppose if someone's weight is, let's say, 60 kg and height is, let's say, 1.62 meters, so we will divide 60 by the square of 1.62. Okay, then you will get the BMI. For example, in this case, I've taken an example. Here the weight is 80 kg and the height is 2 meters. So what I've done here is, so I've divided 80 by the square of 2. Okay, because we have to take the height in meters and square it. So I've divided 80 by the square of 2, that is 2 into 2, that is 4. So the answer is 20. So BMI of the person is 20. So that means the person is perfectly healthy. Okay, so we have a proper chart to find out what kind of BMI you are having. So let's say if your BMI is less than 18.5, so we can call you as underweight. That means you need better nutrition, you need to eat well. If your BMI lies between 18.5 to 24.9, that means you are very normal. Okay, if your BMI is somewhere between 25 to 29.9, that means you are overweight. If your BMI is 30 to 34.9, that means bache, you are obese. Now obesity is a medical condition. You might have found people who have a lot of fat, you know, lot of fatty stomach. You might have come across some uncles are there. You must have seen them in the daily, you know, day to day while going to school. Some uncles who have a lot of big tummy, you know, like big tummy. तोंद जिसको हम कहते हैं in Hindi, right? So they have a lot of big tummy out there, lot of fat around their body. So that is basically a condition called as obesity. So if your BMI is somewhere between 30 to 34.9, then you are lying in the obesity category. And if it is more than 35, that means you are extremely obese. In that case, you need a medical attention. So these are actually medical conditions. So if any of these BMI categories, if a person is lying in, then definitely that person needs a medical attention now. So the doctors will be called in to help out that person. Okay, till this parameter, it is again in the hands of your, like in your control. If you can work out, if you can really exercise, then you will be easily able to maintain a BMI of 18.5 to 24.9. So BMI actually tells you the nutritional status of your body. It tells you how healthy you are or undernourished you are or how overweight you are. So it's an easy parameter. Even you can also calculate. If you know your weight, if you know your height in meters, you can easily calculate your BMI. Okay. Now, so let's talk about one more report that is called as the Human Development Report. Now, what does this Human Development Report deals with? So basically this is published by United Nations Development Program, that is UNDP. Okay, so United Nation Development Program, that is UNDP. Now this particular report, that is Human Development Report, it compares the country on the basis of per capita as well as health and education. So we can say that this is a more detailed report, right? Rather than that World Development Report, this is more detailed report, the Human Development Report published by UNDP, because it compares the countries on the basis of per capita, health as well as their educational status. Okay, done. And according to that, it prepares a list of the countries. It ranks them on the basis of Human Development Index. Okay, it's very simple. It ranks them on the basis of Human Development Index or HDI. And unfortunately or sadly, we can say that our rank in HDI is very poor, guys. It's very poor. Okay, let's have a, let's discuss this table. So this is the data for some India and its neighboring neighbors, okay, and its neighboring countries for 2019. So we have taken the gross national per capita income, life expectancy, average years of schooling. That means the people of 25 years and above, how many average years of their life they have attended the schools, and what is the HDI rank as per the 2018 data. Now, what is life expectancy? This is a very good one marker question. So life expectancy means the average years a person is expected to live from the time of his birth. Like on an average, how many years a person survives in a country, that gives you the life expectancy. Very simple. Let's say ki on an average, if in a country the person lives for 70 years, so that is the life expectancy for that country. Okay, so from the time of birth, on an average, how many years a person is expected to live, that is called as the life expectancy of the person. Done. So if we talk about Sri Lanka, you can see that compared to other countries, it has a higher per capita income. Okay, in terms of gross national per capita, when compared to India, Myanmar, Pakistan, Nepal and Bangladesh. If you talk about life expectancy, again Sri Lanka has the highest life expectancy, that is on an average people in Sri Lanka are living 77 years. In India that has come to somewhere around 69.7. Okay. Now, on an average in Sri Lanka, people have attended 10.6 years of schooling, whereas the case of India is very less, it's only 6.5. Okay. And when you talk about the HDI ranking, then HDI ranking of Sri Lanka in 2018 was 73, and that in case of India was 130. Okay, forget about Myanmar and Pakistan. They've already performed very poor. But here the competition again is not with Pakistan. Okay, sometimes we feel very happy or we are again ahead of Pakistan. So that is not a proud achievement, because Pakistan is again in a very poor category. India is also again in a poor category. So we should actually be competing with the countries who are actually in the highest categories. So here is again the countries like Norway, Sweden, Switzerland, Finland. These are the countries which you will find in the top 10. Because there the human life has a great value. If you find their work culture, if you talk about their culture, the kind of importance they give to the human life, that's very crucial. Again, they have less population also when compared to India. So this is a parameter that we can really work upon. So if we talk about the Human Development Index, the rank of India is 130 as per the 2018 data. Now that's an important question because it has been asked many times in the board examinations. Okay. Now, so there's a very famous line that this question also came in the practice papers last years. That is, we have not inherited the world from our forefathers, we have borrowed it from our children. Now, what does this statement mean? It simply means that this entire nature, this entire environment has not been passed on from our ancestors to us. Okay, so it is basically we have borrowed this world from our forthcoming generations. So the whole ideology behind this statement is highlighting the need for sustainable development. So when you talk about sustainable development, what does it mean? It basically means that development in the present should take place without damaging the environment. It should take the care of the needs of the people. It should not damage the environment. Also, it should not compromise with the coming future generations. That means whatever generations are going to come after us, their needs should not be compromised. That means we are using up resources. Definitely we need them, but we should use them in such a way that the environment is not getting compromised here. Environment is not getting damaged here. Okay, so that is very, very important, bachcho. Now, so sustainable development means development in the present should take place without damaging the environment, and it should not compromise with the needs of the future generations. So that is the meaning of sustainability of development. Okay, done. So we have two case studies of this from this chapter. That's really important. This actually tells us the importance of the the sustainability of development and how important it is to safeguard our resources. Now, number one. The first case study deals with the usage of the groundwater. Okay, now this is very important. Again, I'm saying this question can be asked straight away in the case study section of your examinations. Okay, so the evidence suggests that the groundwater is under serious threat. The groundwater is the water present beneath the ground. Okay, now the point is very simple. About 300 districts have reported a decline of over 4 meters. Let's say if the groundwater was earlier found at this level, now you'll have to dig 4 meters more deep to find this groundwater. So that's a decline in the water table. Why? Because we are overusing the groundwater. Okay, in another 25 years, if at the current rate at which we are utilizing the groundwater, we see that in the next 25 years, 60% of the country will be doing the same. Okay, and very soon the groundwater will start becoming scarce. There will be a shortage of the groundwater, isn't it? Now, so groundwater overuse is particularly found in the agriculturally prosperous regions of Punjab and Western UP, where for the agriculture purpose, for the irrigation purpose, a huge amount of groundwater is being used, right? And apart from that, also if we go to the southern and the western parts of the country, the plateau regions of the country, then also the cities are coming up in a huge numbers, right? So urbanization is increasing day by day, and because of that, you see that the usage of the groundwater has also increased a lot. So there are two questions that come in front of us. That is why groundwater is overused, and second is, can there will be development without the overuse of groundwater? So the answer is very simple. Groundwater is now being overused for irrigation and also for the domestic and the industrial uses, isn't it? We use the groundwater for our daily needs at home. We also use it for the industrial purposes. So these are the two reasons for which the groundwater is being overused at the moment. Okay, so can development be done without overusing the groundwater? So the answer is yes, we can do the development. What steps can we follow? Number one, rainwater harvesting. So if you harvest the rainwater, number one, you will be able to save more water for your usage. Also, you will be able to recharge the groundwater. Okay, second is minimizing the overuse of groundwater. Unnecessarily, if you stop exploiting the usage of groundwater, that can help a great deal in preserving the groundwater. Okay, now, so another case study that brings us to one more pressing topic of the generation, that is the exhaustible, the over usage of the non-renewable resources. So if we talk about the resources like the fossil fuels, like crude oil, like coal, so these are the resources on which we are heavily dependent, isn't it? And it is very alarming at the rate at which we are using them. They're being overused all throughout, isn't it? The rate at which we are using these resources, it will be very soon that resources will get exhausted. And believe me guys, if these resources are exhausted, there will be war-like situations again in the world. Okay, now let us understand why. So here is a quick data that gives you a walkthrough through the number of years every country has. Okay, so this is the data with respect to the crude oil. So crude oil is basically the oil from which every other thing is extracted, like the petroleum or the natural gas and other components. So if we talk about the Middle Eastern region, so they have round about roughly 78 years of oil reserves left. Okay, if you talk about United States of America, it has another 12.1 years of oil reserves left. If you talk about the world on an average, the world has another 53.3 years of oil reserves left. Okay, so what we see here is we are heavily dependent on the crude oil for our energy needs. We all know that crude oil is a fossil fuel that is non-renewable in nature and it will get exhausted at the rate that which we are using. So it gives us a data about the stocks that the world has, okay, with respect to the crude oil. Now, countries like India, we heavily depend upon the crude oil. We actually import oil from the other countries because we do not produce that much. Okay, so just imagine if the prices of the oil increase, then definitely it is going to be a burden for everyone. If the oil prices will increase, definitely we'll have to pay more money to import the oil. If the cost of the oil will increase, then everything related to that will also increase. That will ultimately lead to the inflation in the Indian economy. Obviously, if the oil prices will increase, the transportation prices will increase. If the transportation cost will increase, then definitely every goods and services that are transported, okay, the cost of those services will also going to increase. Okay, so everything is very much interdependent. If the oil prices will increase, that will ultimately lead to the inflation in the Indian economy. Okay, the prices of goods will become very high in the economy and will become difficult for the at least the poor people to afford the normal things. Okay, apart from these countries like USA, they try to use every means and procedures to have a capture on the oil reserves of the different places. They use political terms, military means. They try to always capture the resources, especially the oil resources, isn't it? So the scenarios like this can also lead to a war in the future with respect to the usage of the natural resources. So this is a very serious situation that we need to address right in the moment so that we could avoid any such kind of mishappenings in the future. Now the point is very simple. There are two questions again. Is crude oil essential for the development process in a country? India has to import crude oil. What problems do you anticipate for the country looking at the above situation? Now, both of these are very crucial questions. Okay, number one. So when we talk about the crude oil, yes, crude oil is important for the development of a country as many petrochemical industries and infrastructure are dependent upon it. Second, if the crude oil in the reserves in the world reduce, it will impact the Indian economy in a negative way. Why so? Because India will have to import the oil at a much higher cost, which indirectly can cause inflation in the Indian economy. So this is the impact of the crude oil reserve shortage that our country is going to face in the future. Right, my dear bachcho? So I've already written the answers for you for both case studies, so that if this case study comes up in the examination, you have to write the answers like this. Is that clear, my dear bachcho? Okay. Now let's have a question here. Okay, so it's a very simple question. Groundwater exploitation can be reduced by dash. Okay, putting more submersible pumps. Option B, recharging rainwater harvesting. Option C, minimizing groundwater usage. Overuse of groundwater. And option D is both B and C. Done. So we have 4 options out here. I'll again give you the polls as we have been doing since afternoon. So let's start the polls, guys. And here we go. So correct answers you have to type in the chat boxes. It's that simple. A, B, C or D. Very simple. Very nice. Very nice, bacha badi. Very, very nice. So we have been studying for the past 7 hours, guys. Superb. Okay, very nice. Okay, superb. So we have nahi beta Rishabh, if you have you can also come back and there will be recorded session. Also we will be having marathons on PW Foundation. तो हम English वाली marathon करेंगे. आप English के exam के लिए बिल्कुल prepare कर सकते हो. And all the best to all my lovely students. Okay, for the English paper because that's the upcoming exam. So you all will do good. And remember that have confidence in yourself, guys. Isn't it? So always believe in yourself. And believe me, guys, I always wish you people to excel in your studies. And always, never take board exams as a burden. That's very important. Never take board exams as a burden. See, they are an experience that you should always love to enjoy. They are an experience that you will never get back in life, You have one more chance to, experience these board exams. That is your class 12th. So life gives you 2 chances to experience these board examinations. One is in class 10th and the second one is class 12th. And these are exams and these are memories for life. Believe me, guys. I still find my class 10th board examinations to be the best memories of my life. I still miss that. I still wish if I could wear a school uniform and sit in one of the examinations. I really feel that, to be very honest. I could have loved to give SST exam from your side, okay, in any of the schools, had I that, that power to transform. Okay, but I can, I need to get an admit card. I need to get a proper school dress for the same. Then only I can appear for the exam. So I would literally love to appear for the board examination, class 10th examinations, if I could really do that. So this is something, right? This is something that will always give you. Okay, fair enough. Isn't it? Sir, can you speak Marathi? But say, unfortunately, I don't know Marathi because I have never been to Maharashtra even. So if I learn Marathi, I'll sure speak Marathi a day or two, but at the moment I cannot. Okay. So the reason is very simple because I don't know Marathi. So language is beautiful, but still I don't know that. So option number D, that is both B and C. I know one Marathi phrase. I'll just one Marathi phrase. I guess I'll try to say that. So option number D, that is Hari Priya. We have Neha, Manas. Okay, Rehan, Shiva, Darshini, very nice. So there's many, I just watch videos of one very famous vlogger. So he always says, in the starting of this video, he's from Mumbai, Maharashtra. So kasi aaye hai public. So I think that somewhat translates to kaise hai log. So kasi aaye public, that is what he says in the beginning of his vlogs and all. So that dialogue I remember from that. Okay, so let's move further. Okay, so this is how finally. So there is one more beautiful line with towards the end of the chapter, that consequences, okay, of environmental degradation, they do not respect the national or the state boundaries. In very simple terms, if environment is destructed, it is going to impact every country, every state in the equal terms. Okay, it doesn't matter. It will not respect any national or international boundaries. It is simply going to impact everyone. Okay. So let's say there is environmental degradation in India, it is also going to impact the nearby countries. Okay, the global warming's impact can be felt throughout the world. It's not just limited to one or the 2 countries. So consequences or the outcomes of this environmental destruction does not respect any kind of state boundaries. So it is equivalent for everyone. So the need of the hour is to, very simple, the need of the hour is to understand the importance of sustainability of development and to go ahead with the sustainable form of development. Fair enough, bacho? Fair enough? Okay. So with this, we come to the end of the chapter, and also we will start the second chapter, that is sectors of the Indian economy. So in this chapter, you will meet a lot of my friends, that is Dogesh, Dogelina, Vindhayak ji, Dogesh Kisan. So there are a lot of people that you're going to meet in this particular chapter, that is sectors of the Indian economy. So basically this chapter is a little bit lengthy one, but we'll try to complete this chapter in a very short span of time. Okay, so let's begin with the second chapter of the economics, that is sectors of the Indian economy. So he is one of my friend, the Dogesh Kisan. Okay, so Dogesh Kisan is a wonderful guy. He's a wonderful person, isn't it? He is very happy because he had a great agricultural production. He is very, very happy. So when you talk about a particular economy, whenever we talk about a particular economy, so we generally, talk about the different sectors. So what we do is we divide the economic activities into multiple sectors for easy understanding. Like for example, all the activities that are related to nature, they're counted in the primary sector, like agriculture, like dairy farming, okay, like poultry, where you basically breed chickens and all. So all the activities that are very much related to the nature and where we are using the natural products, we call those activities as the primary sector activities. Okay, so whenever I call whenever I use the word activity in economics, it basically stands for two things. Number one is the economic activity. That means any kind of work that you do that generates money or income. For example, I am teaching you guys. Okay, so definitely you are getting it for free, but the company pays me some salary at the end of the month, isn't it? So when I do hard work, when I'm teaching you people, so company pays me for that. So my activity is an economic activity. Now suppose your parents also start teaching you towards the evening. Okay, in the evening, suppose your papa gets free from the office and he starts teaching you. So you're not going to pay money to your papa, isn't it? You're not going to pay money fees, tuition fees to your mummy or your papa, because they are your parents. They are helping you out, isn't it? They are doing a work, but in the case of economics, that will not be counted. Why? Because it is not generating any kind of money. So if your mummy is teaching you, if your papa is teaching you, so definitely you are not going to pay them the fees, isn't it? So you're going to study from them like that only. So for them, it is a non-economic activity. That means they are not generating any money because of that. Suppose if your papa starts teaching someone else in a school, in a or a YouTube channel, so he will start earning money. So in that case, it will be called as an economic activity. So in simple manner, economic and non-economic, the difference is very clear. The economic activity is the one where you earn money by doing some work, and the non-economic activity is the one where you don't earn any money by doing a work. Okay. So it's very simple to understand. So what we have done is, for an easy understanding, we have divided the economy into multiple sectors based upon the nature of the activities, based upon the organizational structure, based upon the ownership of the sectors. So there are multiple parameters on which we divide the sectors of economy. So number one criteria is the nature of the activities. So on the basis of the nature of the activities, we divide the sectors into primary sector, secondary sector, and the tertiary sector. Okay, so primary sector of economy is basically related to the natural products. So whenever you are using the natural products in order to earn money, in order to do an economic activity, that comes in the primary sector. For example, farming, forestry, mining. Okay, this is also called as agriculture and related sector, as most of the products here are obtained from the agriculture. Apart from that, now we have Dogesh the businessman. He is again a very rich guy. Why is a rich guy? Because he and he and our very superb and talented PVNs, we actually opened a shop. It's a venture. We called it as DK Samosa Bhandar. That is Dogesh. He is Dogesh Kunal Samosa Bhandar. So me and the Udan batch students, like my students in the paid batches, so we together opened up a business in this very chapter that is called as the DK Samosa Bhandar now. And now this business is running very, very successfully. Okay, so every time a student answers a correct answer, okay, gives me a correct answer, I give him 2 samosas with hari chutney and lal chutney. Okay, that are very tasty. So students also love to have the chutneys and the samosas, and I also get my answers. Okay, so together me and he and the lovely PVNs and Udanians, we opened up a Dogesh Kunal Samosa Bhandar, that is DK Samosa Bhandar. So today I am publicizing about it in English as well. Okay, make that point, my co-founders. Okay, so basically when we talk about the second sector of economy, that is the secondary sector. So it includes the manufacturing units. So what do we do in manufacturing? We basically take the raw materials and convert them into more finished or valuable products. So the manufacturing sector is counted in the secondary sector of the economy. It is also sometimes called as the industrial sector. For example, you must have seen that We use the cotton fiber. Cotton comes from agriculture. So we process that cotton fiber and then further produce cloth or further produce thread out of it, isn't it? Then we can use sugar cane as a raw material to produce sugar. So how do we produce sugar? How do we produce gur or jaggery? We use sugar cane as a raw material, isn't it? So what we are doing in this sector is we are taking a raw material, we are processing it and turning it into some more valuable product. So this is called as the secondary sector of the economy or the industrial sector. Now let's come to the tertiary sector. Okay. Now, so there are some activities, there are some services that help in the development of primary and secondary. Let's suppose if I opened up a sugar mill. So number one, I will be requiring the sugar cane. So sugar cane will be grown in the primary sector. Okay, sugar will be made in the secondary sector, but in order to bring the sugar cane from the agricultural fields to the factory, I will be requiring the transportation. I'll be requiring a mini truck or a chota loader or a chota hathi, isn't it? Chota hathi means not the small baby elephant. It is a loader. It's a kind of carrier truck in which you can ferry the goods across. So I will be requiring the help of any such thing. Okay, so the person who is going to provide me this service will be counted in the tertiary sector. Now suppose you want education, okay, and suppose you want, sir, I want a free education. So you are coming up to the YouTube platform, any YouTube platform. So all of us who are teaching you here on the YouTube, so we are also giving you a service. We are giving you education, we are giving you a service. Okay, so all kinds of services are counted in the tertiary sector. So this tertiary sector helps in the development of the primary and secondary sector. Since these services do not produce anything by themselves, okay, so it is also called as a service sector. Just imagine that, just remember bacho, that the services are only helpful for the development of the other sectors. Okay, so in the tertiary sector, we are not producing anything. We are not producing a good, but we are providing services. Okay, for example, doctor, this is Dogesh the doctor. Okay, so the doctor will provide you the medical services. Suppose if you are fallen ill, you will go to the doctor, so he will provide you services. You go to the school, you get the educational services. You go to the shopping malls, you get the entertainment and the shopping services. So service sector basically helps in the development of the other two sectors and provides you a variety of services. For example, teachers, doctors, washermen, barbers, call center employees, lawyers, software engineers. So these all are a part of the tertiary sector. Nowadays in economy, there is one more famous term called as quaternary sector. Now what is quaternary sector? Basically, it is an intelligence based sector. So the people who are working in the IT industries, okay, who are working the knowledge based jobs, they are counted in the quaternary sector. So generally we have these three major sectors, primary, secondary and tertiary. If someone asks you what is a quaternary sector, then always remember the people who are basically doing the knowledge based job, they are counted in the quaternary sector. Okay. However, that will not be asked in the examination. If it is asked, you can go with this. Okay, fair enough. Now, so let's compare the three sectors of economy. Now, this is a very interesting concept. That is the concept of GDP. See, when we're talking about the GDP of the country, how do we calculate the gross domestic product? Okay, now let me explain you with a very simple example. How do we do it? How do we do it? So, how do we do it? It's very simple. So, I told you that I have a DK Samosa Bhandar. You all know that DK Samosa Bhandar. I call it as DKSB. So, this is let's say this is a samosa. And this is my Hari Chutney, Halal Chutney. So, this is a samosa. Very simple. Now, in order to make the samosa, what will I require? In order to make the samosa, what will I require? I will require wheat flour. Okay, I'll require wheat flour, that is called as atta or maida. Okay, I will also require potatoes. I'll also require potatoes. Okay, I'll require cooking oil. I'll require spices. Okay, I'll require spices, isn't it? So these are the multiple things that I need to prepare one plate of samosa. Is it clear? Is it clear? So I suppose if I'm preparing two samosas in one plate. Okay, there are two samosas in one plate of samosa, right? So in order to prepare these one plate of samosa or two samosas, I will be requiring wheat flour, I'll be requiring potatoes and other vegetables, I'll be requiring cooking oil, I'll be requiring spices. Okay, but now if I want to calculate my profit, if I want to calculate my sales, will I add the prices of all these commodities? The answer is no. Why? Because this one plate of samosa which I am selling for rupees 20 has the price of all the ingredients. So this is my final product. This is my final product. This is the final value of my final product, isn't it? So this is the final value of my final product. So if I want to calculate my sales, if I want to calculate that how much profit I have made, if I want to calculate that what is my total sales, so I will not calculate the value of all these things, because value of all these things is already in the one plate of samosa, isn't it? So basically these things will be called as the intermediate goods. Is it clear, my dear? So these things will be called as the intermediate goods. Okay, so these will be called as the intermediate goods, isn't it? And this is my final product or the final goods. So whenever we calculate the gross domestic product of any country, we always calculate the value of the final goods and services. We never calculate the value of the intermediate goods, because the value of these goods are already included in the final products. So whenever if I am calculating that how much samosas did I sell, how much value did I sell, so I'll always calculate the price, that is 20 rupees. Suppose I sold 10 plates, that means my final value will be 20 into 10, that is 200. So that is the sales I made in a day. Okay, so it's very simple to understand. So whenever we are talking about the gross domestic product or the GDP, we always calculate the value of the final goods and services. Is it clear, my dear? We always calculate the value of the final goods and services in gross domestic product. One more point, let me tell you. So I have a lot of branches in India of DK Samosa Bhandar. So I thought of expanding my business globally. So I also opened a branch in Uganda. So I do have a branch in Uganda as well. My Uganda business is also doing pretty well. Lot of money, Ugandans eating the samosas, they're loving it. Okay, so my brand is very simple. They're loving it. So Uganda, I've opened one more branch in Uganda. Now I am earning some money from that also. But if I ask you, shall I include that money in my GDP? The answer is no. Okay, why the answer is no? I'll tell you what. So whenever we talk about GDP, we only calculate the value of the goods and services produced inside the country. That means whatever branches I'm having in India, whatever money I'm earning from those branches, I will include in the GDP. But if I want to, add my money from the Uganda branch, I will add it in the GNP, that is gross national product. So GNP will include the foreign income also. Okay, whatever income are coming from the foreign sources, that is included in the GNP, and whatever is produced inside the country, that is included in the GDP. So remember guys, whenever we are calculating GDP, the contribution from my DK Samosa Bhandar Indian branches will be calculated. But when I'll calculate GNP, the income from the Uganda branch will also be calculated. Is that clear, my dear? Okay, bachcho, is that clear, my dear? Okay, so this is the basic ideology behind comparing the sectors. Okay, I hope now this will become easier for you. Great. Okay, so not every good or services is calculated. Only we include the value of the final goods and services, and intermediate goods, as in the case of this samosa, are used up to produce the final goods. And this final goods contains the prices of everything. Okay, is it clear, bacho? So gross domestic product can be defined as the value of the final goods and services produced by the three sectors in a given year. We add all the value, okay, and we get the gross domestic product. Remember one point, in the GDP, beta, we do not include the foreign income. We will include the foreign income only in the case of gross national product, that is GNP. Is it clear? So remember it by very simple example that Sir Samosa Bhandar in India will be counted in GDP and the Uganda one will be counted in GNP. Okay. So whenever it is GDP, always remember produced within the country. That is very important to write. Okay. The value of final goods and services produced by all three sectors in a year, again produced inside the country. Okay. Not outside. That's very important. That will give you the GDP of the country. Okay. So the higher the GDP, the bigger the country's economy. So that is an indicator. Again, but GDP is not going to tell you how the money is distributed. Okay. So DK Samosa Bhandar rocks. So let's talk about how the historical change has come up in the sectors, that how the sectors of economy have evolved over the period of years. See, in the initial stages of development, talk about any developed country, primary sector was the most important. Okay, primary sector used to be the most important sector. Now with the innovation in the farming methods, agriculture sector started producing more. Now people had the opportunity of taking up other jobs, like for example, getting into trading or getting into buying and selling activities. So gradually the momentum, it started shifting towards the secondary sector. Now over the long period of time, because of new and advanced methods of manufacturing, more factories have come up. So people started working in these industries. So what do we see that the shift now came from primary to secondary. Now in the past 100 years, there is a further shift from secondary to the tertiary sector, especially in the developed countries. The reason is very simple. The service sector has become the most important sector in terms of production also and in terms of GDP contribution also, because people have become more educated over the years. People have started up taking up more service based jobs. So that is why in the past 100 years further there is a shift from secondary to tertiary sector. So in the initial stages primary was very important, then it moved on to the secondary, then now it has shifted to the tertiary. Now, so primary, secondary and tertiary sectors in India. Let's have a comparative analysis how the things have shifted in India. Okay, so let me first put these hairs that are falling right in the front a little bit back. Otherwise, they are a constant hindrance in teaching, isn't it? Okay, so let's talk about the contribution. Okay, number one, if you take the data, if you take the year as 1973-74, the primary sector contributed maximum to the GDP. So if we see in the eras of 70s, it was the primary sector that was a huge contributor to GDP. But if you talk about in the year 2013 and 14, tertiary sector has contributed the maximum to GDP in the country. So in India, what we have seen is, we have seen that the GDP contribution has changed drastically. Whereas in the 70s era, it was agriculture that dominated. In the 2013 and 14 period, it is tertiary sector that is dominating in India. Okay, so you can see this graph also. Okay, so we see that in 1973-74, agriculture clearly dominated. Then secondary sector had a fair contribution, followed by the tertiary. But we see that the biggest increase has come in terms of tertiary, followed by secondary, followed by primary. So primary hasn't increased that much, but if you talk about tertiary, there has been an exponential growth in terms of GDP contribution. Okay, now let's move further. So what are the reasons? Now question is very important. This is a very important 3-number question. So why the tertiary sector is becoming so important in India? Now that's a good question to basically discuss. So we see that requirement of the different services like hospitals, educational institutions, okay, postal and telegraph services, police stations, municipal corporations, they are essential to every country. Okay, we all need for a good and better lifestyle, we all need such type of services. So hence these services are provided by the tertiary sector. That is one reason of its growth. Second reason, the development of agriculture and industry. The more the agriculture and industry will develop, it will demand more services like transportation, like trading, like banking, like storage facilities. So again, that is again provided by the tertiary sector. So the more and more agriculture and industry developed, the more the demands increase for the services, and hence the tertiary sector developed. Now, as the income levels of the people rise, the demand for more services. Let's say earlier when the people had low income levels, they would definitely not be thinking of basically making friends, isn't it? Or going out for a dinner, going out for watching a movie. So when people have money, their income increases, they want more services. They want shopping, they want entertainment, they want restaurants, they want more tourism. Now they demand for private hospitals, private schools. So when the demand is going to increase, definitely there has to be a supply. That is the rule of economy, that if there is a demand, there has to be a supply, right? If you supply at the right moment, you are going to make good profits. So again, this shows that how the tertiary sector has become important in the previous years. Now, over the few past decades, over the last 20-30 years, if you acknowledge, so we have also seen the introduction of new services like something based on communication and information technology, services like internet, services like you can say that the coming up of smartphones, nowadays the coming up of artificial intelligence. So definitely these are a part of the service sector. So when new services are being created in an economy, definitely its demand is also going to shoot up. And if the demand is going to increase, definitely the sector is going to increase. So these are the various factors that actually result in the becoming of the tertiary sector so important in the country. Moving on further. Now this brings us to another question, that where are most of the people employed? Now that's a very important question. Now we have seen that if you talk about the GDP share, GDP contribution, now clearly it can be understood that tertiary sector is leading the charts. Tertiary sector is the highest contributor in terms of GDP. Now let's talk about employment. If you talk about employment, we still see that the contribution of the primary sector is more when it comes to the employment. If you talk about the contribution in terms of GDP, okay, in terms of GDP, no doubt the tertiary sector has improved a lot. But if we talk about in terms of employment, the share of the primary sector is still the highest. If you talk about the year 1970-78, 71% population was engaged in primary sector. If you talk about 2017-18 data, 44% of the population is still engaged in agriculture. That means that this brings us to a simple conclusion that though the tertiary sector has significantly contributed in the growth of GDP, it has not been able to do so in the terms of employment. Now let's try to find out what is the reason behind this. We can understand this with the help of a simple case study. Okay, so this case study is again very important, bacho. That is Lakshmi. So Lakshmi is again, you can say she is a farmer. She has 2 hectares of unirrigated land. Okay, so basically she depends only on the monsoon rainfall for irrigation, and she grows the crops like jowar and arhar. So arhar is a dal, it's a pulse. Okay, so all members, so she has 5 family members, and all 5 of them, they work in the same plot throughout the year because they don't have any other work to do. So all of them are working in the fields. So she has 2 hectares of land that does not have irrigation sources. Now the problem is each one is doing some work, but no one is fully employed. Okay, now this case is called as the underemployment. So what is happening here, on this small piece of land that is 2 hectares, all the 5 members are working, but no one is having the complete period of work. That the work is divided among the 5 members, but no one is employed for the full time. So as a result, these guys are not working according to their potential. So this can be called as underemployment or also called as disguised employment. Okay, it can be called as underemployment or also it can be called as disguised unemployment. Now what does this term mean? This basically means that the persons are looking to be employed, but actually they are unemployed. If we remove few people from the farm of Lakshmi, then nothing is going to change. Okay, so out of the 5 people, if you take 2 people and give them work at some other place, nothing is going to change with respect to the productivity of Lakshmi's farm. So actually you may seem to, you may be thinking that all the 5 people are having employment, they are having job, but in reality they are not having it. So this is actually called disguised unemployment, okay, or underemployment, when the people are not working according to their full potential. Okay, my dear bacho. Now, also called as disguised unemployment. Moving on further. Now, let's add some changes to this case study. Suppose a landlord named Sukhram comes and hire 1 or 2 members of the family, okay, to work on his land. So this will now boost the family's income. It's very true, isn't it? And the productivity of the farm isn't getting affected. We already studied that most of the people are, they're underemployed. So if a big landlord comes and hires 2 people from Lakshmi's family to work on his land, this will only benefit the family. Why? Because this will add to the family income. The people will now earn extra income through this, and also the productivity of the land is not going to harm. Okay, apart from this, let's take, so 5 people, since 5 people are not required to work on the land, so taking 2 people or even taking out more people from the land, it's not going to affect the overall productivity. Okay, so in the above example, 2 people may be working in some other factory. Okay, let's say that 2 people were taken by the zamindar or the landlord. Now 2 people they leave the plot and they start working in the nearby factory. So again, what is going to happen? The family income will increase and also the productivity of the land is not impacted. So what we saw here, what we see in this example, that Lakshmi's family members were underemployed. They looked to be employed, but they were actually unemployed. And when people were removed from the agricultural land and put in the different sectors, it increased the family income of the Lakshmi, also without impacting the productivity of her own plot, right? So this is the case with maximum small farmers in India. So this is the case with lakhs of small farmers in India. If some of them are able to get work in the other sectors, then also the agriculture production will not suffer, isn't it? So the income of the people who take up the other work will also increase. It will also improve their living standards. Also in the future, they can increase their farm size. So this is the problem lying with the Indian agriculture, that a lot of people are employed here, but most of them are disguised unemployed. So that 44%, the number that you saw recently, so that number is definitely on the papers, but in reality, if you check out, so most of the people who are working in the agriculture sector are actually underemployed. So if we remove a lot of them from the agriculture sectors, put them in other sectors, so this will not going to harm them. It will increase, it will not going to affect the productivity of the land. In fact, it is going to increase the family's income all throughout, isn't it? Now, if we take the case of the urban areas also, you might have found several, casual workers. Now, who are casual workers? The guys who pull the rickshaw, isn't it? The auto rickshaw drivers, the sabji wala bhaiya who comes and sells sabjis early in the morning. Sabji le lo, aloo le lo, tinda le lo, baigan le lo, isn't it? So those guys, they don't have assured employment. The day they are having employment, they will earn money. The day they don't have employment, they are not going to earn money. So these are casual workers, isn't it? So if you see that plumbers, repair persons, okay, painters, so all of them do such kind of jobs, but none of them have surety of employment every day. So these are very worst effective. So they may seem to be employed, but they're actually underemployed. Similarly, if you talk about, we see many other people of the service sector, the people selling the different things, okay, on the cart. I've just given an example of sabji wala bhaiya, or sometimes people they set up their thelas, momo shops, okay, so they are also a part of this. So the day their momo sales is good, they will earn money. The day no one buys momos from them, they will not earn money. So these are the casual laborers, these are casual workers, isn't it? Sometimes the entire day they spend, and then also they don't earn any, hardly they earn money, isn't it? So they are doing these works because they don't have better opportunities. So if we remove all such people and provide them with better opportunities, definitely these people are going to excel in their fields, and also it is going to improve their overall income, isn't it? Now, so the question is how to create more employment. Now, this is a very nice question for 5 markers. Okay, so the question is very simple, sir. How to create more employment? Okay, number one, government can spend some money, okay, or in fact, banks can provide loans at lower rates of interest. With the help of these, the people can set up their own small businesses. Okay, second is investing in the infrastructure. For example, building a dam. If you build a dam, then many farmers are also going to be benefited. Apart from that, if you see that in building a dam, lot of people will be hired for the construction purposes, so they will get an employment. Okay, third, what you can do this, increase the efficiency of transportation and storage. If the let's say if the government set up some storage spaces, then the farmers who want to store their articles can easily come and store in that storage spaces. So this will give employment to both the people. Plus transportation can be done. So in the rural areas, if the roads are constructed, then transportation people will get a job, because they can now easily transport the agricultural materials to the markets or the factories. So that is one way of creating employment. Then fourth, promoting small scale industries, for example honey collection centers or the mills and all. So that can be done at a smaller scale with minimum investment. Such kind of industries can be promoted. Then emphasizing on educational and training centers. If you can educate the people, if you can train the people, then they will always have better opportunities in their career. Okay, apart from that, identifying potential of an area. For example, if there is an area that has a great potential for tourism, then tourism can be developed there. Okay, local industries can be promoted so that the tourists who are coming to visit that place may be able to support the local industries and local handicrafts. Okay, so that is one way of generating employment. What else can be done? Government welfare schemes can be there. Okay, for example, setting up the pumps, the tube wells, providing electricity, providing hospitals and all. Okay, so these are the various ways in which people will be employed, and ultimately that will lead to employment generation. So whenever this question comes for 5 markers, you can write any of the 5 points out of the 8 points. So this is the way how we can create more and more employment for the people. Moving on further, guys. Okay, a very good example of this is MG Narega, that is Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act. Now this is a very, very important topic, because this question has been asked for several times. Now this is a very, very important topic, guys. This question has been asked for several times. So if you remember, this was done basically during the UPA government. So the central government in India made a law implementing the right to work. So right to work in 625 districts, also called as MG Narega. Initially it was called as Narega, later on it was renamed as MG Narega after Mahatma Gandhi. So it came to be called as Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act 2005, also known as MG Narega 2005, or the right to work. Now what did the government do in this? In very simple, in rural areas, all those people who are able to work or who are in search of work, so government assured them 100 days of guaranteed employment. Government clearly says that we are going to provide you 100 days of guaranteed employment if you want to work. Okay, if the government fails in its duty, then the government is going to provide compensation for the same. Suppose if a person has applied for job under MG Narega, and if the government fails to provide a job to that person, then government is going to provide 100 days of monetary compensation. That means government is going to provide money to the person, so because it could not provide the person with a job. So that is the kind of scheme Manrega is, or MG Narega is. Okay, so 100 days of assured employment. If the government fails to do so, then the government is going to give the money in exchange for that, right? So that was called as MG Narega, or the right to work. So that is very important question, very, very important question, asked several times in the examination. Okay, now, so before moving to the organized and unorganized topic, let me have a quick question for you. Okay, let me have a quick question for you. Initially, MG Narega was implemented. MG Narega was implemented in dash districts of the country. In dash districts of the country. A, B, C and D, 4 options guys. 680, 635, 625, 695. So we have 4 options out here. Okay, 30 seconds. Again, it's very easy to do. 30 seconds and here we go. Let's start the polls. So initially MG Narega was implemented in dash districts of the country. 680, 635, 625, 695. Okay. But for class 10, so far we don't have the information because again we'll be starting with the marathons. हम लोग marathon start करेंगे अभी हमारे हिंदी इंग्लिश वाले बच्चों के लिए फाउंडेशन चैनल पे. So entire list is there. Hi Rishabh, surely I'll remember you beta. All the best for the English exam. Namaste Hita. Namaste. Okay, hi Miku. सांप बंद कर दिया. अच्छा स्नैप बंद कर दिया. बच्ची wanted to write, मैंने स्नैप बंद कर दिया. Instead of that ऑटो करेक्ट एरर बच्ची ने लिखा है मैंने सांप बंद कर दिया. भाई सांप पकड़ते हो आप? रियली पार्ट टाइम हॉबी ऐसा है? बच्ची wanted to write, मैंने स्नैप बंद कर दिया एंड बच्ची का ऑटो करेक्ट हो गया एंड इट टर्न्ड आउट सर मैंने सांप बंद कर दिया. वेरी नाइस. कोई नहीं. द करेक्ट आंसर इज ऑप्शन नंबर सी, दैट इज ऑप्शन नंबर सी, दैट इज 625. Superb guys, 625 is the correct answer. Initially it was implemented in the 625 district. So 92% people have given me the correct answers, isn't it? Okay, pani pee lo. Haan, sure, I'll have some water. Rishabh with us. Okay, Aditya, Devika with us, Shrishant with us. So let's have some cumulative leaderboards out here. Okay, so we have Neha, Rehan, very well, very well. Okay, out of 18 he has done 15 correct answers. Okay, we have Neha with us, RP, Anam with us, Amu with us, Haripriya with us, Sana, Tanu, Pragya, Surbhi, Ahana, Supreet. Superb, yeah, superb guys. That is superb, amazing. Now, have some water. So I started with this one full, bottle. This was completely filled up to the brim. It has literally, water is reduced in the bottle. Okay, so after that, we'll move on to the next criteria, that is on the basis of the working facilities. What kind of working facilities you get in a sector? We divide it on the organized and unorganized way. Okay. Fine. So let's continue further, bacho. Okay. So how do we divide sectors? Now, when we talk about on the basis of working conditions. Okay, so what kind of working conditions are there? So basically we divide the sectors into organized and unorganized. Okay. So we generally see that again this question is asked for 5 markers at times that differentiate between organized and unorganized. Also the same question can be asked for 3 markers also. Okay. Now, so when we talk about the organized sectors, bache, these are basically registered by the government. They follow all the rules and regulations of the government. The people working in the organized sector will always have job security. That means they cannot be removed from the job without any proper cause. Okay, so they have that job security. Then they have only fixed number of hours. Okay, very fixed number of hours that they have to work. Apart from that, they get the paid leaves, they get payment during the holidays. They have the benefits like provident fund. Okay, or the medical benefits, they have medical leaves like sick leaves. If they get ill, they can always take a leave, no payment will be deducted. Okay, examples can be government employees, the people working in the banks. Okay, so these are basically the people in the organized sector. So what is special about this sector? Number one, the companies or whatever, wherever you are working, that is registered by the government. It follows the rules and regulations of the government. Job security is there, that you will not be terminated from your profiles easily. Apart from that, only fixed number of hours you have to work. You get the paid leave, you get all the employment benefits like payment during the holidays, you get a provident fund facility. Okay, that's a kind of fund that gets deposited in your name, deducted from your salary. Okay, if you complete certain years, you get benefits for that. Okay, and the best part is examples can be government employees, government jobs and the banking sector, right? The banking sector also, not the private banks. Remember this guys. Okay, the banks that are very much into the public sectors. Okay, Now, unorganized sector, basically largely outside the control of the government. There is no job security. That means anytime you can be asked to leave your office space. That's very clear. Third is no pay for overtime working. If you are working overtime more than your fixed number of working hours, then also you're not going to receive any kind of overtime pay. No other benefits are given, no medical benefits, no paid holidays, no paid leaves, no provident fund, no gratuities, nothing, no benefits are given in unorganized sector. Okay. For example, home tutors, working persons working in small general stores, they can be very good examples. The people working in the factories, they are a very good example of unorganized sector. So they don't have any kind of benefits. If they will not go to the factory, their wages will be deducted. Okay. So the people working in all such units come under the unorganized sector. Now, so the question is very nice. Again, that's a long question. How to protect the workers in the unorganized sector? See, it's very simple. Since the 1990s, large number of workers have been losing their jobs in the unorganized sectors. Many of them have lost their jobs. So ultimately, they were forced to do the jobs in the unorganized sector, which again had very low earnings. So there is a need for protecting and supporting such kind of workers. Okay, so what can the government do? So who are these number one vulnerable people who need the protection? Who are these vulnerable people? Vulnerable people means who have a more risk of getting more poor or getting more destroyed because of this culture. Okay. So number one, they are the landless agricultural laborers who don't have any kind of land. So they are working on others' land. Again, they don't have any surety of the employment or the wages. Small and the marginal farmers, or the small artisans like the weavers who make the fabric and the cloth, the blacksmiths who make the iron articles like the goldsmiths and the carpenters. Okay, so farmers can be supported with the help of timely delivery of seeds by giving them some agricultural inputs, by giving them some storage facilities. This will help to strengthen the farmers. Okay, apart from that, workers in the smaller scale industries. Okay, like for example who work in the small scale industries, or the workers who work in the construction facilities as laborers, so they are also unorganized people. Okay, the workers who are engaged in the trade and transportation activities, such kind of workers. Okay, or the ones who work as street vendors, like the guy selling the aloo tikki, the aloo chaat, or the person selling the momos, they are the street side vendors. So all of them, they work in the unorganized sectors, right? So if we talk about such kind of workers, they can be given protection. For example, government can fund them at low cost so that they can expand their business, make them more profitable, isn't it? Now, small scale industry can also be needing the government support, isn't it? For example, government can help them get the raw material at the minimum cost. They can also support them with the help of low cost, you can say that loans from the banks or the cooperatives, so that such kind of industries can grow and sustain in the competitive market. So these are the various ways in which we can protect the unorganized sector. Okay. Now, what else can be done? What else can be done? How can the workers be protected? What else can be done? Number one, the government can fix the minimum number of working hours. That is very crucial, guys. The government needs to fix, number one, minimum wages, that for this particular work, at least this much has to be paid, and the minimum number of working hours. Second, the government can provide cheap loans to the self-employed people. Suppose if you have started your own business, government should provide you loans at the low rate of interest so that you can basically improve your business a lot. Third important point that the government can do is government can provide cheap and affordable basic services like for example food, for example education, health services to these workers. If they are provided at a very low cost, at a very affordable cost, then again they will be able to afford them, or also they will be able to save more. Okay, because let's suppose if a worker is earning just 10,000 rupees a month, and if he has to spend a lot of money in education and health facilities, then he will be left with nothing, right? But if the government can provide the same at a very low cost or free of cost, then the worker will be able to save more, isn't it? Okay, the government can frame new laws. Okay, the government can come up with the new laws which provides some lot of facilities for overtime, paid leaves, okay, leave due to sickness. So these are the multiple ways in which government can protect the workers working in the unorganized sectors. Okay, fine, my dear bacho. So you can write this particular points when the question is asked that how to protect the workers in the unorganized sector. So these are the various things that the government can do in order to protect the workers. Okay. Now, so one more special thing let me talk about. So again, so let's talk about the another division that is on the basis of ownership, that who is the owner of the particular sector. So on the basis of the ownership, we have divided the sectors in the public and private domain. Okay, on the basis of the ownership, we divide the sectors in the public and the private domain, isn't it? So when you talk about public sector, basically we are referring to the government companies. So all the control in a public sector lies in the hands of the governments. That means all the assets, all the services here are directly controlled by the government. Okay. Secondly, for example, railways or the post office is a very good example. So the purpose of the public sector is not just to earn profits, but it is mostly to, promote the public welfare. So whenever we talked about railways, we always see that railways has a very cost effective system, isn't it? The normal trains, I'm not talking about the luxury trains like Shatabdi, Rajdhani, Vande Bharat. Obviously you are wanting luxury, so you have to pay for it. So, but the normal trains, if you talk about the general class or the talk about the sleeper class, the fare is very less for a longer distance even, isn't it? So here the major idea behind this is to promote the public welfare, not just to earn the profits. Okay. But if we compare it with the private sector, so private sector, the ownership of everything, all the assets, all the services is in the hands of the private individual. For example, Tata, Reliance, okay, these are the good examples of privately owned companies. For example, Reliance, if you talk about, is owned by the Ambani Industries. That means the Ambani people, the Ambani family, they are the owners of the Reliance, isn't it? So obviously Reliance is not promoting public welfare here. So they are selling the products and services in the country so that to earn profits, isn't it? It's very simple as that. It's not only about Reliance, it's about any private individual company. So most of the companies, the private individual companies, they are there in the market to earn the profits. The whole motive is to earn the profits rather than the public welfare. So when we talk about the ownership, we divide them into public and private sectors. The public sector is completely owned and controlled and managed by the government. Okay, the major aim here is more over public welfare over profits. When we talked about private sector, the private sector is owned and managed by the private individuals. The major aim is profit. Okay, so these are the basic criteria or divisions between public and the private sector. Fair enough? Now, what are some responsibilities of the government? Now, government, very sorry guys, the entire this thing started misbehaving, the entire board. Okay, so let's talk about some responsibilities of the government. See, government has certain role to play. Number one, government, we all know that it raises the money through taxes. We all pay taxes to the government, and government needs money for multiple expenses, isn't it? It has to maintain a large country, it has to run a lot of things, a lot of services. So government needs money for that. So government manages that money from the different sources, including the taxes. So government has to undertake big heavy spending, like for example, construction of roads, construction of bridges, railways, generating electricity, constructing dams, providing water for irrigation. For all these services, government needs money, and that comes from the taxes and the other resources, right? And government has to make sure that these facilities are available for everyone. Now that is a responsibility of the government to make sure that these facilities are available for each and everyone. Third point, there are some activities which the government has to support so that they can encourage the private sector industries also. Okay, because private sector also plays a great role in the country. Okay, it provides a lot of employment to the people. It also contributes to the economy of the country. So definitely government has to promote the private sector so that they can continue their production. That's again a very important responsibility of the government. Fourth, the government in India, it buys wheat and rice from the farmers at a fair price and sells them at a lower price to the consumers, to the ration shops. We have already studied about them. Okay, so what government does? Government buys the crops from the farmers wherever there is an excessive production at a low cost, at a good cost, at a higher cost. Because government motive is very different, right? Government has to provide food to the people who are very needy, okay, especially the people who are very poor. So what does the government do? Government buys these crops from the states which have excessive production at a fair amount, at a fair price from the farmers, and then government has its own ration shops, okay, through which government distributes these food grains to the poor people at a very low cost or almost free of cost. Okay, so running proper schools, providing quality education, health facilities, these are also some of the responsibilities of government that the government should always cater to. Clear, bacho? Clear, my dear? Okay, so these are the different responsibilities of the government that a government should always pay attention to. Also, the government needs to pay attention to multiple other things. For example, availability of safe drinking water, housing facilities for the poor, if they can provide houses for the poor. Apart from that, food and nutrition, and taking the care of the poorest section of the society and the most ignored section of the society. So these are the various things, the various responsibilities that the government should always fulfill. Right, my dear bacho? So if there is a question with respect to the government responsibilities, we can go ahead with these pointers. Now let me go ahead with one more multiple choice question. Okay, done? So let's have a question here. So question is assertion and reason. Very simple. So public facilities are always useful when provided collectively. Reason, this helps to reach less people and is less cost effective. Done. So I'll have four options. Both A and R true. R explains A. Both A and R true. R does not explain A. Option C, A is true, R and false. A is true, R is false. And option D, A is false, R is true. Done. So we have four options out here and let's begin with the question. So I hope you just read the assertion and the reason, and here we go, guys. Okay. So public facilities are always useful when provided collectively. This helps to reach the less people and is less cost effective. Okay. So we have four options out here and let's go with the correct answers. So let me see how many of you are answering the correct answers. Okay. That's really superb, guys. That's really superb. Amazing. Okay. Done. Done, Bachawadi. Superb. Okay. So, Bacho, question. Okay. Almost you guys have done. So, I was just checking, is there is a marathon going on PW Foundation as well? I guess there is. Okay. Superb. Okay. So, let's move further. So, there is a marathon going on, I guess, on PW Foundation as well. Is it sure? Okay. Already ended. So, let's move further. Okay. So, a lot of people out here. So correct answer is very simple, bacho. We see that assertion is absolutely correct, but when it comes to the reason is wrong. So both A and R are not true. So it's very simple that A is true and R is false. So option number C is absolutely correct. So A is true and R is false, and here we go. So correct answer is given by 90% of people. Shrishant, Adarsh from Udan, it's Bhumi, it's Anita, it's Rishabh. Okay, we have Rehan, Devika, Ahana, lots and lots of amazing of people out there. So this bacho also ends up the chapter, that is your sectors of the Indian economy. Now with respect to the this economics, your NCERT back exercise are of utmost importance. Yes, you heard that right. The NCERT back exercise are very, very important when it actually comes to solving the economics questions. So please do not leave them when we are coming up. Okay, so basically NCERT exercises solution we have uploaded on one more channel, that is Udan YouTube. So if you want to refer NCERT solutions, you can always refer to Udan YouTube channel. So there also we have uploaded a lot of solutions out there. Okay, now let's begin with the third chapter, guys, and we have been studying for the past 8 hours almost. So let's begin with the third chapter, the second last chapter of economics, that is money and credit. Now this is a very, very interesting chapter, guys. It's a very interesting chapter. So that teaches us a lot about how the financial system works, how the entire banking system works. Okay, so that's a very crucial, very important chapter when it comes for your preparation. Okay, so let's begin with this chapter, my dear Bacha Badi. Let's begin with this chapter, that is money and credit. So I'll try to wind up again. We'll try to wind up in the next 30 or 40 minutes as soon as possible. So we are left with only two chapters, that is money and credit and globalization and the map work. So we'll quickly cruise through that and then we'll wind up with the session. Okay. So I guess it almost 45 minutes is going to take minimum. Okay. We'll try to do it fast as well. Now, So when we talk about money as a medium of exchange, so why we called it as a medium of exchange? It's very simple, because money acts as an intermediate, isn't it? Earlier what happened in the barter system, you have to find for a person who's ready to exchange your goods. For example, I'm a person who wants to buy a jacket, a leather jacket, and I'm having let's say 1 kg apples. Okay, I'm having 1 kg apples and I want a leather jacket. So first I should find a person who is in need of apples and is having a leather jacket and is ready to give me. So if I will find a person who has a leather jacket and is ready to exchange the jacket in place of apples, then only the deal can be done. Okay, otherwise I will not be able to get the leather jacket, okay, in place of apples. It's very simple. So this type of situation was called double coincidence of wants. It means, in simple language, it means that whatever you are having, okay, and whatever you want should be available with the other person, and also what you are having should be acceptable by the other person. Then only an exchange can be done. So earlier what happened in the barter system, people used to exchange goods. Instead of money, there are goods exchange. Okay, and this kind of double coincidence of one situation was a feature of that barter system. So that made it very difficult for the people to exchange the commodities. So when we use money, so money basically acts as an intermediate and eliminates this double coincidence of wants, and finally helps in the smooth exchange of the goods and services. So that's why we called money as a medium of exchange, isn't it? Done. So we saw that double coincidence of wants was an essential feature of this barter system, and money, by eliminating this double coincidence of wants, act as an important and a crucial medium of exchange. If we talk about the modern forms of money, in the earlier times before the introduction of coins or the currency notes, we see that variety of objects were used as money. For example, people used to use for example, in India, grains and cattle, they were used as money. And after that we had metallic coins, that is coins made of gold, silver and copper, that we see during the time of Delhi Sultanate, the Mughal periods being used. Even during the time of Mauryan and the Gupta periods, the coins were used, isn't it? So earlier the grains and cattle were used as a money. Then we found the introduction of the metallic coins, which came to be used as a money. Okay, when we talk of currency, when we talk of modern forms of money, so in modern forms of money, we have paper notes and the coins. The paper notes, the 100 rupees note, the 500 rupees note that we use in our everyday life, isn't it? And the coins that we have nowadays, the 10 rupees coins, the 1 rupee coins. So in the modern periods, we have paper notes and coins. That is a form of currency, isn't it? And that is very much utilized in the day-to-day activities. Okay. So money is accepted as a medium of exchange, number one, because the currency is authorized by the government of the country. That is very important to note. The currency that is issued in the country is authorized by the central government of the country. So in India, the Reserve Bank of India, it issues the currency on the behalf of the central government. So India's central bank is the Reserve Bank of India. Okay, so in India, why is money a medium of exchange? It's very simple, because it is acceptable everywhere in the country. No one can refuse to accept money. No one can refuse to accept a transaction made in the Indian money. Okay, because it is authorized by the government. It's a legal tendered currency, which means that it is authorized by the government. So in India, Reserve Bank of India, on the behalf of the government, basically issues this currency. Okay, so according to the law, no one can refuse to take a payment that is made in rupees. It's very clear. Okay, so rupee is widely accepted as a medium of exchange. So Indian rupee is the currency of India. However, the same Indian rupee will not be accepted in any other country. So you could not do like that. You went to Thailand and start paying in Indian currency. They will not accept it, because they have their own currency. So Indian currency is valid throughout the India. Throughout India, no one can refuse to accept the Indian currency. It will not be like that. You go to Bihar and people start asking for dollars. Come on, give me dollars. I don't want Indian money. That is not the case. Or you go to Maharashtra, or you go to Karnataka, or you do Kerala. So everyone, whichever part of the country you visit, everyone is going to accept this money. That is the Indian rupee. Clear? Now, so there is another form in which money can be understood, that is deposits with the banks. Now, this is a very interesting facility. Okay, so what happens here is, the other form in which people hold money is deposits with the bank. So bank also deposits, okay, some part of money. Now, how do we do that? Just let's try understanding with a simple example. So this will help you understanding with the simple example. Okay. Now, so I had a very good friend of mine. Okay, I had a very good friend of mine. His name was Dharambir Tau. Okay, his name is Dharambir Tau. Okay, so his name is Dharam Tau. Very simple, a very good friend of mine. Okay, so he was, enjoying his life. He was actually enjoying his life. Okay, he had a lot of money. Let's say he had a lot of money. So let's say he had 50 lakh rupees. He had 50 lakh rupees. Isn't it? Very simple. He had 50 lakh rupees. Now I suggested this Dharam Tau or Dharamveer Tau to deposit the money in the bank. So I had recently opened a bank. Okay, I had just recently opened a bank. So the name of the bank is Hui Hui Bank. Okay, so I just recently opened a bank. The name of the bank was Hui Hui Bank. So I said the Tau, I told Tau that why not deposit your money in my bank account? It's very simple. Okay, so I asked him to open a savings bank account and deposit the money. So Tau agreed. He deposited 50 lakh rupees into the bank account. He deposited 50 lakh rupees into the bank account. So he opened an account in the Hui Hui Bank and he deposited 50 lakh rupees in the bank account. Now what happened in this Dharamveer Tau's life? He was a very single guy. So what happened here in this Dharamveer's, in his life, there arrived a Thai. Her name was Manjulika. Sorry, not the mustaches. Okay. So there arrived a Thai. Thai means a girl, a woman. So her name was Manjulika. Okay, her name was Manjulika. So Manjulika and Dharamveer, they both became friends. Very beautiful friends, very nice friends. Okay, so very simple. Very simple. So Dharamveer Tau, earlier he was very much single, he had no one in his life. He had a lot of money in his life. So I asked him, I recommended him to deposit the money in my bank. 50 lakh rupees deposited. After some time, what happened? A beautiful Thai came into his life. Her name was Manjulika. So they both decided to, go on a coffee date. Coffee date means, they decided, let's go on for a coffee date. Let's drink some coffee together. Isn't it? Let's do some shopping together. So definitely everything is now being sponsored by Dharamveer Tau. So this Dharamveer now required some money. So he came to me, he said that I want to withdraw 10 lakh rupees. I want to withdraw 10 lakh rupees. Why? Because Manjulika did a lot of shopping from Gucci Armani. Okay, so Manjulika did a lot of shopping from Gucci Armani. So as a result, the bill was somewhere around 10 lakh rupees and Dharamveer Tau now needed money to pay that bill. Okay, he needed money to pay that bill. So basically, number one, what we learned in this example, that this person had excessive money, extra money. So he opened a savings account with the bank or an account with the bank and he deposited the money. Now, since this person needs to make a payment of 10 lakh rupees, he wants to withdraw some money and that can be done on demand. So whenever you can withdraw some money on demand, it can be called as a demand deposit. Okay. So whenever we're talking about the deposits with the banks, they are called as demand deposits. And why they are called as demand deposits? Because we can withdraw the money on our demand. So whenever we feel like we have the need, we can withdraw the money. So this is again a great example of money. Okay, and how can we withdraw the money? With the help of the check. Okay, so wherever this Manjulika has done the shopping, in whichever Gucci or Armani store, so Dharamveer Tau will issue a check of 10 lakh rupees to the store owner or the store manager and the payment can be done. So 10 lakh rupees will be deducted from Dharamveer's account and will be credited into the shopkeeper's account. So see, it's a very interesting facility. So check is what? It's a like of paper. It's a kind of paper in which the entire transaction details are mentioned. So since you have this facility of, withdrawing the money on demand deposit, okay. So that's another way in which we can have the money saved with the banks. I hope this explains you how the money works in the bank. Okay, so in this, what you can do, people can open a bank account, deposit their extra cash with the bank and banks will accept the deposits. Okay. Also, it also pays some amount of interest, okay, to the depositors, so that depositors get more encouraged and motivated to deposit the money in the bank. Okay, so the deposits in the bank's account can be withdrawn on demand. That is why they are called as demand deposits. So demand deposits offer a very interesting facility, that is, instead of payments being made in cash, it can be directly made through the accounts. Just I told you in the case of this shopping one. Okay. So instead of, if you want to withdraw some money, instead of withdrawing the money in cash, you can simply use a check to withdraw the money. Okay, so what is a check? This question comes from 1 mark. So check is a paper that instructs the bank to pay a specific amount from one person's account to another person's account in whose name the check is issued. Okay, so the facility of checks against the demand deposits makes it very easy for the person to directly settle the payments without the usage of cash. So this is again a feature of money. That is why we say that demand deposits are also a form of modern money. Okay, so how does a check look? See, this is how a check looks. Okay, so suppose if I have to make, suppose Deepak Chaudhary had to make a payment of 50,25,000 to Pratik Agarwal. So what he will do is he will be having a checkbook. Like in this case, it is the checkbook of State Bank of India, Punjab branch, Gurdaspur. So he has to make a payment. The guy Deepak Chaudhary, he has an account in SBI. So what he did, he issued a check to Pratik Agarwal. So the name of the pay is mentioned here. Whoever you want to pay the amount, you will mention the name of that person, Pratik Agarwal. What is the amount you want to pay? That is 50,25,000 here in letters, then again in numbers. Okay, and this is the entire savings account details, the entire details of the bank, and here is the sign of the person. So what is going to happen here in this case? The bank will deduct 50 lakh rupees from the account of Deepak and will credit 50 lakh rupees in the account of Pratik. Okay, so simply with the help of a check, without even taking out the cash, simply the transactions can be made. So now that is a very interesting facility, isn't it, bacho? Right. So this is why we call that demand deposits also a kind of money. So this is again a modern form of money. So just imagine if you have to withdraw 50 lakh rupees cash, it would have been very tiresome, also very risky also, because people, they don't carry this much of cash. They will always be at a risk of the different people, who are there to loot the money. So definitely without using the cash, you can easily transfer the money from one bank account to another bank account with the help of this check facility. Okay. Now, so this is again a very important question, that is loan activities of the bank. It comes for 3 markers. See, loan activities of the bank is very easy to understand. See what happens in the case of banks. The majority of the people, they deposit their money in the banks. Okay, so the banks, they keep a very small portion of that money. The rest of the money the banks use to extend the loans. For example, banks nowadays in India keep 15% of the total deposits as cash. Now, why this is done? This is done to, fulfill the needs of the basically the people who have come on an urgent basis to withdraw the money. Okay, there will be some of the other people of the banks who will always like to withdraw some money for their usage. So banks should have some solid cash as well, isn't it? So what do the banks do? The total amount of money that banks have, out of that 15% of the money they hold with themselves as cash. So this 15% is a huge amount again. So that will be able to manage the needs of the people who are coming to withdraw the money. The rest of the money banks use to extend loans for different things, right? For example, banks give you personal loans, banks give you house loan, home loan, car loans. So banks give you loans for multiple purposes. And whenever you must have seen when banks give you loans, they charge you a rate of interest, isn't it? It's very simple. They charge you a rate of interest. Okay. Now let's say what do the banks do? It's very easy to understand here, bacho. What do the banks do? So banks are just like an intermediate. Okay, banks are just like an intermediate. So banks take the, okay, so there are 2 people. Number 1, the depositors, and second category is of the borrowers. So borrowers are those people who are taking money from the bank on certain rate of interest. So what is the bank going to do? Suppose the banks, it gives money to the people for depositing the money. We have learned that. Suppose there is a bank which gives 2% to a person for depositing the money, and the person who takes the loans from the bank charges, let's say, 12% rate of interest. Okay. So borrowers are the people who borrow the money from the banks, who take the loans from the banks. So banks will always charge a higher rate of interest from them. Okay. So how will the banks earn? So banks earning is this 12% minus the 2%. So this 10% profit completely goes to the bank. Okay, so what is the bank doing? Bank is acting as an intermediate. Bank is taking money from the people who have it as extra cash or extra money. So people, those who are having extra money, they deposit the money with the bank, and in return bank gives them some rate of some interest. Okay, so people are also very happy. Otherwise their money is actually getting, the money is not getting utilized. So by depositing with the bank, if those people are earning some extra money, there is no harm, isn't it? So what do the banks do? Banks give some rate of interest to the people for depositing the money. Okay. Now again, there will be some people who need money from the bank, who need to borrow the money from the bank. They are the borrowers, isn't it? So what does the bank do? Bank gives them loans, but at a higher rates of interest. So when you minus or subtract both the rates of interest, whatever is left is the ultimate profit of the bank. So this is basically called as the loan activities of the bank. Is it clear, my dear? Okay. So the other major portion of the deposits is used to offer loans to the borrowers. So this is what we discussed. So people need loans for various activities, for buying vehicles, for buying a house, for education, for personal purposes. So bank is like a mediator. So he may acts as a mediator between the depositors and the borrowers. So depositors are those people who have extra money, who deposit the extra money with the bank, and borrowers are the people who need funds, who need money for various purposes. So banks give low rates of interest to the depositors and charges a high rate of interest from the borrowers. And when you subtract both the rates of interest, that is the bank's profit. Okay, so that is very, very simple. So difference between what is charged from the borrowers and what is paid to the depositors is basically the income of the bank. So loan activities of the bank is a very crucial topic, bacho. It is mostly asked in the 3 pointers or the 3 markers. So remember, you have to write these points. Okay, clear enough? Now let's talk about the other important topic, that is credit. So till now we have talked about money, the modern forms of money, the ways in which money is deposited in the banks, the loan activities of the banks. Now let's talk about another great topic, another important topic, that is credit. Okay, so what do you mean by credit in this situation? Credit in Hindi means udhari or udhar. Okay, in very simple terms, we mean credit means udhari or udhar, that you might have taken from your friend ki bhai 100 rupees dena, I'll return you back tomorrow. Okay, uncle 500 rupees dena, I'll return you back by next day. So this is the credit. Credit is something, credit can be any goods and services that you buy, okay, that you purchase in return with a promise. So you promise that you will pay back that particular thing in the next 1 day or 2 day or 1 week or 2 months. So that is basically a credit, udhari that you call. So you will not going to repay back that instantly. You have promised the person that you will repay back that in some amount of time. So you repay that in some particular amount of time, maybe in a day or two, maybe in a month, or maybe after some years. So that is basically called as a credit. So credit is an agreement in which a borrower receives money, goods and services from a lender. Okay, lender is the guy who is giving it out in for a promise. Okay, for a promise that the borrower will return the particular thing in the future time. Okay, so obviously the borrower is not going to return instantly. The borrower is going to return that in future period of time. Okay, so that is called as a credit. Now let's talk about some situations here that will help us to understand better. The first situation is of a shoe manufacturer. So this guy, he obtained some credit to prepare the working capital. So basically he got an order of preparing the certain pairs of shoes. So he needs money for that, he needs material for that. So what he did, he bought those things on credit. Okay, so the credit helps him to meet the expenses of the production. So once the production is completed, he'll sell his articles, okay, and he'll earn the profits. With the help of this profits, he will basically return back all the money that he's taken on credit. So in this way, this person has been helped. This person has helped from the credit. Okay, so this person has actually able to take advantage of the credit situation. How? Because the person got some orders to prepare shoes. Okay, but the person needed material and more person for increasing the production. So all these things he managed on the credit. So once the production was done, the shoes were sold, he earned some good profits and he returned back the credit. So in this situation, the credit was helpful for this person. Now have one more situation. Okay. So let's talk about, there is a person in the rural areas. So if you see in the rural areas, the major demand for credit is for the crop production. So if you see that farmer needs money for multiple things, okay, he needs money to spend on seeds, on fertilizer, pesticides, water, electricity, for repairing the equipments. So a farmer needs money for various purposes, isn't it? So definitely the main credit demand in the rural areas is with respect to the crop production. This question was asked for 1 markers in the examination. So make a note of it. Okay. Now, so we see that whenever the credit, let's take, so I gave you one example of a shoe seller where he was very much, he made great profits by taking credit. Okay, because he was able to manage everything, and by selling something, he made good profits and also returned back the credit. Let's take an example of one more person, let's say, who is working in a rural area. And suppose in the rural areas, what happens, especially the small farmers who are not able to make good money from their production, they're moreover, you can say that, they get pushed into a situation from where it is very difficult to come out. If you talk about the case of the Indian farmers, you must have heard about a lot of them committing suicide. So what is the reason behind that? The bigger reason is the credit, the karza that they have on them. Because what happens is the production is not up to the mark. As a result, they've already taken the credit. In order to compensate that, they take more credit, and this ultimately pushes them into a debt trap situation. A situation where they are so much loaded with the credit that they cannot come out of it. They cannot repay that back. Okay, so that case we see that the credit will be very harmful. Okay, now what are the terms of credit? See, whenever we give loan to the people, there are certain terms and conditions. Okay, there are certain terms and conditions on which a borrower must take a loan from the lender. Okay, what are the terms and conditions? Okay, very simple. For example, what is the rate of interest, what is the time of repayment, how you are going to repay back the loan. So basically these are the various terms that we need to take into consideration. Now, another important factor that is important while taking a credit is the collateral. So what is the collateral? Now let's suppose you have taken 5 lakh rupees from me. Okay, 5 lakh rupees credit from me. So how can I make sure that you are going to return my 5 lakh? So I will say that, come on, keep your ornaments or jewelry as a collateral. You have to keep something as a collateral. So you must have seen that people that take loan against the jewelry, they have the jewelry, they'll keep, they will give it to a person, and in return they will take the money. So what is going to happen if you are not able to return back the money? The person has the whole authority to sell the jewelry and recover the money. So collateral is any kind of asset. It can be, a land or a building or a vehicle or livestock, any deposits with the bank that you can keep as a guarantee to the lender, so that if you are not able to repay back the loan, the lender will sell off your collateral and recover his whatever loss he has incurred. Okay. So if the borrower is unable to pay the loan, then the lender has the complete right to sell the collateral and recover back the money. So interest rate, collateral, documentation, mode of repayment, all these things are counted in the terms of credit. So at what interest rate the loan is given, what is the collateral that is being taken, what are the documentation requirement, and what is the mode of repayment. So all of these things, they together combine what is called as the terms of credit. Now this is a very important question for 1 markers, that what are the terms of credit. Okay, now let's move further. So when we talk about the different types of credit, we generally discuss 2 types of sectors. Okay, the 2 types of loans. Number 1, we have the formal sector loans, and second, we have the informal sector loans. Now what are the formal sector loans? Formal sector loans are basically those loan sources that have proper rules and regulations. For example, banks, for example, cooperatives. Okay, so when we talk about the formal sector loans, so these are the loans from the banks and the cooperatives. So in order to apply a loan from the bank, you need proper documentation, you need a proper collateral, then only they are going to give you the money. Otherwise, they are not going to give you the money. Okay, so but the positive is loans are provided at a low rate of interest here, and these are supervised by the Reserve Bank of India. So what are the benefits here? Number 1, formal sector of credit includes banks and cooperatives. You need proper documentation and collateral to approach them in order to get a loan. Rates of interest are low comparatively, and they are supervised by the Reserve Bank of India. Whereas if we talk about the informal sector loans, basically they include loans from the money lenders, from the traders, from your relatives and friends. Okay, so basically there is no government supervision over it. Okay, in this case you will find this, that there is no requirement for the documents. Obviously, if you are asking money from your friend, there is no need for documentation, isn't it? You don't have to give document to your friend. You will simply have to promise him that I am going to repay back your money after some time. That's all. Or if you're taking from the money lender, then also they will not ask you for documents. But in that case, the rate of interest is going to be very high. And that is what the case is there in the case of rural areas. Because in rural areas, the farmers, they find it very difficult to approach the banks and the cooperatives. The reason is the document requirement, that and most of the farmers, they lag in the documents. So as a result, they find the money lenders more approachable. Okay, they find it more easier for the money lenders to give them the loans. But again, the rate of interest is very high, that further pushes them into debt. So in this, the loans are provided at very high rates of interest. So there is no one to supervise over such kind of credit activities. So like in the formal sector, Reserve Bank of India is there. But if we talk about the informal sector, there is no one who can keep a check on such kind of loans. So this is the worst part about it. Okay. Okay, now let's talk about the formal and informal credit, who gets what. Now this is a very crucial understanding. So this data will help us to understand that what is the source of credit in most of the cases. Okay, now what happens here is, if you have a deep analysis of the entire data, we come to realize that 85% of the loan taken by the poor people in the urban areas are from the informal sources. Urban households only take 10% of the loans from the informal sources. Okay. If so, let's talk about this. So let's talk about the rich people and the poor people. If you talk about the poor people, then 85% of the poor people, even in the urban areas, are taking loan from the informal sources. Okay. Whereas if you talk about the urban rich people, then in the rich category, only 10% of them are taking from the informal, and rest 90% of them are taking from the formal sources. The reason is simple. In the urban areas, those who are in the rich category, they have all the proper documentation, all the collateral is there. So it's easier for them to approach the banks and the formal sources to get the loans. Few of them will be approaching the informal, rest of them will be approaching the formal sources. Okay, so we see that the formal sources meet only about half the credit needs. The rest, especially in the rural case of the rural India, the remaining credit is still coming from the informal sources, and that is not good for the Indian agriculture, all for the farmers, all for the rural people. Why? Because again we discussed the similar fact that the informal sources of credit, they have a very high rates of interest, and the farmers again are not able to pay back those high rates of interest. So that is something that's very crucial and important to be noted. So this actually burdens the farmer, puts them into a situation called a debt trap. What is debt trap? It's a situation from where the people find very difficult to come out of debts, that is karza. Okay, now let's move further. So what happens here is, so because of this reason, banks and cooperatives should make provisions so that they can extend loans to the people at the low rates of interest, especially in the rural areas. If the people get low rates of interest loans, so they will be able to set up their own business, they'll be able to set up the industries, grow some important crops, they'll be able to earn better. Okay, so if the rate of interest is very low, so it is important that formal credit is distributed more equally, because what happens here is the poor people are not able to get the loans from the formal sources like banks, whereas the rich are easily able to get. So the credibility here is very much, unequally distributed. So it's more important to distribute the credit in a more equal way so that everyone is going to benefit from it. Okay. The formal sector also needs to expand. It should be accessible to everyone. At the present moment, it is more accessible to the people who have all the documentation and less accessible to the people who lack on the same parts. Okay, so it needs to be more accessible, and because cheap and affordable credit is very crucial for the development of the country. Okay, so cheap and affordable credit is very crucial. If the farmers are able to, pay less rates of interest, if the farmers are able to get the loans at lower rates of interest, then it is going to benefit them also, or it is going to benefit the economy of the country as well. Because they will have better savings, they have better living standards, they'll produce more, and if they produce more, ultimately they are contributing to the country's economy. So that is why we need more formal sources of credit in the country. Now let's have a question here. Hi HK Sharma, how are you beta? I'm very good, I'm very good. So let's have a question here. Let's have a question here, bachcho. Let's have a question here. Okay. So the question is very simple. Dash is a situation from where a person finds it difficult to recover financially. Economic depression, option B, debt trap, option C, cyclical unemployment, and option D, both A and C. Okay, so we have 4 options out here, bachcho, and let's get started. Okay, so dash is a situation from where the person finds it difficult to recover financially. We have very simple answers. Very nice, Rayan. Very nice. Very nice, bachcho. Superb. Amazing. 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 So very nice. You are doing very good, guys. Very, very good. Superb, bachcho. Okay. Superb, my dear. Superb, my dear. So we have a little more things to do. We have little more things to do here. Okay. Okay. Very nice. Superb, bachcho. Superb. Superb, bacha party. So people have been studying for 8 hours, 33 minutes straight, right? We had just a 2 minutes break and we had just 8 minute breaks. So all in all, we had just 10-minute breaks in this entire 8 hour 30 minutes. So 8 hour 20 minutes of continuous studying. So hats off to all my people. Hats off to all my superstars. Okay. So the correct answer is debt trap, isn't it? The correct answer is debt trap. So option number B is absolutely correct here. Debt trap is the correct answer. And let's get started. So option number B is absolutely correct here. So 100% people have given me the correct answer. Soham, Avinash, Haripriya, Neha, Srishant. Very nice, guys. Very, very nice, bacha buddy. Very nice. Superb. Amazing. Okay. So we are almost on the verge of finishing this chapter. Now, explain the role of Reserve Bank of India. Okay. The role of RBI. This question is very important for 3 markers. That what is the role of Reserve Bank of India? It's again a 3-mark question, bacho. Okay, so what is the role of Reserve Bank of India? It's again a 3-mark question. Now let's try understanding that what is the role of RBI. See, Reserve Bank of India, it's called as the Central Bank of India. Okay, it is the bank where you cannot open your savings account because it's a bank that functions on behalf of the central government. It issues the national currency. Okay, so it supervises the activities of the formal sector and keeps a track of their activities. Okay, it's very simple if you talk about RBI. So it keeps a track of the activities of the banks in the formal sector. However, there is no one to supervise the informal sector. The RBI ensures that the banks provide loans to small people also, like small cultivators, small scale industrialists, okay, at cheap rates of interest, and not only to the profit making businesses and traders. So this is ensured by RBI, that RBI ensures that the banks are providing loans to all the people. They are extending the credit to the people who require it the most, that is the small scale producers, the small scale farmers, and not just giving out to the big businesses. Okay, the banks are required to submit periodical data about the rate of interest they are giving, the borrowers information. Okay, so RBI has the complete data about all the bank activities, that banks are to whom the banks are giving the loans, what is the interest rate bank is charging, what are the other activities of banks the banks are doing. So entire data, entire report is submitted to the RBI time to time. So this helps the RBI to manage the entire banking sector, right? So if the question is explain the role of RBI for 3 markers, you can write these answers. It's very clear, bacho. Now comes the most important topic, that is SHGs. This question is maximum asked for 5 markers. Explain the role of the self-help groups. So basically, beta, what are self-help groups? See, very easy to understand. So we have seen that poor households are still dependent on the informal sources of credit. What is the reason? Number 1, because banks are not present everywhere in the villages in India. We don't have everywhere the bank's presence. Apart from that also, even if the banks are present, getting a loan from the bank is very, very difficult. Okay, getting a loan from the local money lender is easy, getting a loan from the bank is difficult. Reason is again same, that is the lack of documentation. So as a result, we don't have enough people going to the banks to ask for a loan. So it is easier for them to approach a local money lenders. Now, to overcome these problems, to solve these problems, what did the people do? People started creating a self-help group. So what is a self-help group, bachu? It's basically a group of 15 to 20 members, especially the poor people. Okay, so SHGs, if you talk about, they are small groups of poor people who have little bit of savings. Okay, so they have saved some money. So what do is they collect all that money, and with the help of all that money, they try to help their group members. Okay, so a general SHG or a self-help group will have 15 to 20 members, usually belonging to one neighborhood, who continuously meet, okay, and invest their pull up their savings, and with the help of that, they try to help out each other. Okay, suppose there is a group of 20 members, and each of them is contributing 500 rupees monthly, 500 rupees on a monthly basis. So in that way, that 500 contribution by these 20 members is the earning of that self-help group. Using this money, they can, help out any of their member in times of needs, or they can also start some small businesses, isn't it? So what is the advantages of the self-help group? Number 1, it helps the borrower to overcome the problem of collateral, because what happens if a group is regularly saving the money, then that money can be used as a collateral and can be approached, and the banks can be approached. Okay, so what will the banks do? Banks will always be very much willing to give loans to the self-help groups, because self-help groups are a group of 15 to 20 members, and if the group is regularly having a decent amount of saving, then that savings can be used as a collateral, and banks now will be easily be giving loans to the self-help groups. Using that loan, the self-help group members can start small businesses, okay, that will help them to produce more, to earn more profits, or they can also use the money to help the one of the group members, okay, in the time of need. So these are the various things that the self-help groups can do. So people can get timely loans for a variety of purposes at a reasonable rate of interest. SHGs are the building blocks of the rural poor, especially. Okay, so they're very important. You can say that organizations in the rural India. In fact, it helps the women to become financially independent. Okay, earlier the women's, they were very much dependent upon their, husbands and their in-laws for all their needs. Now the self-help groups have actually helped the women to become financially very much dependent. Okay, so regular meetings of the group also provide a platform to the women to discuss the various issues. For example, health and nutrition, the family life, the domestic violence. So these self-help groups are not only a platform for, promoting of the businesses or solving the financial problems, but also it has become a platform for discussing the social problems and finding solutions to that. Right. So this is the importance of self-help groups in India. So my dear bachcho, this also ends your chapter, that is money and credit. Okay, so let me ask one more question to you, and then we will be starting with the last chapter, that is globalization and the Indian economy. So question is very simple. Interest rate and mode of repayment are a part of dash. Okay, so interest rate and mode of repayment are a part of dash. I'll have four options here: A, B, C, and D. Okay, number one, collateral, modern forms of money, both A and B, and terms of credit. Done. Four options here, and here we go, guys. Four options, bacho. So interest rate and mode of repayment are a part of dash. Collateral, modern forms of money. I'll release the polls. Okay, both A and B or the terms of credit. Very nice, guys. Very nice. Okay, now the next chapter is really very short, bacho. The reason I'll tell why. Because we have only two topics that are coming from the next chapter, that is globalization and the factors affecting globalization. Okay. Globalization and the factors affecting globalization. So only the two topics are coming. So we'll basically be doing those two topics, my dear. Okay, so this will also help us to save a lot of time. Okay, and then we'll be skipping on to the map work. So that will help us to save a lot of time and also complete the marathon also in time, so that the people can, just come back and revisit the marathon. Okay, so if you want to see your stats, you have to click on unity.pw.live. That's a website where you can check all your stats, bacho. Clear? So correct answer is, that is terms of credit. Okay, so interest rate and mode of repayment are a part of terms of credit. Okay, very nice. So option number D is absolutely correct. Done. So Haripriya, we have Anjali, we have Harshpreet, we have Rehan from Udan, ATG, Shrishant, Devika, and we have Neha, Mohit Kumar Singh, Nahida Nas, Kunal Chauhan from Maharashtra. Very nice. Let me ask one more question. Let us have one more question. Okay. This question is simple. So dash is something that a borrower keeps with a lender as a security. Okay, four options: mode of repayment, option B collateral, option C double coincidence of bonds, and option D all of the above. Done. So we have four options out here, bacho, and here we go. Let's start the poll. So we have four options here. Okay, so it's very simple. Dash is something that borrower keeps with the lender as a security. So mode of repayment, collateral, double coincidence bonds, or all of the above. Very simple, guys. Very simple. Okay, very nice, bacha buddy. Very, very nice. Superb. Amazing, bacho. Amazing. Done. Done? Okay, very nice. So the correct answer is very simple, that is collateral. Okay. Correct answer is very simple, that is collateral. Okay. So correct answer is option number B, that is collateral. Okay. 100% people have given me correct answer. Very nice, very nice, very nice, monster, my dear. One more question. Okay, let's have one more question here. Okay. Banks keep dash of the total deposits as cash. Okay. Four options again. Okay. So 10%, 25%, 15%, 20%. Okay. Again, four options, and here we go. Let's start the polls. So banks keep dash of the total deposits as cash. Very nice. Simple by simple. Okay, very amazing, guys. Amazing. Superb. Superb, bacha buddy. Superb. That's superb, bacho. Okay. So after that, we'll come to the last topic. Okay. Very simple. And after that, we'll come to the last topic, the last chapter here. And we'll also do two topics from that. Globalization and the factors enabling globalization, because that is what is going to be asked in the board examination. So we'll focus on that only. And otherwise, all the rest of the topics will be asked in this thing. Okay. Done? Sorted? So correct answer is very simple, that is 15%. So banks keep 15% as of the total deposits. So 90% people have given me correct answer. Archana, Rathod, Haripriya, Rehan, Avinash, Anjali, Srishan, ATG, Neha, Kunal, Arav, Anand. Okay, so lot and lots of people here. Okay, so let's begin with the next chapter, that is globalization and the Indian economy. Again, so in this also we'll focus on the chapters that is actually coming in your, the topics that is actually coming in your board examinations. That is what is globalization and factors enabling globalization. Okay, so there are two topics, and after that we'll be straight away going to the map work. Fair enough? Okay, I will provide you the notes. If you want to study the entire globalization notes, you can go through them, but we'll be covering these two topics because these are the topics coming in the board examinations. Okay, now so let's talk about what is globalization. See, in very simple terms, globalization is the process of the rapid integration of the international economies. Okay, in very simple terms. So nowadays you must have seen that there's a lot of technology being used, isn't it? So nowadays it's easier for us to connect with people sitting across the globe. Like suppose if my friend is, working in US, I can easily connect with him over a WhatsApp call or an Instagram chat. It's so easy for me to connect nowadays. Okay, we do video calls to our loved ones, to our friends. So can you imagine all these things some years back? It was not possible, isn't it? So nowadays if we see that the different countries have got interconnected. So nowadays we are able to, get the products of the different countries in our country. Our country's products are being sold in different countries. So people are able to experience trade and commerce, okay, in a very smooth manner, isn't it? Apart from that, people also visit some other countries in the for educational purposes or for getting a better job. So nowadays we see that the movement of people, the movement of money, the movement of goods and services between the different countries has become very smooth and easy. And this has in fact connected the different markets across the world. It has connected the different economies across the world. And in simple terms, we can define this as the globalization. Okay. Now, so we see that the big multinational companies, they play a major role in the globalization process. Okay, what are these big multinational companies? So basically these are the companies who are originated in one country, but they are operating in multiple countries. Let's talk about the big countries like Google, Microsoft, Apple. So you see that these countries are started in some particular country, but they have their base, they have their factories, they have their products being sold all over the globe. So these countries have been the major driving force behind globalization. Okay, so if we talk about more and more goods and services, investments on technology are being made, and we see that more and more things are crossing the borders. Nowadays people are going to the different countries for the jobs, for getting better education. The big countries are investing in some countries to start new projects. For example, remember when globalization process has started, then Ford Motors, that's an American multinational company, that came to India and started a joint production of the automobile along with collaboration with Mahindra and Mahindra. So likewise we see so many foreign brands have now started coming to India, investing money. Okay, So we see, when we talk about all these things, basically we are referring to the process called as globalization. Okay. So apart from the movement of the goods and services, apart from the movement of the technology, there is one more way the countries are connected, and this is the movement of the people. So already discussed, the people, they move from one country to another in search of better job, better living standards, better education. Okay, and this has been done since the centuries. Since a lot of ancient times also, people used to move from here to there. But now because of the globalization, this process has become more smooth and more convenient. So people are now moving out in large numbers, isn't it? Now, so the next point is, what are the factors that have basically enabled globalization? So what are those factors that had really helped out to promote globalization? Number one factor is the technology. So we see that the rapid improvement technology has been the major factor. So earlier what happened, there was no technology. Earlier the technology was of very outdated fashion. So basically the things were very slow to move, isn't it? If you want to transport goods and services from one country to another, it took a lot of time. Okay, just for example, you can take the example of containers. Containers are the big boxes. You must have seen them, right? So containers are the big boxes in which you store the things and transport over the seas. Okay, you load it onto a big commercial ship, or you load it into the cargo planes, and then the things can be easily transported across the long distances. Before them, before the invention of the containers, it was very costly to store the materials. It had huge storage cost. Suppose if you want to transport say 20 or 100 cars to some other countries, it was very difficult, because first you have to store the cars at the port or the airport. That will require maintenance, then stuff them one by one into the plane or to the ship. That is again a big investment. So with the help of these containers, it has become very easily. Now you can load 100 cars into one containers and simply transport them over distances. So technology has played a greater role, right? So this has made possible faster delivery of goods across the countries, across the places, at a much lower cost. Okay, even the more remarkable has been the development of the information and communication technology. Now there is a very beautiful example in NCRT. So what happens, there is an example, there is a company in Delhi which publishes a magazine for a London based company. Now entire text of the magazine, the design of the magazine, that is given to the Indian company, the Delhi based company, over internet. All the information is transmitted over internet from the London. Okay, they receive a mail, all the creatives, everything is given in the internet. So publishing is done in Delhi at a much lower cost, and then the entire material is packed and sent to London. Okay, and the money is also transferred online itself. So nowadays when you see the online mode of transfer, we all know the usage of Paytm and the Google Pay, right? So earlier we could not have even thought about such kind of payment interfaces. Nowadays everything has gone digital. Even an e-rickshaw wala bhaiya accepts Google Pay or the Bharat Pay or the Phone Pay. It's so easily to transfer the money from your account to their account without even the usage of cash. So this is a very good example of the development of information and communication technology. So technology has basically led to the advancement of telecommunications, computers and internet services. So with the help of this, we see that the world is changing rapidly. And this is one of the factors that has actually contributed to the globalization process. Okay. Now, the second is the liberalization of foreign trade and the forest investment policy. Now, how it has helped out? See, earlier what happened before 1991, our country was a closed economy. That means we did very less amount of trade with the international partners. We traded only in those commodities that was essential for the country. Private sector industries did not exist in large numbers in India. Most of the things were controlled by the government. Then there was a time when India faced a great economic crisis. And if you talk about in those times, the finance minister was Dr. Manmohan Singh. So a lot of credit goes to him also. So the finance minister was Dr. Manmohan Singh, and he suggested that we need to reform our economic policies and we need to open our markets to the foreign players. Okay, so this is the time when the government enacted the new economic policy that is also called as the LPG policy, that is liberalization, privatization and globalization. So when we talk about liberalization, it means removing the trade barriers. See, what are the trade barriers? So basically these are some of the rules and regulations that the government puts on particular trade so that it can give protection to the local consumers. Let's suppose if you talk about the toy market of the country. So we all need to know that the Chinese toys are comparatively very cheaper and more attractive as compared to the Indian toys. So what happened? The Chinese toy makers is starting dumping the Chinese toys in the Indian markets. So Indian customers were also very much attracted towards the cost effective toys. So as a result, No doubt the customers had got a great variety of toys in the market, but the local toy manufacturers, they suffered huge losses. Now, what the government can do in this case, if government will increase the taxes on the import of the Chinese toys, then that will make the Chinese toys costly. Again, no one is going to purchase them. So this is an example of a trade barrier. So trade barrier is any set of rules and regulations that the government uses in order to promote the local traders and producers and to protect them from the foreign competition. Okay, so when this LPG policy was enacted in 1991, also called as the India's new economic policy, then such kind of trade barriers or the restrictions were removed. Okay, done. So such kind of trade barriers were removed, isn't it? So this, when the trade barriers were removed, it facilitated in the more smooth movement of the business or the movement of the goods and capitals. Okay, so we know that what I said, I just explained you the same point, that after Indian independence, after the independence, our government had put certain barriers so that we can protect our local producers from the foreign competition. But with the introduction of the LPG policy, we liberalized the trade. That means we removed all such trade barriers so that trade can be done more freely. Then we talk about privatization, that is the second aspect. So when you talk about privatization, I told you that after independence, the number of private industries in India were very less. Most of the things were controlled by the government. So what did the government do in 1991? It basically took the control of some industries and privatized it. That means the control was taken from the government and given to some private individuals. Because we see that if you talk about the Indian economy, most of the government companies were not performing well. They were not producing profits. So they were called as the sick public sector units, okay, or the sick PSUs, the companies that were not making profits at all. So such companies were now privatized, given to the private individuals so that they can run and make profits and come out with a better production rate. Okay, and the last part is the globalization. So what happened here is, so in the 1991, our markets were open to the foreign players. The foreign companies were now, attracted towards the Indian markets because Indian market was comparatively cheaper in terms of the production cost. Labor was also cheaply available. So the foreign companies, they were very much attracted towards the Indian markets. Okay, and when we opened our borders, so foreign direct investment started coming into our country, and this actually helped our country to go better. It also provided employment opportunities to the people living in the company. Okay, so basically what is foreign direct investment here? So it is when any kind of investment is made by a foreign company. Investment means the money that you spend to buy machines, to buy land, property, or the money that you give to the government also, as in the form of taxes and other benefits. So basically that is called as an investment. So whenever such kind of investment is made by a foreign company, it is called a foreign investment. So this foreign investment actually helped our economy to boom a lot. Okay, so our economy started improving from our very poor state into a better state, and this particular policy is called as the LPG policy. The LPG policy and the technology, they are the major factors that have actually enabled the globalization process in the country. Done, bacha badi? Sorted? Okay. So after that, the next of the topics, that is WT on the impact of globalization, they again in the project works, not in the board examination. So definitely we will now come to the map marking. Okay. So we'll now come to the map marking. Done. So I promised you guys that we'll be doing map work also along with this second part of the lecture. So that ends your board's topics for the economics as well, that is globalization and the Indian economy, isn't it? Fine, bacho. Chaliye. So we'll quickly go through the map work. It's very, very important. Very nice. So we have Ravindra Patil, who is very nice. Superb guys. So I can see a lot of people who are more interested in pre-wedding than pre-boards, right? Very nice. Tabish is there. Tabish मियाँ बेटा पढ़ाई लिखाई करोगे जीवन की नहीं करोगे हैं भाई? More interested in pre-wedding than in pre-boards. There's a meme going on in Instagram and that is for real. That is really for real. People are more interested in having their own plans, Instagram ID, Literally, there is no use for sustainable development, bhai. At times, I really feel that Instagram meme is real. किस लिए हम इन बच्चों के लिए पेड़ लगा रहे हैं? जल जाने दीजिए पेड़ों को. Isn't it? People least bothered about board examinations. Great, bhai, great. Ravindra Patel, बच्चे, let me tell you, Gandhi ji was interested in doing better things than you. जैसे तुम अभी यहाँ पे सिर्फ वही ढूंढने आए हो, सर ज्ञान ढूंढ के क्या करेंगे जीवन में, वो ढूंढ लेते हैं. And let me tell you a great reality. Let me tell you a very fine reality here. है ना? The reality is people love to stay with the people who are productive in nature. When you make the people feel that you're too much free in life, then people start actually devaluing you. Okay, devaluing means people don't consider you anything. And this is what happens. So when you go out in any random chat, you type anything, give me your Insta ID, give me this and that. So people actually feel, the other person actually feels that this guy is very free in life. He has nothing to do, not to prepare for the boards, least bothered about his life, least bothered about his career. In reality, what happens, when the real time comes, people actually don't give a value to the people. So they really feel this guy is very free all the time. You know, he's always on the chat, very much free all the time. So the person has no worth, no value. So if you want to create value for yourself, start respecting your time, my dear. It's very, very simple. Start respecting your time. People will start respecting you. You are more interested in Gandhiji's life, more interested in the life of the people in the chat, rather than being interested in the syllabus of your class. It's very simple, isn't it? Isn't it, बच्चे? Person is like, अरे सर syllabus हो जाएगा सर, इधर मैं पहले रिश्ता बना लेता हूँ ना, शादी.com में इधर ही चलाऊंगा सर, चैट्स अपना शादी.com चल रहा है, सिंपल एज दैट है. तो भाई यार क्या समझे? Okay, chalo. So let's move further. Let's come to the last topic, that is our map work. So bache, it's very simple to understand. This entire 2 marks map work, is going to come from the history section. And see, these 5 marks are the easy gain in the paper. So these 5 marks are very easy gain in the paper. So just you have to go about it. Now, a lot of times people say, sir, how to go do the map work? It's very simple. Number 1, you have to mark all the states and the union territories on your map. Once you learn marking that, it becomes easier for you to remember. Okay, number 1. So let's talk about the history map work. That is, we'll talk about 3 important sessions: 1920 Calcutta, 1920 Nagpur, and the 1927 Madras session. Okay, the other map we have with respect to the Satyagraha movements, Kheda, Champaran, and Ahmedabad, and then we have the Jallianwala Bagh and the Dandi March. Now let's try understanding them. Calcutta will be in the eastern part of the country, Nagpur in the central part, because Nagpur again lies in Maharashtra, and Madras will be top in the southern part. So we remember 3 directions: east, then central part, and the southern part. If you remember these 3 directions, it's easy to identify and mark them. Okay, Kheda and Ahmedabad will lie in the state of Gujarat. Champaran will lie somewhere in the state of Bihar. Okay, so we have identified the states: Jallianwala Bagh in Amritsar and Dandi March again in Gujarat. So these are the basic states that we need to keep in mind while identifying or marking them. Okay. Now, so we'll start with the We'll start with the map of. Okay. So the very first understanding that we all should have is about the states and union territories. Okay. So just we'll have a quick glimpse about the same. So if we talk about the topmost part, earlier it was complete Jammu and Kashmir. Now it's divided into 2 union territories: Jammu and Kashmir on the left part, and we have Ladakh on the right. Now here we have the Himalayan state, that is Himachal Pradesh. Then we have Uttarakhand. Just adjacent to this, we have very much in vicinity, in the close borders, we have Punjab. Down here we have Haryana. The smaller circle that you can see on the map, this is Delhi. Very much close to Delhi is your Uttar Pradesh. Very much close to Uttar Pradesh, sharing borders, is Bihar. Okay. On the left hand side, we have Rajasthan. That's the largest state. Okay. Down below, you have Gujarat. Adjacent to this, we have Madhya Pradesh. Down here, we have Maharashtra. Okay. Then smaller state, this is the smallest state of the country. We have Goa. Okay. Again, adjacent to this, sharing borders, is Karnataka. Then we have Kerala on this part. So this part is completed. Coming over to the right side, we have Tamil Nadu here. Above that, we have Andhra Pradesh. And the one surrounded by land on all sides, landlocked state, this is Telangana. Okay. So the moment you move above Telangana, you have 2 states here. One is Chhattisgarh, and on right we have Odisha. Above Chhattisgarh and Odisha, we have Jharkhand. Very next to Jharkhand, we have West Bengal. Okay. If you go to the northeastern parts of the country, the one sandwiched between Nepal and Bhutan is Sikkim. Okay. Then apart from that, if you see, go right here in the upper part, we have Arunachal Pradesh. And this particular part is basically your Assam. So this part is Assam. This is Arunachal. This smaller part here is Meghalaya. Okay. Again, the part you see here is Nagaland. And just below Nagaland, we have Manipur. Just below Manipur, we have Mizoram. And just adjacent to Mizoram, we have Tripura. So this is the entire northeastern part of the country. So once you remember all the states, it's become very easy to mark them, isn't it? Now, let's start with the first one. See, and those times, definitely we didn't have the division. So the map is also marked accordingly. Okay, so let's move further. Okay. So there are few corrections to be made. Number one. So if we talk about this, so this boundary is now well defined. Give me a moment, guys. Give me a moment. Okay. So if we talk about this, bacho, that this boundary is now very well defined. Okay. So since we have already, just divided this. So this side it is Ladakh and here we have Jammu and Kashmir. Okay. So number one, let's talk about the first session of the Congress, that is Calcutta. So Calcutta session was in here. So I told you in the beginning that Calcutta lies in West Bengal, isn't it? And we have seen on the map, West Bengal is right next to Bangladesh, this side. So this is basically Calcutta. That is the September session of 1920. Okay, then we have the Nagpur session. The Nagpur session was held in December 1920. So Nagpur lies in Maharashtra. Okay, we all know that. Where in Maharashtra? Right here. Okay, so this is where the Nagpur is. Okay, so if it asks you to identify, then you can easily identify this as Nagpur session. So this is the Nagpur. Okay, and last I told you that Madras lies in Tamil Nadu state. So in Tamil Nadu, we'll come here somewhere in the south. Okay, and this is the Madras session of September 1927. So these are the three important sessions of Congress that they will ask you to mark on the map. Moving on further, again, let's come further, bacho. Moving on further here. Okay, so moving on further, bacha Badi, let's come to, again, let's mark the boundaries. This is very important. Okay, let's mark the boundaries here. Again, as per the updated map, this is the map according to the older times. Okay, so number one, let's talk about the Jallianwala Bagh incident. We remember Jallianwala Bagh took place in Amritsar. Amritsar lies in Punjab. So we discussed the map, we saw that this is Ladakh, this is J&K, this is Punjab. So somewhere here lies your Amritsar, that is Jallianwala Bagh incident. Then remember about the Satyagraha movements, Kheda and Ahmedabad should be in Gujarat. So let's come to Gujarat straight away. So we see that Kheda and Ahmedabad movements, that is in Gujarat. So this is the state of Gujarat. Here we are going to mark Kheda Satyagraha, and just adjacent to this we'll mark the Ahmedabad Satyagraha. Now Dandi, you remember, is a coastal town that is situated very nearby to the ocean. So here is the Dandi. So this is basically the location of the Dandi, where you have the civil disobedience movement being started in a full-fledged mode. Okay, or where the Gandhi basically broke the salt law. So this is basically Dandi, Gujarat. Apart from that, if you see, we have Chauri Chaura incident where the non-cooperation was called up, okay, because of the incident. So Chauri Chaura lies in the Gorakhpur district of Uttar Pradesh. Okay, now Gorakhpur has a speciality that it is very near to the Nepal border. So if you see, this is the country of Nepal and we have very near to the Nepal border. This is basically Gorakhpur. Okay, the next indigo plantation movement, Satyagraha movement, that took place in Champaran. Now Champaran is again a district in Bihar which is very near to the Nepal border, and here we have Champaran. So this is basically Champaran, bacho. So you can mark Champaran here. Clear with this? Amritsar right here in Punjab. Okay, Kheda right here in Gujarat, Ahmedabad adjacent to it, Dandi right here near the coastal area. Then we have Chauri Chaura just nearby the Nepal's border. Then we have Champaran again very nearby to the Nepal border but lying in the state of Bihar. So this is UP and this is Bihar. Done? So this is done, my dear bacho. So this is your history map that is again very, very crucial. And this is only what is going to be asked in the examination, nothing outside from this. So if you practice this very nicely, beta, this is going to be very, very helpful. Moving on further, let's come to the soil map of India. So when the soil map of India is only for identification, that means you will be given a certain area and you will be asked to identify the soil. So it's very easy to understand that whatever the forest and the mountainous soils are there, forest soil, they will always be there in the mountainous regions. Mountainous regions are in the Jammu and Kashmir, Ladakh section. We have it in the Himachal and the Uttarakhand section, and also the state of Sikkim and Arunachal Pradesh parts. Okay, few parts of Arunachal. So these are basically those areas where you can find the forest and mountainous region. Okay, maximum the question is they will mark you this place, they will mark it as A and they will ask you which type of soil is found here. So the moment you see the state sandwiched between Nepal and Bhutan, this is Sikkim. So the soil here is mountainous soil. It's a mountainous region. You can straight away go with mountainous or the forest soil. Alluvial soil, remember, we have it in two places. Number one, the entire northern plains region, and second, some parts of Rajasthan and Gujarat. So the entire northern plains region, this is the entire region, and some parts of Rajasthan and Gujarat where you can find this alluvial soil. Okay, so this is the entire northern plains region. You can see it covers the states of UP, it covers the states of Bihar, even it covers the few parts of Bengal also. Okay, so this is the entire region where we can find the alluvial soil. If any of these states are marked, let's suppose, let's suppose they will mark like this. and marked as B, and they will ask you identify the soil. So the moment you see the northern plain area, identify that as alluvial soil. In fact, they can mark this portion of Gujarat and ask you the soil, or this portion of Rajasthan and ask you the soil. So some parts of Rajasthan and Gujarat also have the alluvial soil. Now coming over to the third one, red and yellow soil. This is the most widespread soil. So you always find this kind of soil in the plateau region of the country. So this you can find here, the central states, especially if we see the Odisha, Andhra, Jharkhand, okay, Telangana section, Karnataka section, Tamil Nadu section, Kerala section. So this is basically the section where you can find the red and the yellow soil, okay, and also the northeastern parts of the country, especially the areas around Assam, Nagaland. You can see Meghalaya section, Manipur, Tripura section. So these are the areas where you can find red and yellow soil. In order to confuse you in the board examinations, they may mark this region as C and ask you to identify the soil. So basically this northeastern part of the country you will find the red and yellow soil, okay. Now black soil is majorly found in the plateau region again, especially in the states of Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, some parts of Gujarat. Okay, so this is basically your black soil region. So whenever it is asked as black soil region, so this is basically the black soil region. Some parts of Gujarat, then Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, this entire plateau, Deccan plateau region is the black soil region. Okay, then let's talk about the arid soil first. It's easy to identify. The Rajasthan belt, especially the desert area of the Rajasthan, this basically has the arid soil. Okay, then whatever is left is basically your laterite soil. Remember, laterite soil will be found in such areas where there is heavy rainfall and heavy sunlight as well. That means lot of sunlight and lot of rainfall somewhere in these parts. So this is basically where the laterite soil is. So this is basically the soil map of India. So you'll be just asked to identify the soils. Remember the areas, guys. So they will just mark you and give you identify the soil here, and then you can simply identify. Okay, clear with this? Let's move on further. Okay, so major dams in India. Now this is again a very important map. Then they can ask you the major dams. See, it's easy to identify. Okay, so number one, we have the Salal Dam. Salal Dam is very easy to locate. It's in Jammu and Kashmir. Okay, so Jammu and Kashmir, we have the Salal Dam. So this is Ladakh, guys. This is Jammu and Kashmir. Then we have the Bhakra Nangal. Remember, guys, Bhakra Nangal is at the junction of Himachal and Punjab. So which is Himachal? This is Himachal. This is Punjab. At the junction, we have the Bhakra Nangal project. Then again, next one is Tihri Dam. Tihri lies in Uttarakhand. We immediately know that the state just below the Himachal is the Tihri, and here we have the this is Uttarakhand, and here we have the Tihri Dam. Next we have the Rana Pratap Sagar. So Rana Pratap Sagar lies in Rajasthan, and somewhere here in Rajasthan we have the Rana Pratap Sagar. Okay, then we have the Sardar Sarovar Dam that lies in Gujarat over Narmada River. Okay, this dam has been in a lot of controversy, so it becomes important for your board examinations. Okay, so this is basically the Sardar Sarovar Dam, bacho. Okay, located in Gujarat. We have already marked location in Gujarat earlier on the maps. So this is the Sardar Sarovar. Okay, now let's talk about Tungabhadra. Now Tungabhadra is easier to locate. It lies somewhere in the states of Karnataka. So this is Maharashtra, this is Karnataka. And when you talk about Tungabhadra, somewhere here we are going to mark the Tungabhadra Dam. Okay, then we have the Nagarjuna Sagar. Now Nagarjuna Sagar lies somewhere near Hyderabad, and now that comes in the Telangana. So we remember, we talked about a state, this is landlocked. So this is a landlocked state, that means surrounded by land on all the sides, and here somewhere we have the Nagarjuna Sagar. Then we have the Hirakud Dam built on Mahanadi River, okay, that lies in the state of Odisha. So this is Andhra, okay, this is Telangana, this is again Odisha. This is Chhattisgarh, this is Jharkhand. So somewhere here in Odisha, we have the Hirakud Dam, okay. So these are the various dams that we need to practice when it comes to the map marking. So these are the dams. The most important one, I will suggest you to read Salal. Okay, Tehri, that is the most repeated. Sardar Sarovar, okay, Hirakud. So these are the most repeated dams that have been asked in the previous years. Okay, my dear bacho. Now let's come to the next one, that is major areas. So if we talk about the major rice producing areas, so what they will do is they will mark a certain area and ask you to identify the crop. So if we talk about rice, it is generally grown in the areas which have good amount of rainfall. So if we see, locate these areas, that is if you're talking about the Bihar, Jharkhand belt, if you talk about the Chhattisgarh belt, Odisha belt, parts of Tamil Nadu, okay, also the parts of the northeastern India, that is especially the Assam wala belt. So these are the major areas where rice is grown. Okay, if you talk about this region, this is the area known for the wheat production. So if anywhere this particular part is shaded and it is asked that which is the major crop in the area, remember that we are talking about rice. Okay. Also, we talk about the states of Kerala, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu. They are also known for coffee production. If you talk about West Bengal, this particular belt, West Bengal. Okay, if you talk about Assam, they are also known for tea production. Okay, if you talk about UP and Bihar, also known for sugar cane production. So these are also some of the crops that you need to keep in mind while solving these kinds of maps. They will ask you to identify, not mark, but identify. Okay, let's say for example, they will mark you, they will mark somewhere here, and they will ask you to identify a beverage crop. Now, the moment you see Tamil Nadu, you know that coffee is grown here in the plantations. So you can go ahead with coffee. Okay, so they will just ask you to identify. Moving on further, let's come to the wheat. So when we talk about the wheat, bacho, so we see that wheat is grown in Punjab, Haryana, Uttarakhand, okay, parts of Himachal, some parts of Rajasthan, okay, and then we have the northern plains, Uttar Pradesh, okay, then we have some parts of MP, Madhya Pradesh, some parts of, you can say that, Bihar as well. So these are the major wheat growing regions, and the minor regions we talk about that include the parts of Deccan Plateau. Like these are the minor regions where which we can grow the wheat. Okay, so this is the major reason, this is the minor reason. So what they will do is they will mark this place as A, and they'll ask you to identify the staple crop here. The moment you see the states of Punjab or Haryana, immediately you should identify we are talking about wheat in this case. Okay, now, so important minerals. Now again, this mineral map is just for identification. Remember it, guys. This mineral map is just for identification. Okay, so we have covered a lot of maps here. We have covered a lot of maps. Now let's come to minerals. So what they are going to do is they are going to mark the areas, and they will ask you to identify which one is this. Okay, so for in the case of the iron ore mines, we have Mayurbhanj, Durg, Baladila, Bellary and Kudremukh. Remember, Mayurbhanj will lie somewhere in Odisha. Okay, Durg and Baladila will lie somewhere in Chhattisgarh. Bellary and Kudremukh will lie somewhere in Karnataka. So this we have already studied in the chapter minerals. So once you identify the state, it becomes very easy to find. Very easy to find. Okay. Now what we have to find? Mayurbhanj, Durg, Baladila, Bellary and Kudremukh. Okay, let's come to the iron ore mines map. Okay, minerals and energy resources. So let's come to iron ore mines map. So this is here we have iron ore mines. Okay, so what do you need to identify? Iron ore mines, the ones marked in triangle. So what did I tell you? Mayurbhanj will be somewhere in Odisha. Straight away, let's go to the state of Odisha. So this is Odisha and this is Mayurbhanj. See, we got our first one. Okay, so this is Mayurbhanj. Then what I told you, the other one, that is Durg, will be somewhere in the Chhattisgarh belt. And here we have, see, this is again the state that is very much adjacent. This is Durg. This is Durg. And again, just down we have Baladila. Okay, done. So we marked 3. This is A. This is Mayurbhanj. This is again bache Durg. And this is again Baladila. Okay, so we have identified 3 mines. So whenever you find a mine marked in the state of Odisha, remember it is Mayurbhanj. Whenever you find a mine marked in the state of Chhattisgarh, if it's marked in the upper part, it is Durg. If it is marked in the lower part, it is Baladila. Then what I told you, remember, that is Bellary and Kudremukh should be in Karnataka. Let's come to Karnataka. So this is basically Karnataka. Okay, so here we have, this is the state of Karnataka. See, here we have Bellary, and again Kudremukh is very much near to the seaport, because remember all the iron ore is exported through the sea. So Kudremukh should be here. So this is Kudremukh. So it's easy to find. So in Karnataka, if here it is marked, identify it as Bellary, and if it's nearby the sea, it is Kudremukh. So easy to identify. So easy to identify the iron ore mines. See, that is the reason I told you, if you know the states, it will be on your tips. Okay. Then what else were we asked to identify? What else were we asked to identify? So we're asked to identify, okay. So we're asked to identify the coal mines. Raniganj, Bokaro, Talcher and Neyveli. So it's very easy, bacho. Raniganj is in West Bengal, Bokaro very next to it, Jharkhand region, Neyveli in Tamil Nadu, and Talcher somewhere in Odisha side. So these are the easy ones to identify: Raniganj, Bokaro, Talcher and Neyveli. Okay, Raniganj, Bokaro, Talcher and Neyveli. Fair enough. So let's come back to this. So this is basically the coal mines. Okay, so now we need to identify the coal mines. So Raniganj, I told you where should be the Raniganj. It should be somewhere in West Bengal. Okay, so here we have Raniganj, and this is the state of West Bengal. Then again I told you Bokaro lies in Jharkhand, the very next state. So here we have Bokaro, it lies in Jharkhand. Okay, then I told you Talcher will be somewhere in Odisha. So here we have the state of Odisha, and there we have Talcher. I told you Neyveli will be somewhere in Tamil Nadu. Straight away we go to Tamil Nadu and we identify this as Neyveli. So it's so easier to identify, guys, isn't it? So the moment you know the states, immediately you can identify which state has been asked here or which place has been asked here. If they mark someone, they mark this place in Jharkhand, and they ask you to identify which is this coal mine. So easily you can remember that it is Bokaro. If they mark it in West Bengal and ask you to identify, easily you will identify this is Raniganj. If they mark in Odisha, identify it is Talcher. If you mark in Tamil Nadu, then mark in Tamil Nadu, identify this is Neyveli. So easy to understand. Okay. Now let's come to another one. Let's come to another one. Okay. So another what we have to do now, we have to basically now what we have to do is we have to identify the oil fields. Digboi, Naharkatia, Mumbai, Bahai, Basin, Kalol, Ankaleshwar. See, very easy. Digboi and Naharkatia lies in Assam. Okay, they lie in Assam. Okay, then Mumbai and Basin again nearby Maharashtra. Kalol and Ankaleshwar will lie somewhere in Gujarat. Okay, so we have three states, Assam, Maharashtra and Gujarat. Straight away we'll go to them. Okay, straight away we'll go to them. Okay, very fine. Okay. So let's come to them. Let's come back. So we need to identify the oil fields. Okay. So these are basically the oil fields. So number one, let's come to the first state, that is Assam. Assam is in the northeastern part. See. So the top one is Digboi and the second one is Naharkatia. So this is basically Digboi and this is basically Naharkatia. Then apart from that, if you talk about further Digboi, Naharkatia, then we have to mark what? Mumbai High and Basin. Both are offshore. That means both are not on land. This is Mumbai High and Basin. Okay, so Mumbai High will be the first one and the top one is Basin. Then again, let's come to Gujarat. So here we have Kalol and Ankaleshwar. So if we talk about Kalol, Kalol is little bit on the upper part and Ankaleshwar is little bit on the lower part. So if lower one is marked, this is Ankaleshwar. If upper one is marked, this is Kalol. So it's very simple. Okay. Now let's come to the nuclear and thermal power plants. So all the nuclear and thermal power plants will not be asked. You have to mark them. Okay, now identification task is over. Now we need to mark them. Okay, so we have to locate Namrup, Singrauli and Ramagundam. Let me tell you one very clear thing. Namrup somewhere lies in Assam. Singrauli lies on the borders of UP and MP, and down here we will find the Ramagundam as well. Okay, so we have to locate them. That is Namrup, Singrauli and Ramagundam. And also we need to locate Narora, Kakrapara, Tarapur and Kalpakkam. Kalpakkam again will be down somewhere in the south. Tarapur in Maharashtra, Kakrapara in Gujarat and Narora in western UP. Okay, that is somewhere near Bulandshahr. Okay, my dear bachcho. So what we need to mark? Now we need to mark. Till now we were identifying. Now we need to mark. Okay, Namrup, Singrauli and Ramagundam. So remember the states. We'll come to straight away to the map. Okay. So remember the state will come straight away to the maps. So let's come to the nuclear and thermal power plant. So I told you that Namrup lies in Assam. Here we go. This is the first one. This is Namrup lies in Assam. Okay, this is point number A. We'll mark it here. Okay, this is the state of Assam. We'll right in the top. We'll mark Namrup. Okay, then I told you that Singrauli lies in the borders of UP and MP. This is Uttar Pradesh. This is Madhya Pradesh, and here is Singrauli. So easily you can mark Singrauli. Okay. Then what we have to mark? We have to mark Ramagundam. I said that down there we can find Ramagundam. See, this is so easy. Somewhere in Telangana we have this Ramagundam. Okay, then I told you Kalpakkam will be again somewhere in the south, and where we have in Tamil Nadu the Kalpakkam one. Okay, sorry, Kalpakkam is a nuclear one. So in thermal we have to mark this one, Namrup, Singrauli and Ramagundam. We have done that. Okay, when coming to the nuclear power plants, number one we have to mark Narora. So Narora I told you is somewhere in western UP. And in Bulandshahr is very close to Delhi. So you see that this is the first thermal power plant, that is Narora. After that, what you have to mark? After that, we have to mark Kalpakkam. So Kalpakkam again is in Tamil Nadu. So this is a very fine nuclear power plant. Okay, and then we have to mark Tarapur. So Tarapur lies in Maharashtra. So this is Maharashtra. Okay, this is Tarapur. And again, we have to mark Kakrapara, that lies in Gujarat. So this is Gujarat. Down here we are going to mark Kakrapara. So remember Kakrapara and Tarapur, they are very easy to mark. Okay, number one, choose the state of Gujarat. Down here, somewhere here, we will mark Kakrapara. Just down, just below, wherever the this Maharashtra boundary is touching the Gujarat one, here we mark Tarapur. Okay, Kalpakkam down in south in Tamil Nadu state. Okay, then Ramagundam as thermal power plant somewhere in Telangana. Singrauli on the UP-MP border here. Narora as a nuclear power plant nearby this western UP nearby Delhi. Okay, Namrup as a thermal power plant in Assam. And Talcher also we had to mark. So Talcher again is a thermal power plant that lies in Odisha. So this is basically Talcher. Done. So you have marked all the power plants, nuclear and thermal. Now let's move on to the next map work. Okay, let's move on to the next map work. And here we go. So Bacha Badi, now this is a map work with respect to the manufacturing industry. So here also we have to locate the cotton textile industry. Where do we have to do that? you have to locate the cotton textile industries in Mumbai. That lies in Maharashtra, Indore lies in Madhya Pradesh, Surat lies in Gujarat, Kanpur lies in UP, and then we have the Coimbatore. Okay, and then also we have to mark the software technology parks. So software technology parks is a very important map. Iron and steel plants also I'll be doing with you. Okay, so let's start marking the cotton textile industries in terms of manufacturing industries. Okay, so cotton textile industries, but it's very easy map to mark. It's very easy map to mark. So here we go, cotton textile industries. Okay, so let's talk about the software technology parks. Okay, sorry, first we'll talk about cotton textile industry. Only the one that are marked in the black dots. Okay, number one, we'll start with Kanpur, my hometown. So that lies in UP, very nearby to Lucknow. So this is basically Kanpur. This is basically Kanpur. Okay, so this is the first one. Apart from Kanpur, we have to mark Indore. Indore, remember, it lies in the Madhya Pradesh. So this is Madhya Pradesh, my dear bachcho, and this is here we have Indore. Okay. Then remember what else we need to mark. And apart from okay, we needed to mark Coimbatore. So Coimbatore is very closely located on the borders here of Tamil Nadu and Kerala. We see that here is the Coimbatore part. So Coimbatore is again famous for cotton textile. So we marked Kanpur, we marked Indore, we marked Coimbatore. Okay, what else is left? What else is left? Let's have a quick look. Let's have a quick look here. Okay. So let's have a quick look here, bache. So Coimbatore is done, Indore is done. Okay, we are left with Surat and Mumbai. Okay, we are left with Surat and Mumbai. So let's mark Surat and Mumbai as well. And okay, so Surat will find it in Gujarat. It's very simple. Surat will find in Gujarat and Mumbai in Maharashtra. So Surat is in Gujarat. So this is basically Surat. Okay, so just reach the state of Gujarat. Here is the Gujarat. Okay, and here we'll mark Surat. Surat is a port city. We all remember that Surat lies very close to the ocean. Okay, it has a port facility. So basically this is Surat, and when you talked about Mumbai, this is right here Mumbai. So Mumbai lies in Maharashtra, Surat lies in Gujarat. So this completes our map for the cotton textile. Okay, so this completes our map for cotton textile. Fair enough? Okay, so you're done with the cotton textile, that is Kanpur, Indore, Surat, Mumbai and Coimbatore. Now let's talk about, we'll talk about software technology parts also. Also we'll discuss one more thing, that is the iron and steel plants. Okay, so it's very easy to understand the iron and steel plants. Okay, so what all you have to mark, number one, you have to mark Durgapur. So I told you Durgapur is very close to West Bengal region. Again, it's where? It's in Jharkhand region. So basically if you talk about, okay, so Durgapur, if you talk about, this is in West Bengal. So Durgapur is in West Bengal. Then second one, Bokaro is in Jharkhand. So we already marked that. So this is again, let me mark this also. Okay, so this is basically Bangladesh. This is Bengal. Here we'll mark Durgapur. Adjacent to this in Jharkhand, we'll mark Bokaro. Then apart from that, we have one more one. Again in Jharkhand, we have Jamshedpur. So you can mark Jamshedpur in Jharkhand as well. Okay, so when we talk about Bhilai, it lies in Chhattisgarh. So basically this is the state of Chhattisgarh, and we'll mark Bhilai plant here. Vijayanagar, again it lies in the Karnataka region. So here we'll mark Vijayanagar. Salim lies in Tamil Nadu region. So this is basically the Salim plant. Okay, so where do we have the different iron and steel plants? These are the things that need to be marked. Number one, Durgapur, that will mark it in Bengal. Then we have Jamshedpur and Bokaro. We will mark it in the Jharkhand state. So this is basically Bokaro, the top one, and Jamshedpur lies little below. Then we have Bhilai lies in Chhattisgarh. So this is the state of Chhattisgarh. Right here in the center, we will mark Bhilai. Vijayanagar again lies towards the Karnataka belt. So here we have one Vijayanagar, the plant. And then we have Salim. Salim lies again in Tamil Nadu. So these are the major iron and steel plants that we need to mark as per your syllabus. Okay. Now, we also need to mark some software technology parks. Now, which one of them? We need to mark software technology parks. Okay, so software technology parks, we need to mark Noida, that lies very close to Delhi, Gandhinagar in Gujarat, Mumbai in Maharashtra, Pune in Maharashtra, Hyderabad again in Telangana belt, Bengaluru in Karnataka, Chennai in Tamil Nadu, Thiruvananthapuram in Kerala. Okay, so these are the software technology parks that we need to mark. Let's come to them. Let's come to them. Okay. Straight away, let's come to the technology parks, and here we have the software technology parks. Fair enough? Okay. So number one, I told you that we don't have to mark Mohali and Srinagar. So please delete it from here. So we don't have to mark this. Number one, we have to mark Noida. I told you Noida is very close to Delhi. It lies in the western UP. So basically this is Delhi, the smaller part, and somewhere here is Noida. Okay. Apart from that, you need to mark Gandhinagar. Gandhinagar lies in Gujarat. So basically this is the Gandhinagar one. Okay, then we need to mark Mumbai and Pune. Both of them lies in Maharashtra. So very nearby to the sea coast is Mumbai, and just below that we have Pune. Okay, then we need to mark Hyderabad. I told you Hyderabad lies in the Telangana belt. So this is basically Hyderabad. Okay, then we need to mark Bengaluru. Bengaluru lies in the capital, Karnataka, also called as the electronic city or the Silicon Valley of the India. Then we have Chennai, that lies right on the top corner of the Tamil Nadu state. Then we have Tiruvananthapuram. Tiruvananthapuram lies in Kerala, right at the bottom. We can mark Tiruvananthapuram. Okay, it's very simple. Right at the bottom, we can mark Tiruvananthapuram. So you have marked every one of them. Tiruvananthapuram lies in Kerala. Then Bengaluru lies in Karnataka. Okay. Then Chennai lies in Tamil Nadu. Then Hyderabad lies in the Telangana state. Mumbai and Pune top and bottom in the Maharashtra. Gandhinagar in Gujarat. And Noida is very nearby to Delhi. Okay, so these are the major software technology parks that we need to mention. I hope we have completed the list. I'll give a check through this and then we are good to go. I'll give a check through this. Okay, so I guess we have done with the, okay, Pune, Mumbai, Gandhinagar, Hyderabad, Bengaluru, Chennai, Thiruvananthapuram, Noida. It's fair enough. So out of that, the most repeated software technology park is Noida. After that, Bengaluru is also asked most of the times. Chennai is asked most of the times. Okay, so these are the parks that you need to focus on. Now let's come to the major seaports and the major airports. So there is, basically you have to mark all of them, basically. So let's come to the last map of the syllabus. So most repeated is Raja Sansi or Shri Guru Ramdas Ji Airport, Amritsar. This is the most repeated question most of the time. And second most repeated is Kolkata, that is Netaji Subhash Chandra Airport, also called as Damdam Airport earlier. Let's come to the last map of the chapter. Let's come to the last map of the syllabus. And here we go. Okay, so that is India's important international and seaports. Number one, that is in Amritsar, we have Raja Sansi. So we know that Amritsar lies in Punjab. So this is the state of Punjab. So right here we have Amritsar Raja Sansi Airport. Okay, then we have just below that Delhi, that we have the Indira Gandhi International Airport. So this is smaller one is Delhi. So here we have in Delhi Indira Gandhi International Airport. Okay, then if you talk about Gujarat, we have a tidal port in Gujarat. So they may ask you to mark a tidal port, and that is Kandla. Kandla lies right here. This is Kandla in Gujarat. This is a tidal port. Mumbai has both the things, that is international airport as well as a seaport. Okay, so if we talk about, we have Jawaharlal Nehru Seaport. Okay, and we have Chhatrapati Shivaji International Terminal. So this is here in Mumbai, right here when you see the cut in Maharashtra. So this is basically Jawaharlal Nehru Seaport and the Chhatrapati Shivaji International Airport. Done. Then let's come to this thing. I'll teach all of them. So let's come to Goa. Goa has Marmagao Seaport. Okay. Apart from that, if you come to Karnataka, down here you have New Mangalore Port, very important with respect to the iron ore exports. Okay. Then if you talk about Kerala, we have Kochi. We have Kochi Seaport. Again, that's very down south. That's Kochi Seaport. And then we have in Kerala one again international airport, that is Tiruvananthapuram. So Tiruvananthapuram has an international airport. Kochi has an international seaport as well. Coming over to Tamil Nadu, this is the most asked one. So Tuticorin lies down in the south. Okay, Tuticorin lies down in the south. So Tuticorin, you can find it like down in Tamil Nadu state. This is Tamil Nadu. Down in the bottom, you can mark Tuticorin. Okay, so Meenambakkam International Airport, very frequently asked question, that lies in Chennai. So Meenambakkam lies in Chennai, very frequently asked airport. Okay, done. Then apart from that, there is one more airport that is frequently asked, that is Hyderabad, lies in the state of Telangana. So this is basically Telangana and Hyderabad lies here. So this is a very famous international airport. Then the deepest landlocked seaport lies in Andhra Pradesh, and that is Visakhapatnam. So Visakhapatnam is very crucial when it comes to India's maritime affairs. So it is the deepest landlocked port, asked many times in the examination. So here you will mark in Andhra Pradesh, Visakhapatnam. Then we have again Paradip. So Paradip lies in Odisha. So the next state we have is Paradip, that lies in Odisha. Okay. Then apart from that, we have two very crucial, you can say that seaports as well as a riverine port. So here we don't have sea, but here we have river, Hooghly River. So there are two ports, two seaports or two riverine ports you can find, that is Kolkata and Haldia. So Haldia will be somewhere down, Kolkata is little bit up. Okay, so little bit here. So Haldia and Kolkata. Okay, and apart from that, we also have an airport called Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose Airport, also called as the Damdam Airport. Okay, so Netaji Subhash Chandra Airport you will mark in Kolkata somewhere here. Okay, Haldia and Kolkata ports also you can mark here. So the most repeated is Amritsar, Raja Sansi, you can mark just in Amritsar. Okay, Tuticorin down in the Tamil Nadu, Tiruvananthapuram just next to this, down in Kerala, Meenambakkam in Chennai, right south, right top corner of the Tamil Nadu state. Okay, so these are the major international airports and seaports that will be asked in your syllabus. Done. So with this, thanks a lot, guys. It has been really great. It has been almost 9 hours and 33 minutes, right from 1:20 till 10:55. We have been studying, and you people have been, amazing. You guys have been amazing, superb all throughout the session, and it's really good. Okay, so basically this marathon was for all the people who are not comfortable in Hindi, है ना? So those who don't understand Hindi well, those who are more comfortable in the English language. So this quick, short and sweet marathon, not short, in fact, it took 9 hours, 33 minutes all in all. But again, the chapters were also 9 roughly, है ना? So it took a lot of time. But again, we covered a lot of topics here. We did a lot of questions also in the form of MCQs. Okay, and we tried to cover the different topics coming up in your examinations in a very simple in one go, in one shot, right? Okay, so with this, we come to the end of this marathon for social science. Thank you for being here, for all the lovely support that you guys gave on part 1 and part 2. So I'm going to meet you in the English marathons on PW Foundation channel. Okay, so जितने भी बच्चे हिंदी इंग्लिश वाले हमारे बालक हैं जो हिंदी में पढ़ना चाहते हैं, सर हिंदी में पढ़ा दो सर, हिंदी भाषा बोल दो सर, सो फॉर ऑल ऑफ देम द मैराथन्स विल बी ऑन पीडब्ल्यू फाउंडेशन चैनल. कंप्लीट डेट शीट वहां पे दे दिया गया है आपके मैराथन्स का. यू कैन गो एंड चेक आउट ऑल्सो, and the notes will be given in the link that will be posted in the description shortly. So you can check out the video's description for getting the notes of this entire lecture. Okay, so we'll meet very soon, maybe in some other video. Ha, Harshit, I do remember, bachu. I do remember Charchit, Harshit. Hi, Priyanshu. Yeah, Harshit, I do remember you were there. You were there, bache. Bache, I discussed polls, don't worry. Okay, so I'll do one last poll with the people on the public demand. Let's have one poll. Let's have one poll on the public demand. Okay. So one poll on the public demand. Dash is the okay, let me change the whole thing. So I'll just draw a map. I'll ask you to identify the international airport. Okay. Okay, so identify the international airport. Hyderabad, Cochin, Tuticorin. Option number D, Meenambakkam. Okay, so identify the international airport. So I have already marked this. So I'll give you 4 options, and then I will show you the leaderboards as well. So we guys have got 4 options here. You can just view this, and let's start the polls. Okay. So we have 4 options out here, bacho, and let me see how many of you answered this correctly. It's easier to identify, very easy to identify. Very nice, guys. Very, very nice. Very, very nice. Superb, superb, superb. Amazing. Amazing, bacha party. Very nice here. Very nice. Gojo. Wow. Bacha, I'll show the leaderboards. Don't worry. I'll show the leaderboards. Done? Hi Charchit, how are you? Acha, Charchit is from Udan. Wow. So the state is Tamil Nadu, as we can identify, and the right on the top corner we have Meenambakkam. Very nice, bacho. Option number D is absolutely correct. So option number D is absolutely correct. And here we go, 94% people have given me the correct answer. So here we have Rishabh with the topmost one, Rehan, Gojo with us, Charchit with us, Arpit Singh Farooqabadi, hi, August Bhargav, Kunal from Maharashtra, Hamza, Harshit, Riz. We have Harshpreet, we have Haddi Mere Buddy, Samiksha, Avni, Tensi Dev Arora, Sandeep Sharma, Nahida Nas, UP 17 Chhora, okay, UP 17, wow. So we have Neha, we have Rehan, we have RP, and Neha has attempted 23 questions, out of which 18 are correct. Annam, we have Yukta Mukhi with us. Okay, Kunal Chauhan, Tanu, Amu, Shrishant, Anna, Rishav, Devika, Sana, Pragya, Surbhi, Supreet, Harshpreet, Chhagan, Avinash, ATG, Avni, Shiva Darshini, Rehan, Ritesh, Prince. Okay, Bhavi with from Bhopal, Arohi, George Joseph, Arav, Mukesh, Janvi, Shriyansh, Himanshu, Atish, Anjali, Avika, Archana, Mohit, Jay, Harshit, Riz, ranked up. Okay. Shiva, Monster, Meenakshi, Tejas, Nahida, Karthik, combination of Sneha, Jatin, Ayushi, Bhumi, Harshit. Okay. Haddi, mere buddy, Soham, Gojo. Very nice. Newly joined Shweta, Adarsh, Ayush. So many students were there. Wow, yaar. Akshat, gameplay. Okay, very nice. Superb, bacho, superb. So many students were there. Wow, that is superb, yaar. So many people joined here. Wow, that's amazing. Superb, superb, Bachawadi. Superb, Ayan. We have lots and lots of people. Wow, 209 people all in all. So lots and lots of people have shown the leaderboards, guys. And thank you so much for being such a lovely audience all throughout and for being a constant viewer for such a long time. We almost did 9 hours, 39 minutes. And that's a huge time. But again, the syllabus is vast. So, Aditya, you can go, bache. So, see, bache, you don't have to mark all of the 5. It's very simple. Your marks will not be deducted. The simple thing is follow the instructions of a question paper. If the question is to mark only 3, then go for only 3. Why do waste your time for marking 5? Hai na? If you have done by mistake, the marks is not going to be deducted. We will be given the marks for 3. Okay, but no additional marks for extra marking. Okay. So that's all, guys. Thank you so much for being such a lovely, pyara audience. Love you, my super people. Love you, my amazing guys. Amazing bacho. And with this, let's end the marathon for the social science on PW English platform. Hopefully, we'll come up with some new videos for all the people who are more comfortable in English so that we can teach them also. So last year also we have a lot of stuffs. This year also we have brought up with a marathon. So that's really great to connect with you guys. We also, I guess, we had a Super 30 series some time back on the same channel in which some questions were discussed. So you can watch that series as well. Master 30 or Super 30, some kind of series was being run. Okay, so you can watch that also. So in order to offer all the students who want to prepare in English, and for all the English wala bachchas, we'll meet on the foundation channel. Okay? So give me ijazat. Good night. Shubhratri. Bye bye. Vanakkam. Sat Sri Akalam. And hope you have enjoyed this session. And let's meet again in some other video. Till then, stay amazing, stay happy, stay smiling, and take care, bacho. And all the best for all the upcoming examinations. All the best, guys. Take care. Love you. Bye.